You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Ooh, what's up, bulls? Today is 1/24/2026. It is 10:45 p.m. Eastern time here in Atlanta. We're bracing for a winter weather storm right now. It's getting ready to be pretty cold, and everything's about to freeze over. And and I'm pretty sure it's not just us. It's pretty much everybody. I heard Texas is going through the same thing. So Texas and Georgia are going through the same thing. I would assume everybody in between are going through the same thing, but maybe we have two totally separate storms going to both places. But this is going to be a rough one from what I hear. So I'm Alex. Mantis. The video that you just sent me, I played it like 3 times on the last stream. Wait, I'm not getting audio. Are you guys? No? Ah, okay.
What the fuck, dude?
There we go.
Yo,
Yo, what's up, dude?
bro, I have a question.
Yeah, hit it. What the fuck, dude?
Sorry, my camera first. Camera first. Camera first. Camera first. Camera first. Camera first. Camera first.
Yeah. What the heck is up, dude? That was really weird when you just stared at me when you said you had a question. Do you remember that? That just happened. It was kind of.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, I thought it was like funny. Like,
It's okay. No, it was kind of funny. Like, just stare at me. Let's just stare at each other. You ready? You've got a question I wanna know. What is your question? What is your question?
yeah, that.
Love that shit, dude. Love that shit. Such a good fucking beat, bro. Such a good fucking beat. And he made it on the fly. Mm. Mm. Like I said earlier, that's basically. You're fucking stupid, bro. All right. We do have another shooting. you haven't seen it, it is graphic. It is horrific. This is insane. So I will play what we have. Just warning, if you have not seen this, it is not a fun watch. So Ice shoves a lady to the ground. This guy stands between the Ice agent and the lady. They start spraying him. He's trying to help her up.
The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly. The fuck did you just do? What the fuck did you just do? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god! 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 The fuck did you just do? The fuck did you just do? Ah! Yes! Liz, somebody call the ambulance! Somebody call the ambulance! Somebody needs to call the ambulance! Somebody call 911! I can't believe they just did that! Holy shit! Holy shit! Just get come on! Come on! Oh my god, you fucking people, man! You're fucking killing us! Why would you do that? Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't believe I'm seeing this! I can't believe I'm seeing this! Come on, come on, come on, come here, come on! Come here. It is.
That is, I believe, the first angle that came out. And then we got a bunch more.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know? Oh shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill him?
Bro, this guy is like, he is just laying flat as they continue shooting.
What the fuck?
Like, he is not moving from here. He is not moving from this point, and they're still just shooting at him. Just unloading him.
Fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's dead. Yo, we need people on site. They're doing too much.
Still, a couple more angles that ended up coming out. Okay. We're gonna come back to this one in just a second. This is the statements that we got from the government on.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. An individual approached U.S. Border.
So they said he brought a gun and 2 magazines, and he showed up to inflict maximum damage. Their claim is that he just showed up with all of this shit to kill ICE officers, that he was there to just kill a bunch of ICE officers, and they're glad that they killed him first. All right, this guy right here, this guy in this jacket right here, we see him right here. Okay, we see him here, we see him here. His hands are empty, right? We all see his hands are empty. Nothing in his hands. Nothing in his hands. His hands are empty. This guy is flat on his chest with 4 or 5 officers on top of him right now. Okay? That his face is being pushed into the ground. He's completely incapacitated. All right. This officer walks into the group. Reaches in there. Comes out with a gun in his hand. Okay? So it does seem as though the guy who they were detaining had a gun. It seemed to be in a holster. I think on his backside or on his side, but he had a gun in the holster. He pulls the gun out of the holster and runs off with it. As he's running off with it, they start shooting. Line number 1 from the worm boy, completely on the ground in custody. Who's the worm boy? Somebody said that he was in custody. Who's that guy? Yes, you said that. I said he was in custody? I said that? Or is that you lying? How about this? We'll go back and we'll show whether or not I said that. You literally said completely. Okay, so I said completely in custody. Okay. This is what I said. Okay. This is what I said. Okay. This is what I said. Walks in with all right, this guy right here, this guy in this jacket right here, we see him right here. Okay, we see him here, we see him here. his hands are empty, right? We all see his hands are empty. Nothing in his hands. Nothing in his hands. His hands are empty. This guy is flat on his chest with 4 or 5 officers on top of him right now. Okay? That his face is being pushed into the ground. He's completely incapacitated. All right. This officer walks in completely incapacitated. Huh. It's every time you guys come in here and y'all start lying about what I said. It's either that you guys are lying pieces of shit that can't be trusted, or you're delusional pieces of shit that can't be trusted. Semantics? No, incapacitated is not the same as being in custody, you dumb fuck. Go fucking kill yourself, you fucking piece of shit. You're either a lying fucking piece of shit or you're delusional. Pick one, but we're not going to trust shit you say. You shouldn't trust shit you say. So yeah, seems as though as he's grabbing the gun, maybe somebody yelled gun, 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 and then grabbed it, started to run off with it, and then maybe the others heard gun, 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 and just started shooting. But you can also see another officer starts pushing everybody off so that he can shoot. So this guy here starts pushing everybody off so that they can shoot. We have another angle from the beginning of this.
Yeah, I'm rolling your windows. No, you're just spraying inside. Alright, let's go around. Fuck off! Pieces of shit.
Seems to be all of the different angles of this. But from the last one with Renee Good, seems as though all the conservatives immediately took it up the ass, got in line, and said what they were told to say, regardless of what their eyes and ears said. This time, it's not as much the case. This time, conservatives are pretty split on this from what I've seen so far. There's some that are saying this is justified. There are some that are saying it's not. There are some that are saying we don't know yet. It's not clear. We need to wait. But that, like, even the ones who are saying it's not clear, we need to wait, are going against, you know, what Kristi Noem and Trump and all these people are saying, where they're saying this is another domestic terrorist. They were there to kill everybody. Lots of them are saying, you know, hey, he seemed to have a gun, but he didn't have the gun when they shot, and maybe there was just some confusion. Which I think is probably true. It seems to be the case that that's what it looks like to me. It looks like somebody was taking a gun off of him. Maybe they yelled gun, 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 as they grabbed it off of him. But then somebody else just heard gun, 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 and just started shooting. That is not like a good reason that we ended somebody's life unnecessarily. That is a horrible reason, and that just shows how untrained, unprofessional, and fucking moronic these retards are. This shows how fucking incompetent these losers are, where they can't communicate clearly in a scenario like this, because they're all a bunch of like emotional women just running around doing the most random shit, like throwing people to the ground, kicking them, spraying them in the faces, just doing all sorts of unnecessary shit because they don't know how to do their fucking jobs. They like, if you can't communicate clearly and deal with a scenario like this, you probably shouldn't be doing it then. You probably should not be in the fucking scenario or creating the scenario in the first place by continuously escalating things, pushing the guy to the ground, spraying him in the face over and over, punching him, kicking him, totally unnecessarily. Like shoving the other woman to the ground first. All of this, so fucking unnecessary. They are a bunch of fucking pussies who can't deal with a fucking job. They need to go back to fucking selling insurance or some shit. Yeah, so you see this guy is the one who shoots first. Pulling his gun here. This guy's already moving out with the gun here. So he's the one who grabs the gun and moves with it. I can't tell where he grabs it from though. Is it in a side holster? Or in the, yeah, okay, it's in the back. That's what I thought. Yeah, so he's pulling it from the back.
I want to be 100% clear. With all the pressure ICE is under and all of the violence and agitation against them, I'm surprised there hasn't been bigger mistakes or violence yet. And if I see any real evidence of ICE doing something wrong, I will call it out. But this Alex Preddy.
With all of the pressure that the American people are under and all of the harassment from these officers, I'm surprised there haven't been bigger action.
Who died during the huge demonstrations in Minneapolis, Minnesota today. If you watch different angles of the camera, they are tackling him. They're on top of him. They took a gun off of him later, a handgun. But
if it's inside the waistband and in the rear, there's no way he'd be a threat. It's appendix, maybe still. This wholly unjustified. Well, I mean, it also has to do with the way that they're trying. Like, bro, it's fucking 5 guys on one dude. And you're telling me that you can't detain this guy? On top of that, this guy has his right hand. He has his right arm. He has, or sorry, right arm here. He's holding his right arm. They're holding his left arm. 2 guys on his left arm. He's on his right arm. You can see he's pushing the other guy off, trying to move him and then shooting. And then he's moving into the other people, other ICE officers, trying to push them off as he continues shooting. And then, yeah, this is the guy holding his gun right there.
I want to be 100%. They are tackling him. They're on top of him. They took a gun off of him later, a handgun. But you see when the gun goes off, it's not clear what happened, but you see the ICE officers jump and run back. And then they pull their guns and start shooting him. So did he use his gun? Did he go for somebody else's gun? Did a gun go off? We don't know. I've been trying to analyze the video. We'll show it slow down here. But ICE doesn't want to kill people and have prosecutors trying to put them in jail. They don't want to have a woman try to run over the car and have this happen. And we have the Democrats in the Podesta plan that I've harped on for a year plus, saying that when they try to send out ICE to their regular duty, they're going to tell the public it's illegal. Same stuff Obama did, Trump did, all of it. That this time they're going to say it's illegal and have an uprising and use people that died, dead protesters, as they told Axios 6 months ago, as the pretext to launch this uprising. So the system, the Democrat Party, the Soros funding is using this to create a crisis. And so people are saying they killed this guy in cold blood. It's not clear what happened. You see a magazine, clip pop out on the ground that fits his handgun, and you see them apparently struggling for something. Was it his gun went off? Was it one of their guns went off? They're surprised. They run, and then they pull their guns and start shooting him. And that's what's on tape. It's not them executing him. But that's what's going to happen when you have all these armed people and stuff coming out and saying kill ICE and win confrontations. And it's because the local police and the governments are not turning over these illegals, rapists, murderers, arsonists, you name it, even when they're in jail, to them. They have to go out and get them. That's why this is new. That's why this is happening. So they've created the atmosphere and then said their own battle plans. They would do this. That's how I predicted it all. So here are the videos. Here are the facts. Not a bunch of emotion.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know? Oh shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again! Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, as you can see again, at the beginning of it, this woman's standing here. He's here. He looks like he's with another woman, so like his arm is around this other woman holding her up. This woman gets shoved. He stands there. He doesn't like shove the officer or anything. He puts his hands up. So the idea that he was there to cause maximum violence, as Christy Nome said. Why didn't he ever pull the fucking gun out and start shooting people? Like this right here, where he stands over here and puts his hands in between him. That like this does not seem like somebody who's trying to cause maximum violence. This is somebody like this other woman. She's standing here, bro. Like I don't know. They didn't even claim that she did anything. So even in their videos, they don't say like this woman, came up and punched our officer in the face or anything. Like nothing. She's standing here yelling at them. And they shove her over. And then they start pepper spraying this guy for trying to help her up. Like this is just escalation from them. It is them just escalating everything. They are a bunch of fucking thugs. So yeah, him and this other woman are trying to help her up.
The fuck, people! The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly!
And then they just start shooting this guy. There's no way conservatives can defend this. Like, if you're somebody who has ever, like, defended open carry, the Second Amendment, like all of this shit. There's no fucking way you can defend this shit. There's no fucking way you can defend this shit. Them shooting somebody for having a gun in his holster. For having a gun in his holster. There's no fucking way, dude. There's no fucking way. Every single principle that has ever been considered conservative has gone out the window with the fucking quickness the second that it benefits Trump. And now we're about to watch Second Amendments go out the fucking window as well. They will not defend the Second Amendment either. They will not defend this guy for having a gun. Just the same as when another black guy sat in his car with a gun and the officer saw him have a gun and just started shooting him as well. Like, every fucking time something like this happens, they don't ever defend this shit. They don't ever defend the actual principles of what it is they pretend they believe.
I've watched multiple angles of this incident. This ICE agent goes up, he disarms the person they're detaining. The rest don't see that. The rest don't know that this man's been disarmed. When he then reaches for a gun, there's nothing there. The others don't know that, and they...
When he reaches for a gun? When he reaches... Where do we see him reaching for a gun?
shoot him. Just a few seconds after he was disarmed. But your man walked away and I don't think he said anything. Gun in hand. Just walks away there.
When does he reach for it?
And at that very moment, it looks like your man reaches down to grab something. All these people here deserve better. That man should never be in a position where he thinks it's justified or it's the moral thing to do to go out and stand in the way of these ICE agents doing their job. That's because there's a lot of people on the left making it out as if it's the moral thing to do. Obama deported way more people than Trump has. Nothing was said.
Yeah, because we're not against deportation, dumb fuck. No, duh. Because we're not against deporting people. Maybe that's the fucking problem, is that you guys are running around lying, saying that we're against deportation. When, yeah, nobody said anything during Obama because we're not against deportation. You dumb fuck. Yeah, clearly running away with the gun. This is so disorganized, bro. If they didn't escalate things and make things so chaotic, maybe they wouldn't be so like in their fifis in moments like this. Maybe they would be able to handle their shit if they didn't keep escalating everything so much. You can just keep shit a little bit more calm, try to keep things tame. And then you won't have to shit your pants every fucking time something like this happens. Or you cause something like this to happen.
Hey, this is for a white man. I want to walk you through what you're going to experience after watching that white man get killed in Minneapolis today. The first thing is, the first messages and information that the police put out, in this case, it's going to be the feds, is going to be a lie. They're going to lie. Everything they say is going to be like the first thing they say is going to be a lie. And they've already proven that because they already said he was a threat. And you know he wasn't because you've seen it with your own eyes. They tried to say, oh, he was armed. And you know, Minnesota has open carry. He was licensed. All that is verified. Then they're going to try to disparage his life. They're going to go through his files and see what's wrong with him. Minneapolis is very quick on that. Maybe there's a couple of traffic tickets like the rest of us. There's nothing there. And then they're going to say where the officers were afraid for their lives, right? And we see the video. We see him just recording. He has a phone. He's recording. And that phone doesn't look like a gun. It's recording. And he is a legal observer. You can record. That is the law. And then they're going to try to say, well, he was resisting. You saw with your own eyes. There were 7, 8, 9, how many men beating him up? One man was pistol whipping him. And so you now will understand so much of what the rest of us have understood. And I tell you, when they are murdering white men in broad daylight, you know it's bad. You know it's bad. Y'all have the most power. Y'all have the most weapons. Y'all have the most money. Y'all have the most everything. And that man was murdered in broad daylight. And they're already telling you, and they're already saying on Fox News that that man was in the wrong. Welcome to the resistance, white man.
Welcome to the resistance, white man. Okay. Okay.
About this. I mean, what happened today was tragic. I think everyone across the board has at least said that. Nobody wanted that young man to die today, to include the person that shot him. I've seen plenty of videos from different angles, see new ones almost in every commercial break. There's a lot of theories out there, a lot of possibilities. At the end of the day, chaos led to that person getting shot, and that chaos was unnecessary. That chaos.
Yes, correct. Yes, no. I 100% agree. Yes. The chaos is what led to this. The chaos is unnecessary. The ICE officers have to stop escalating things like this. They are not capable of dealing with tense situations like this, and they need to stop creating
chaos was avoidable. That chaos would have not been there had local law enforcement had a cordon for that operation that, from everything we know, was completely justified, going after someone with a criminal record who is not in this country legally. And if your stance is you're willing to let people who care, regardless if I agree with them or not, but people who care in their community, if you're willing to let them die because you don't want to pick up a finger and help make this happen, get bad people out of your community, then you need to reevaluate your priorities. Maybe it's less about your political future and more about the lives of the people in your city.
And this chaos, Tommy.
About this. I mean, what happened today was tragic. I think everyone across the board has
I deleted my post on the latest shooting in Minneapolis. I can't believe I just said that, the latest shooting, because obviously we understand a lot better now. There are videos that you can watch of this latest shooting involving Mr. Preddy, ICE, and another U.S. citizen, a nurse this time. And look, they're dueling narratives. Investigate, get the facts, and do what justice demands. But the video accounts show a very troubling episode that beg for accountability and de-escalation. And it has to start with the government. Okay, we have to start at the top. These are the people who are charged with knowing how and insisting on de-escalation. The hot talk, the constant threats, the constant justification.
At the VA, nonetheless. Yeah, yeah. The fucking VA. This is him.
You guys go ahead and stand right over there.
Terrence Lee Randolph, March 30th, 1947, December 10th, 2024. Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served so that we may enjoy the gift of freedom. So in this moment, we remember and give thanks for their dedication and selfless service to our nation in the cause of our freedom. In this solemn hour, we render them our honor and our gratitude. You guys can follow.
It has to stop. We can't have government agents shooting and killing American citizens. This has to stop. If you're going to send the VP to Minneapolis, meet with the mayor, meet with the governor, give this a chance to cool down. If we keep at it this way, it's only going to get worse. Now, look, I hear you. Maybe there are people who want that, but I don't know why any American citizen would. This has to stop. We already know more than enough to know that.
If you've seen the videos coming out of Minneapolis from this morning, particularly the second one from the woman closer to the action, you're probably like me feeling deeply saddened, so angry, and also, yes, terrified, because what we witnessed was an execution. It was murder in cold blood, and don't let them gaslight us into saying anything otherwise. The video evidence is incontrovertible. We saw ICE agents assaulting two innocent bystanders, throwing a woman to the ground, tackling, punching, pistol whipping, and spraying pepper spray in the face of the man who they then murdered when one ICE agent pulled his gun out, shot him multiple times at point blank. This was not self-defense. This was not law enforcement. It certainly was not immigration enforcement. This was murder. And it was the inevitable result of months and months of complete lawlessness and a culture of criminality that is being fomented and condoned by the people at the very top. And yes, I'm talking about you, Kristi Noem, Greg Bovino, and Tom Homan. You are responsible, and you deserve to be criminally investigated. You probably deserve to be in prison. And we're going to keep fighting to make sure that you face your day in court because of the lawlessness and criminality that you have created at ICE. Every single person involved with today's murder, Renee Good's murder, and all of the other lawless activities we have seen over the past year need to be criminally prosecuted. I know a lot of us are scared, but we cannot back down. We have to continue to defend peacefully our democracy and our rule of law, because if we don't, masked men will be roaming the rest of our country just like in Minneapolis. So we need to stand up right now and be counted. And we will do that. And all of those responsible will face your day in court. You will face your criminal charges. Because in America, you do not get away with murder on the streets, particularly not when a bunch of people are recording you doing it. So ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. Start obeying the law, because we will be coming after you in the courts and otherwise.
Woman with the car, that Renee Good, I think that it was much more ambiguous. I think that it's very obvious that if you're shooting an unarmed man whenever they're being restrained by 6 other people or 7 other people, very, very clearly your life was not in danger. You're not defending yourself from a deadly threat. This person's unarmed, and that's it. There's literally no excuse for it. And I'm a big supporter of ICE. I think ICE is great. I think they should deport every single illegal alien in the country. All that being said, you can't have ICE. Because I'm a supporter of ICE, that means that I need to have accountability for ICE. And let me explain what I mean by that. If you have a police department that's not accountable, or a law enforcement agency that's not accountable, that basically is the Gestapo. That is the secret police. That is the SS. What Gestapo was, right, is you had no recourse. They had no accountability. There was nothing that happened to them if they did something wrong. They could kill you for whatever reason they wanted. And you have to have laws that make police accountable, because that's the other big component. Anyone with a concealed carry knows you should always comply with police, announce your weapon, and de-escalate all potentially dangerous situations, at least in my state. The guy intentionally gets in the way and involved in an escalating situation. Absolutely retarded behavior from a concealed carrier. I think you're totally right. I do. I think you're completely right. I think this is absolutely fucking retarded to do. And at the end of the day, if he had complied with the police, if he didn't have the gun with him, there is a much higher probability that he wouldn't have been shot. There is. Like, it's undeniable this is the case. And I feel like that nuance is constantly lost because you can easily come to the conclusion that maybe the way that they shot him was wrong. And based off of everything that I've seen, I'm pretty certain.
Well, even the way that they detained him was wrong. Even the way that everything started off was wrong. Like, it was wrong from beginning to end. All of it was wrong.
That they fucked up. I am. This seems pretty cut and dried that they fucked up. Now, I'm not, you know, we need to wait for the body cam, and that way we'll really know, but...
They don't wear body cams. ICE doesn't wear body cams. Trump got rid of the law or wrote an executive order, I believe, that says they don't have to wear body cams. They weren't wearing body cams on the last one with Renee Good. Why would they be wearing body cams this time?
Right now, it sure seems like they fucked up. But it would have never happened if he didn't do that. That's true.
I mean, look, first of all, pushing back on a statement, they appear to be lying in real time about what this video shows and about what was happening. They couldn't possibly have even gathered the facts that they claim to be representing to the public, but they also...
Again, this is exactly what they did in the Renee Good scenario as well, where they immediately came out with a statement about her being a domestic terrorist trying to kill them. And then again here, they just immediately come out with a claim that he was there to just kill a bunch of people. Fucking insane.
Starkly contradict what we're all seeing with our own eyes.
Also, they keep saying things in a very manipulative way. They keep saying he brought 2 mags, okay? When I heard that, when I heard he brought 2 mags, I was like, what? Did he? Okay, wait, that's a bit fucking wild. Like, brought 2 fucking mags? 1 mag is in the fucking gun. The other, then he just had an extra mag with him. He didn't bring 2 extra mags. He just, 1 mag's in the gun. He had an extra mag. So when they say he brought 2 mags, it sounds like he has a total of 3, and that he's like, yeah. At that point, I'm like, wait, really? He brought 2 fucking mags? Holy shit! Seems a little fucking crazy. But yeah, 1 in the gun and then having an extra one, that's not fucking crazy. That's not wild at all. When they keep saying this, they're saying it in a fucking manipulative way.
Starkly contradict what we're all seeing with our own eyes. Look, if this were a properly functioning Justice Department, the investigation, the federal investigation into all of these officers would have already begun. They'd be detained on the site, probably by the FBI, maybe in a joint operation with local officials. But I see, from what we have seen, no justification for this man's death. He appears to have been killed for exercising his constitutional rights. I mean, look, first of all, pushing back.
Thank you so much for doing this, and would welcome also any other guidance from Chief Scott. Did the 37-year-old who had a license to carry, did he brandish a gun? And at what point did law enforcement retrieve the gun and also the magazines from him? Can you offer clarity on
this
where
individual showed up to impede a law enforcement operation?
Tom, did you hear about the leaked letter from Pam Bondi saying ICE would leave if they gave the feds the voter roll? No? AG Bondi demands access to Minnesota voter roll after fatal Border Patrol shooting. Just hours after federal immigration officers shot and killed a man in Minneapolis, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi seized upon the incident to demand access to Minnesota's voter rolls. Okay, well, this is the only thing that's popping up about this, and apparently it has a paywall, but I don't even know who they are. Democracy Docket.
In the moment there's one weapon, there might be two.
In the moment, it could be that one of those officers had a letter in his pocket saying that he was going to kill that guy with his name written on it and everything, saying, "I'm going to kill this man today." In the moment, we don't have that letter, but could be. Yeah, that's the only website that I see saying anything about this. Oh, there it is. New York Times. State of Minnesota refuses to enforce the law, and the consequences are heartbreaking. Americans are watching politicians ignore federal immigration law, criminals attack federal law enforcement, and rioters storm church services. I write to urge a change. In December 2025, the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, launched Operation Metro Surge to protect the Americans from dangers presented by unchecked illegal immigration, including violent crime and drug trafficking. Since the beginning of this operation, law enforcement has put themselves in harm's way to arrest dangerous criminals, including members of notorious violent gangs, criminal illegal aliens convicted of homicide, drug trafficking, sexual assault against a child, rape with a weapon, and other horrific crimes are now off the streets because of Operation
Aram Sound tip
Metro Surge.
$25. You should probably put your timer and goals up. Rogaine ain't cheap, I hear. We don't want to hear you cry about being bald.
Yeah, I honestly, I was going to earlier. I don't know how long I want to cover this shit today. I've got some stuff to go over, and I think I'm just gonna go over it and get off for play some video games or some shit like that. But thank you, Aaron, for the $25. All right. Yeah, she says rape with a weapon and horrific crimes are now off the streets because of Operation Metro Surge. Unfortunately, you and other Minnesota officials have refused to support the men and women risking their lives to protect Americans and uphold the rule of law. Because Minnesota, Minneapolis, and St. Paul have chosen to ignore federal immigration law by enacting sanctuary laws and policies, the federal agents led by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and U.S. Customs Border Protection have operated alone. And politicians in your state are not just refusing to help these agents, they are putting federal agents in danger. Yeah, sorry, they're putting federal agents in danger. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey said, ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. But damn, dude, that really put them in danger. Oh man, that's so dangerous, dude. How could he say something like that? Whoa, that's that's literally just advocating for violence. That's explicit advocation for violence. Wow. You refer to our law enforcement as Trump modern day Gestapo. Minneapolis City Council member Aisha Chugati stated that the city must be ready to act as the last line of defense for targeted communities. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison has previously compared ICE enforcement to being under attack by the Nazis. Yeah, so it sounds like they're the ones who are in danger, not you guys. Thanks for reading all of that. Now it sounds like they're the ones who are in danger from you guys, not you guys being the ones in danger. Appreciate it. The results of your state's policies and politicians' anti-law enforcement rhetoric are a national tragedy. Violence against ICE officers and agents has increased approximately 1,300%. Vehicular attacks against ICE officers have increased 3,200%.
Honest question, Tom. Since the victims of the ICE murders were white, do you think more people will care? Have a good night, Tom. Stay blessed.
No. No. I mean, when we look back at like the George Floyd protests and the BLM protests, obviously the majority of those people were white. It was a proportionate amount of white people who were out there at those protests every single time. We just went over a couple of videos from black people saying, well, here you go, white people. Now you get to be upset too. We weren't fucking there the whole time. Like, we weren't there the whole time. Like, we weren't part of all this shit. In the last couple of protests, a big conversation around the protests with immigration was that black people were sitting out. Black people weren't going to take part in these protests. They're not part of this one. And then it's all white people protesting over immigration shit, right? So, no, I don't think now that it's a white person that now people are finally going to care. I think that it's been majority white people who are out there fighting for immigrants, who were out there fighting on the BLM lines and the George Floyd shit. And I'm not trying to make it a race thing to say like, thank us guys, we're white. There you go. You're welcome. But it's the other people who are making it this by being like, well, white people, now you white libs get to care for once. Like, where the fuck have you guys been? Where the fuck have you guys been? Who do you think was out there the whole fucking time? Who do you think's been doing all of these protests? Who do you think's been out in the fucking streets every fucking time? But thank you for the $5. Yeah, so they keep saying that like all of these things are up 1,300%, 3,200%. First off, they have not put out any data that actually backs this up. They haven't put out any data that backs this up whatsoever. I don't find it hard to believe, but I also haven't seen anything to defend this whatsoever. I have no idea where they're getting their numbers. So while it could be easy to believe with all the protests and everything happening that this is like that these numbers have gone up, the fact that it's gone up 3,200%, I don't know that that's true. They might be making that up. Two, the Trump administration doesn't seem to know how percentages work. Donald Trump thinks that he just got drug prices to go down 2,000%. So the fact that they say this has gone up 3,200%, I have no reason to believe that when they don't seem to know how percentages work. So I would need to see some actual numbers. I would need to see some actual data. I would need to see some sort of justification for this in order to believe that, because when they're whining and crying about how much these ICE officers are getting attacked and then they put it up at like 3,200% more, I don't think you guys know what 3,200% even means. So perhaps most disappointing, the lawlessness caused by these policies has bled into scared spaces of worship. Sacred spaces of worship. Parishioners were met by an anti-ICE mob last weekend as several dozen individuals stormed city churches in Minneapolis. Okay, all right. So cool. So we have one example of protesters going into churches. We have numerous examples of ICE agents going into churches to arrest people. So if you're worried about parishioners being interrupted, if you're worried about church services being interrupted or these places being kept sacred, maybe y'all should have not gone into fucking churches to arrest immigrants. Maybe you guys shouldn't have crossed that line, because while I think it's dumb for the fucking protesters to go inside the church, you guys are not the ones who can criticize them for that. Y'all can't criticize them for that because you guys also went inside the fucking church. The violence against our officers and the violations of religious liberties cannot be allowed. The lawlessness in the streets is matched by the unprecedented financial fraud occurring on your watch, and the out-of-control fraud in your state also implicates election security. It is a tragedy that Americans have lost faith in Minnesota's ability to keep its taxpayers' funds secure and its citizens safe. You and your office must restore the rule of law, support ICE officers, and bring an end to the chaos in Minnesota. Fortunately, there are common sense solutions to these problems that I hope we can accomplish together. First, share all of Minnesota's records on Medicaid and food and nutrition service programs, including the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program data, with the federal government. Allowing the federal government to efficiently investigate fraud will save Minnesota taxpayers money and ensure that Minnesota's welfare funds are being used to help those in need, not enrich fraudsters. Second, repeal the sanctuary policies that have led to so much crime and violence in your state. Removing criminal illegal aliens from Minnesota neighborhoods will save lives, and state and local officials should support this goal. All detention facilities in your state should cooperate fully with ICE, honor immigration detainers, and permit ICE to interview detainees in custody to determine immigration status. I urge you to reach an agreement with ICE that allows them to remove illegal aliens in custody of Minnesota's prison and jails and avoid pushing these interactions in your streets. Third, allow the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice to access voter rolls to confirm that Minnesota's voter registration practices comply with federal law as authorized by the Civil Rights Act of 1960. Fulfilling this common sense request will better guarantee free and fair elections and boost confidence in the rule of law. I am confident that these simple steps will help bring back law and order to Minnesota and improve lives of Americans. The time has come for the state and local officials in your state to change course. As the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States, I am committed to enforcing federal immigration laws and keeping every American safe. Minnesota can and should be partners with this administration. Do not obstruct federal immigration enforcement. Do not allow rioters to take over the streets and houses of worship. Do not hinder federal officials from investigating financial fraud and violations of election laws. Whether the state and local politicians stand in the way or not, we will work every day to protect Americans and make Minnesota safe again. I request that you join us in this effort. So yeah, they didn't say that they would remove ICE. She did ask for voter rolls and shit like that, but she didn't say that they were going to remove ICE if they cooperated with these things. Because it doesn't make sense for them to say, help ICE with their raids and give them access to all of your people. Also, we're going to remove ICE, so they're not even going to be there when you give them access to things. And, you know, we're like, we want you to protect our officers, but also our officers aren't going to be there. Like,
Thank you so much for doing this, and would welcome also any other guidance from Chief Scott. Did the 37-year-old who had a license to carry, did he brandish a gun? And at what point did law enforcement retrieve the gun and also the magazines from him? Can you offer clarity on
this
where
individual showed up to impede a law enforcement operation and assaulted our officers? They responded according to their training and took action to defend the officer's life and those of the public around him. And I don't know of any peaceful protester that shows up with a gun and ammunition rather than a sign. This is
so no answer. So no answer. You just, this is fucking wild, dude. These people are not law enforcement. They're not government officials or representatives. They're just people doing propaganda for the Trump administration. That's all it is. It's just a bunch of fucking propagandists.
This is a violent riot when you have someone showing up with weapons and are using them to assault law enforcement officers.
Because video appears to show he's disarmed before shots.
She just said
Or fire.
Assault law enforcement when you have someone showing up with weapons and are using them to assault law enforcement officers.
When they're showing up with weapons and using them to assault law enforcement officers. When the fuck did he use a weapon to assault a law enforcement officer? When the fuck did that happen? When did this happen? When the fuck did this happen? Anybody? We got Republicans in chat. Any of you guys? Can you guys tell me when he used a weapon to assault law enforcement officers? When did he do this? Anybody? We got anybody who wants to? Anybody who wants to tell me when he used a weapon to assault law enforcement officers?
Because video appears to show he's disarmed before shots are fired. So I just want clarity on that. And beyond that, I just want to follow up and ask who within the federal government is leading the criminal investigation, understanding that CBP OPR has opened up an internal investigation. And beyond that, why did federal agents tell Minneapolis Police Department to leave the scene?
We're continuing to follow the exact same protocols that we always.
So you hear this, right? They told the police department to leave the scene. This is a consistent claim from local police departments, is that they are showing up to help ICE officers and ICE officers are telling them to leave. There's been times where they said, okay, we're not going to leave, but we will like secure a perimeter around you, and ICE officers started pepper spraying them. ICE officers started pepper spraying local law enforcement. So where the the officials like Pam Bondi and all of these people keep claiming that local law enforcement are refusing to help them. They're refusing to give them backup. They're refusing to do anything. This is bullshit. Fucking bullshit. We even saw in California during the California riots and things like that that in protests that they were like a local law enforcement was there to help, but yeah, they all just keep claiming that this isn't happening.
Have. And so this investigation is ongoing. We're continuing to gather the facts as they unfold throughout that, and we'll do it just like we did under the entire Trump administration and previous administrations. Nothing has changed, and we'll continue to release details as we have them. But I want you to not distract away from the facts of this situation. Our law enforcement officers were there doing a targeted operation against an individual who was in this country illegally and had a criminal conviction for domestic assault with intent to do bodily harm, and other convictions as well. This individual went and impeded their law enforcement operations, attacked those officers, had a weapon on him, and multiple dozens of rounds of ammunition, wishing to inflict.
He attacked them? What the fuck?
Harm on these officers, coming brandishing like that and impeding their work that they were doing. We'll continue to allow. That is a different.
Yeah, the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus has sent us a statement. We do want to share it with you. It says in part, despite widespread speculation regarding intent, there has been no evidence produced indicating an intent to harm the officers. We are calling for a full and transparent investigation by both state and federal authorities. Every peaceable Minnesotan has the right to keep and bear arms.
Talking about Alex Purdy right there. Yes. So they are saying they do not have any sense of intent.
Yeah, the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus has sent us a statement. We do want to share it with you. It says in part,
that they don't have any sense of intent?
Alex Purdy right there. Yes. So they are saying they do not have any sense of intent.
What? Anyways. Yes, Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus?
yeah, the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus has sent us.
Yes, they sent a letter saying that there was no evidence that this guy had any intent to hurt officers, that he ever assaulted them, and obviously anybody in favor of the Second Amendment should be horrifically horrified and against this shooting of somebody just for having a gun.
But I think the video speaks for itself. What I can tell you.
Minneapolis Police Chief.
But I think the video speaks for itself. What I can tell you is we have identified this person, 37-year-old white male, resident of the city. The only interaction that we are aware of with law enforcement has been for traffic tickets, and we believe he is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. Chief, can you clarify? But I think the video.
So yeah.
First question, when did agents learn that he had a gun, and did he ever brandish that weapon at agents?
Allie, this situation, again, is evolving. This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. This particular incident is...
Bro, you already gave a fucking statement on this. What do you mean? You already gave a statement on this. What the fuck? Why are you backtracking now?
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic
handgun.
The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life,
he said violently resisted. She said reacted violently.
Armed suspect reacted violently.
fearing for his life
and for the lives of his fellow officers around him. An agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had two magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. An individual approached.
So yeah, he's already made statements on this. The last one is
where an individual
to
wanted
inflict
to do
maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
He wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. He's already made this statement. He already said this. He already said this.
Allie, this situation, again, is evolving.
So when she says, was there ever a point when he actually, grabbed the weapon or threatened law enforcement? Now he's like, oh, it's under investigation. It's evolving. We'll have to wait for a full investigation.
This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. This particular incident is being investigated just like we investigate other similar incidents like we've done over the past several years. It's in the hands of professionals. Those facts will come to light.
Well, we already are saying that he was there to inflict maximum damage and kill ICE officers. That's great.
Interesting.
Oh, I fucking hate this bitch. I fucking hate this bitch. Does anybody know who this bitch is? She literally just makes up shit in the most insane fucking way every fucking time. Every fucking time. Like when Renee Good died, she said that this was somebody who went there to kill ICE officers. Excuse me. This is somebody who went there planning on running them over. That she was this radical communist and shit like that. This bitch is fucking insane, bro.
Interesting.
So she's responding to Governor Tim Walz's tweet where it says, I just spoke with the White House after another horrific shooting by federal agents this morning. Minnesota has had it. This is sickening. The president must end this operation. Pull the thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now.
Interesting. I find it horrific that the Democrats like Tim Walz have brainwashed their voter base so much that they think it's okay to pull a gun on a federal officer.
Pull a gun. Pull a gun. Pull a gun. Pull a gun, is what she says. Pull a gun on an officer. He pulled a gun.
Their voter base so much that they think it's okay to pull a gun on a federal officer. That's pretty horrific. Here's something about me. I carry a gun with me everywhere I go, lawfully. If I were to ever be approached by or pulled over by officers, whether or not I was in a duty to inform or must inform if asked state, the very first thing I would do is show my hands and say, I am carrying a firearm on body. This is where it is. How would you like me to proceed? And then I would comply. What I would not do is go out and seek confrontation and attack officers while having a gun on me and then reach for it. Because I know that would get me shot. How do I know that? Because it's common sense. And if it's not common sense to you, how else do I know that? I'm around guns all the time. I'm at the range 4 to 5 times a week. And if I were to reach for a gun, when even my shooting instructor
I'm at the shooting range like 6, 7 times a week.
Instructor who's downrange, if I were to reach for my gun when he was down there, I'd probably get shot. And he knows me. And he knows I would never hurt him. But you don't mess around, and you don't wait around to see if someone's actually going to shoot you. Otherwise, you're going to die. So if you value your life and you take the responsibility to carry a gun on you, there are responsibilities that come with that if you don't want to be shot. It's like so easy not to get shot by a federal officer. It's so easy. I would never be in that situation. It's not that, oh, it could be any of us. No.
She gives off like crazy like witch lady vibes. Is it just me? She gives off like crazy witch lady vibes who's gonna like come and like give you your future. Like she can read your palm, and she's you know, she wants to know your sign, and like is anybody else getting these fucking vibes from her? Like that's though, like it's in the fucking eyes, dude. It's in the eyes. Like she just seems so scary. She gives off would have called the cops on Anne Frank vibes, yeah. She's an Aquarius, dude. She probably knows spells and thinks crystals are magic. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm getting that. Okay, good. I'm getting Jenny McCarthy vibes for sure. Wasn't his gun visible on his right hip? I think it was on his back. I'm not sure, but I believe it was on his back. She's definitely got a couple crystals for this situation. Yeah.
No. I would never attack. I would never attack an officer. I would never resist arrest. I would never pull a gun on one. I would never drive a vehicle.
You don't know if you would never resist arrest, bitch. You have no fucking idea.
Into one. Like this is insane. Because really what the Democrats are pushing for is lawlessness. They're working against officers. And do you really want to live in a society where just your everyday Joe is the one just making all the rules, has the ability to just shoot an officer? No. I actually want more officers. I actually want more ICE because I want to feel safe on my streets, in my city, in my country. And I'm going to let them do their jobs. You should too, if you don't want to get shot.
Good one.
If you slow down the footage of the ICE shooting that just took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota, you can see.
So I think this is where it's at. You can see the guy who comes in. He's reaching into the back of his pants. It looks like that's where he grabs the gun from.
The ICE agents very intentionally removed the man's weapon from his waistband.
Yep. See, there he's got it. So yeah, it was in the back of his waistband.
And toss it off to the side. If I pause it right here, you can see that the ICE agent took the man's weapon and is throwing it to the side. After they shoot this unarmed man and he's lying there on the ground motionless. Look, you can see his feet on the ground right there. They continue to dump bullets into his motionless body.
What the fuck?
I counted 5 shots when he was laying there motionless. These undertrained dipshit ICE agents. If you slow down the footage of the ICE.
Yep. Oh yeah, we already saw this one.
Bit off, and then unfortunately, about it today, there's a report of an ICE officer getting his finger bit off, and then unfortunately, a deranged individual that came in to cause max damage with a loaded pistol with an extra mag that was completely loaded was shot and killed. Now, how much more does this got to go on before the Democrat leaders there take responsibility for their work.
Yeah, come on, Democrats, take responsibility for ICE murdering people. Come on. Democrats, take responsibility for ICE going up and trying to bully people and then shooting them for being bullied. You're not allowed to take ICE officers being bullies like that. Like, if they come over and shove your head in a toilet and give you a swirly, and you let them, you should be shot for that. It's not okay. It's not okay.
Two ICE agents just executed a man in Minneapolis, and I say executed because there were 4 to 6 ICE agents who were trying to detain this protester when one of them decided they are going to pull their gun and shoot this man. As all the ICE agents are walking away, another ICE agent pulls out their weapon and shoots this protester as they are lying face down on the ground. That is not an officer-involved shooting. That is murder. That is execution. That is the state executing a dissident, to be clear. I used to work with kids who have autism. I used to work with kids in the juvenile justice system, and I did a ton of holds. There were a ton of times where I had to physically put my hands on somebody and restrain them because the way they were behaving was unsafe to themselves or to others. And you know what never happened? I never murdered anybody. I never struck anybody as they are lying face down on the ground. These officers have not been trained in de-escalation at all, and that should be profoundly concerning to all of us. We do not want secret police wandering around just shooting people, executing people. That is not how a democracy functions. This is not what Christ calls us to. Christ calls us to love our neighbors. Christ calls us to love our enemies even. Is shooting somebody as they're lying face down, loving them. Is doing that kind of action, acting in love towards your enemy, or acting in love towards your neighbor. Democracies cannot function if the party in power is going to use the state to execute people who are not in power. That is what's happening in Iran right now, right? This
inflammatory title? Are you joking? My title is ICE kills another person with reactions. I didn't say murdered. I didn't say like what, how is that inflammatory? It just said killed. How is that that is literally as like basic as it fucking gets. That is as basic and as like unbiased as it can possibly get. They killed somebody. I didn't say murdered. I didn't say they went and like hunted somebody down. I didn't say anything disgusting. What is disgusting about it, Juan? You know what? I don't even give a fuck. Shut the fuck up.
The state is executing dissidents, and we are seeing the beginnings of it here in the United States. So if you've been on the sidelines at all, I would encourage you, even if you like some of the stuff that Trump does, even if you disagree with everything else that I say, we cannot function as a democracy if we have secret police who are going around and executing people. That is the start of a civil war, and that is bad for everybody involved. So ask yourself, is this what I would want if I was in their shoes? Look at the perspective of your fellow Americans. Look at what it's like to be in Minneapolis right now. People are profoundly scared of ICE because ICE is just running around shooting people and pepper spraying them as they're lying face down on the ground.
You're next, Dave. Lucky, you're fucking next.
This is not just...
Tom, I'm gonna have to push back on it. Did they murder him? They had no justification for their actions. That's why they're lying. And not having a justification isn't the same as murder. Like, you can kill somebody wrongly, and it doesn't necessarily mean... Like, normally, like when we're talking about murder, we're saying that there's like some sort of intent to kill the person. It could be that they were like negligent in the way that they did this, which is what it seems like so far. It seems as though the best like assumption currently is that they went to grab the gun, and while they were grabbing the gun, somebody yelled gun, 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 and then they pulled it out and start running away with it. But somebody else doesn't see that they grabbed the gun, hears somebody yell gun, 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 and then just start shooting. And so that's what it seems like. And so it just seems like a bunch of fucking dumb fucks who don't know how to deal with a situation because they escalated it. They made everything so hectic to where in the middle of how hectic everything is, they don't know how to deal with the scenario, and they all shit their pants and lose their fucking minds. So
justified in any sense of the word. Christ calls us to a different way. He calls us to a way where we can actually love our enemies instead of using violence against them. Because you know what? When things flip, that gives our enemies the excuse to use violence against us. That's not a world that I want. I don't want a world where people come into my church and shoot me because they don't like my beliefs. You want to come in and protest because you don't like my beliefs? I'm okay with that, because you know what? At the end of the day, we both get to walk away from that. Nobody has to go away in a body bag. We are on a profoundly dangerous...
Just to be clear, I didn't say that he didn't murder her either. Or him. I didn't say that the ICE officer didn't murder him. I'm just saying what the fucking title says. I said killed because I would rather like wait on more information. But yeah, I was just trying to say that like that I didn't say he murdered her or murdered him, but I'm not saying he didn't. Just that that it just put killed in the title, and somehow that's inflammatory. Fucking shit.
Dangerous direction as a country. So I encourage you, reach out to your representatives. I encourage you to go and protest. People need to see that this kind of fascist behavior is not okay. It's not healthy for a democratic state, and it is going to lead to profound suffering in the United States.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna guess. Okay? I'm gonna guess. It's gonna be another. I mean, I'm not saying he should have shot him, but they shouldn't have been resisting. It's gonna be another one of those. It's gonna be another one of those. That's you know, I don't know. I don't know if he should have shot him, but he shouldn't have been resisting. Hey, yo, that guy doesn't exist. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's go. Let's get some cheers in chat. Hells yeah. Appreciate it, homie. Thank you very much. W, that guy doesn't exist.
Okay, so now I think I have a better idea of what's happened. So it seems like they were in the road, blocking traffic, hindering traffic, whatever, trying to cause problems for ICE or Homeland Security. They then start to get these people off the road. You could argue
I didn't see that. What?
The guy was aggressive. You could also argue that they're tired of the bullcrap and being nice doesn't get the job done. That's very likely a possibility. So essentially he pushes the woman back and starts spraying with, it looked like pepper spray. Then the man who got shot steps in and tries to stop them from doing so. First mistake. He then starts getting sprayed with the pepper spray. The officer takes a quick break from him, starts spraying the woman again. Then he tries to get in and defend her again. Second.
No, Fad and White Man from Town are drastically different people. Drastically different people. Fad hates gay people. White Man from Town is gay. Fad isn't like a MAGA supporter, just more of like a white nationalist. White Man from Town is just a brainless MAGA supporter. Drastically different people.
Mistake. Well, let me go back. The very first mistake was going out to do what he was going to do, carrying a pistol. First mistake in my opinion. Because the reality is, if he didn't have that pistol on him, he's still alive. Stuff like this is happening all over Minneapolis. In the vast.
Really? Would you have said the same thing for Kyle Rittenhouse? You think the same scenario for Kyle Rittenhouse was true? What's this guy's name? Jeffrey Mead. Does he have a YouTube channel?
Victimhood is a cancer, and it eats you alive. I mean, it can absolutely kill your ability to make a change in your own life.
100%. I think it does. I think that's the biggest reason at this point. I think that's the biggest reason Black Americans as a whole struggle, not because of history. I think that played a part in it, and mentalities have carried over from that, and they haven't actually adapted to where the world is today. So many Black Americans are operating with software that's outdated, for a lack of a better term, if that makes sense.
Victimhood is a cancer, and it eats you alive. I mean, it can...
Okay, I don't see anything about Kyle Rittenhouse from, so. Yeah, it doesn't seem as though he has anything about Kyle Rittenhouse. Weird.
The vast majority carrying a pistol. First mistake in my opinion. Because the reality is, if he didn't have that pistol on him, he's still alive. Stuff like this is happening all over Minneapolis. And the vast majority of people are not being shot because there is no threat of a pistol. So in my opinion, what happened was the guy did have a pistol on him. The pistol was removed by one of the officers maybe 2 seconds before the shots rang out. So the officers were notified that he had a pistol on him. It gets removed. The guy is still not complying. He's wrestling with officers. Now, if you don't know, if you have a pistol on you, all it takes is small movements to get it out, angle it, and start shooting. So he could have easily wiped 3 or 4 officers. So this is the agent. He de-arms the man and is running away with the gun seconds before the other officers start shooting. So in my opinion, it was slight miscommunication and a very bang, bang, tense, dramatic encounter. And this is far more tragic to me than like the Renee Good situation. That one was much more clear cut. But the primary question is, were the officers justified in fearing for their life? That's what's going to determine if they're guilty or not. And to that, I'm leaning towards yes, again, because it is very quick and very easy to maneuver a pistol and shoot multiple people. So this situation is much more gray to me than like the Renee Good situation. But this is a result of Democrats fighting us enforcing our own federal immigration laws again. Like you don't see Democrat.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that coming. So that's, yeah. So he didn't do the just resisting arrest is the reason, but it's showing up with a gun in the first place is the real problem here. That I did not see coming. Holy shit. All right.
Leaders saying, hey, do not impede ICE. You don't see them saying, hey, do not bother ICE. Don't affect ICE. Let them do their jobs. We'll fight it in court. We'll do whatever, but don't get in the way. You don't see Democrat politicians saying that. So I think the brainwashing from Democrats is the key thing that led this incident to happening.
Because they didn't tell them not to do something, that's the same as them telling them to do something. It's their fault for not saying don't do this.
Because this man feels he needs to step out there and start defending people he doesn't know against our own government who is enforcing our laws. Really think about that.
Really think about that, guys. If you don't know somebody, you shouldn't defend them. Like, I'm sure this guy is best friends with the government, okay? He knows the government very well. He's probably best friends with Donald Trump. They're like this. And so he can defend Donald Trump all the time because he knows him personally and intimately. Donald Trump has his foot up his fucking ass all the time to where they are very intimate friends. But for the rest of us, we don't know these immigrants. Like, whether or not their rights are being violated, whether or not we have you know, a dictatorship out in the streets, just violating people's rights left and right. That doesn't really matter. It's whether or not you know the people. You have to know them in order to defend them at all.
For a second. He seemed like he was a decent guy. You never know. Like, it seems like he was a decent guy who got caught up in propaganda and now he's dead as a result of it. But looking at this entire picture, I think the mistake that the federal agents made was the lack of communication. Now, again, I'm not going to sit here and point my finger at him because doing that in that environment in that amount of time is very difficult. But I do think
they're the ones who created the environment. They created the environment. They started pepper spraying a woman, shoving the woman, fighting the guy, fighting another woman. They literally created that environment. Nobody else. Nobody else created the environment. They created the environment. People standing there yelling at them is not enough for them to go up and shove them and pepper spray them. That is them constantly escalating things, making it a tense scenario to where they're not able to think anymore because they're too fucking pussy to do a job like this. This is them creating the scenario. So you can't say, oh, that I understand from their point of view because it's really hard to deal with a scenario like that. They created the scenario.
The reason the man is dead is because the agents thought he had a weapon on him when he no longer did. And again, I think it's more likely than not that it was reasonable that they thought he did have a weapon on him. But I think the guy who got the weapon should have been making it known that he got the weapon. Again, I'm not in law enforcement.
He might have, yeah, he might have. He might have, like, I've heard people say this. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard people saying he told them he had a weapon. He said, I have a gun, I have a gun. I don't know if that's true. So I'm not stating this to be a fact, but I am saying that this could have been the case. It could have been the case that he was saying, I have a gun. I have no idea, though.
Enforcement. This is just my take. But you're going to see Democrats try to demonize ICE and law enforcement for this. They don't deserve to be demonized. This is a result of the Democrats in that area. Like, the elected leaders in that area don't even they don't even have control of their city. But again, Democrats want that chaos, I think. I think they're low-key happy about this because it gives them a reason to be outraged and try to demonize ICE. And this case isn't as clear as the Renee Good case. So it could argue, but I'm not saying it will. It depends on how rational people are. It could help Democrats in their fight against ICE. I don't think it should. I think it's very sick what Democrats are doing in Minnesota. But again, don't forget federal elections. Democrats are fighting extremely hard to stop us from enforcing our own immigration laws. Why? Incentives shape behavior. What is the incentive? If a bunch of illegals are removed from these blue states, they likely will lose federal power. Apportionment, members of the House, electoral votes. The smaller their states get, the less federal power they have. And blue states are already hemorrhaging voters to red states. They're hemorrhaging people to red states. So they're already hemorrhaging voters. And now all the illegals they attracted are being removed. I'm not happy about that. I think that's one of the key reasons why they're fighting it, because Democrats aren't compassionate. You can tell they're not compassionate by the way they treat Republicans or anyone they view on the right.
They have child brains, bro. They have child brains. Their brains are like fucking children, dude. They're like fucking children, dude. Holy shit.
So if I was to summarize all of this, a man was brainwashed into thinking that he needed to step in and obstruct ICE from doing their job. When he's blocking them from pepper spraying people.
Or that he should step in and protect a woman, right? This is liberals don't know what a woman is. They believe in feminism, so they would let a woman fight for herself. Well, this guy, the liberal, who is a nurse who works at the VA and saves veterans' lives and things, that reads after they die, reads letters he wrote himself talking about how they fought for our freedoms and how they died for our freedoms and things like that. And he steps in when an ICE agent is being violent against women. And this is liberal programming? What? Which one is it? Which one is it? Is it that we don't know what women are, that we don't like the military, that we don't like the Second Amendment, we think women are the same as men, and like, equal rights, equal fights. Like, is it that liberal programming, or which one is it?
That's obstruction, or you could call it interference with law enforcement, but it's not legal. Even if he thinks what the officers are doing is wrong, it doesn't give him the legal authority to step in. And he did that because he likely was brainwashed that ICE is evil and they're going to harm everybody and cause all these problems. When in reality, if he and all these people were home minding their business, we wouldn't even be having these conversations. If he would have stayed home and minded his business.
Yeah, same with ICE. If ICE had just been at home minding their own business, we wouldn't even be having these conversations. Fair enough.
And not went out there to cause issues for ICE, he'd be alive. But again, overall, a bang-bang situation, gun was removed, within 2 seconds shots were fired because they thought he had a weapon on him live at that moment. No, ICE is not bloodthirsty demons. If ICE were bloodthirsty demons, they would have shot him before any of that even took place. They were trying to physically control him, heard he had a gun.
Before any of what took place. They would have shot him before any of what took place. ICE's business is to go for illegals. Well, ICE's or Americans' business is to protect Americans. I don't know. Unless you're not a patriot, like, I can understand some of you guys are not like America first. You don't really care about Americans. You might not even be from America, so I can understand you don't understand what it's like to care about the Constitution, to care about your freedoms, to care about your rights. But for those of you who don't understand that, I'm just explaining from a real American standpoint. We obviously feel as though this is like our duty to stand up for our neighbors. Like, this is something we all feel is like a necessity for us. But for those of you who are not, like, really into like the patriotism shit and like, all of that, like, caring, like, being proud to be an American and all that, like, I can understand how it may not register as the same sort of thing, but it is.
That could turn deadly quickly. Things happened. But I want to harp on this because it's true. Democrat leadership is partially at fault here, because they have been encouraging their base to do things and cause problems for ICE, which is why you don't ever see them condemning their own side, saying, hey, we need to not do these things. Again, I think a big part of it is they want to import a voter base, and now that possible voter base is being removed, and they don't like it. And the only way they can stop that voter base from being removed is to demonize ICE and get the public to hate ICE, and then hopefully that...
Tom, how are they even arguing obstruction when that woman was a protester and wasn't under any detaining, arrest, or investigation? She literally got knocked down for protesting. Yeah, they're saying obstruction, but all they did is shove her and start pepper spraying her. There's no evidence that she had done anything violent against him. It could have been the case. I'm not saying she didn't. I'm saying there's no evidence that she did. So, yeah, there's no reason to even call it obstruction right now.
Puts pressure on the administration to stop deportations.
Like, again, with Renee Good, yes, she was obstructing. Pretty obvious. Like, fine to call that obstruction. In this scenario, there's no obstruction right now.
And from all the actions before us, it seems as though this administration is trying to precipitate a flashpoint so that they can go into cities and municipalities and states based on political affiliation and exert and escalate. They are using the rhetoric of martial law and civil conflict. And it is fundamentally un-American. This is a moment, as you said, where we must cool tempers. It is time for ICE to stand down. It is
How many people could ICE possibly remove, and would they be able to put a dent in Dem voter base? I think it's probably true to some extent. Let's see if we can find some numbers on this. I think it's true to an extent. How many illegal immigrants are in California? 2.25 to 2.3 million. Okay. How many people? How many people? In the House of Representatives, each represent a portion of their state known as congressional district, which averages 700,000 people. The U.S. House of Representatives, each of the 435 voting delegates represent approximately 710,000 to 760,000 people, a figure that has tripled since 1910. Okay. So let's take the high end, 760,000 people. If there's 2.25 illegal immigrants in California, they get counted on the census. They can't vote. What are we talking about? So when we decide how many representatives we get, how many delegates we get for, or how many what is it, the people who go and actually place the votes for us in the Electoral College, what is the, I keep just calling them delegates, but it's there's a more like succinct term. Electorates, yes. Okay, yes. So the total, like the amount of electorates you get are based on like some sort of population size, and same with how many representatives you get in the House of Representatives is also based on a population size. So the more people you have in your state, the more representatives you get in the House, and the more electorates you get. And that's all based on the census, and the census includes legal and illegal immigrants. So it's not just citizens, it's just how many people are there. And so yes, that is, if you have 2.25 or 2.23 million illegal immigrants in your state, then you got maybe about three more you have no idea what you're talking about? What? Correct me, Jim Doe. Go ahead and correct me. What am I wrong about? You may get more electorates, but that does not really add up to more blue votes. Well, correct, but it doesn't have to add up to more blue votes. So, like, in California, we already know that state's going to be blue. Nah, bro, just ask ChatGPT. All right, goodbye, Jim Doe. You're too stupid to explain something. Don't pretend as though you know it, okay? If you are going to sit there and pretend as though you know better than me, but then when you're asked, be like, oh, I can't explain it, I don't know, then shut the fuck up. Why would you even speak up if you're just going to sit there afterwards and prove that you have no fucking idea what you're talking about? But anyways, so yeah, so in California, we already know that they're going to vote blue, right? We already know they're going to vote blue. So it doesn't, like, they don't need more Democrat votes. They just need more, they just need their votes to count for more in the Electoral College. That's it, right? And so if their votes count for more, it's going to be blue no matter what, but they now get more out of it. That's what matters.
Rhetoric of martial law and civil conflict, and it is fundamentally un-American. This is a moment, as you said, where we must cool tempers. It is time for ICE to stand down. It is time for DA.
I really do not get it. You get red districts in California, don't you? Why does that matter? The delegates for the presidential election are going to be just one. It doesn't matter, like, if half the state votes blue and half the state votes red, half of their delegates don't go, or electorates don't go and vote red and the other half vote blue. That's not how that works. It's just it's just the number of it's just whatever wins the popular vote in the state, then all of the delegate or electorates go and vote for that person. I think there might be one or two states that do a proportionality for the presidential election, but California does not. So.
DHS to stand down. We are seeing mothers that are being killed in the street. We are seeing, when you look at this victim, early reports seem to show that he was an ICU nurse. I'm also seeing some circulating that he may have even been at the VA, an ICU nurse.
That's right.
Treating.
That's right. He was an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA. That's right.
So we are talking about Donald Trump accusing a Veterans Affairs.
I believe the number of seats amounts to 3. Wait, what are you talking about? You know, we have 50 states and we have like 450 people in the House of Representatives. Three times 50 would be 150. So at most, you're saying it amounts to 3. At most, we could possibly have 150, but we don't. We have way more than that. Ask ChatGPT. Ask it what? Because I think you're confused on what we're talking about. Ask it what? I don't need to ask ChatGPT. I know how this works. Like, I know how it works. We have 2 senators per state. Okay, so in the Senate, each state, doesn't matter your proportionality, doesn't matter your population, doesn't matter. In the Senate, you get 2 representatives per state. Okay, then in the House of Representatives, you get representatives based on your proportionality. So you can have you can have 10 representatives in one state and 2 in another, and that's going to be based on like population size. So that is that's why in the last that's why in Texas we just had this entire controversy between Texas and California, because Texas, you're only supposed to like draw districts every like 10 years or something like that, and that's when you figure out like the population size in these different districts so that you can get more representatives. But Donald Trump's AG Pam Bondi said that Texas's lines were drawn illegally, and therefore they had to redraw them when they're not supposed to be redrawing them for another like 3 or 4 years. They told them they had to redraw them because they were illegal. Well, they weren't illegal. There was no reason to say that they were illegal, but they just claimed that they were illegal so that they could redraw them. And so now that they say your lines are illegal, you have to redraw them. Now, because their population is bigger, they were able to redraw lines to get more representatives with more districts. So then California said, okay, if you guys are redrawing lines, we're redrawing lines, and we're going to have more representatives as well. And so that's like what the whole thing was just over. Based on analysis of the 2020 census and projection for the 2024 through 2030, the inclusion of undocumented immigrants in the census population has a minimal impact. Oh, you're talking about how many seats it could lose. Yeah. I was saying that like in California, so in California, I said it could make a difference of like 2 to 3. I think so now that Texas is redrawing their lines, I think they might even have a bigger difference as well. You're completely wrong about Texas. What am I wrong about with Texas, Cynthia? Can you prove that claim? What claim? Why don't you people use complete sentences? It's fucking infuriating, dude. It's fucking infuriating. Estimates indicate that undocumented immigrants, excluding their U.S.-born children in the 2020 census, resulted in a redistribution of roughly 3 seats. Under this scenario, California, New York, and Texas would have each had 1 additional seat, while Ohio, Alabama, and Minnesota would have had 1 fewer. Yes. Correct. Well, I don't know. It's a bit more complicated than that, because there are some other states that go up as well, but there's other states that go down as well, and so it is I believe it was 8 different states that would be included, and that if we just looked at it in its totality, some states would go up and some states would go down, but it ends up being 3. Yes. The claim you just made, Jesse, either answer the fucking question or we're gonna adios your another fucking account from you.
I see you, nurse, as being a terrorist against the United States, a man who was treating service members to our country, veterans, service members to our country, who was dedicating his...
The reason they redid their map. Okay, what was the reason? Texas made a law. They can redistrict every 5 years. They chose to redistrict. Okay, maybe. Texas redrew its congressional maps primarily to gain political advantage, specifically to create up to 5 new Republican-leaning seats for the 2026 midterm elections, a move spurred by President Trump, who helped to help Republicans maintain control of the House. The Republican-controlled legislature engineered this mid-decade redistricting changes through partisan gerrymandering, packing Democratic voters into fewer districts while spreading Republican voters across more, a strategy designed to maximize GOP wins in upcoming elections, especially given the tight national balance of power. Trump's influence. President Trump encouraged Republican-led states to undertake this mid-decade redistricting to secure Republican control of the House. Let's see.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I rise in strong support of ACA 8, the constitutional amendment. In this body, we are giving the voters the decision, something that isn't happening in Texas. And even doing that was something we had to debate fiercely. Californians' responsibility to Californians and Californians' responsibility to this country.
Based on recent news, a federal court blocked Texas congressional maps citing likely racially gerrymandering and discrimination against voters of color, while Texas AG Ken Paxton appealed this to the Supreme Court. Pam Bondi is not directly mentioned. Okay, yeah, I thought that it was her who had who had spurred it, but I guess I'm wrong. Yeah, my bad. I guess I'm wrong on that. I could have sworn that that was like what popped everything off, was that they claimed that they had like racial bias in their stuff, and then that was what they were you want to show me where I'm wrong? Yeah, you were saying that they passed a law saying that they could do it every 5 years, and this was Trump telling them to go do it. They were out of the time period where they were allowed to do it, but I was definitely wrong on Pam Bondi having anything to do with it.
For DHS to stand down. We are seeing mothers that are being killed in the street. We are seeing, when you look at this victim, early reports seem to show that he was an ICU nurse. I'm also seeing some circulating that he may have even been at a VA, an ICU nurse.
That's right.
Treating.
That's right. He was an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA. That's right.
So we are talking about Donald Trump accusing a Veterans Affairs ICU nurse as being a terrorist against the United States, a man who was treating service members to our country, veterans, service members to our country, who was dedicating his life to serving Americans, who in his final...
So yeah, according to this, Texas law requires congressional and state legislative district boundaries to be redrawn every 10 years following the federal census to ensure population equality. While this decennial process is the norm, Texas law does not explicitly prohibit mid-decade redistricting, allowing the legislature to redraw maps more frequently, such as for political advantage, provided they comply with federal law. Yeah, it does say Texas law requires congressional and state legislative district boundaries to be redrawn every 10 years. So it's saying that they have to redraw it every 10 years. It doesn't say, but you can't draw it every single year. It just says you have to redraw it every 10 years, not that you can't redraw it every 5 years.
Act on this earth was helping a woman pushed to the ground, and they are calling him a domestic terrorist in order to defend their gross abuse of power, their absolute breaching of the law, and in order to also precipitate greater conflict. And it is fundamentally against the...
You all just blame Trump and its gospel. Wait, do you deny that Trump told them to redraw, and then they immediately started redrawing? Do you deny that?
Leadership and what we need right now, and what the American people need right now. It is dangerous. And again, if this administration does not put it to a stop, we must put it to a stop.
Well,
Legal observer in Minneapolis who just got murdered.
Liberals are like children that discovered bad words. The minute they hear some new fucking term that was used in some obscure law 100 fucking years ago, they never stop saying it. Legal observer.
Legal observer is not a new word. Legal observer is not a new word. It's not a new word that we just started saying. It's not from some obscure law from 100 years ago. It's not new. What the fuck?
Huh? Legal observer was murdered? Could it be? I don't know. Maybe he pulled a firearm on federal officers. If you guys were unaware, that gets you shot. And just to be clear, not only did he pull the firearm, he clacked off a round. He pulled a gun and tried to shoot federal officers.
What? Trump pass a law to do it? Trump can't pass laws. He's the president. He doesn't pass laws. Trump is not the official reason they did it. Oh, well, okay. Well, as long as it's not the official reason, then I guess it's not the actual reason.
Yeah, you get shot for that. That guys, we have to stop pretending like we don't know how this works. If you try to shoot a federal officer, they will shoot you back. Why are we pretending that we don't know this? Why are we pretending that this is some new fucking information that we've never heard before? Oh, and you think, oh, well, he was a legal observer. That's fine. Make up the terms you want. Go with whatever bullshit designation you want to give to each other. But you don't get to draw a gun on an officer and think you get to live.
What a fucking idiot, dude. He is too fucking dumb to exist. Like that, I don't know how this guy doesn't just randomly wander into traffic on a daily basis. How the fuck is he has to have a caretaker who's feeding him. There's no evidence anywhere that this guy pulled a gun on officers. Nobody even claimed that he pulled a gun on them. That this isn't even a claim from Kristi Noem or anybody. No one's even claimed that he pulled a gun on them. What the fuck? This guy is too fucking stupid. He really is. He is too fucking dumb, bro. Sheesh.
It's not illegal to record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
We're videotaping you? Are you crazy?
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, that was a clip of an ICE agent in Portland, Maine, telling just a person on the street who has a legal right to record anything on the street that she is a domestic terrorist for recording him, and then saying that he's going to add her to his nice little database. So I have to ask right at the top, the legality of any of the things that he's saying, designating her as a domestic terrorist and basically announcing that he has a database that ICE adds people to when they commit the crime of recording them in public.
Okay, so both of these things are violative of the U.S. Constitution. So number one, the fact that you have a federal official threatening a citizen for exercising their First Amendment rights, that's not allowed. That violates the Constitution. If, in fact, there is a database, now I'm putting the if here because I don't know whether he made this up or not, but if, in fact, there is a database that the federal government is keeping, that ICE agents are keeping, of people who are doing lawful activity so that they can be labeled, as troublemakers, I mean, just take a step back and think about that. Yes, that would violate the Constitution. It goes way, though, past that line, right? We are not a country in which we allow the government to maintain databases of people who are engaged in peaceful protests, people who are engaged, not even in this case, I don't even think she's protesting. I think she's actually, like you said, just doing what she's allowed to do. The Supreme Court has said that you're allowed to videotape law enforcement as long as you're not interfering with them. And if the government, if Donald Trump's administration is maintaining a secret database of dissidents, that is authoritarianism. That is an absolute violation of the Constitution, and it is something that should be right now a five-alarm fire for every civil libertarian, for every, frankly, small government conservative, the Rand Pauls of the world, and the legacy media should be putting that video on the front page of their newspapers and leading their newscast. But of course, Brian.
But the Trump administration, as long as they call somebody a terrorist, that makes them a terrorist. I've had like 20 debates on this where we're talking about whether or not Tren de Aragua is a terrorist organization, and they started saying, well, the Trump administration put them down as a terrorist organization. Like, oh, okay, so you're just saying as long as they call them a terrorist organization, that makes them a terrorist organization? They're like, yeah, that's what it is. Like, they call them a terrorist organization. That makes them a terrorist organization. No, it doesn't. It does not. There's an actual definition to this fucking word. There's something like it means something. You can't just call somebody a terrorist and that makes them a
We need more
terrorist.
information. Yeah, we need more information about this before you can just go and immediately pop off about it. But anyway, so this is a video of what happened, right? So I guess this is the guy right here. I want to watch the original video that came out first, and then we'll go back. We'll work backwards from that. So obviously, yes, there's more to it than this, but this is the first video that was released that at least I saw. So this is the guy. And like, I'm gonna be honest, like, it can't even see what the fuck happened.
You can't even see it, bro. You can't even see what happened. As you see the fucking... Well, you can't see what the guy is doing. But yeah, so I was about to say, you can see the fucking gun going off right here.
And like, I'm gonna be honest, like, it can't even see what the fuck happened. Like, straight up. Like, I mean, how does anybody know what happened? I mean, really, like, yeah. He got shot? Yeah, I've got a feeling that probably happened. But, like, besides that, look towards his feet. I mean, I can't... guys, I don't think that my vision is bad. You can't see shit in this video. You can't see shit in this. So anyway, let's go. There apparently is another video. This is the new video. Let's take a look at it. Okay, here we go. All right. There's other videos? Yeah, I know. I was just saying, like, all I was saying is that I think that people...
Whoa! Somebody earlier was saying that they blocked the road. Somebody earlier, I forget who it was, saying they were blocking the road. So these two are standing in the road. Here's him. He's walking again. Waving cars on. Waving cars on.
There's other videos? Yeah, I know.
Whoa! Oh!
I was just saying, like, all I was saying is that I think that people jump to conclusions, like, insanely fucking fast without even, like, you have this video and it's being recorded, like, through a little fucking lens like this. And, like, how the fuck is anybody gonna see even what happened? Okay, this one's TOS. Let me know when does the TOS part come up?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
So it's just somebody yelling? Okay, so this is the guy, right?
Bro, they were already out of the fucking way. Holy shit. So she's here. And you can see she's walking to the fucking sidewalk. He's standing there as she's walking.
Somebody
by.
Yelling?
And he just comes up and shoves her. What the fuck? Every fucking video that I had started with him shoving her.
Okay, so this is the guy.
That's
so it's
insane,
just somebody
dude. So she's walking off to the sidewalk.
Yelling.
And he shoves her.
Okay, so this is the guy, right? This is the person right here who... So this is the officer, and he pushes her away, and this guy gets in the way. Okay.
And yes, he immediately starts pepper spraying this guy who's trying to help her up. They said he was attacking the ICE officer. They weren't detaining her, so he wasn't obstructing. He wasn't stopping them from arresting her. They still don't arrest her. They still don't detain her. They still don't do anything. They just start going after him because they're just beating people up. They're just beating people up. They're just going after people. They're just trying to attack people. That's it.
Okay, and so I'll pull it aside and I'll watch it so I can see if it's actually TOS or not. He does have the gun for sure. Absolutely 100% that's the gun. Is that the same gun? That is the gun. 100%. And then they shoot him. If they disarm this guy, I'm going to be honest. If they disarm this guy and then they shot him, yeah, they executed him. It looks like they pulled his shirt up.
You see, it looks like this guy is literally hitting him in the face with a gun. It looks like he has a gun in his hand. I don't know what he's holding. Boom! Just hitting him in the fucking face, bro.
And then it's this guy right here that has the gun, right?
That's the same guy who shot him.
So there's the gun right there. And see, that thing gets in the fucking way. I don't know what... This is like the exact...
Yeah, that's what... That is like the one moment we need to see. Is that right there. His hands are on his ass right there, okay? His hand is on his ass. One could say it looks like he's reaching for his holster right there, but we can't see. We don't know what the fuck is happening there. We don't know if he's pulling up his pants. We don't know if he's just trying to balance. We don't know what the fuck he's doing. But his hand going back right there. So his shirt's pulled up. You can see the holster right there. And then there's his hand. And you can't see anything.
And see, that thing gets in the fucking way. I don't know what... This is like the exact time for it not to get in the way. And then somehow, yeah, it was not the guy's gun. That's not the bad guy's gun. Bad guy's gun. Yeah, I don't know if it is or not. I mean, it would make, like, logically, you would assume...
It is his gun. You can tell from the pictures and from what he's holding, it's the same fucking gun. You tell the pictures of what they show in the pictures and the gun that he's holding, it's the same exact fucking gun.
Assume that it is. Because, like, I mean, the guy reaches over him with an empty hand, and then his hand comes back, and he has the gun. You would logically assume that he just picked up the guy's gun, especially whenever usually somebody has a gun that's on their side, right? And that's kind of where he reached.
Well, and when his hand goes in there, he doesn't have a gun. His hands are empty as they go in, and then they come back out with a gun in his hand. Like, yes, took the guy's fucking gun.
Don't get into a physical altercation with a federal agent holding a weapon, you won't get shot. It's a huge mistake to do that. I totally agree. He's totally in the wrong for doing that. But I think that this is such an easy... Okay, this is how I'm looking at it, right? Guy gets thrown down. Okay, so this is it. Did he reach for the gun? Right? This is my decision tree of like what works and what doesn't. Yes? No. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with this. Yes, correct. Guy gets thrown down. Did he reach for the gun? If yes, R.I.P. Bozo. If no, executed. Correct. Correct. 100% yes.
It's that simple. Clear image. Okay, this is another one right here. Clearer image shows the firearm removed from the scuffle by the agent prior to the shooting.
It's the same exact fucking gun, dude. It's the same exact gun. You can see. It is the same gun. You can even see it's got the what is this called again? Did they break his gun? Like, what the fuck? It looks like they broke it. Did he throw it after this or something? Did they throw it? This is broken.
Was almost definitely the victim's SIG P320, meaning he was unarmed when shot by agents with border.
No, Tom? Yes, the agent threw it. No, Tom, Jesus Christ. Yes, Tom, the agent threw it. This gun's broken. Why the fuck would they throw it? No, Tom, it's cocked back. Oh, it is cocked back. You're right. You're right. It is cocked back. Okay.
Patrol and Immigration's Customs Enforcement. That does look exactly like it.
This also looks bent up. So it is cocked back, but this looks bent up. And so does this. Sorry, not the magazine, the sight.
Because it has the same orange thing right there. It's hard to judge right now. Yeah, it is. Stop justifying this bullshit.
I saw it on Penguin Zero's video, him throwing it. Okay. Yeah, I heard a bunch of people say he threw it. And I haven't seen the video of him throwing it yet, but because yeah, it looks broken. Like this, you can see the line here for this gun is there, but then this slants up like that. The actual barrel slants up.
Well, I feel like
which might be why it's cocked back for the picture, because it's weird to cock it back and take a picture of it like that. Normally you would want it normal for when you take the picture of it, but it's cocked back almost as if like it won't go back because they fucking broke it.
I'm saying about this is extremely fair. This is extremely fair. Is that if they went and they grabbed his gun and then they shot him, they're obviously in the wrong. It's not even a question whether they're in the wrong or not. Yeah, it's very fair. Yeah, I'm being completely fair about this. I think that like in general, like
OMG is such an insignificant thing. It's not, because we had a bunch of people in chat earlier who was saying the picture of the gun on the car seat is not his gun. We had a bunch of people in chat earlier who was saying that's not his gun. That was from a totally different case, from another thing from the past that they took from another issue in like 2019, and then they posted it and pretending that was his gun. He didn't have a gun, blah, 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 right? So when they're trying to say like, oh, that's not his gun, these aren't even the same guns, blah, blah, blah. Yes, that is a significant issue because a lot of people are disagreeing on whether or not that's even the same gun. And so I'm describing why the guns would look different, but they are the same gun. So it's not an insignificant issue.
I've always said this. Obviously, police make mistakes. 100% police are going to make mistakes. By the way, I'm not tied to the idea that the police never make mistakes or they never do anything wrong. And if this is an instance of it, there has to be accountability. There does.
The Reddit photo posted 5 days prior. Where is that?
It's not even a question. It's sure, the only thing is that, if I look at this and I zoom in on it, right? And we're going to enhance. We're going to enhance massively. Man, that looks a lot like the other gun. It does. It looks a lot like it. Now, I understand. Now, think about it like this, right? If I was going to draw the outline of this gun, this is how I would draw the outline. That's the only part of it that I can tell.
Just heard about it? Okay.
That's looking pretty fucking close. Gun? If I was going to bet, I think that it's going to land on, I think this is the same gun. Yeah, I feel like there's a very, very obvious... Let me go back. I'm trying to read the rest of these. Armored vehicle entering the scene near the shooting. See, this is what I've said before, is that, if they had brought in the military, this would have never happened. everything in the videos are just so messy, it's basically impossible to make any definitive conclusion without body cam footage. You're right, but I would say that 80% chance, this is, and I think that it's very important right now, that if this guy did get shot when he was unarmed, that there is accountability for ICE for doing this. Because you can't have, like, for example, whenever they shot the woman with the car, that Renee Good, I think that, like, it was much more ambiguous. I think that it's very obvious that if you're shooting an unarmed man whenever they're being restrained by 6 other people or 7 other people, very, very clearly your life was not in danger. You're not defending yourself from a deadly threat. This person's unarmed, and that's it. There's literally no excuse for it. And I'm a big supporter of ICE. I think ICE is great. I think they should deport every single illegal alien in the country. All that being said, you can't have ICE. Because I'm a supporter of ICE, that means that I need to have accountability for ICE. Trump's a retard for not sending in troops 2 months ago. 2 weeks ago. I know. Trump is going to be Biden for having his brain fried for doing too many things domestically.
Never saw a barrel do that. Yeah, again, they might have broken it.
And internationally? Yeah, I think so too. Motive was found on his social media. He was retweeting Kill ICE Agent TikToks. That's fine, but I don't think that they shot him knowing what was on his TikTok page. Like, I mean, realistically, like, I don't think this guy's a saint, right? Like, I don't think that this is some kind of, like, innocent guy that did nothing wrong. Like, you should have not gone on there. You should have not been obstructing the police. You shouldn't have been touching the police. You shouldn't have gone up to the police and done that with a gun. You shouldn't have been resisting arrest. He did all of those things wrong, but none of that justifies shooting the guy in the moment, other than the fact that your life is in danger. Like, they didn't do a TikTok review before they shot the guy. Do you think any of this is martyr syndrome or desired suicide? I think that a lot of these people, this is the problem, is that people like Tim Walz go out there and they, basically, like, amp up this idea that ICE are not police enforcement, ICE are not law enforcement. ICE are absolutely law enforcement. This is the easiest Google search of your life. It's very clear that they're law enforcement. So when you've got him out there saying that, when you've got him out there that, like, he says peacefully protest, but he never explicitly says not to interfere and attack federal law enforcement. Because if Tim Walz had come out there and he had said very clearly, do not interfere with federal law enforcement, do not try to touch federal law enforcement, do not impede their investigations, do not be violent towards them, and he said that just in plain English, I think that would go farther than almost anything else. But he's not doing that. Yeah, Tim Walz is live. Okay, give me a minute. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it?
And today that campaign claimed another life. I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening.
Yes.
But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this.
Just like they did with the last one.
It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period. Let me say something else, and this is critically important. All of us understand what happened this morning and the tragedy of it, and my deepest sympathies to the family.
You turn it up.
Of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier, something that I've been lectured to by Republicans for decades.
Was it lawful to assault a federal officer?
It is not only your right, it's your duty. We know that the potential to further inflame tensions is high. And to Minnesotans...
Oh, it's so cooked. It's totally cooked. It's 100%
peace
cooked.
And normalcy back to our lives. They want chaos.
I want to show you a video that CNN just obtained of the shooting, and I'm going to overlay on the video of the shooting of Alex Preddy the description of the shooting that we all heard from the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. And I want you to see if her description matches what you see in the video. The first image you're going to see is Alex Preddy, this 37-year-old ICU nurse from the Minneapolis VA who was shot and killed today by federal agents. The first image you're going to see is him standing in the middle street of Minneapolis, holding his cell phone, filming these federal agents.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
There's still a lot we don't know about this shooting. Apparently, Preddy had a gun on him. He also had a concealed carry permit, according to law enforcement. It looks as though, in the video, that his gun was taken from him by law enforcement before he was shot. It also looks as though he never actually held his gun or reached for his gun, at least based on the 3 or 4 videos we've seen of the event. Still a lot of unanswered questions, but
it's so
just
confusing,
tell me what
bro.
you still
like,
we don't know
like
about the shooting. Apparently,
this woman that they push over and that's laying on the ground, when he tries helping her up, they shove him. Then they all, like 3 or 4 of them, start beating him up. Then another woman comes over and tries helping the other woman up. And another ICE officer comes over and starts shoving her, trying to stop her from helping her up. But then they all just go to the guy and start beating him up, and they do nothing with her. So, like, yeah, she starts trying to help him up. It looks like she might have... It looks like she... Oh, he's still grabbing her. Okay, yeah. So Preddy's still holding, like, her hood and, like, falling backwards, holding on to her. Yeah, it's so confusing.
I usually don't care about people making ridiculous bad faith attacks against me. It is what it is. I'm busy. I don't want to spend much time defending myself on my own show when I could be sharing the news with you guys. But I really couldn't resist this one.
I had this debate with Anna Kasparian. Obviously, when the 12-day war was going on, I had said, I'm like, I think you got to give him a chance. I don't think this becomes a forever war. And she adamantly was like, yes, it does. And you're wrong. And I was like, all right, if it turns out not to be, will you eat your words? Yes. Do you think that day has come?
Bitch, are you high? Are you high? Like, where have you been over the last few weeks? A U.S. strike on Iran was imminent last week. Luckily, it didn't happen, and I'll get to why in just a moment. But to argue...
Okay.
And she adamantly was thinking, Arian.
But see, I don't want to spend much time defending myself on my own show when I could be sharing the news with you guys. But I really couldn't resist this one.
I had this debate with Anna Kasparian. Obviously, when the 12-day war was going on, I had said, I'm like, I think you got to give him a chance. I don't think this becomes a forever war. And she adamantly was like, yes, it does. And you're wrong. And I was like, all right, if it turns out not to be, will you eat your words? Yes. Do you think that day has come?
Bitch, are you high? Are you high? Like, where have you been over the last few weeks? A U.S. strike on Iran was imminent last week. Luckily, it didn't happen, and I'll get to why in just a moment. But to argue that this potential regime change war with Iran is over, it really sounds like something an oblivious fitness guru would say, while talking to Dave Rubin of all people, of course. So you want to...
Anna is so fucking stupid, bro. She really is. She's so fucking dumb. Holy shit. The stupidity from this bitch is just... I don't know how. It just never ceases to amaze me. It really does. It never ceases to fucking amaze me how fucking stupid she can be. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? It just... Like, damn. You just came off your fucking debate with Pearl. You should have fucking retired. You should have fucking retired off the debate with Pearl. That's how we would have remembered you. All of the other dumb shit that you would have done, the fucking cross state lines, the you know, all of the other stuff, we would have just totally forgotten about all of it. Just gone. Totally forgotten. idea that they pushed was that, yes, like, it is a forever war that's coming. It's a forever war. It is the same as Iraq. It's the same thing. Same exact thing as Iraq. That's what they kept saying. They had no reason to say it was the same as Iraq. Every, like, aspect of the circumstances were drastically different from Iraq. And then she kept saying, yes, it has to be the same. It has to be the same. It has to be the same. And then now, yeah, like, obviously, it did not turn into an all-out war. And she still denied that, like, they ever even had the like, uranium that they had, and that they were like, doing anything with the uranium. Like, she just denied all of that outright the entire fucking time. She even kept saying, like, the IAEA said that Trump and all of them were wrong. No, they didn't. They didn't, actually. The IAEA completely backed up what it is that our intelligence agency said. All of the fucking Western intelligence agencies all said the same thing about Iran and their uranium. So, yeah, it was just completely wrong across the board. Jillian is still wrong, though. The shit isn't over, or just too dumb. So I will never, like, have faith in Trump to make sure that things go well, right? I'll never be like, oh, Trump's gonna make sure that this shit, goes perfectly. But I just don't think that this is going to turn into, like, a real forever war. And Tom, to be clear, the IAEA said that Obama admin's policies were working. They did. Yes, correct. That this is Trump's fault for getting rid of the Iran agreement in the first place. That is, like, all of this is his fault, and that's all Anna had to say. That's all she had to say, was Trump caused this to happen by getting rid of the Iran agreement. That's all she had to say. The non-proliferation agreement was fucking good enough, and we should have left it at that. Not just good enough, it was fucking fantastic. It was a dream come true, okay? It was something that, like, seemed to be unachievable. But Trump getting rid of that is what caused all of that. It's a different conversation as to whether or not Iran did have the uranium, whether or not they did seem to have plans to build a bomb, or whether or not they were working towards building a bomb, and then whether or not that was actually dangerous, whether or not, like, all those things. I didn't think Trump should have bombed them. I didn't think he should have bombed them. I didn't think he should have done that. And I felt as though he caused the problem to exist in the first place. So those are all different conversations as to whether or not the uranium existed and whether or not this turned into a forever war. And the only reason that they said it was going to turn into a forever war is because they saw some similarities with this and Iraq. That's it. That's all it was. That's it. They just saw some similarities between this and Iraq, or yes, Iraq, and they just started running, saying this is the same thing. It's the same thing. It's going to be a forever war. They're doing the weapons of mass destruction meme. So yeah.
Let's play because we could have had this debate, on the show we used to host together, the one that you ran away from live on air because you couldn't, debate me and decided to run away instead.
That was not what you guys were debating. You weren't even debating anything. You just screamed and cried about Israel killing Charlie Kirk, and then afterwards pretended you never said that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. So you guys were not having a debate.
But nonetheless, we live in hell. So again, like, how do you not know what's been going on over the last few weeks? So I'm going to respond to a video that was put out by the channel Actual.
I think you're far too hard on Anna. You hate her because you hate her at this point. Wait, what? What? as for the 6 years that I've known about Anna Kasparian, I've felt as though she is one of the dumbest commentators on the internet. It is not at this point, it's not at this moment, it's not about the point that she's making right now. It is about Anna as a totality. 90% of the shit that I get from her is complete brain rot. Like, factually incorrect brain rot. And she has no accountability. She is constantly wrong, proven wrong. And the numerous times, even sometimes when she admits she's wrong, she says, but this is the mainstream media's fault for lying to me. When the whole time she was saying the other thing, she was saying, I'm telling you what the mainstream media won't tell you. And then once she comes out and says she's wrong, she's like, I was wrong, but it's because I was getting my information from the mainstream media. They lied to us. How is it both of these fucking things? You just hate her and will take any opportunity to dig at her. Known her for 15 years. Dude, you're freestyling. I'm freestyling. What does that mean? Okay. She's wrong here. She's wrong right here. I have about 20 other fucking videos on her. And on even just on her talking to Jillian. Even just on her talking to Jillian. She just lied. Just now. She just lied about what it is that her and Jillian talked about on that show. She just then lied about this. This is me covering her talking to Destiny here on Piers Morgan. This is me covering her and Jillian blow up in the first place. This is me covering her responding to Jillian in part 2. This is me covering her saying that, this is a debate about her. This is her lying about a woman attacking her on the street with her dog. Like, this is... We can go over endless fucking lies from this bitch. It's not just that I just hate her. There's a reason why I hate her. I don't just hate her just cause, you know, just randomly just decide to hate people. No, she's a fucking liar. Yes, I do hate her because she's a lying piece of shit. Not for no reason, like you make it seem like I just out of nowhere just feel like hating her.
Actual friends. And in this video, you have Dave Rubin, Jillian Michaels, and I think Drew Pinsky was also part of it, although he didn't annoy me nearly as much as Jillian's clueless commentary did. And I mean, look, I think making fun of Dave Rubin and how brain dead he is just, it's useless. Everyone knows it. There's really no point. But when it comes to Jillian, again, if you wanted to debate me on these issues, you had an opportunity and you ran away from it. So I'll just respond to your video here. So in it, she brings up a clip from the debate we had last summer, right before Trump decided to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. And I kept saying in that debate over and over again, this isn't just about Iran's military capabilities. This isn't just about Iran obtaining nuclear weapons. In fact, we had a nuclear deal with Iran, which prevented Iran from building nuclear weapons. It allowed members of the international community to check and make sure that they're not building nuclear weapons. But Trump ripped it up because it's not about preventing the nuclear weapons from being obtained. It's about regime change. The nuclear weapons, much like the war in Iraq and the weapons of mass destruction that we didn't find in Iraq, it's the
I agree that a lot of this is also about regime change. I do agree with that. Again, you don't have to deny the claims about Iran, though. So when I talk about this, I say, yes, they had the uranium. They had, they were lying about this. They were refusing to allow the IAEA to come in and audit them. They had violated the non-proliferation agreement. They had, they said, we have all of the parts to build a bomb. All we have to do is just execute it. They have done all of these things. You can recognize that and then also say Trump should not have bombed them. Like I did. You can do both. She does this like every time she goes in a direction. There's no fucking nuance. It's like everything's black and white. So Trump shouldn't have bombed them, and everything he said he was bombing them for was wrong, and it was all a lie. And none of that ever happened. You can ask Tulsi Gabbard, and you can go check. Like, what the fuck? He said he hates her like 4 times. But yeah, I do hate her. Yeah, people who lie this much, I definitely fucking hate them. Hey, but Tom, she did F up just like that. Yeah, that's what I just said. I was like, bro, she should have just fucking hit that fucking half-court shot and walked off, dude. Walk off into the fucking sunset, disappear. We all would have remembered you as like, oh yeah, she fucked up Pearly. That was great. Just left her there speechless. Beautiful.
Excuse to go to war to spur regime change. But, you know, I get it. This has been my interest for decades. For literally decades. I went to school for this. I'm not trying to brag about credentials. I don't think they matter at all. But to go to school for it, it means that I've been passionate about this for literally decades. And the thing about political commentary or analysis.
You can't say they don't matter literally at all. And then say, but I bring it up because. Okay, so you're bringing it up because you do think it matters to some extent. Like you're you know, because I've been passionate about it for decades. Okay, so you're saying that people who have been passionate about this for decades and go to school for it would, like, we would at least know that they have some understanding of this. We can at least believe they know what they're talking about. And so when they're talking about it, they're not talking about it from ignorance. Because this is what I've said as well. I've said this as well, as where I've talked about, like, bro, I've worked in linguistics for this many years. Like, I know what I'm talking about. People afterwards are like, bro, you're claiming to be an authority. And I'm like, no, I literally said, like, I know what I'm talking about. I'm saying, like, when people are just saying, I've never looked into this, I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm just ignorant and I have no idea. I'm just telling you, I have some experience here, and that's what I'm using. That doesn't have to be like an authoritative position. It can just be, I have experience, and so you can argue against me as though I know what I'm talking about, and if you think I'm wrong, then just argue against me as though I'm wrong, not as though I have no idea what I'm talking about and I've never looked into it. Like, that part of her statement makes sense, but to say it doesn't matter at all
is that you're very shaky at first because you don't have much to recall. You get what I'm saying? But when you've been doing it for many, many years, when you've been doing it for now 2 decades, you build this library of knowledge about a particular issue. In this case, I know a lot about our conflict with Iran and what's motivating our conflict with Iran. I was reading about this kind of stuff when Jillian Michaels was on The Biggest Loser. Was she reading about what's going on in Iran? I doubt it. Okay. So anyway, she brings up a clip from the debate that we had last summer, and let's take a look at that. When we inevitably get dragged into this war, when we inevitably end up spending tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions, if not $1 trillion, depending on how long that war with Iran lasts, will you guys come back on the show and at least admit I was right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Conversely, though, if it ends within 6 months, and Iran is defanged in the Abraham Accord, this is a pipe dream, I get it. But if it ends within 6 months, Iran is defanged. I don't know if there'll be a regime change. I have no idea. I haven't heard talk of that yet. Obviously, I know that we wouldn't be hearing that because nobody is for that. In fact, Trump denied involvement because it's so friggin' unpopular. I get it. But if in 6 months this is resolved, it's like Soleimani, it came, it went, Iran is defanged, and the Abraham Accords are expanded. Will you admit that?
Yeah, of course.
All
yeah,
right,
of course.
Do you think it was, I'm wrong, I was wrong? No. And so my thing with regard to what you're saying, Drew, is I've learned to sit back and wait it out with Trump.
Maybe you should sit it out a little longer.
What? You guys said 6 months. Hasn't it been 6 months? When did this happen again? Wait, maybe it was August? Midnight Hammer, June 22nd. Yeah, it's been over 6 months. So you can't say maybe sit it out a little bit longer. You said 6 months. You said 6 months. That's what you said. This is what I'm talking about. This is fucking dishonest. Like, she said 6 months, I'll admit I was wrong. It's been over 6 months, and now she's still like, oh, well, but just a little bit longer, guys. Just a little bit longer. Just keep waiting. Just keep going.
A little longer. Because to say that the conflict with Iran is over is literally the most brain dead thing I've heard Jillian say. And she's said a lot of brain dead things.
Did she say that? Maybe I missed that part. Oh, this is okay. Never mind.
Of course.
All
Yeah,
right,
because you think it was, I'm wrong. I was wrong. No. And so my thing with regard to what you're saying, Drew, is I've learned to sit back and wait it out with Trump.
Maybe you should sit it out a little longer.
She didn't vote for Trump. She said she didn't vote at all. Anna said she didn't vote at all, which is even fucking worse. Yeah, it's even fucking worse. But yeah, she actually did not vote at all, which is wild to be like a political commentator and then be like, oh yeah, I didn't vote. Oh, sorry, she said she didn't vote for Kamala nor Trump. She might have voted for Jill Stein. She might have voted for Jill Stein, which might even be even worse than not voting. But you know, it's about the same, morally speaking.
This is something that I personally felt. Now, I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Kamala Harris either. This is something that I personally.
So yeah, she there's a couple of videos of her saying she didn't vote for either one of them.
Longer. A little longer. Because to say that the conflict with Iran is over is literally the most brain dead thing I've heard Jillian say. And she's said a lot of brain dead things.
Tom, look at the big pic. The wheels are evidently in motion. I do believe the wheels are in motion for regime change. I do think that's true. I don't know that their wheels are in motion for a forever war. And again, her reasoning for why she believed they were doing a forever war was because it looked just like Iraq. That was her reasoning. That was her justification for how she knows that's what's happening, because George Bush in Iraq. That like this is and that's what they're talking about. That's what they're talking about, is whether or not there is a full all-out war in X amount of time. Look what happened in Iraq. Regime change. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so let's talk about what happened after the US struck Iran's nuclear sites last summer. Nothing ended. Okay, so we struck their sites, and the concern from sane people like Dave Smith, like me, is look.
Can we? What about? Hey, look what happened in fuck. I almost said El Salvador. That's not what I'm trying to think of. Venezuela. Hey, look what happened in Venezuela. Can I just say that? And
if we strike them, there is a very real possibility that they will strike back and we will be dragged into a hot war with Iran. That's what a logical person would be concerned about. Now, Iran surprised us because they showed tremendous restraint following what Trump did. Rather than go to war with us, they did some BS, strikes on US military bases after telling the US to evacuate the troops there so no one gets killed, in order to provide lip service to their people, make it seem as though they did a response to what the US carried out. They don't want war. They don't want war with the United States. The only thing that prevented a drawn out, devastating regime change war in the US, where our soldiers would risk their lives on behalf of Israel, of course. That's what the center of this is. The only thing that prevented it was Iran's restraint. I know that's hard to hear, especially when you're constantly providing cover for a country that has absolutely no constraint and has carried out a genocide in Gaza. But Iran is the country that showed restraint. Okay, but was it over after that?
This is so, it's so infuriating because the way that she talks about this shows she just doesn't know what she's talking about. She just does not know what she's talking about, dude. Okay, so when we talk about, I've said this before, I'll say it again, okay? When we talk about what Iran having a nuclear weapon, okay? And she says, oh, there was no evidence that they were ever going to have a nuclear weapon. There is. There's lots of evidence, okay? There's lots of evidence. But then she also says, who cares if they were going to build a nuclear weapon? Israel has one, okay? So, but then she says, you guys act like if they had a nuclear weapon, they would go bomb everybody. But obviously that's not true. They show restraint. Trump killed Soleimani, and now Trump bombed them with the B-2 bombers. And both times, they didn't turn around and just blow up a bunch of U.S. troops in the Middle East. Like, they didn't immediately go and kill a bunch of us. They have all this restraint. Okay? This shows a lack of big picture thinking. This shows a lack of understanding of the actual scenario that is at hand. So, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Why? For the same reason that all these other countries who have nuclear weapons, we don't attack them. We don't bomb them. We don't fuck with them. We're not gonna go bomb or fight with Russia because they're another nuclear power. Right? We're not gonna be able to protect Ukraine in the way that we might protect others, because we had a whole fucking Cold War with Russia, right? That if Iran becomes a nuclear power that is on the side of, you know, China and Russia and Cuba and all these other countries that we don't get along with, their side of like the geopolitical imbalance, it becomes stronger. And we can't bomb Soleimani. We can't kill Soleimani. We can't stop that. We can't bomb their country with B-2 bombers and stop them from doing X, Y, and Z. Once they have a nuclear weapon, now they are a nuclear power, and now things change. The dynamic changes. Like the way that we can negotiate with them, the way that we can force them to do things, the way that we can push them, that disappears out. Like, it goes out the fucking window. So stopping them from ever getting to that point in the first place is what makes it to where if we bomb them, they can't do shit about it. They can't do anything about it. So if we go and blow up their fucking shit. Well, they're not a fucking nuclear power. We are. They're not going to do shit to us. They're not going to fuck with us. They're not going to do anything back. They're not going to respond in kind. They're not going to come and invade. They're not going to go to a full-out war because they're not a fucking nuclear power. We are. They can't do shit, right? We want to keep it that way. We do want it to stay that way. But she doesn't, when she's saying things like, oh, but they're so responsible with the way that they respond. They're not responsible. They just don't have an option. They're not a nuclear power. What does this have to do with no forever war? Nothing. I'm responding to what she just said. I'm talking about her understanding of the scenario. I didn't say anything about it having anything to do with a forever war. What do you mean? She's talking about the fact that they are so responsible and that they're so rational in their responses. And I'm saying they don't have an option. And that is why they can't have a nuclear weapon, is because we want to make sure that they don't have an option. We want to make sure that they don't have any options there, that it's not them just being super nice about their response. It's that they just don't have an option.
that? No, of course it wasn't. Because while Trump argued we obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities, what did Benjamin Netanyahu say? No, it's not true. It's not true. They still have enriched uranium. No, it's not true. It's not true. They're doing this. They're doing that. We still got to go in. Which brings us to just last week. What happened last week? Well, I remember being on the show, reading about all the military assets the Trump administration was sending over to that region because a U.S. strike on Iran was imminent amid all of the protests that were going on. Now, what happened after that? Well, we didn't do a strike, luckily. Does that give me some calm? Does that make me think we're never going to strike Iran? No, I think that eventually we probably will strike Iran.
Don't forget, Noble Mobile saving you a ton of money. So a lot of people are signing up now. And
excuse
t.com/switch. All right, we'll be right back.
But I do want to talk about the protests first, right? So the protests were the excuse for why the Trump administration was going to carry out these strikes. But we should actually listen to some experts about why the US would want to do a strike, and more importantly, who is behind the protests. They might have started organically, as you're about to hear John Mearsheimer, a political scientist and scholar, say. But what spurred the organic protests, and then what happened after? Let's take a look.
When these people are protesting, right, they're protesting because of the terrible economic conditions. But who played the principal role in creating those terrible economic conditions? It is the United States of America. So that's the first step. Then the second step is we decide at some point that we're going to foment massive protests and we're going to fuel those massive protests. There's a very famous piece that came out in the Jerusalem Post on December 29th that makes it clear that Mossad was deeply involved in what has been happening in Iran. Furthermore, there are comments by President Trump and former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo that make it clear that the United States has been involved from the get-go in terms of fueling this crisis.
Okay, so yeah, this is bullshit. What they keep saying, that the Iranian people are not really protesting. They keep saying that these are fake protests. That first they said these are fake, like this isn't even real, this isn't happening, this is old footage, blah blah blah. Now they're saying, oh well, it's the CIA, it's Mossad, they were the ones who set up the protests, blah blah blah. They're doing the George Soros paid them meme to kind of say why people are protesting, but from everything I've seen, these are very real fucking protests. These are very justified protests. It is kind of fucking gross to keep pretending as though the people in Iran would have no reason to protest against their government. It is weird as fuck. And I've even seen, like, I was scrolling through shorts the other day and I came across a guy who was Iranian with like 5 other Iranians on the panel who were all sitting there talking about the fact that TYT is denying the protests happening there, and all saying like they were Americans, but liberal Americans, but they were all sitting there like, this is fucking insane. These people are gross. They're saying that we're not actually mad, that we're not actually protesting, that we're not actually out here. They're making up conspiracy theories. And after she did like all of the shit about, you know, like 9/11 being an inside job and 9/11 being the Israeli government and the United States government doing it together, and that was Mossad as well. Like, none of this is even surprising at this point. Like, she's just they're just fucking straight up conspiracy theorists now.
Wow, gee, why? I mean, I thought we were done with Iran after successfully bombing their nuclear sites and obliterating their so-called nuclear program. So why is the U.S. and Mossad?
Anna claimed 9/11 is Mossad. Yeah. Yep. 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 Tucker Carlson's 9/11 documentary is making people nervous 4 months ago. What the fuck?
The official story on 9/11 is a complete lie. The 9/11 report is a joke.
You have the CIA following 2 men all over the planet, and then eventually even to America, right? And you
them being so buddy with fucking Tucker Carlson has been so gross, dude. These people, dude, they cannot get like. Can we donate some brain cells to them? Somebody, please.
Don't tell the FBI. 9/11 Commission, cover up. So what did happen? What did the government know? What did foreign governments know? There was a cover-up. Why? It's been nearly 25 years, and it's time Americans learned what actually happened. We're going to tell you. We're releasing one episode per week. You're not going to want to wait. If you're a member, you don't have to. You get all 5 episodes the day it drops, right then, ad-free. Our first episode airs Thursday, 9/11, September 11th. You will not want to miss it. Join us now at tuckercarlson.com.
All right, well, that trailer and this docu-series that's coming up on the Tucker Carlson Network, just to ask some questions and to challenge what many believe are simply...
They keep doing this, dude. They keep doing this. They keep doing this like we're just asking questions. Like we're just asking. We're not. We don't know. We're just saying that there's weird stuff that happened. They keep fucking doing this shit, bro. I keep thinking I need to go find clips. I'm sure there's clips of them making fun of neo-Nazis in the past for doing the just asking questions meme, but they're doing it all the fucking time now with the Jews and with the Israeli conspiracy theories and shit. They're doing it all the fucking time now.
Crazy conspiracy theories among conspiracy theorists in regard to what took place on 9/11. I don't know what I personally believe. Obviously, this hasn't been published yet. But I thought that this conversation, this exchange between Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson was fascinating. And we're gonna just give you a few highlights. Please watch the entire conversation for yourselves. But before I get into it, Cenk, any initial thoughts?
Well, before I never entertained the idea that 9/11 was anything but what the government said. And so I was like, what did they make the planes disappear? They get willing to kill everybody on the planes. It all sounds absurd. So I now think that I have seen the government do so many terrible things.
Let me see if they mention it in this one. I never saw this one. Yep, here it is. The fucking dancing Israelis, bro. They literally do the fucking dancing Israeli shit, bro. This is insane.
There was a team of clearly intel-connected foreigners who were arrested after 9/11, as you well know, videotaping the terror attacks. This is almost verbatim quoting from the FBI assessment of this. And the FBI determined that they apparently had foreknowledge of the attacks. So why can't we know more about that? Exactly. Shut up. That's bigoted. No, this is my country.
So I don't know if he's referring to the 5.
They did not say that they had foreknowledge of the attacks. They didn't say that.
Israelis.
What they said was when they asked them why they were there, they said we were documenting the attacks. That's what they said. Now, people like Tucker Carlson and Anna and Cenk translate that to mean they knew that the attacks were going to happen, and they were saying they flew to New York to document them. Whereas I'm hearing they're in a parking lot in the moment recording what just happened, and they're saying, why were you there? And they're saying, we were there to document it. We were there to record it. Not, that's why they were in New York, that they were in Israel. And they're like, let's go fly to New York to record the 9/11 attacks, a week before it happened.
Who a witness had seen taking photos, not recording, but taking photos of the World Trade Center as it was being attacked. One of them was holding a lighter up to the World Trade Center prior to the attack. And I don't know if that's what he's referring to, but those 5 individuals were kept in US custody for over 2 months. The FBI absolutely did believe that at least 2 of them had connections to Mossad, right? The Israeli intelligence organization. And I read the FBI files on this, and the investigation just like abruptly kind of ended after a little over 2 months. John Ashcroft specifically, the attorney general at the time, called for them to be released and sent back to Israel. And then a few years after that, he served as a consultant who consulted on behalf of Israel.
I mean, it's absurd. So guys, look, on that one, again, that's the one that people get most touchy about because they assume all sorts of things in your head that aren't in your head. They're like, oh, that must mean that you hate Israel and you hate.
Yeah, you hate Jews. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, you say dancing Israelis and that they're, what, bro, how are you not the biggest Netanyahu supporter. Like, why are you so anti-Semitic?
Jews and you hate this.
That happened.
No, hold on, guys. We're not talking about any of that. We're saying, why did they go to document that event? And that's not my words, that's their words. One of them was on Israeli TV afterwards when he was shipped back to Israel, and they said, why did you go? And he slipped up. I assume he slipped up. He said, we went to document the event, which makes you ask.
Yeah, dude, he slipped up. Oh, man. He slipped up, totally fucked up. These Mossad guys, they don't know what they're doing, bro. They're like ICE agents. They have no training.
How did you know there was going to be an event? So now you're not supposed to ask that question, otherwise you're going to get called all sorts of names.
And by the way, there could even be a legitimate explanation for that, right? Maybe they happened to be in New York City at the time doing other spy operations. The claim was that, or the FBI also believed that there were Israeli nationals or members or agents of Mossad here in the United States spying on Arabs. Okay, that's the
on Arabs.
On Arabs. Okay,
that's what they say.
Maybe they just happened to be in New York City.
Is that okay, by the way?
I don't think that's okay.
Dude, they're just asking questions. Also, in the video that I was talking about earlier on my channel, where Jillian Michaels walks off, that entire thing is them going over conspiracy theories that show that that they say is that say that Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk, that Netanyahu had something to do with it, that Israel was in on it, Mossad, that trans people did it, that like they go over all of these fucking conspiracy theories. And then eventually when Jillian Michaels gets sick of it and is like, all right, I'm out of here, they're like, we didn't say we believe the conspiracy theories. We're just going over what they are. We were just talking about them. It's like, why didn't you debunk them at any point? Why didn't you go over the facts that show that those are all false? They didn't even talk about them. That each and every single one of those, I had already debunked them on my channel well before they went over them. But then like a week later, they go over all of those and just say, yeah, isn't it interesting? Yeah, that's suspicious, isn't it? Yeah, that's really weird. That is weird. That's strange. Why aren't they even looking into this? No one's even talking about this. They are. It's been debunked. You just didn't do any fucking research while you prepped this entire show on this one topic. You didn't actually research any of it. It's fucking insane. So yes, and then they said, we're just asking questions. We're just showing what people are talking about. We're just doing it. Like, holy shit. It's, just straight up conspiracy theorists now.
Fueling unrest in Iran. I don't know. Could it be that they're trying to spark regime change in Iran? Could it be? Now, look, to be fair, and I do want to be fair to Jillian, she deserves it. She trusts experts, and that is important to do. But if you're wondering who she considers experts to be, well, she's about to tell you. Take a look.
Israel.
Anytime, because I didn't know enough about any of this at the time, which is why I often wanted somebody like you, Dave, or Coleman Hughes, or Scott Jennings to provide the other point of view. Because I was like, I'm not an expert in this. I don't know. I can't.
Yeah, she brought on Brandon Tatum one time to be like the expert from the Israeli side.
The things you're saying.
Dave Rubin is an expert. Dave Rubin is an expert. Scott Jennings and Coleman Hughes are both hardcore Zionists. Coleman Hughes does work for the Free Press, so hardly experts. Certainly simps for Israel gets whatever they want, whenever they want. That's for sure. Man, it is embarrassing to call Dave Rubin, though, an expert. Same with
I'm sorry, but like if we're gonna say that like Zionists can't be experts, then does that mean that anti-Zionists also can't be experts? Like if we're gonna say that somebody with some sort of bias is not capable of being an expert on the scenario, we would have to also say that anti-Zionists also are incapable of being experts on the scenario because of their bias. Like right? We would have to say this. I just got up for a second and walked over like 2 steps over there. And I don't know where the fuck I put my vape. And that was just gone. And I'm pretty sure it was stolen by a black person.
The other two, but Dave Rubin in particular stands out. But anyway, none of the 3 people she listed are foreign policy experts, nor are they political scientists. Mearsheimer, though, is. And so why don't we?
Thankfully, he dropped it. All that fucking watermelon juice on his hands. Slippery hands, and because this is watermelon flavored vape juice, which is why he wanted to steal it probably, but it is slippery fingers.
We hear him draw out the rest of this plan for regime change in Iran.
The third step in the process is to foment a massive disinformation campaign. That's to convince everybody in the West that these protests are generated internally, that the United States and Israel have nothing to do with it. This disinformation campaign sends the message inside of Iran that
yeah, I agree with that. Like, obviously, any of those people being experts is fucking hilarious, but it's more so not because they're Zionists, but because they're not from that field. Like, they're not historians or anything of the sort.
The regime is finished. The protesters are on a roll. Then the fourth step in the process is the United States military, and probably the Israeli military as well, come in once the protests have reached a certain point, and we attack all sorts of critical infrastructure, all sorts of elites inside of Iran, and we deliver the coup de grace. We finish off the regime.
Now, this plot did not work out so well, and we should talk a little bit about why. So Trump both threatened military action against Iran and again built up US military assets in the region, which made it certainly appear as though a strike was imminent just last week. Okay. He ultimately...
So, just real quick, totally off topic. On this game, Arc Raiders, I wanted to do... I have a bunch of shorts on another channel, if you guys don't know. I have another channel called Tom Bottery, where I post a lot of clips of me playing video games. It's actually doing fairly well right now. It's gotten a lot of views on some of the clips that I posted. And I wanted to go and ask people trivia questions about Arc Raiders, okay? I've got a bunch of like really valuable shit that I don't need. And so I thought, okay, what I'll do is I'll ask everybody 3 questions, and if they get them right, I will give them one of those valuable items in return. And my mic is fucked up on there. It doesn't, you can't understand anything I'm saying. It's really fucking annoying, but you can't understand shit. And so while I'm trying to ask people these questions, they keep saying, what did you say? I can't hear you. And I even, like, I made it to where I plugged in, like, my music and everything as well, so that I was actually going to be playing, like, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, like, audio in the background that they could hear as well. And so I was like, all right, first question. You know, how many bandages are there in your medikit? You know, dun, 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 dun. And then, you know, they give an answer, and is that your final answer? Dun, dun. Like, but then when I play that as well, that skips as well. It cuts in and out the whole fucking time too. So it's so annoying. But yes, you can hear it right here. I don't know how the fuck to fix this. I don't know what to do. Hello. 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 Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. How are you? Hello. My name is Tom. My name is Tom. But you hear how it cuts out? So annoying.
Back down, though, after it became clear that Israel was not ready to withstand an attack from Iran. And you don't have to take my word for it.
Phone a friend. I wanted to do it on Teams and then say, like, the other player can answer. But the problem is that actually, if we do it on Teams, they can hear their friends the whole time. And their friends could even be, like, Googling shit and stuff like that. So I have to... Yeah, I can't do a phone a friend thing.
Jillian, why don't we go to the Israeli press? It's Israeli, so you'll probably trust it. Report. When he asked Trump, meaning Netanyahu asked Trump, not to strike Iran, Netanyahu said Israel not fully ready to defend itself. So if you are demented enough to think that this is...
So unless you're giving away the guitar, most people don't need anything your new bass has. That is totally untrue. Right now, I have the Bettina blueprint, the snap hook blueprint, and the extended light mag blueprint. And so I have 3 different categories of questions. And so I tell them I have a green blueprint, a pink blueprint, and a yellow blueprint. Whichever one you want, I will choose green questions, which are the easiest, pink questions, which are the next hardest, or yellow questions, which are the hardest. And so, yes, whichever one you choose, that's the one. That's the line of questions that we're going to go with. And the snap hook is the only one that isn't common loot. I mean, there's tons of fucking videos of people like slobbering over trying to find the Bettina blueprint. I've had 3 of them, or 4 of them now, but apparently it's like one of the most sought after blueprints. It's like top 3.
Is over. Maybe you shouldn't be doing political commentary. Maybe you should go back to squatting. But other than that, we could have easily had this conversation. We could have had a debate. And it would have gotten fiery, that's for sure. But I would do my best to engage in a respectful debate. And I totally concede that I have not been respectful in the context of this video. But just to answer your question about whether Anna's going to apologize to you, how about you apologize to me? Because you were the lead host of the very show you literally walked out on live on air. And if people don't remember, it's because I was critical of Benjamin Netanyahu. Take a look.
That is not why. That is not why. She is a fucking lying piece of shit. She is lying out her fucking mouth. That is not why.
Look.
Because Charlie Kirk didn't like Netanyahu, just like any warm-blooded American shouldn't. Netanyahu is a bad guy. And he wanted to make it seem like, no, we were all great. We were good. We had a great relationship. Little did we know behind the scenes, there was a lot of pressure toward
ends up being about how do we bash Israel. This is not for me. I'm not interested in this.
Okay,
I love you guys.
I know.
Even somebody who's not a Zionist would get sick of this. Even somebody, tell us why, Tom? I already did. The entire show was them coming up with conspiracy theories about why Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk. That was the whole fucking show. And then once she got mad about it, they all sat there and said, wait, we didn't say we believed those conspiracy theories. We didn't say we believed any of them. We're just saying what people are talking about. This is all big news. And so this is just, it's this stuff that's suspicious. It's just weird. It's just stuff that's weird. Whereas, as I said, I had already debunked all of this shit like a week before they went over it. But then they just go over it and just tell you what the conspiracy theories are. They didn't debunk any of them. And so they just tell you what the conspiracy theories are and left it at that. And then that's when Jillian got mad about this. And the last one was, yes, about like Netanyahu and Israel and shit like that. And that's when she was like, dude, every fucking show becomes about Israel. Every show becomes about Israel. And it's true. Even somebody who's not a fucking Zionist would probably get sick of every single show. Somehow they start talking about Israel every fucking time and about like how horrible Israel is and how horrible. And then they even like lied about what it is Netanyahu said. Netanyahu's a piece of shit. Like he's easy to criticize. You don't have to fucking lie about him and make up shit to try to criticize him like that. But they just, the whole thing was fucking bullshit. The whole thing was wild. And but she didn't say she was leaving because they criticized Israel. That's such a fucking strong.
Sorry. Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel. Let the country committing a genocide. Yeah. Okay.
Zero. I think you guys are great. I fundamentally disagree with you about like every show doing this. I'm sorry.
Cool. So can we continue the conversation?
Yeah. Let's.
Okay.
You wanted to do it anyway. Let's finish the last topic.
All right.
Wow. Okay, guys. So, again, to clarify, I don't think Israel did it.
I'm sorry. It is not some angelic country. It's a foreign country, and we have the right to be as critical of a foreign country as we want.
Again, she never said that they can't be critical of them. She never said this. That was never her problem. That was never the issue. She never said don't be critical of Israel. But they were just going over fucking conspiracy theories the whole fucking time. That was it. Charlie supported Israel 99% of his career. Yes, and they were literally doing Candace Owens level fucking. They literally quoted not even Candace Owens level conspiracy theories. They were literally sourcing and quoting Candace Owens on some of this shit. So like, it was just they've lost their fucking minds. Like they've gone way off the deep end. And I haven't even seen that show since she walked off. I think we tuned in one time or something and it was just boring as fuck. 1 day ago, 1,000 views. 2 days ago, 1,000 views. 2 days ago, 900 views. 3 days ago, 1.6 thousand views. 3 days ago, 10,000. 9 days ago, 19,000. 10 days ago, 7,000. Iran airstrikes. Bibi Netanyahu's influence on Trump's Iran attack, 1.1 thousand views. Trump's strike threats Iran's protests, Israel's influence, 12,000 views. Trump's 17 trillion oil war strategy after Maduro's arrest, 2 weeks ago, 3.9 thousand views. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit. This is worse than I thought. Bro, this is worse than I thought. I thought they were going to be getting like maybe like 50,000 views, 90,000 views, like somewhere around there. But they're getting somewhere from like 900 to 10,000. Holy shit. So this was when Jillian left. 3 months ago, 75,000 views. The one before that was 6.5 thousand, 8.9 thousand, 7.6 thousand, 5,000, 4.7 thousand, 3.4 thousand, 60,000, 12,000, 6,000, 9,000, 4,000, 32,000, 17,000. Yeah, even their views were horrible even before that. Like, those are really bad for the fucking cast that they have on this show. That is horrific, dude. That is fucking horrific. I think their lives were always a bit more popular, but that was the last live that they did. That had 69,000 views, 67,000, 33,000, 40,000, 104,000, 92,000, 50,000. I can't see this one, but 78,000. So yeah, so they had a lot more live streams back then, but they haven't done one since Jillian walked off.
And then even people like Nick Fuentes, where they're saying, no, show me a single shred of evidence.
Operations. We are sending so many weapons there. We are at the same time the Zionist donors anti.
That's up for debate, but what we know is Israel is really good at never wasting a crisis.
That's right.
It's like they have a room full of people on standby that when something like this happens, how can we spin this in such a way? And nobody can deny that. Well, everybody was looking the other way during this incident, consumed with this news cycles. There were various different legislations that were attempting to be
the Epstein files, they voted not to release that. Also, someone...
How many subscribers? 74,000.
Lauren Boebert introduced a bill saying that whoever criticizes Israel, their passport should be
revoked, so you could not even travel internationally.
So
and that was
all
for
this
citizens,
happened.
right? Was that for citizens or for visa
Well,
holders?
if you have a passport.
Yeah, anyone who has a passport. That includes American citizens.
Right.
Yeah, that is fundamentally wrong.
I brought this up to someone recently, and they said, oh, no, that's just for visa holders.
No, if you have a U.S. passport, you're by definition American citizen.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
And look, they pulled back on that, luckily, because there was so much backlash.
The fact that they even thought it was okay to introduce it. Exactly. That is so anathema to... I'm not going to...
Okay, Andrew Colvett. The narrative is not true. Charlie has a cordial relationship with Ackman. There's no black, no intervention. Nothing.
Yeah, so she actually starts looking up, like, she actually starts looking up shit that's like debunking everything that they were going over, and they all start. We didn't say that, but they did. They all immediately wait. We didn't even say anything.
That same Andrew said that Candace and Charlie remain friends. I just want to
He's saying this is not true.
But they were literally touring together last year.
Nothing like what Candace is suggesting. What does that have to do with their
what
friendship?
does that have to do with you?
What does that have to do with their friendship? He's saying what Candace is suggesting.
I can't engage with you if you don't.
He is saying what Candace is suggesting is not true.
He's talking about her suggesting Israel killed him. We're talking about 100. Please do not conflate the two.
Okay. Well, unilaterally across the board now, we've got multiple accusations that all pile up to the same exact...
No, I think it's the furries. It's the furries. I think it's the furries. But a lot of people...
I don't know, and I don't... Look, there's
those who are
zero
saying
evidence to suggest none.
Okay, you're saying
guys, can we just stop for a second? This is ridiculous. This is absurd.
Like, this whole thing is ridiculous. There are two things being conflated right now. There are conspiracy theorists who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They have yet to provide a shred of evidence proving that. Done. End of story.
We're not talking about that.
I am talking about something entirely different.
Talking about
no,
that.
we're not. Hold on. Let me finish my fucking thought.
Okay, the real issue here is that before most people even knew that Charlie Kirk was dead, you have Netanyahu giving multiple interviews talking about how, oh, using the fucking moment.
And I messed up by agreeing to go on that show in the first place. I was surprised that she did it, but I would like thinking about like the like, you know, centrist, enlightened centrist kind of angle she's been taking lately. I guess it wasn't as surprising. After that, the whole thing was wild.
We have the right to be as critical of our own country as we want.
You were right about one thing, Jillian. This is not for you.
Every time you.
So yeah, this is bullshit. She's just lying. They spent literally an hour on conspiracy theories and ended it with like the first like 5 conspiracy theories that they went over were evidence that Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk, right? All of this is, look, this is weird. Look, this is suspicious. Look, this doesn't make sense. Look, the FBI was wrong about this other thing, so they might be wrong about this too. And then, so 5 different things in a row of how we shouldn't believe that Tyler Robinson was in on this. Then the last one was people are claiming that Israel did this. And so when through the whole thing, they never give like a theory as to who actually did this or why somebody might have, why, like who else it would be besides Tyler Robinson or anything. Like they didn't do any of that. They were just like bringing up random conspiracy theories that said Tyler Robinson didn't do it. And then the last one was, oh, isn't it weird that Netanyahu came out and was saying that the Muslims were to blame for what happened to Charlie and it's radical jihadism, and this is he was so quick to blame somebody, and isn't that weird? Isn't that strange that he's all of a sudden out in front of cameras like an hour after Charlie Kirk died, and his blood, you know, his body's not even cold yet, and he's already blaming a group of people, and that's when all of this starts to like unfold. And then they're bringing up, that's when they also bring up what Candace Owens was pushing, which was that Israel did it. And so yes, it just like, but then we didn't say that Israel did it. We didn't say that. I think the furries did it.
Protesters will actively interfere with the not allowed to do that, and to try to make it impossible to reverse this by impeding ICE agents, by trying to walk right up to the line of what they think they're allowed to do, or what, you know, what might seem reasonable in a viral freeze frame picture or something, and then they will take the worst looking pictures of the reaction and, you know, blast that everywhere to try to, again, make it functionally impossible to reverse the Biden wave. And it seems like the only response that would be morally acceptable to my opponents is just to let this work, right? Is like, okay, no, you're just not allowed to deport these people. We're going to make sure that either it requires a level of procedure that would just make it impossible to scale this, right? That would make it such that, you know, you can get like, I don't know, 10,000 over his entire 4-year term or something. Or that, you know, these protesters will actively interfere with the ongoing ICE operations in a way that is just guaranteed to create the kinds of, you know, viral footage that we've seen out of Minneapolis. And I think that the reason why we need to invoke the Insurrection Act is because local officials are clearly exceeding their authority. They think they have some right to veto federal policy, to veto, you know, national immigration policy, which they do not get to set, right? The mayors and governors.
They do. That's so, he is so incorrect. What the fuck does he think states' rights are? What the fuck does he think states' rights are? They don't get to veto federal policy. They get to have their own. They get to have their own immigration policy. And they get to decide whether or not they're going to deport people, whether or not they're going to work with federal officials, whether or not they're going to help federal officials, whether or not they're going to communicate information to federal officials. They get to do all of that. They get to do all of it. That is what states' rights are.
Governors of cities do not get to set national immigration policy. They're trying everything in their power to do so, and they can't be allowed to do that. And I think that for the safety of everybody involved, right, for the safety of these, in my view, misguided protesters, for the safety of the immigrants who need to be deported and who have a better chance of being deported peacefully, they'll have better outcomes if this can be enforced in an orderly fashion. I do think that President Trump needs to invoke the Insurrection Act. I think that I'm sure that all of these local officials will hedge their language. They've gotten very.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Good at this, right? They'll make sure that they say things that don't quite seem to warrant this kind of response, but they are clearly in practice doing everything in their power to impede the enforcement of federal law, and that is not acceptable.
Okay, we'll get to it as we go. Once Drew gets back, we'll see if he can actually hear us and see us and all that.
Yeah, so this is Drew Pavlo is over here. And so I think it's this guy and Drew versus Destiny and this guy, but I don't know who any of these people are.
But in the meantime, we are joined by Nicholas Decker. Tell people who you are, what you do, and your thoughts on the situation at hand. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. My name is Nicholas Decker. I write about economics on the internet. I'm a research assistant at the moment and applying for grad school next year. I think the case for invoking the Insurrection Act is very stupid, and it makes the people who argue for it by proxy very stupid. So I disagree on the merits of whether or not we should have more or less immigration, but the jump to there is an insurrection going on is just so obviously specious that it's frankly boring to argue against, and I don't really care about it. Generally speaking, I think that we should have more immigration. I think that there are aggregate increasing returns to the number of people. And admittedly, the macro evidence on this is unsettled. But I think it strains credulity to come up with any production function involving easily replicable ideas and not think that there are increasing returns in a modern economy. So
shout out to Destiny soundboard. Oh, I had my soundboard on too. That's also another thing I was gonna do was I had like. Wait, did it go through?
That's pretty much all.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Thanks for being here. Drew, can you hear us? Can you see us? All that good shit?
Yeah, listen, can you hear my audio? Is everything okay?
Yep, everything's great. What are your thoughts on the thing? Tell people who you are, why we should listen to you, and what are your thoughts? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Drew Pavlu. I am an Australian.
Clay,
just came back from America. Beautiful trip. In general, across the Western world, I support, immigration restriction. I think that we should conserve national culture. And what I oppose is essentially efforts by even mainstream Democrats, center-left Democrats, to essentially abolish all border control and basically make it impossible to deport anybody who is illegally in the country. And the American people voted at the last election, a majority voted to have deportations of people who had illegally entered the country under Biden. Up to 10 million people, I believe, entered into the country.
So yeah, first two people both like, bro, you guys love open borders, but we voted to deport illegal immigrants. Nobody has a problem with that.
Under Biden, this was a massive wave of people, and it was a major reason why Trump won. And this is why I believe that democratically, the will of the people needs to be democratically followed, and the amount of violence that's been used against just routine immigration enforcement in America by leftists is quite appalling. Frankly, there was obviously the terrorist attack about 6 months ago, where they were trying to kill ICE agents. There was a sniper on a roof. I believe he actually ended up killing illegal immigrants himself.
It was a tragedy.
Yeah, horrific incident. And I mean, do you agree, Nicholas, that it's a tragedy that they killed?
We'll get into the crosstalk in a minute, man. Right? Just finish your main point, then we'll let Destiny speak, and then we'll open it up. No, it's all good.
Yeah. So essentially, what I'm supporting is just routine immigration.
I had to redo the audio mixing, so if the game is too loud, let me know, and I'll try to turn it down.
Enforcement, and I oppose efforts by the centre-left to impede the ability of federal agents to just lawfully carry out their duties. And we have seen projectiles thrown at immigration enforcement authorities, We've seen, attacks on churches. We've seen a massive amount of violence and threats directed against immigration enforcement authorities and efforts to try and stop them from carrying out their duties. And the American people voted for this. And I simply say that the will of the people should be heard democratically, and people who are in the country illegally need to be deported. And I wonder whether anybody on this panel representing the left-wing position even agrees in principle that people illegally in the country should be deported.
Well, we'll get to it as we go. Destiny, what are your thoughts? And then we'll open it up and get to the crosstalk and all these things. Go ahead, Destiny.
Yeah, I actually don't really care about the substance of the conversation at all. I think that, unfortunately, regardless of what your position is, the fact that Kristi Noem and Donald Trump can't seem to speak honestly about anything happening on the ground, the fact that both of them found it necessary to lie about the situation involving the killing of the one driver lady in Minnesota means that they've kind of completely and totally ceded all grounds to do any kind of insurrection act or any kind of mass enforcement. I think that when your federal government is lying to you and lying about things that all of us can see on video, there's absolutely no reason why we should trust them to deploy any type of National Guard or to invoke any kind of insurrection act, because who's to say that they won't lie about other stuff or let any details of it in the future. So I think that they just completely lost the ground on that. They should probably just get the fuck out of Minnesota, respect states' rights, and then go back to trying to govern like a real president. I hear this thrown around a lot. I've heard it thrown around on this panel. I don't know what the level of government understanding is, but in the United States of America, just because you win an election doesn't give you carte blanche to do literally whatever you want for the rest of your 4 years. There's a reason why ICE is historically hated more now than they have been in all of U.S. history. I think 42% of Americans support the abolition of ICE right now, so it's obviously not going in the direction they want it to. Yeah.
Okay, we will open it up, and you guys can ask each other questions, have talks. If I have questions, I'll jump in, but otherwise,
I'll ask your mom a question.
Open. Go ahead.
Can we, real quick, can we all acknowledge that Kristi Noem and Donald Trump lied about the conditions relating to the slain Minnesota driver?
Yes. No, absolutely.
Oh, okay. One of them said yes. I was about to say I either assume they're going to say no, or we don't know yet. Because normally I feel like that's like the tactic. It's just saying I don't know. I have no idea. How could we know? We're not there. We're not in the FBI. We can't know what the investigations have. We have to wait. Normally that's what we get from these people. But one said yes, the other said no. So
we cannot we've all seen the video, right?
Oh, wait. Okay, wait. Did they? Okay, so now they both said no. Wait, am I confused? What the fuck?
Everybody walks away from the video absolutely convinced that it indicates their pre-existing position.
Was the ICE driver stuck in ice? Was his car trapped in a snowbank?
I don't know.
Okay, can we wait and bring up the video and then go and watch it? There's less than 10 minutes of video for this. This is probably going to be one of those.
No, I think that's a complete waste of time. It's not particularly significant whether he's
about whether or not we should invoke the insurrection act. You don't bother to watch the 5 to 10 minutes of footage available on this. I don't even know why you're here right now. You should mute for 10 minutes. You should go watch all the available footage. It's going to take you less than 10 minutes to watch it, and then come back when you have a fully formed opinion on like the inciting moment that would be why the insurrection act.
It is a typical
general like to derail.
Well, hold on. Okay, hold on. Both of you, please. All of you.
That's kind of important.
All of you, please. Like, I understand that it's going to be a passionate panel. I get it. But we can't just talk over each other, so we got to go one at a time. Renee, I'm sorry, not Renee. Hunter, if you
people on drum solos at the same time.
Hunter, if you want to give us your response to that, do you want me to bring up the footage, or should we just skip that part? What do you think, Renee?
You can if you want to. I don't think it's particularly relevant to the substance of any debate. Like, I don't think anyone's position on...
Yeah, the footage doesn't matter for this debate. We don't need to know what happened. We're conservatives. We can just repeat whatever Kristi Noem and Donald Trump told us and leave it at that. Oh shit. Somebody just died in that room.
There, by the Grandioso apartments.
On anything that's happened would change based on whether or not the car was caught in a snowbank, right? The issue is...
Conservative position is never fact reliant. That is absolutely true. I do agree with that.
The issue... I don't think anybody is, right? I think the issue is that, like, the question with regard to the Renee Goetz situation was whether it's a good shoot. We can argue about that forever, but frankly, anyone can just watch the video and make up their own mind.
What I'm a bit confused about is, it seems that Destiny is basically arguing that if the ICE agent was unjustified in shooting Renee.
No, that's not what I argued. I didn't argue that at all. Can we have? I know you have an Australian accent. Can we speak English? Hello?
I mean, you're talking about the Renee Goetz shooting as the inciting.
No, I'm saying that Kristi Noem and Donald Trump made egregious lies about what led up to that and what happened with that shooting. Whether you think it was a good shoot or a bad shoot, they demonstrably lied about the facts leading up to that. That would be the inciting moment for any type of insurrection act thing, right? Because all the protests and everything have kind of been based off of that. Her being shot, whether you think it was good or not, and the fact that they lied so much and so egregiously about that means that they lose any right to invoke any kind of insurrection, because we have no trust in them as the American public to actually wield that power in a responsible manner.
No. But this is the core question is there an insurrection in Minnesota? And you're seemingly arguing that if
Hold on, just real quick.
Shooting...
Destiny, you're
sorry. I don't know where that came from. My bad. I was just coming through. My bad. Go ahead. Every time he talks, it just happens sometimes. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. The core question is there a state of insurrection in the state of Minnesota?
You're
almost arguing that if the shooting of Renee Good was unjust.
Okay, so that's the Destiny soundboard. Got it.
But then potentially the resultant unrest would be justified.
No, that's not what I said.
So maybe this will help. Destiny, you claim that Kristi Noem and Donald Trump have lied about the shooting, and therefore it doesn't matter what they say, they've lied to the American public, so they cede ground. Can you give us an example of a lie that maybe we can talk about, and maybe we can go forward from there?
Yeah, the way that they both characterize it, we can find the exact words if you want. Pretty sure it's still up on Trump's Truth Social. Kristi might have made a tweet. I know she's made multiple statements about it. Their claims were that Renee tried to viciously run over the guy with her car, that the ICE vehicle was stuck, and that multiple ICE agents were trying to get it out of the like an ice bank or a snow bank or whatever when she was trying to run them over. There was one other statement, but they lied. They completely mischaracterized. I wouldn't even say mischaracterized. They just told factual lies that anybody that's seen the footage knows that these are just total lies, regardless of whether it was a good or a bad shoot. Even if you think it was a good shoot, they lied about all of the circumstances surrounding the event. Mm-hmm. And they continue to lie about paid protesters. They haven't shown any evidence or proof of that, and that's a lie they've also carried on for a decade. So all of these things, they've lied so much about that inciting moment. Why would I allow them to use that moment and the ensuing riots to invoke the Insurrection Act? That's crazy.
Right. Well, the core question is there a state of insurrection in the state of Minnesota? Would you agree there is, or would you agree?
No, I don't care. If conservatives can't even agree on fact here, they don't have the right to participate in this conversation.
That doesn't make sense. The core question is there unrest in the state of Minnesota?
That's a much more complicated question than the very simple facts relating to Renee's shooting. And if you can't even understand the simple facts, you don't deserve to be in a conversation.
Okay, I want to hear from Nicholas Decker. He's been trying to get in. Go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to carve out the position that there is no state of insurrection in Minnesota, and this is kind of laughable. And the last time the Insurrection Act was invoked with the Rodney King riots. I don't think that this is anywhere comparable to the Rodney King riots. It's not even comparable to 2020. So I think it's absurd on its face. I just wanted to put that on the record. I guess. Carry on.
It's fine. I guess. Well, let's start with there, and I want to ask Hunter and I want to ask Drew. Like, we can get to the question of the insurrection in a minute, but I am just curious. Do you think that DHS has lied about the Renee Good shooting?
No.
No. Okay.
Is she a domestic terrorist?
He didn't say no. He said nar. Let's be factually accurate, Wick. He said nar. We don't want to misrepresent him.
I haven't. That's obviously a matter of opinion. Like, that's not a falsifiable.
It's a matter of opinion. If the president of the United States says that she's a domestic terrorist,
yes, that's obviously like a characterization. It's an extreme characterization, but it's like what would falsify that, like, or prove it right?
Okay, enough with the audio things. Okay,
it's like if you said that somebody's lying because like they said someone's like a really really evil bad person when they're only a moderately bad person. Like, that's not. There's no way to adjudicate that.
Okay, Nicholas is trying to get in. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Wait, a domestic terrorist doesn't have anything to do with good or bad. Like, obviously that's an implication, but that's not what it means. It doesn't mean they're bad or mean they're good. What the fuck? This is how they use the term, though. I'm glad he said that, because that's exactly how they use the word. Is like, oh, but he just said she's a terrorist. How could we know if somebody's a good or bad person? Like, what? What the fuck? That's not what that means. That doesn't mean good or bad.
I would like to offer the counter position that Hunter Ashe is a pedophile. That this is not, in fact, a matter of opinion, but attested to by their own statements. And that I think if somebody made the characterization that somebody was a pedophile or a domestic terrorist or any other sort of insult like that, making it, if it were totally groundless, would in fact be lying about them. Now, it isn't lying in this case, but although I do feel bad about holding that against you because it's not something anyone can control, so I kind of I apologize for dirty tricks, but yeah.
What?
Okay, well, that's ridiculously
I didn't
false.
understand any of that.
But I think I would much rather have the conversation.
Hey, buddy.
Decker, that you wanted to have at the beginning, which is a substantive conversation on immigration, because I think if we're just endlessly haggling about like the minute details of what exactly one video shows or another, we're not addressing anything that could actually change anyone's deep substantive position, right? Clearly, people's views on ICE operations in Minnesota are entirely predictable based on their views about immigration in general.
True.
Right?
I think
if
that's
people
true.
think that we should have more.
Let Hunter finish. Let Hunter finish, and then you can respond.
Do you think 30 million people came in illegally under Biden, like Trump has said over and over again?
We probably don't know exactly how many people came in illegally. That's
so it could be a billion. People? You think it could be a billion people? Could it be? I mean, do you think it could be a billion people?
Obviously, we can put ranges around it that are more or less.
Do you think it could be 500 million people?
No, there's a probability distribution.
50 million people?
No, that's probably unlikely.
Okay, 30 million though?
More likely.
More likely. Okay. So that's 2 times. Yeah, that's almost 3 times the amount of total illegal immigrants that were in the United States prior to Biden there. So Donald Trump says 30 million. Does it bother you that he's given no proof of that number? You're saying it's on a distribution. Donald Trump doesn't say it's on a distribution. He says this is the upper end of a normal distribution, that this is
Yeah, obviously he's a politician, and like if they spoke like that, almost nobody would understand them.
I rest my case then. He shouldn't invoke the Insurrection Act. He's a politician. He's going to lie about everything then. I can't trust him, so no Insurrection Act. That's my position.
Strictly speaking, a normal distribution is unbounded in any direction, so a billion would also be equally true under this standard. And in fact, any number would be equally true.
Well, not equally. It's weighted by the
I've had trouble finding this room the last 3 or 4 times because I keep forgetting where it is, and it take forever to get here. And somebody already fucking got here. Okay, no, that's alright. I keep forgetting where the fuck it is, dude. Yep, it is where I mark every fucking time, but I don't know why I can never find it. Sheesh, why is this so hard for me? Let me see. When I come across the rope, I land there. Down there. Is there a way to get up here? There's not. Okay. Well, fuck it then.
Likelihood of it having happened.
So you're saying that he like 90% lied? Like most,
I'm saying
it's not a 100% lie. It's just a very, very.
He's giving a relatively exaggerated, improbable figure.
Oh wait, there's a line right here.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Relatively inaccurate, improbable figures that are much higher than what actually happened, to the best of our knowledge.
But also, we don't know exactly. Like, how could we possibly know how many illegal immigrants are actually in the country with any degree of reliability? Like,
this is the guy that I'm supposed to trust to use the Insurrection Act, right? And to trust to deploy troops and federal agents against U.S. citizens. This is the guy who lies about.
Yeah, there's pretty good estimates based on studies, but I know that like the second you bring up studies, they're gonna be like, oh, what? You believe studies? How the fuck would we ever come to a conclusion on this? Like, even if you want to say, okay, we can't know how many illegal immigrants are in the country. Oh shit. Let me see if I can help this guy out real quick. You still alive, buddy? I got a defib. Where you at? I got a defib. Where you at, bro?
You keep on using ancillary points. The core question is there civil unrest in the state of Minnesota right now? There is civil unrest.
We can't agree on what happened with the shooting. We can't agree on how many illegal immigrants came to the United States. How can we agree on a state of insurrection? Is there a problem?
The shooting isn't even the core thing here. The core thing is there civil unrest in the state of Minnesota? And yes, there is civil unrest. There are people.
Where's the guy who went down? I got a defib. I think it's coming after me now. Oh, somebody else just died. Where you at? Bro, how do so many people up there keep dying? I got a defib for you, man. Just stay there. I'll be there in a second. Oh, shit. Where the fuck did it go? Where you at?
I am under a bridge.
Under a bridge? Where the fuck?
Your apartment.
Oh, there you are. Damn, bro. There's like 4 flares that went up over here. I came over to get the first guy. Couldn't find him. There was another one that went off up there as well. Oh, bro, this Rocketeer's fucking people up. All right.
Who are violently
How can I trust that? How can I trust? I don't know if I can trust that because apparently Renee Good is a paid agitator terrorist. How do I know that people are assaulting
the Renee Good thing is completely ancillary to the point. Is there a state of civil unrest in the state of Minnesota right now? Yes, there is. Are there attacks on ICE agents in the state of Minnesota right now?
How do you know there are attacks on ICE agents?
Because there are videos of this everywhere. It's very easy to see.
Drew, just real quick, please. Oh my God, Drew. Send me a clip of one of the videos and we'll watch it on screen if you'd like.
And you have to prove that it's not a deepfake AI as well also. And I'm going to need the birth certificate of the guy, and it's got to be better than Obama's because we didn't trust that one either, remember? Go for it.
This is retarded.
I agree. It is retarded. Thank you. Yes, I agree, King.
No. It's retarded to bring up birth certificates or whatever. There's literal footage of people.
But we can't agree on that either.
There's photographs of like Will Stancil, the famous Twitter guy, just like chasing after ICE agents in his car and just blowing
there were photographs of documents that were classified strewn across the floor of Mar-a-Lago. We don't believe in that either, so why should I believe in any of these photographs?
Okay, can I back up to like
one quick. Drew, go ahead. Keep going, Drew.
They are trying to use completely ancillary points to just bog down the debate, bog down the whole thing. They can't admit.
Isn't that frustrating when people can't agree on reality and so you can't have a conversation about literally anything? That's gotta suck, huh?
The whole question is, oh wow, Trump lied 6
about everything. About 6 months ago, like 6 seconds ago. If Trump's breathing, he's lying.
Oh wow, Trump has exaggerated statements in the past. Therefore, a state of civil unrest in the state of Minnesota is justified. That's your argument. It's retarded. That's a retarded
if Renee
argument.
Good being a terrorist is your opinion, man, then a state of civil unrest, that's just your opinion, man.
We haven't even said Renee Good is a terrorist. We haven't said anything like that.
No,
We're simply talking about.
He's the one who would have to make an evaluation for whether or not he should invoke the Insurrection Act.
There is there's demonstrated evidence of far left groups going around harassing ICE agents in the state of Minnesota right now, and you can't defend that.
Which far left group? Which far left group?
You know as well as I do that there are amorphous
far
groups.
Left group. Name one.
There are amorphous groups. We all know that, Destiny.
Name one. What group? No.
Wow. So it needs to have.
Oh my God.
Okay. This is retarded. Sorry, this is obviously retarded. I mean,
hold on, all of you, please.
We all know.
Drew, give me a minute. Give me a minute, Drew. Drew, give me a minute.
Let me finish my point.
I will in a second, but you gotta let me do some housekeeping here.
Wait,
if you guys keep yelling at each other,
I was cut off. And
I know you were cut off. I'm gonna give you the mic as soon as I say this. I'm gonna give you the mic back as soon as I say this. But I'm just reminding everyone. If we're going to yell over each other, if we're going to talk over each other constantly, no one can hear anything. But we do got to kind of try to get order in this court, and we do got to want to go and answer each other's questions when they are asked. So, Drew, you have the mic again. You've claimed there's civil unrest. Give us your argument, and then we'll talk about it.
We all know that these kinds of anarchist groups don't have, formal charters. They don't have, they're not as organized. For example. Oh, this is retarded. Destiny is literally retarded. Destiny is a cuck. He has been cucked so many times. His wife divorced him because he's a cuck. And he is a terrible father. And his own son attests to the fact that Destiny is one of the best fathers of all time.
It's
just embarrassing.
Go back to the unnamed group. Go ahead,
I was actually going to...
Quick, China's coming to take you again, Drew, for the 50th time. China's coming to abduct you. Give us one of the unnamed group, Drew. Go.
This is completely retarded. I was actually going to avoid personal attacks against Destiny, but he actually put a sign behind it that said,
until I played soundboards, and then you're like...
Destiny actually put up a sign behind it that said Drew Pavley should hang himself. So obviously this isn't a good faith debate. This is just retarded.
Wait, what?
And yeah, Destiny's just retarded.
Oh, shit. Somebody donated that. Sorry, that is pretty funny though, and you should.
Come on, okay, come on.
Can I back up to how do we
Go ahead, Nicholas, please save us.
Because the thing is if you had 30 million illegal immigrants come, right, and they aren't registered in like a regular population figures, they are going to show up in either the economic output figures or they're going to show up in
I say
in welfare
when somebody
or
comes,
sending, right?
that makes them more American. Oh shit! Okay, I don't have time to make it back now. I'm so fucked. I don't know why I fucked with that guy. Excuse me, sir.
So you can, that's how they make estimates, right?
Destiny.
No, let Nicholas finish. Let Nicholas finish.
Okay.
Let Nicholas finish. Okay.
And so this is something of a conspicuous omission. I have not seen anything, remotely alleging that many immigrants. I tend to believe the estimates of how many legal immigrants there are out there, and that's why I'm inclined to think that not only is there aren't 30 million illegal immigrants here right now, there's certainly not 30 million that came in a 4-year period. It would have shown up in economic outcomes, and it hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to accept that. So what's the most accurate figure you've seen?
It's around 10 million.
Okay.
And it varies, but because
I would say about 15. 15 to 17 million after the Biden administration. That seems to be the most accurate estimate anywhere, and the most fair estimate.
Because people cross back and forth, there's a considerable especially in the agricultural sector, but people come here, they work a few years, they go back home because this is higher paying, but you're away from family or whatnot, and you go back home. That's that.
So significant error bars, but centered around
I would not say there are significant error bars, and I really have to push back against that.
Okay. Yeah, so you think the estimates are pretty good?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to flag, I doubt this is how things are actually going to go, mainly because I don't think Destiny will let them go that way, but I agree with Decker that the more interesting way we could spend this time is having the substantive debate about the merits of immigration, but whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, just to be clear, for my point to be clear, right? This is not an adult conversation when conservatives aren't capable of...
Well, you're the one who literally...
I'm sorry.
You went in here, Destiny. Destiny went in here with a plan that said, hang
Drew. Hey, Drew. Let Destiny go for a little bit, and then you can respond, I promise.
Destiny doesn't...
Let's go. Bro, did you see the Rocketeer fucking everybody up? It was over by the apartments. There's 5 people. 5 flares over there. I don't trust people who don't talk on this game. I'm gonna just start shooting everybody who doesn't respond to me. I'm gonna give them 10 seconds. And I'm even gonna tell them. Actually, no, I can't, because nobody can understand what I'm saying because my mic skips in and out. Mantis, when you hear me, you keep saying I'm quiet, but do I skip in and out when you're talking to me on the game? Do I cut in and out the whole time? Hey Tom Logic Bomb. In case you run into people who share the BS from ICE. If the man who died was a domestic terrorist during Doge purges, VA hiring, they didn't do a background check. Wait, the guy who they shot worked for Doge? No? Okay. Yeah, I'm cutting in and out for ProxChat. It after the update, everybody since then has been telling me that I'm cutting in and out. So kind of like when you got fucked by the Call of Duty update, your mic was cutting in and out. Mine's cutting in and out in a different way. Where it's like, it's just like the volume's going up and down, up and down, up and down. And that's without like auto gain control on. If I turn auto gain control on, it makes me louder, but it still does it. It still just goes in and out, in and out, in and out. And it doesn't matter which mic I use. I tried 3 different mics. It's all the same. I tried boosting my audio and turning the gain way up. I tried a bunch of shit. My audio and turning the gain way up. I tried a bunch of. So yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I would like to say to people, like, bro, if you don't say anything, I'm gonna fucking shoot you. But actually, they might not actually be able to hear me. Yesterday, I tried doing the thing where I like ask people questions about the game. I made a really good system for it. I got really good questions. And came up with like a whole process for how to do it. And yeah, I don't I can't do it because the first 2 people that I went up to, they kept asking me to repeat my questions over and over, and it just didn't work. But also, I did decide, I feel like they have to, like, there has to be some sort of consequence there. I've seen other people say, if you get them wrong, I'm going to kill you. And I feel like that's too much because I don't want them to try to kill me. So I thought what I'll do is I'll say, you have to buy in with a gun. Doesn't matter what gun, but you have to give me a gun in order for me to ask the questions. And so, yeah, if they have like a fucking rattler on them or whatever, it doesn't matter, a kettle, whatever. As long as they give me a gun, then it works. But yesterday, I got a Rocketeer driver, a Bombardier driver, a Tempest, and maybe an Aphelion or something like that. And because I was looting that shit out of somebody's dead body, I didn't make it to the extract.
Does it make you feel sad that your ex-wife fucked another man? And
Okay.
Does it make you feel bad that,
Okay, enough.
Your ex-wife literally fucked other men? That's pretty sad.
Drew, I'm gonna mute you until
really hard. You know, they're like taking something that somebody is like open about, and then just saying it back to them. Like they tell everybody, "Hey, I have an open relationship. I have sex with other people. My wife has sex with other people." Just repeating that back to them. I don't know how the fuck you think that that's like a great... Drew? No, Destiny. Like, if Destiny tells everybody this, and this is like a big part of his character and like a big part of like his persona and who he is online, and then you just repeat back to him what it is that he's like open and proud of, that's not much of like an insult. I don't know what he's thinking. But also, RC Vet, what you said doesn't make sense, and I'm asking for more context. I don't know if you left, but this does not mean anything.
Hard on me. He's going really hard. Can you save me? Thank you. Okay. So conservatives have lost the right to have a serious conversation about anything related to immigration when they lie about almost every single subject that is related to this topic. It is deeply unserious to me that a conservative would throw a fit when...
Did the guy who died, was he part of Doge? Does anybody know?
You're trying to discuss anything, and they just lie and lie and lie and lie and lie about anything related to the topic. So if you're going to say 30 million people came in illegally...
Drew's chat was trolling him for the first 5 minutes, so he ended stream and deleted it. That's fucked up.
Right? 30 million people come in illegally.
He never said that.
Donald Trump said that.
Okay, that's not what Hamish said. That you're debating us right now, not Donald Trump.
I'm talking about the United States of America, okay? The country that you prayed every day that you were from, okay? And I know you're mad that you have to be in your fucking shithole Australia, but so I'm talking about the United States. The United States of America right now, Donald Trump is the president.
You're debating us, not Donald Trump. You're not debating Donald Trump. You're debating
that's
us.
fine. I don't care whether I'm debating Donald Trump or his cum socks. I'm having a conversation about U.S. policy right now. Donald Trump is the president, okay? So for Donald Trump and the conservatives to lie about every single topic peripheral to immigration, and then to try to come to the table and say, well, now we need to have a serious fact-based discussion related to whether or not we can invoke the Insurrection Act. There's no reason to trust this administration to responsibly wield any kind of power like that, irrespective of the fact that they've already lost on multiple court cases with their forcible deployment of the National Guard to other states, with the deployment of the Marines to California, with their inability to accept any of the states' autonomies with how they want to do any of their local policing. Like, why would I trust this administration? The lies are just one part of it. Why would I trust this administration when they can't engage with the fact of the matter, or literally anything, to responsibly wield?
Yeah, there is a systemic problem with the Trump administration constantly lying about anything that isn't beneficial to them. And they lie to change it into something that is beneficial to them. So when they say, oh, this is what this person did, this is what they said, this is who they are, there is no reason for us to believe them, no matter what. Like, it doesn't matter what they say. They could have come out and said this woman was a fucking princess. She was the best, most beautiful person who has ever existed. And I would start to believe that she was probably a fucking demon sent from hell.
Any kind of federal deployment related to the Insurrection Act. It's just nonsense to me.
And it's because I have TDS. So yes, that I have TDS, that is the reason.
It's not a serious conversation.
And to translate that a little bit, and this is to Hunter and to Drew, how can the public trust this administration to wield their power correctly?
And let me wait, and then they can both answer. But just to add to that, so it seemed like a joke earlier when I was asking what groups. Donald Trump and the rest of the conservatives have said for a decade that there are mass paid agitators and paid protesters, and they claim that Renee Good was part of one of these paid groups. If these groups are fictitious and they don't even exist, and if Donald Trump has taken the exceptional step to use an executive order for the first time that I'm aware of in U.S. history to label a domestic group a terrorist organization.
Yeah, how can they both be terrorists and just like paid groups that are fake from I forget it. I can never remember the guy's name that they always claim is paying everything.
Antifa or whatever. Why would I trust him to send in any kind of insurrection acted authorities to go after who? I don't know who's going to go after. The Democratic Party, liberals in general, or who? Yeah, that's.
You got to let him answer. Okay, we're going to go to Hunter, then we're going to go to Drew, and then we'll see what they have to say. Go ahead, Hunter.
Yeah, so on the groups issue, this is from Reuters. This is with respect to Renee Good. Good was active as a volunteer in a network.
Fuck, dude, I don't have Arc Alloy again, and I need to make the fucking things to fix my heavy shield.
Of neighborhood patrols comprising hundreds of community members and organized by local activists to track, monitor, and record ICE operations in Minneapolis. According to Michelle Gross, president of the Minnesota-based Community United Against Police Brutality, and she was a paralegal for the National Lawyers Guild, which is effectively a leftist activist organization. You can think it's a legitimate one, but it is one. So yes, there absolutely are groups, and like her job was to work for one of these, so she was paid. One of the organizers one of the organizers of the church storming, right, that happened.
Don't go to the church.
Was also like a paid member of an activist nonprofit. So yes, absolutely, these people are being paid as members of these NGOs, and these are organizing the anti-ICE activities that are interfering with federal law.
That's not the claim. The claim isn't that they're part of like activist NGOs. That's not the fucking claim. Yes, we know there are people who work for NGOs that are activist NGOs, and some of those people go to protest. That's not the fucking claim, motherfucker.
Enforcement very intentionally. So yes, I mean, if you want to, you can argue about whether the term terrorist is appropriate for an organized group of people who do have paid members who disrupt federal law enforcement, but the substance is there. Yeah, absolutely.
So the claim is that they are being.
Been saying this for a while, debating the right is a joke and not worth the time. When you say not worth the time, what do you think the time is trying to like achieve? Like, what do you think the goal of the time is? What do you think what do you think would make it worth it?
Or sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to submit that I think to be a terrorist, one should have to commit terrorism, which generally involves,
that's crazy.
Terrorism.
What a crazy thought.
So what's your definition of terrorism?
Like
some kind of armed attack against a civilian population that's designed to incite terror in the civilian population.
Following people around and blowing whistles?
Yes, it's either to a violent attack or something to instill fear in the population for political or religious reasons. For the clicks, that's all it is now. Wait, you just said it's not worth it. And then I'm asking you what would make it worth it, and you say the clicks. So they are getting clicks, so therefore it is worth it? What is the... I'm so confused on the claim now.
So not terrorism.
Well, attacking
mean,
churches is certainly an act that instills terror in a civilian population.
Right. I mean, the case is reasonable for the church invasion and.
So, okay, let me explain my thought process on this. Lots of times, most people who either watch my show or just watch or keep up with politics, or who are just general political viewers, they don't do a lot of research, right? They don't have time to do a lot of research. They're not looking into every detail. They're not going and watching conservatives to see what it is that they have to say. So unless I pull up that argument on my show and show them making it, most of the time they're not going to know those fucking arguments exist. Then when they go and engage with a conservative, a lot of times conservatives can bring up very convincing fucking arguments. They can bring up very, very convincing arguments that make a lot of sense to somebody who doesn't know what the right answer is in response. And that person can have their mind changed on things pretty easily. And once they start to think, I was told something else from the liberals, now I wonder if I can trust them anymore. That inception of a thought is hard to break. That inception is hard to break. That is like what got me moved away from the conservative movement, was like I started to realize they're saying things that are untrue. And I don't think I can trust any of these motherfuckers anymore. And then that starts to build more and more and more over time, where it is the movie Inception, where like you once that like gets in your head, it's hard to break. You can't, it just consumes you. And so you want people who watch you and your audience to hear you engage with those arguments. You want the person who does the research, who spends time looking into the shit, who spends time looking at what conservatives are saying, who spends time debunking their arguments, who spends time really knowing every little detail about this. You want them to engage with those people and their arguments and give their audience the tools to not be convinced by this shit. Now, it can be a regular conservative viewer who's starting to realize that the conservatives are lying, and they have that inception, and now they're questioning things, and now they see you just totally tearing down all of the shit that they believed. It could be somebody who's just a regular liberal, but they don't pay attention to all of this stuff. They don't do the research themselves, and they want to hear somebody who's able to give them those arguments before they hear the other guys and get convinced by them. It can be somebody who is already a fan, already like watches you religiously, but they don't know all of the information about this scenario and don't know what the conservatives are saying, don't know what the arguments are from each side, and they want to hear them so that they know what it is that they're supposed to say if they hear things like this, or they know, or they'll be convinced of your side before they hear the other side. I think the mind-changing times are over. We're not trying to change minds. Again, that's not, I don't think anybody thinks they're changing minds. Nobody believes they're changing minds. Nobody is doing this to change minds. If you think that's the goal of doing these debates, you're just you're very confused. Nobody is trying to change minds in debates. That's not even like one of the top reasons to do a debate.
And also, as we established earlier, there have been snipers, right? Like this is.
There literally have been sniper attacks. Literally sniper terrorist attacks on ICE across the country.
The one who killed the two immigrants?
Yeah, accidentally. Does that make it better?
That was a terrorist attack. He was trying to kill ICE agents.
It was a very foolish idea to shoot into a car with tinted windows. You never know what you're going to hit.
Yes, the fuck you are. That is exactly what you just said on different words. No, it's not. No. That's not what I said. I didn't say we're changing their minds. I said that people who are liberals who can hear an argument from conservatives and think, oh, that's actually kind of convincing, which does happen all the time. There's always the people who do the why I left the left or why I left the right. Like, these things are happening all the fucking time. And it's normally because there's one thing that fucking happened, like Kyle Rittenhouse. That was a huge thing from the left that moved people to the right because they thought that people on the left were very fucking dishonest and disingenuous about that thing, right? And that one little thing, making them realize, okay, these people are kind of being dishonest about this shit. That I don't know if I can trust the left anymore. And then that thought starts to build, and they start to see more and more things that hurt like their idea of that. Now, if that person who didn't trust the left came and watched me and watched me debate and watched me as a liberal sit here and be like, no, Kyle Rittenhouse was fucking justified. You guys are fucking maniacs by turning Kyle Rittenhouse into some sort of fucking hero or martyr, acting like he's this great saint. That's fucking stupid. But he did nothing wrong. He did nothing unjustified. And all the people on the left who are claiming that he's this horrible terroristic nutjob and white nationalist and all this shit, they're also fucking idiots, right? That person would be less likely to end up transitioning and doing their why I left the left if they can see somebody who's arguing the things that actually make sense and standing on the left, right? They're less likely to move. Not changing their mind on anything. I am giving them a reaffirmation of where they are. Then there's the person who's already changing their mind because they start to distrust the left. They're not changing their mind because of a debate. They're changing their mind because they have personal like anecdotes and issues with what it is that they're seeing, right? And then as they're starting to see things that make them question things, they're like, they need to see somebody who actually makes that make sense. They need to see somebody who puts it into a concept and says, this is what the right is doing, this is who they are, this is how they work, and this is what's factually true. And you can see in the way that they talk versus the way that I talk that this is true. What you're getting at when you see this dishonesty from them, you're on the right track. But that's neither one of those things were the main thing that I brought up. The main thing that I brought up is liberals who are liberals, who believe in liberalism and who like Democrats, but they hear arguments from the conservative side that on a subject that they know nothing about. They hear arguments from them and start to think, oh shit, if that's true, then maybe they're right about this, right? They don't know anything about it, but they hear these arguments. And they're like, oh, maybe they're right about this. But normally, the conservative side is arguing against a straw man. And so they're very good at representing an argument in a way that is disingenuous and is convincing. And so people who hear the straw man and start to think, oh, damn, can't believe Democrats are saying that. That's fucked up. This is bullshit. I don't know if I can trust these people anymore. If they come over here and hear liberals arguing like Destiny, like Pisco, like Hutch, like me, like any of these people, they hear us saying, that's a fucking straw man. Nobody believes that. We're not in favor of open borders. We're not in favor of this. We're not in favor of that. We're the ones who are giving them reaffirmation of what they already believe. And now, if they hear us, before they hear these fucking conservatives, now they have the tools to know that when they hear the conservative, they're getting a straw man. They're getting a fucking bullshit straw man. And now they're less likely to start distrusting the left. So this is as I said, the main thing that I said is it's arming people with the tools to know what is and what isn't. That's like what's important. It is to help people like be armed with the information that stops conservative propaganda from continuing to spread.
Yes, he was trying to kill ICE agents, obviously.
Yeah, I love the way that Decker is very carefully walking right up to the edge of the things he can say. I appreciate that.
Yeah, because it's obvious that Nicholas Decker wants to say that the ICE agent should have been shot.
Like, when I moved from being a conservative, nobody changed my mind. No single person anywhere changed my mind. I looked into one thing, which was the definition of systemic racism. And I had been told from everybody on the right for the longest time that the definition of of systemic racism was either that all white people are inherently racist, or that it was just this ambiguous thing that changed all the time. The definition changed based on what was convenient. And when I looked it up, I found the first definition that kind of said, it's about businesses or institutions that have some sort of racist outcome, either based on data or some sort of statistical outcome, but it has a disproportionate outcome for black people, regardless of whether or not there was ever a racist individual. And I thought, okay, so this one doesn't have anything about white people being inherently racist, so this must be the one that changes all the time. Okay, let me go find another one. I go find another definition, same exact fucking definition. Go find another one, same exact fucking definition. Go find another one, same exact fucking definition. And now I'm confused, because now I'm starting to realize the arguments that we as conservatives make for like what's wrong with the black community, this counts as systemic racism. When we're talking about like, oh, the government, it gives black people welfare, and then they get stuck on welfare and they're not able to get off of it. And it's this cyclical problem where they're kind of dependent on the government now, and it keeps them poor, but then it also makes it to where the government is incentivizing them not to have two-parent households, because if they do, they'll actually make less money. And that's fucked up. Why would anybody want to make less money? And so the government says, if you have a second income come into the household, now we're going to give you way less money. Why would you want to do that? Who the fuck would sign up for that? So now you have kids who are less likely to have a father in the household. And now this makes it to where there is a bigger systemic problem with not having two-parent households. And the government is causing this problem to happen. It's like, holy shit, we're literally arguing for systemic racism. We are literally making an argument of systemic racism. This is systemic. It is a disproportionate outcome for black people, and nobody racist is doing anything. It's just a negative outcome that happens within an institution. That's fucking nuts. Okay, well, I'm now realizing we're arguing in favor of systemic racism. So then I go and start looking into all of the arguments for systemic racism and start to realize, holy shit, all of this makes sense. This all makes perfect sense. What the fuck have I been listening to? The arguments from Candace Owens, from Charlie Kirk, from Ben Shapiro, from Matt Walsh, from Steven Crowder. All of these people have just been making shit up to me this entire time, just strawmanning the fuck out of what systemic racism means. What else have they been strawmanning? And so then I start to go look into other things. And as I'm looking into these other things, I'll watch people like Destiny do debates. I'll watch people like Vosh do debates. And I start to realize that every time they debate somebody like Sargon of Akkad or Nick Fuentes or any of these people, the arguments that Nick gives, and the arguments that Sargon gives, the arguments that all of these people on the right give, every time the person on the left says, nobody fucking believes that. Nobody's arguing with that. Nobody's saying that. Can you engage with what I'm saying? And it's like, holy shit, this is just a nonstop problem of conservatives believing the left believes a thing and projecting this onto them, and they never believe it. And so it is like open borders, you know, that we want open borders, or that we want illegal immigrants, that we want that we think black people can do no wrong, that we think all white people are slave owners and Nazis, and like it's just, this is like it is a nonstop problem where the conservatives can just make shit up and lie about what it is we believe, and the conservative audiences are convinced of this because they're given very convincing examples of this that makes it look like that's the case. So that is that this happens all the fucking time, but it's about having the tools to actually engage with this shit.
Is that, hold on, Nicholas, is that what you want to say?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not what he wants to say.
Nice dog whistle, bro. Nice dog whistle.
No, I appreciate it. Like, you know, and this is something I said before we were all on the call, but the thing I appreciate about Decker is that he takes principles to their logical conclusions. So, I get it. I get it, man.
Yeah.
Drew?
Yeah, I'm not sure of like how the next administration should deal with members of ICE. I think that losing track of them in Manchuria would be impractical.
Yeah, no, and I see other people mentioning that, like, this is a conversation that I've had with a bunch of people on this channel numerous times, is that don't shame people for their tactics and what it is they do. There's a bunch of different processes to what helps coalesce a group of people, and we need all of them. We need all of them. We need all of the tactics. We need all of the processes. We need all of these things. And so when somebody says, oh, dude, why would anybody ever watch Dean? All Dean does is just insult the other people, talk shit about them, make fun of them, and then hang up on them. And he's just trying to humiliate them. He's not trying to have a good faith conversation. I agree. I would never watch that fucking shit. That's boring as fuck to me. It's disingenuous. I don't like him. I don't like his content. But I'm not going to fucking hate on him. And I'm not going to hate on his content. I'm not going to tell people not to watch him, because that is something that's beneficial for us. Having somebody who makes conservatives, like, you get an audience of liberals and you keep giving them that confirmation bias, make them feel proud of being a liberal, make them happy they're a liberal, make them feel superior to the other side. We're on the right side. We're the good guys. They look so fucking stupid. They look so evil. Let's fucking get them. Like, you really pump those people up, and you give them like a lot of pride in who they are and their identity as a Democrat or as a liberal. That shit's needed. But then you also need people who are able to describe things in a more autistic and like logical way that's going to make somebody who is just looking for answers, who is just looking for information, that like you need somebody who's able to give that information and those details and make that person feel like they understand shit as well. You need somebody who is just rhetorically good at like manipulating their feelings and making them feel bad and like, oh man, yeah, but the immigrants do have kids, and it's, yeah, that does kind of suck. And it's like, I'll make fun of these people over here. I will do, I'll talk shit about these people, but I'm doing a different thing. I'm doing something different than the rest of them. And so I'm not here to like manipulate people's feelings or convince conservatives of our positions. It is more so just, if you're a liberal, be caught up with what's going on, be informed on the details of this, and then understand what the other side is saying, so that we know why they're wrong, so that we know why they're incorrect and why they're fucked up. I've had people tell me numerous times that they show people my live streams, that they show people my shorts, they show people my TikToks, and they're like, this convinced them of X, Y, and Z. This convinced them. But you have to get it in early, right? You got to get it in before like the propaganda has started to grow. So like the video that I did on Charlie Kirk, when the Charlie Kirk shit first happened, like that day, I put out a fucking video talking about like, okay, look, it is true that this stuff's wrong, and like we shouldn't murder Charlie Kirk. We shouldn't be going after people like this, and this is horribly fucked up and gross. But the conservatives are calling for fucking war right now, and they're lying about the fact that Democrats are celebrating this, and so let's go over it. And so I put out this video, and a bunch of people start like responding to me, or telling me in chat, or telling me in emails, telling me in messages, dude, I showed this to people, and they were like complaining about the liberals like propaganda on this, and then I showed them your video, and they were immediately like very convinced that they were wrong, and that it's actually the Republicans who are doing the gross propaganda and everything. And so yes, like there's processes to this, like there's different aspects to it, but the main part is arming the people who are on your side with the information that they need. That's it. I'm not doing this for conservatives to convince conservatives. It is always for liberals to have the information, to have the right arguments.
And bad, but I do think that they should pursue federal charges against the worst offenders. And
you should.
Pretty.
I think it would actually be a productive discussion whether Destiny and Nicholas should explain what they think that the next Democratic administration should do to ICE.
Do you remember when John, right before, what did John do right before he quit the Nice Watch? I'm trying to remember.
ICE individuals as well.
I think that they should prosecute crimes. I think they should prosecute the crimes committed, and they should also allow state agencies to go after them.
Is it a crime to enforce routine migrant? Is it a crime to enforce routine deportations of illegal immigrants? It is obviously like a misdemeanor offense to illegally immigrate to immigrant.
Oh no, I'm in 4th now. Oh shit. Fuck. Mantis is in trouble. Mantis is in big trouble. The person below her is only 50 points below her, and the person below them is only 2,200, or not even less than 2,000 points off. And if they beat her, we're gonna be in a different league in the next one. We might be separated.
Immigrate to America.
It's not a crime, no.
What are the crimes that you think have been committed?
It is a crime to kill somebody, and it is a crime to deprive somebody of their civil rights. That's
it's a crime to kill somebody.
The term for excessive force, essentially.
Okay,
Also,
excessive force would be irrelevant, but like killing somebody is not in all contexts of
right?
crime.
Why do we keep lying with that? Why do we keep saying routine?
By virtue of two people talking, I could understand nothing that was said.
Okay, so Destiny's asking. Hold on, let me clarify.
By virtue, who is this person? Who is the person? Can somebody please tell me who the fuck is this person in the top left? Who is that? Does anybody know who this is? The person on the phone. Who is the by virtue person?
Destiny's asking, why should we consider this routine? This is not routine. What would the response be to that?
I don't know who any of these people are except for Drew and Destiny. So it says Nicholas Decker versus Hunter Ash and Drew Pavla. Okay, so I guess he's Nicholas Decker. So he's just a Twitter guy? That's it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the wave of illegal immigration that happened under Biden was also not routine, and it's going to take something equally non-routine to reverse it.
How's that working out?
Pretty.
It's going to take something equally non-routine, like breaking Supreme Court orders. Good one, bro. Good one. That's what you got to do, dude.
Well, I mean, America has net negative immigration for the first time in, I don't know what, decades.
So wasn't it net negative for the first time under the last 4 years of Obama?
The number of illegal immigrants here did drop, starting through Obama.
Yeah, so that was wrong. Another fact on your
No, I mean, net negative total immigration.
This is not due to enforcement policy, but it was due to the Great Recession. The best way to lower illegal immigration is to make the United States poorer, so that people don't want to come here and work.
Yeah, true.
But it hasn't become
true. No, he is 100% correct. The only way to actually make it to where we fix the immigration policies across the board is just to make it to where nobody wants to come here anymore. That's it. That is the way to do it. Is you just make it to where we are not such a desirable country to live in, and then that way, yeah, we won't have to deal with immigrants coming in anymore. We'll be Gucci.
Right. It's actually growing at a pretty fast clip right now.
No, it's not.
That is what MAGA wants. Yeah, I think that's what the that's what the tariffs are all about, is trying to make it to where we're just another shithole country.
GDP growth is amazing right now, so.
Yeah, and our currency is devalued by like 10 to 15%.
Okay,
I mean,
no
this is
shit
real
about currency
GDP
devaluations. Sorry. Okay, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
GDP growth is amazing right now. Technically, it is on track to hit the standards that were set after Donald Trump came into office, and they lowered their projections by like 80%. Not even joking. Not being sarcastic. I can show you the numbers. I posted them on Twitter about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, something like that. I posted all of the numbers pertaining to Donald Trump's economy and how he's been doing economically through his first year. And you can go look at all of these numbers and see for yourself. He has they've lowered the projections drastically just for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump's presidency was obviously going to be fucking up the economy to the point that they were like, okay, we're definitely not hitting the numbers of the Joe Biden admin, and so we're gonna lower all of this shit.
I do want to ask, this is to Destiny and to Nicholas, do you both think that it was appropriate for the ICE protesters to go into that church and disrupt the services there? So Nicholas says
absolutely not. It was worse than a crime. It was a mistake, as Telegram would say. But that's basically my view on it.
Would you support them being...
Did he say it was worse than a crime? It was a mistake? Well, what did he say there? I didn't understand. I didn't understand what he says. Because he's sitting so far back and he doesn't have a mic, it's really hard to tell what he's saying. Bro, another fucking stable stock too.
Prosecuted for that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend on the crimes they're being charged with. I think there are some crimes that would be definitely too excessive. But I think that that hate crimes or like conspiracy to commit hate crimes would be a stretch. I'm not a lawyer though. At a minimum, trespassing is like a very easy thing here, and it's like very obviously trespassing. So should evict and sue.
What do you think, Destiny? If Don Lemon and the protesters going into the church, do you think that they were wrong to do so? Do you support them in doing so? What are your thoughts on the different styles of protests that have been going on?
Don Lemon went into a church?
So
not him personally.
About 20 different protesters. They went into a church that allegedly.
I'm hearing this for the first time. I don't have an opinion on it. Sorry.
Oh, fair enough. No opinion on it and things like that. I guess overall, do you think that the protesters have gone too far at all from what you've seen?
No, I haven't heard any examples of that, so I'm not sure.
They attacked the church, for example. They attacked the church.
I haven't heard anything about that. Sorry, I haven't heard anything about that, so I'm not sure. I can't really have an opinion on it.
It was one of the most high-profile incidents of civil unrest in Minnesota.
He's such a fucking idiot, dude. He's so fucking stupid. What the fuck? What the fuck? I actually don't know anything about it. Literally, not even kidding. But Destiny's been talking a lot about the fact that like he's annoyed with conservatives always saying they don't know anything about whatever it is that he brings up, and they always just like cop out of everything by saying, oh, I don't know anything about that, so that they don't have to ever condemn their side. And so anytime you bring up like something that Trump did, so like they'll state like, you can't ever do X, and then you're like, well, wait, Donald Trump literally did X just a couple days ago. How do you feel about that? And they're like, oh, I didn't know about that. Yeah, I'll have to look into that because I'm totally unaware. It's like, what? I just told you, like, what happened? And they're like, yeah, but like I would have to look into it myself and really like get all the facts and the details to know how I personally feel about it or how I would characterize it. So yeah, it's like whenever they're caught in some sort of hypocrisy, they every fucking time, just not every time, but commonly will say, yeah, I don't know, I can't make a statement to that. It's the first time I'm hearing about it.
So I
haven't heard anything about that.
We're debating civil unrest in Minnesota.
Sorry, I haven't heard anything about that. I'm sorry, unfortunately.
Okay, well, fair-minded observers can obviously look at this and see that you're not engaging in good faith.
Just because I haven't heard about it?
Oh, it's obvious that you have heard about it, but you're just trolling.
How am I because I haven't heard about a thing? What, I'm supposed to keep up with every single story that's ever happened in all of US politics?
We're debating civil unrest in Minnesota, and this was the most high-profile incident of civil unrest over the past few days. It was extremely violent on Twitter, which you use all the time.
Oh, interesting. Wait, so then was the ICE agent that killed Renee, was his car stuck in an ice bank?
Exactly, you're just trolling.
Oh, yeah, you see how unfortunate that is? How fucking retarded you are? How called the fuck out you just were? Because you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Your memory selective, you won't engage with the facts. Isn't that frustrating right there? The honest take on the church thing is, here's my questions. One, because I did watch the videos around this. Did anybody ever call the cops?
Bro, that was fucking beautiful. I'm sorry, dude. That was fucking beautiful, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck is just... Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna answer that. Yep. Alright, so... Just kind of proving the point that easily. Fucking wild, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Or tell them to leave. I don't remember seeing it or hearing it. If they told them to leave and they didn't leave, my understanding is churches are private property, so you can arrest for trespassing. I hope that if they do get arrested for trespassing, the governor pardons every single one of them, like Donald Trump pardoned every single one of the fucking insurrectionists on January 6th, so that they can walk free and go and fucking do it again with no consequence. But if they were asked to leave and they didn't, then they would have broken a crime and they should be charged for it. And then the governor should pardon them immediately after, so they can do it again.
I don't think the governor should pardon them. It's for starters, it's like at most community service. At most, generally trespassing is you can't go back to this place. You know, if you do go back to this place, you will like actually get arrested and actually possibly have consequences. But a first-time trespassing is basically never any consequences at all. Frankly, nor should be, because the point of trespassing is we need you to leave.
Yeah, but when people got caught trespassing at the at like a, what was it, a Tesla dealership, somebody got caught trespassing at a Tesla dealership, and conservatives lost their fucking shit that this person was just giving community service. They lost their fucking shit over that.
You know, this is your very serious warning. Go away.
Do you have any thoughts on this, Hunter? Otherwise, I have another question for the panel.
Oh no, it's you know, I think I don't feel much of a need to respond to most of the things Destiny says, because I think it's just very obvious to everybody who's going to be watching that he is not a good faith conversation participant. And one of my followers, when this conversation was announced, was like, "Oh God, get Destiny out of there." And for the record, this follower of mine agrees more with Decker's position and their position than
I feel like
with
we can actually
mine.
debate Decker.
You know, yeah, absolutely. I think we could, again, as I've said multiple times, have an interesting conversation on the merits of immigration, both legal and illegal. But yeah,
You can, how can you have that?
obviously
You guys,
not going to.
you can't
Yeah,
even have,
no, I know.
you don't agree with any
I know
of the
what you're
facts.
going to do. Yeah, I know. But yeah, you can go ahead and ask your next question.
Okay, wait. Well, here's a question on the merits of immigration. Regardless of how you feel about immigrants coming to the country or not, do you acknowledge that it's not really factually disputed that immigrants coming to your country, even illegal immigrants, are both a net fiscal benefit or neutral at worst, and then an economic boon for the area where the illegal immigrant to? Do you just acknowledge that?
Not
No, there are plenty of examples
Exactly.
where
It's
immigrants are
fucking
not
plenty of
like, a net
examples?
fiscal benefit. Yes.
Yeah, plenty of examples. That's not what we asked. The question is, are they a net negative or a net positive? And to just say there's examples of where they're not, obviously there's some examples where they're not going to be a negative on the country. The question is about net negative, net positive.
Obviously.
Hold on, hold on. This is a simple IQ check. Wait, this is a simple IQ check. If I were to tell you most women are shorter than most men, would your response be, well, that's crazy because I know a tall woman? Why would you say something so obviously fucking stupid? I'm saying on the net, even illegal immigrants tend to be a fiscal benefit to neutral effect, and they're an economic boon. On net. I'm not asking you about a specific illegal immigrant that you know or a specific example. Just on net.
Immigrants from first world countries are typically very productive. Immigrants from third world countries are typically unproductive.
No, that's not even true. You don't even know what productive or unproductive means. You have no fucking idea.
Okay, so when we say on net, right? We're saying like on average, the totality of this. And when you say, but only the ones who come from first world countries are productive, the ones who come from, okay, first off, it's not about productivity. Second off, that is a fucking insane statement to make, because by far the majority of immigrants who come to our country are not coming from first world countries. So this is a really dumb fucking statement to make, because the majority, by far the majority of immigrants, we're not talking about productive. We're talking about a net fiscal benefit. A net fiscal benefit. Whatever the fuck productive means, I don't even know what that could mean in this scenario. But a net fiscal benefit means that they are benefiting the government, that they actually pay more into taxes than they use, that they are a net fiscal benefit. They don't use a lot of resources, and or at least not more than what they consume. Like, that's a net fiscal benefit, right? The credit limit reached. Claim Raider deck rewards to be taken. How the fuck did I hit that so fast? I just ran out of those like 3 days ago. Holy shit. How the fuck did that happen? I literally just went into the blue section of the stuff that I could buy with blue credits yesterday, and I couldn't buy any of them because I didn't have any fucking credits. I can't tell.
Obviously, I mean, the fiscal impact obviously depends on like the broad category of immigrants. So immigrants with a high school education or less into the United States specifically, if we just want to look at the U.S. context, are somewhat of a net fiscal negative, right?
How?
Well, so this, yeah. To be clear, for context, most citizens are net fiscal negative because we run
absolutely.
a deficit. And
Yes, I
also
agree. That's
long
true.
tail.
Nicholas is
So-
right.
Hold on, but when you say most citizens are fiscal negative, right? Most illegal immigrants that are coming in, your worst fiscal years of your life. So because I know that Drew and Ash or whatever, Ketchum, don't know. It's children and old people. Correct. Fiscal means your government budgets, right? An illegal immigrant that comes in at the age of 18, you're stealing this person from another country, basically at prime working age. So you've missed out on that entire 18-year investment early on. So typically when they come in, and also because they don't have access to welfare because they typically work on social security numbers. It depends.
It depends. If you look at
What does net mean? Drew, what does net mean? What is net? Net. Any.
This is so this was Destiny's test to see if they were capable of like being logical or good faith, and now they're refusing to answer the question by giving anecdotal answers. This was supposed to be their test, and they're now fighting him over the anecdotes instead of the net average or the net outcome. This is fucking beautiful, dude. Like this is fucking beautiful. This is insane.
ET net.
You're actually extremely obnoxious. You can't even have an intellectual.
Because you're extremely retarded.
If
you can't have an intellectual conversation when this is like the intellectual test, and you're refusing to answer it.
If you look at Britain and Denmark, there are studies that show that migration from third world countries typically has massive fiscal downsides because, on the whole, they have fiscal burdens on the state. And we look at, for example, the Somali community in Minnesota is 100% a fiscal net negative on the United States.
It is 100% a net negative on the United States. The Somali immigrants in Michigan are a net negative on the United States. What the fuck kind of statement was that? What kind of statement was that? What did that even mean? What did that even mean, dude? He gave so many qualifiers to the point that the outcome could not even be possible. It's not. Holy shit. This is amazing. This is actually amazing. I am blown away. I am blown away by how fucking stupid these people are capable of being. It's either stupid or just insanely fucking dishonest. Like it's hard to tell.
Denmark and Britain are not suitable comparisons to the United States for any question of net fiscal.
Isn't this the left's fault for essentially creating the strong executive? What does that mean? Like, in what way did the left create a strong executive? You mean like Obama doing a bunch of executive orders? Or what? What do you mean by that?
Fiscal benefits because they have considerably more generous welfare states.
True, but Minnesota has a more. That is true. That is true. I agree with you on that. Nicholas. But Minnesota does have more generous welfare provisions than, for example, other states. And we know, for example, that the Somali community.
You're so not American. Oh
it's true, though. It is true. And yeah, de facto. And Minnesota, unfortunately, did see systematic basically looting by the Somali community in the state of Minnesota.
Yeah.
And as for how illegal immigrants collect welfare.
So just to be clear, there, like, the argument that he made about Somalis, there was a way to make that make sense, but you would have to, like, as he was doing, kind of limiting the data as much as possible. He didn't limit it enough, though. The statement that he made is that the Somalis in Michigan are a net negative on the United States. The argument could be made that, like, the amount of money that's been put into investigations, the amount of money that's put into court time and prosecutions and prosecutors and court paperwork and officers and, like, all of the shit. Like, you could make the argument that the amount of, like, money that is spent on this has made it to where Somalis do not contribute that much in totality. The problem is, do you think he's wrong? Yeah, well, I'm explaining. Yeah, so the problem is that you would have to limit that to, like, a couple of years for that to be true. Because we're only talking about a total of, like, 5 or 6 Somalians who have been found guilty of fraud over the course of, like, I think it's 4 years or something like that. I could be wrong. It might be higher than that. But my point is that the wait a second. Mantis, are you here? What was the mod again that you told me to put on my gun that made it like super fast to move with? The point is that you would have to limit to a short period of time, right? So if we talk about like the investigation started in 2018 and we say from 2018 to 2020, the amount of money that Somalians contributed to the government through taxes in those 2 years was less than the amount of money that was put into these court cases and investigations and the amount of fraud and all of this shit, right? You could probably do that for a 2-year period. But why the fuck would you? That's insane. That is purposefully trying to get the outcome that you want from the data. Whereas instead, if we're trying to understand Somalis as a totality, we would do like 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and we would look at all of that. But if instead you just say, oh, there were investigations for 2 years and court cases for 2 years, so we're only going to look at those 2 years because that's where the most amount of money was spent, and then we'll just limit it to that so that we can say they were a net fiscal drain in those 2 years. That's fucking insane. If you look at a total, yes, 20 years, 30 years, no, you're not going to have nearly the amount of drain from Somalians as much as they contribute. There's no fucking way. Limited stock, I think. Okay, thank you.
Beyond states that have gone out of their way to sort of provide.
Wait, lightweight stock. It was this one, wasn't it? Yeah.
Their own systems that provide welfare benefits to people regardless of immigration status. Also, illegal headed households collect welfare at higher rates than both legal immigrants and native-born citizens, right? Because their children, based on the doctrine of birthright citizenship, are citizens, and they collect welfare for those children at substantially higher rates than either legal immigrants or citizens. So you can say, oh, that's not the illegal immigrants themselves collecting the welfare; it's their children who are citizens or whatever. But obviously, that's still relevant to the question of immigration and whether we want these people here.
I guess the question I have, right?
Yeah, it's the ADS speed on this gun goes up 200%, and that's aim down sight. So you are able to go from holding it to aiming it at a 200% higher rate. And then on top of that, what's the other one? 30% faster in equip time. So to go from your back to holding in your hand, 30% faster. That, holy shit. But you have more recoil and more recovery time. Wait, so does that mean it takes longer to shoot?
Right, is regardless of whether you like immigration or not, right? I guess the question at hand isn't really a...
Because, yeah, the padded stock does the opposite. The padded stock fixes recoil. And you have less dispersion. But you take longer to get it out. And longer to go to longer ADS.
About immigration, though. It's about how we enforce it and whether or not in Minnesota they are obstructing enforcement, and if that is sufficient reason to invoke the Insurrection Act. So I'm just... go ahead, Nicholas.
I guess I'm sort of like willing to change the topic to the question of immigration, just because I view the question of invoking the Insurrection Act as just so willfully stupid that I would think less of anyone who argued for it. And so there's nothing like really to discuss. You can either say that like there's an insurrection going on in Minneapolis. You can say things. That doesn't make it true. So a much more interesting thing is then to like discuss, well, okay, I have a few points related to immigration that I wanted to get out while I have the floor. First off, fiscal benefits is not necessarily the right thing to look at, right? Because there is uncaptured consumer surplus, and we're actually like trying to maximize welfare, not government revenues. So even finding if there's small fiscal negative or even some large fiscal negative, if you compare them to other people in the country and the amount of the surplus they're creating, it's still better to have them in. Secondly, I firmly believe that there are increasing returns to aggregate population, and I would really challenge my interlocutors to come up with sound micro foundations for why you would have decreasing or even constant returns to scale in a modern economy. And I also think that a pattern of immigration enforcement that is just characterized by a weird hostility to immigrants is likely going to I think the elasticity of relatively well-to-do first world immigrants to like cultural hostility is much greater than the elasticity of third world of developing country immigrants, right? So I think that if you like have a much more rhetorically hostile environment for immigrants, I think that is going to deter the English-speaking immigrants, and it's going to do much less deterrence of non-English-speaking immigrants. So I think this is in fact a self-defeating policy to be extremely hostile.
Hey,
We've lost people because of this.
Yeah, I want
to.
Yeah, I want to give.
Off deserves, you know?
Yeah, I want to give a chance for Drew and Hunter to respond to that. So go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sure. So if you don't mind if I go first, like these are substantive points that, you know, can be responded to. And so, yes, you're correct. First of all, no contest on the claim of, super linear returns of population, all else held equal. And that's, sort of a big caveat. But yeah, I don't have any objection to that. You're also right that somebody's impact on state budgets does not capture their entire economic impact. But even if you show that essentially that subsidizing these people has had some sort of like pro-growth effect, you would have to go further and show that this is the most effective way for the state to, deficit spend even more to grow the economy, since that's essentially what we're doing. If we bring somebody in and then subsidize, net subsidize their existence here, that is a form of, government deficit spending that, to grow the economy, and you would have to argue that this is the most effective way to do that. But I do want to get to this really quick. I think the biggest issue in terms of how immigration is likely to impact economic growth going into the future is how people vote, right? If you look at pretty much any issue that's economically relevant, most of the people that are immigrating are going to be relatively more socialist than the current population, and that will have really negative impacts on economic growth over the long time, much deeper impacts than whatever their personal contribution is. And that is my biggest issue with immigration.
I have a question on that, if I may just elaborate.
I want to see Destiny's response to that. Destiny was shaking his head, so I'd like to see his response.
No, that was just such a retarded point. I don't even know.
So
I would have to take like 5 shots in order to actually respond substantively.
So I'm in agreement with Hunter on the question of like immigrant voting behavior being the main constraint on open borders. But so like Garrett Jones, for example, makes this argument. But the conclusion of Garrett Jones is actually we should have open borders with China. Actually, we should have open borders with Western Europe. Or actually, we should have open borders with Eastern Europe. And I think that those are all much better policies and would result in a much greater net flow of immigrants than anything proposed. And I think that I guess we haven't actually got to the hostility point mattering.
Aside from,
I've got to respond to that.
Go ahead.
I mean, Nicholas, you know as well as I do that the Somali community in Minnesota the Somali community in Minnesota has been the recipient of very strong rhetorical support from the Democrat local and state officials in that state. And it's really only been like the last year or two that they've been coming into massive attack by, for example, the federal authorities. But prior to that, even despite having massive
that's just not
support,
true. Why are you saying that? All the investigations into the Biden DOJ, these charges were filed in 2023. What do you?
You actually misheard me, Destiny. I'm talking about. So the point is, Nicholas is talking about rhetoric from politicians creating a hostile environment towards immigrants, and I'm saying that there's actually been a very positive environment towards, for example, Somali migrants in the state of Minnesota under the Democrats, and that still did not, for example, stop them from engaging in quite systematic behavior, for which Destiny points out led to major charges by Democratic authorities in 2023.
No, Mr. Pavel, you've totally misunderstood what I'm saying. I'm saying that the largely English-speaking, like immigrants from Western Europe, are much more put off by anti-immigrant rhetoric generally than your immigrants from developing countries. So
I mean that's true. I actually agree with you on that point.
Okay. Cool.
Actually, I agree with you on that point, and I actually think you are right that if you had basically open borders with first world people from Western Europe, then that would work well. To be honest, it actually would.
Sure.
The major problem is people coming from extremely poor countries with very low trust, societies, really poor countries.
Then the second what follows up here is the general thuggishness and the general thuggishness and stupidity of ICE is going to change the relative composition of immigrants towards the people who you don't want. So I think
okay, so just so I understand your argument is that because of the anti-immigrant rhetoric coming out of Trump and the MAGA, and also the behavior of ICE to brutalize people are pushing away first world immigrants and attract and not having any effect on immigrants from developing countries. Is that your argument?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Oh, I disagree with that, but I believe that he is having a greater because he is reducing immigration from all countries. He has reduced immigration from all countries. We know this, that nobody wants to come here as much as they did under Biden, but he has reduced immigration from first world countries more than he's reduced immigration from third world countries. All of them are reduced across the board. We know this for a fact. We know for a fact he has reduced immigration from all countries. But yes, immigrants from first world countries are less likely to come now, are even more less likely to come than people from third world countries. But it's reduced on both.
Because
I think there's actually something to be said for that. I think you're actually right about that.
No, I mean,
also, just to be clear, on my gun, I ended up going through all of the attachments and even looked up what people think are the best ones. And having the lightweight stock is the best one for the back, but then putting an angled grip 3 on the grip is kind of undoing all of the negatives that come from the angled grip. So everything that, like, all of the positives you get from the angled grip are super good, and then, or sorry, from the lightweight grip are super good, but there's some negatives that come with it that I didn't want to deal with. The angled grip undoes those, and so yeah, you end up with just a much better outcome. I was so excited yesterday because I had a shotgun mag 3, and now I lost it like the first game I took it into. I got killed.
Well, I mean, actually, I think that like it's an interesting story, but has that been empirically borne out at all? I mean, like, the southern border crossings are at, you know, historic lows. It really does seem like the deterrent effect has worked on third world immigrants. As for your, you know, I think I can sort of, you know, I know where you're coming from in terms of the like sort of Robin Hanson-esque immigration maximalism and how like voting's the main constraint of that. And obviously we're not going to institute like a UAE style, you know, sort of like permanent surf cast situation to handle immigration in a way that doesn't impact, you know, electoral outcomes. But yeah, I mean, my only concern with open borders with China, mainland China, would be the obvious security risk. But as far as, you know, a much more lenient immigration policy towards Europe, right, and maybe even towards like. Yeah. Granted, these places aren't, you know, they're hardly producing surplus people, so I don't know how many would come. But you know, certain like Pacific Asian countries that have proven themselves to be highly compatible, like Taiwan, Japan, Korea. Yeah, I'm open to that. I'm not like I'm principle against all immigration.
Yeah, before we go too just real quick.
Can I say one thing?
I'll give the mic to you. I promise. Okay.
Yeah.
But before we go too far down that route, I want to kind of bring it back a little bit towards ICE in general, right? I understand that Nicholas here doesn't want to talk about the Insurrection Act, so fair enough. But we're going to talk about ICE in general, and this is to Drew and to Hunter here. Do you think that the behavior of ICE in Minneapolis, or just in general, has been at all acceptable?
So I want to respond to this. I quickly wanted to address that previous point made by Hunter. I actually think that you could essentially have almost open borders with countries that are above 0.9 on the HDI, and it would probably be fine. If you're basically just talking about like first world industrialized developed countries with high trust backgrounds, you could probably, I mean, Australia could have.
It's so wordy. You're so wordy. Just take countries with white people. Could you say what you mean?
No, because no.
Literally white Asian. Sorry.
No, that's literally not even what I was going to say. Because I was going to say Australia could literally have open borders with Japan, and I don't think there'd be a single problem with that probably.
Sorry. What is Japan? Not white or Asian? I forget. Weeb or
well, it's an East Asian country, obviously. But it's not actually about race. It's about whether it's a high trust society and whether it's a developed society, and whether we have cultural similarities. So there are three points of that. The second part, do I agree with every single thing that ICE has done? I actually disagree with a lot of the things. I think that they shouldn't go around in masks, and I think that they should have identifiable name badges, and the operations that they go should be a lot more, by the book. I think they should be subject to the rule of law, and they shouldn't be going around with masks and stuff like that. That said, I acknowledge the role that far-left agitators have played in obviously inciting a lot of fear. There have been direct physical attacks on ICE agents, and I can understand why that creates a lot of tension and it puts a lot of heat into the equation.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, okay. I was just going to say that, like, as I take a harder position than Drew here, actually. I think that the masks are justified by the fact that obviously these people would dox ICE agents and then try to make their lives as uncomfortable as possible, whether they would do that through technically legal means or, all the way up to, actual violent crimes that would be committed against them. I don't think there's any serious doubt that people
how many violent? Wait.
Just
Just a quick thing. This is why I'm just playing video games, and this is a deeply unserious conversation because he's going to say no to this. Would you agree that Donald Trump, when he gives the name of family members of, say, like a judge presiding on his case, that's a thing that could severely elevate the risk to those people?
Has that happened?
I disagree with Trump.
That's why this is a deeply unserious conversation. It's just not a serious.
Well, I was just going to say, I'll let you just straight up say, I think that's wrong if Trump does that. And if he has done it in the past, I'll condemn it. I don't think that's right.
Cool. You don't know. You never heard about that, though, right? This is why I haven't heard about the other thing. Whatever you're talking about, ICE agents?
No. I'm sure.
Really? That actually happened? That's crazy. I've heard.
I'm sure that Trump has.
Lemon in a Christian church? Really? I don't know anything about that.
I was actually agreeing with Destiny, but he's just being obnoxious. Because I actually don't. I'm not a 100%. I don't agree with every single thing that Trump has ever said or done. So there are obviously cases where he intimidated legal officials, and I think that's wrong.
Would you here? Let me step in a little bit here.
The I think it's wrong answers from these people. We're not talking about like Joe Biden like called MAGA trash, or like, we're not talking about like Hillary Clinton said called MAGA a bag of deplorables or something like that, right? Like when we're talking about, the shit that he's done, these are not, I think that's wrong sort of scenarios. These are like, this is disqualifying for him to be a president. This is something that makes it to where he cannot, like, he never should have been voted in the first place. This is something that makes it to where, like, he is a wholly, like, immoral person and cannot be trusted sort of scenario. But when instead they just say, yeah, and I think that that's wrong. It's like, okay, what, who cares? What, Donald, Hitler genocided all of the Jews. Yes, and I think that's wrong. Just to be clear, all right? I have condemned him for that, and I don't agree with him when he genocides the Jews.
Debating conservatives is like giving your little brother or sister the controller that's not plugged in. Like, this is just an like, you're talking about corruption.
You're literally not even arguing.
Yeah, because you
literally haven't made a single substantive.
Okay, so question. You're worried about. Okay, here's
There's actually been a substantive discussion between Hunter, me, and Nicholas. Just for some, he's not even involved in the conversation.
So you're worried about corruption in the United States or something. That's why you're worried about unbounded immigration from China or whatever. Are you worried about the fact that the president of the United States has a crypto coin that allows people to donate to him without any trace?
I think the crypto coin's bad.
Like, worse than anything else.
See, I think it's bad. Like, this is like the worst level of fucking corruption that we have ever seen in the presidency. And you say, I think that's bad. Holy shit. Like, what the fuck? What has happened to this country, dude? What has happened to your brains where somebody's telling you about the crypto coins and you say, and I think that's bad? Like, what the fuck, dude? What are we even talking about?
That's been done in terms of open access corruption to the president that we know of in recent U.S. history?
I just said to you that I think the crypto coin's bad.
I didn't ask if it was bad. I said, is it worse than any corruption that a president's been involved? Very bad? Listen to how fucking spineless and pucky your language is. Very bad? I'm asking you the worst thing that a president has done.
It doesn't.
Strongly disagree. Oh my god.
It doesn't.
Bro, he disagrees with it. Come on, Destiny. He's not in favor of corruption. He thinks that corruption is bad. Like, why are you fighting him on this? Like, why can't you guys just agree on something? I think it's bad, you think it's bad, but can't we all just agree that corruption is bad? And just, like, why is Destiny not just, like, allowing him to just agree with it? Sheesh. So unreasonable.
It doesn't then justify Somali community in Minnesota engaging.
No,
in
but it
massive
does justify.
fraud.
Oh, it doesn't justify. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can't. Stop trying to justify the fucking Somalians, Destiny. What the fuck? Why are you doing that?
It does
Which is
justify
essentially
the
your
fact
argument.
that people
Which
like
is
you should
essentially
be
your
involved
argument.
in the conversation
Which is
because you don't have the best
essentially your
interest
argument.
in corruption in mind. It's just partisan hackery. You're using topics that you can do to attack whatever brown people or whatever Democrats you want, but you don't actually give a fuck about the topics. Because if I were to search your Twitter, it's going to be totally fucking empty in terms of criticizing the rampant corruption that this administration has been involved in. You can't find a single piece of corruption that would be worse, or combined pieces that would be worse than single pieces of corruption that I can bring up. What about the fact that Donald Trump's son his company got a $700 million contract from the DOD? What about all the stuff related to Palantir? What about the 2 crypto scams that Donald Trump is running? What about the fact that in Mar-a-Lago, if you were part of the top 25 donors, there's crypto coin, you got a sit-down meeting with the President of the United States. None of these things are things you care about, but you go, well, for immigration, we care about Somalis because there was an organization that did $105 billion in fraud. You don't care about it. You just hate them because they're brown or whatever the fuck political talking point you've got. That's it. It's not a serious conversation.
I do think the fraud in Minnesota pales in comparison to the organized looting of the Treasury by disabled veterans. So I think that we should fight the real enemy here.
Disabled
and
veterans?
not Somali. Yes.
Okay.
They are.
No,
they are
I know it.
a bunch of scammers.
I know what Decker's talking about.
Yeah, the fucking disabled veterans, bro. I would fucking kick their asses if I ever saw them. You think you're so cool because you fought in a war? Fucking shit. I'd beat your ass. I'd fucking kick you out of your wheelchair and kick your fucking ass.
Out here, yeah.
Well, I have a.
Yeah, no, I mean, so like the thing is, obviously, like
Hold on, just real quick, Hunter, just real quick, just real quick, like, so, I mean, just to back up Destiny a little bit here, even though he's obviously not taking it as seriously as he should.
Why, dude? It's a serious question.
Let me. Yeah,
Taking it seriously?
I'm asking. I'm making them answer your question. Like, there has been huge proven fraud from President Donald Trump, and why? Like, I guess why should voters care about the Somali stuff when we have President Trump, if those things that he said was true, looting the treasury through crypto coin, pay to play, basically saying the top 25 donors get access, having his son get a $700 million contract, the bribery from Qatar of $600 million plane. Like, and this is to Hunter, just real quick, Nicholas. I want Hunter to answer, right? Like, why should anyone care about what Somali's doing when the president's doing that?
I mean, I see that as essentially a non sequitur. Like, if you can point to any instance where these things have been connected to policy changes that have been bad for the United States, right? Like, somebody paid us to do.
Wait, can you show where the Somalians' corruption has been connected to policy changes? What the fuck? What the fuck? What is that? That's a non sequitur. But here's another one. Here's another non sequitur. That's a non sequitur. You want to hear another non sequitur? Good one.
Oh no, do you think it's bad that the president's doing these things? Like, bad for the United States overall?
I mean, I would have to look into every individual instance of this to see if the facts are being characterized correctly. But like, the crypto coin
it's
is
shameless,
stupid,
bro. Oh my god, you have no shame. You're like not even human. It's like a snake, like slithering through the fucking guard. You're crazy. If I looked into any of these individual instances of fraud, I'm not sure anything. I bet that if I were to hold a gun to your head and give you a picture, a blank piece of paper, and I were to tell you to draw from memory the bottom of Hunter Biden's cock, I bet you'd be able to do it. But you don't know anything about some of the most rampant corruption that has ever existed in all of U.S. history, and you're living through it, and you don't know the details on any of it. You're clueless. It just shows you don't care about the corruption. That's it. Like, it's a super simple thing. Like, how could you pretend to care about corruption and not know any of these stories? It's because you don't care about corruption. It's because it's a partisan hackery bullshit point.
It's funny that you bring up I think it's funny that you bring up the charge of partisan bullshit hackery when Destiny the entire time in this debate has basically been resorting to full Carl Schmitt friend enemy distinction politics, and essentially all of Destiny's politics are just Carl.
What did he just say? Did anybody understand a word of that? Full Carl Schmitt bullshit policies? All right, you guys ready to watch me die? You ready to watch me die? Hi-ya! Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Good point.
It's funny that you bring up I think it's funny that you bring up the charge of partisan bullshit hackery when Destiny the entire time in this debate has basically been resorting to full Carl Schmitt friend-enemy distinction politics, and essentially all of Destiny's politics are
Full Carl Schmitt? Frenemy policy distinctions? Is that what he said? What the fuck?
just Carl Schmitt friend-enemy distinction politics.
Name one.
Name one. I mean, you literally started the debate with a big portrait behind your head that said, "Drew Pavlik, hang yourself because I've got to disagree."
Drew Pavlik, you're not. First of all, that's a dono that comes from a fan. Number one. Okay. Number two, that's not politics. That's just me making fun of you because you're somebody who should be made fun of. So name one policy. You said that I made partisan.
You couldn't. I'll give you actually good point. Good point. You said that every single person who invaded the church should be pardoned simply because they're Democrats. Simply because
that's not partisan. That's literally symmetry. What do you mean?
No, that is literally. Are you retarded? Are you retarded?
Yeah, he didn't say simply because of that. It was simply, oh my goodness, what the fuck? Bro, how many of these things are there? Holy shit. So because the Republicans did that with January 6th, that he wants the Democrats to do it with this, not simply because of anything except for the Republicans did it.
That's literally Schmittian friend-enemy distinction policy. You're saying because Trump did something bad, my friend should get anything.
Hold on, just real quick.
You're doing friend-enemy
was a legal thing. My bad. Just real quick. So, as I understand friend-enemy distinction politics, just real quick, as I understand, and perhaps I'm wrong, and you can correct me, but as I understand, friend-enemy distinction politics isn't that they did something, so now we have to do something. It's these are my friends and my allies. Just real quick, let me finish. These are my friends and my allies, so I am going to make sure that I'm going to overlook the things that they do that is wrong, and I'm going to give them things, and then
that's exactly what Destiny said.
In order for that to be true, it would have to be me saying the J6 partner was wrong, but we should do it on our side because it's right. That's the friend enemy distinction you're talking about. For me to say, well, so we should do the same thing because it's the same thing. That's not what I'm making a decision. I'm saying listen to you, Drew. Drew, listen to how mind-raped you are right now. Drew, right now you're saying that I'm being partisan because we should play by the same rules that the Republicans play by. Mind-raped you are right now.
Every single person
your mind
in the church invasion
every time you speak. I hear.
Hold on, let Drew finish. Drew, go ahead.
It is literally friend-enemy distinction policy. You said that because Trump pardoned Gen 6 rioters, therefore Democratic governments should pardon any single leftist involved in rioting. That is what you said.
Did I say that?
He did not say that. Any single leftist? He said the people at the church. He was just talking about just the people in the church, not every single leftist. Am I wrong? They were talking about the church, right?
The church. Were there people rioting the church? Did anybody get hurt? Was there any property destruction?
I mean, there was an attack on people who were simply going about their.
Really, Destiny, stop the fucking audio.
That's a dono thing. I'm so sorry. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that cut that out. But I am curious because I don't know. Was anyone hurt at the church?
Was anybody injured there, Drew? You said they were attacking people. Oh, it doesn't matter. The facts don't matter, Drew. The facts don't matter.
They went into a church that was in the middle of a sermon and they attacked the
Could you say,
hold on, stop. Who was hurt? I want to know who was hurt.
Trump's loads or?
No, I want to know who was hurt. I actually don't know, and I'm very curious.
So because nobody was particularly stabbed in this incident.
No, I'm not asking stabbed. Who was hurt? Who was hurt?
It is an attack. They attacked the church sermon in the middle of the sermon.
Okay, what was it?
So when they say attacked, this is because earlier when they said they literally attacked the church, and I said attacked. What the fuck? When did they attack? I'm now. He just said they went into the church during a service. That's literally attacked. So he is just saying them just going inside of the church is attacking the church. That's it. That's all he's saying. There's nothing that actually made sense there in any real way at all.
Destroyed. Like, did they flip tables? Did they whip out the money changers? What happened?
Jesus did more damage when he went to the temples and flipped the tables of the gamblers.
No, hold on, Destiny, please. I want to know what happened here. What happened?
I agree.
They went into the middle of a church in the middle of a sermon and they disrupted the sermon. That was an attack on people enjoying their right to religious liberty.
I don't think that falls under the usual meaning.
Fuck you. Oh, fuck you.
Of the word attack, which generally involves attacking. So.
They disrupted a church service and basically violated the right to religious liberty of people who were going about their day as peaceful Christians. And so that was an attack on a religious service. They disrupted the service. It was an attack. And
So this just became the broadest version of attack of all fucking time, dude. This just became the most broad fucking version of attack I have ever heard in my fucking life. Holy shit, dude. Everything is just so big and scary. They always have to use the biggest and scariest words for every fucking thing. Everybody's a terrorist. Everything's a war on Christmas, a war on, a war on religion, a war on Christianity. It's everything is just the scariest fucking shit to them. It's wild, dude. I don't know how the fuck these people have been able to survive this long with everything so scary all the time.
Destiny thinks. Oh, so you think it's just the equivalent of a stand-up comedian being heckled? It's a church sermon.
Hold on, do you think that?
In the middle of a sermon.
Do you think that, Nicholas? Do you think it's a equivalent?
Okay, here's how it's bullshit. Here's how it's bullshit.
Can I ask a serious question? I'll ask you a question. I'll finish my point. I'll ask you. You can talk. It's about this. It's about this. It'll be serious. Okay, I'm serious. Okay, just so we can understand what you consider attack. Let's say that a guy eats a fuck ton of just the most rancid beans ever, goes into a church full well knowing that he's about to unleash.
No, this is retarded.
Okay, stop. Enough.
This actually is.
Stop. Destiny, stop. Destiny, stop. Calm down.
This is legitimately friend enemy distinction politics, because if somebody had done that to a Muslim service, you would be crying. 100% you'd be crying. If Zohran Mamdani was in a mosque and there was a religious service.
Destiny fucking loves Muslims so much that you know he's right.
And a bunch of Republicans went in and disrupted the service, you would say that the service had been attacked. So this is just pure friend enemy distinction politics. No, it is friend enemy distinction politics. It certainly is. You would hate it. You would hate it if people disrupted a Muslim service that, say, Zohran was partaking.
That's it. He thinks anything that's an inconsistency is automatically friend enemy distinctions. He doesn't know. He doesn't understand the difference. He thinks that any inconsistency is just automatically friend enemy distinction. That this is so fucking stupid. This guy is so fucking dumb. I can't believe he's this fucking stupid. I don't want to. I don't want to believe he is as dumb as he's pretending to be right now. I can't. This is a fucking grown man who's this fucking, he's using terms like this. And I don't know, maybe he just heard it the other day and is just trying it out. You know, he's trying on a new outfit. He wants to see if his friends like it, if they think it's cool. But yeah, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just saying shit.
In, but you're just fine. You're fine though because it's a bunch of
Muslim lover in the United States. Destiny, that's me. Yeah.
This is
no, but you would 100% fly though.
I do want to bring this back to more serious.
This is true. If right wingers had attacked a Muslim service in the United States, both Nicholas and Destiny would condemn it.
Okay, I guess.
Not if attack means protest. I don't know what attack means right now in your definition.
Okay. It was obnoxious and a bad idea, as I have described the incident in Minneapolis.
If 20 MAGA supporters went into a Muslim service that was, that Zohran Mamdani was a part of, it would be roundly condemned by every single person on the left. But because it was a Christian service and Christians are perceived to be your sort of right-wing enemies, therefore you're fine with them being attacked like that.
What the
I don't know what
fuck?
attacked like that. I mean, I don't know how they were attacked. I condemn anybody that wastes time going to a church. I'm an atheist. I think it's a waste of fucking time. So that's my position.
I don't know,
ahead,
maybe I've
please.
seen more footage or something, but just, I'm not even trying to make any particular point with this, but just so we have a clear narrative of what happened. Like, a group of people went into a church during service, they got in people's faces, they screamed at them, and then when the parishioners fled, including a group of children, right? There you can watch clips of a group of kids walking out of a side door of the church because they were afraid. You can say they didn't have a reason to be, but they obviously were. Don Lemon is on camera saying, look, they're scared, but this is, the point of protest is to make people uncomfortable or whatever. So yes, they were.
Well, wait, just so I can understand what you just said. Don Lemon pointed at
people.
kids leaving a church and said, this is the point of these protests, to make those people scared. That sequence of events happens within 5 or 10 seconds?
You can go look it up. Go for it.
If you want to, you can give me the video of it, and you can give me the timestamp or whatever, and we can watch it. If that's what you want to do, we can. I'd absolutely do that.
How did they get into the church, by the way?
They just stormed the gates.
Oh, so they left the doors unlocked? Did they let him in? That kind of sounds like a guided tour.
Yeah, I mean, churches don't typically lock their doors. Like, come on, that's a really bad faith point, even for you.
Sounds like a tour to me. I don't know.
This is retarded because if people had done this to a synagogue or a mosque, Destiny would immediately see that it's wrong. But because it's Christians, he thinks it's funny.
Destiny loves mosques, bro. He's not wrong. Everybody knows Destiny is a huge fan of fucking mosques. He loves mosques.
I just don't know what even happened yet. I'm hearing attacked. I don't know if people were kicking the walls of the church. You said get in their face, so I don't know if somebody walked next to somebody. I don't know if you've been to church before, but you're typically pretty close together, so I'm just not sure what happened.
As I said earlier, I haven't seen anything about this, so I don't like. I've seen stuff about it, but I don't know anything about it. I haven't really looked into it. I've seen people talk about it. I've seen people complain about it. I've seen people saying like this is terrorism or whatever. I just don't know anything about it.
It seems like none of you would have any fucking idea what happened either, so we're all just kind of on ground zero right here, I guess. Yeah. Base.
Okay. God. We have gone.
Do you see how retarded this is? Wait, like there's no factual conversation. To be clear, with reality. What are we talking? I don't know what we're talking about. Right? I haven't seen any of the videos for any of these issues that they feel so strongly about. That's fucking retarded to me. And they're talking about invoking the Insurrection Act, and these cocksuckers would literally follow Trump to the end of the earth doing it without knowing any of the underlying facts involving what we're talking about invoking the Insurrection Act for. That's a deeply unserious position.
Like you could have made this point while engaging with their points as well. Though.
No, why would I engage with retards for a conversation?
Leave the call. Leave the call then, Destiny. We can have a discussion.
Triggering the fuck out of you. It's too much fun for me.
We were able to have a reasonable discussion with Nicholas.
No, you haven't had a reasonable discussion. You can't. You can't engage with any of the facts. You can pretend to. You can utter the words.
You're screaming like an ape. You're just screaming like an ape.
Oh, sorry. I'll stop.
You know how apes always scream all the time? Apes are really big into screaming.
For you, I'll stop screaming just for you. Okay.
We've had an actual discussion with Nicholas Deco, and
oh really? Tell me what the discussion was about. How much ground did you cover?
Much more ground than we've had with you.
I love you.
Okay, I want to give it to Nicholas. Nicholas, go ahead.
We found some points of agreement on there being increasing returns, and we've isolated the real cause of disagreement being over future voting behavior. Now, I think, to be honest, the correct response is for all of us to go back to our computers for 2 weeks, write down a model, calibrate the model, and then spit out, a solution, or at least like what are the bounds on assimilation, or whatever that would be required for it to be net good and what would be required to be net bad. I actually wanted to back up about 20, 30 minutes and just quickly note that I think a policy being like a net good is sufficient to argue for it to be enacted, and it being not the optimal policy is only a very weak argument against it, because a lot of times whatever the optimal policy is not like within the space of what is possible. So
Yeah, I mean, that point in like full abstraction, I agree with. And like, I also agree that I'll just speak for myself. The main issue for me is, voting is control of policy, essentially. Like if we lived in some society that somehow in a way that was impossible to interfere with or ever change was enforcing like, a basically like extremely libertarian framework on the country, then all of my objections to immigration would be much less.
I wouldn't very much want an extremely libertarian because I think because I believe there are increasing returns, I think that there's substantial underinvestment into research and development being the big one. And I also think there are very obviously incomplete insurance markets, and that there is in fact a lot of welfare spending that raises welfare.
I guess, yeah. To bring it back a little
It's a
bit.
Conversation we can have.
Yeah, to bring it back a little bit though, I do want to talk about one of the recent allegations that have been made against ICE. And hopefully you guys have heard of this one. There has been a whistleblower who has claimed that ICE was secretly training, again, against DHS policy, that their ICE agents did not need a judicial warrant in order to go into homes, to break into homes and things like that. Do you... well, I guess I'll just start here. Have you heard of that? Those allegations, Hunter and Drew? Have you looked into that at all?
Yeah, vaguely. And like I don't know how secret it is, and that like I'm pretty sure that Vance has posted about the use of administrative versus judicial warrants. Yeah.
Do you think that administrative warrants are sufficient to satisfy the demands of the Fourth Amendment?
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but at some point, like the strategy here is obviously to bog things down in so much procedure that deportations can't happen at scale. So in this context, I support them. Now, if we hadn't had the Biden wave, right, if the scale of the work to be done wasn't so huge, then I'd be more interested in having a conversation about exactly how much process is relevant or useful in any given context. But yeah, I'm fine with them using administrative warrants.
Sure. So just to be clear, even if it does violate the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, because of the context we are in, you are fine with violating that amendment because of Biden letting in all those illegals. You're fine with that. You're okay with it?
I don't know that it violates the Fourth Amendment
Assume it
of the
does.
Constitution.
Yes, it does.
Just assume it does for
I would
the sake
assume,
of argument.
I think that's a reasonable position. I think that for generally most of the laws we have in the United States, I think that we should try to follow them as best we can. But in times of like emergency or crisis, I think that's the most important time to abandon as many of our civil rights as possible, especially if it's a president that I agree with. So I would generally agree with the position that he just laid forth. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like if you want me to assume that it's something that I don't think it is, then yeah, I mean, I think that would be bad. But
that would be bad. Okay. What about you, Drew? What do you think?
Sorry, I wasn't listening. Could you repeat the question?
Okay, this is going great.
I'll be honest, I got a bit distracted.
No, you're fine.
Again, sorry.
So, have you heard about the allegations made by a whistleblower saying that there was a secret kind of memo going around that ICE agents could break into homes or go into homes without a judicial warrant? Are you familiar?
With an administrative warrant instead of a judicial warrant.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Look. Firstly, I actually wasn't aware of the whistleblower regarding that. Secondly, I would just say I don't actually agree with that though. If it's true, I think they should. They need to respect.
I don't agree with it, guys. I think that's bad. Okay. I think that's bad.
They need to respect the Bill of Rights.
Okay. Do you think if they're doing that, let's just assume it's true. Let's just assume it's correct, and that they are violating the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. Do you think that people should maybe protest that?
Sure. Maybe there are legal avenues of protesting. They shouldn't physically harass and attack ICE agents, which is what we are
following
seeing
around and recording people is legal. This is well established.
Sure. Well, if they're not disrupting, then I've got no problems with people exercising their First Amendment rights in a way that's not.
Well, let's see. Let's see. Drew Pavlau. The fuck?
USA! 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 Hey, what's up? What's up? Fuck communism in Europe! Fuck Europe!
He doesn't even live here, does he? Does he even live here? What the fuck is he? Why is he chanting USA? He's from Australia, isn't he? "12 hours ago, I'm going to write more about this soon, but I legitimately almost got stabbed on the New York subway at 42nd Street on the night of January 14th. I stepped onto the platform with my family around midnight to encounter a mentally insane homeless guy ripping down posters. He was acting extremely erratically lunging across the platform. He was just 2 or 3 paces away from me, lunging about erratically when he turned around to reveal the hilt of a massive kitchen knife sticking out from the back of the drawstring of his sweatshirt pants. Okay. He just retweeted something from like 2 weeks ago. Okay. So somebody posted named Rolled Dahl, D-A-A-L. They said, ICE did today what that nice family member of yours who went to Iraq, Afghanistan did to countless civilians every day. And Drew Pavlo quote tweeted this and said, no, not really. You're just a mentally ill communist. What? Okay. Great news today. The sick communist Michael Parenti is dead. He defended Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, dictators that killed at least 100 million last century. Good riddance, burn in hell. Wait, well, I thought he was against celebrating the death of people. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? It says, hottest 100 of 2025 update. Triple J's studio during Keeley holidays. Dancing 2 at number 2 makes me want to tear up. Hashtag Hot 100. Hashtag Hottest 100 2025. And Drew quote tweeted this and said, hell is empty. All the devils are here. What the fuck is happening here? What the fuck is happening here? I don't know the song he's talking about, though. I don't either, but the song is just keeps saying I'm dancing too. Person said like even in Russia they don't shoot protesters on the street. They do that in Iran. He said, insane tweet, Putin has murdered countless dissidents across Russia. Yeah, that's true. Russia does shoot protesters. That's it. This person said this guy had the worst fall off in all of political take history, even worse than Drew Pavlov. And Drew said, Makita and I are the only sane refugees left from liberal Twitter. Everyone else decided to endorse infinity migration and communism.
They're shooting at me. They are shooting at me. Bunch of dogs. Oh, you stupid dogs. What are you doing? Hey, arrest these guys. They're coming for us. They're coming for us. What are you doing? You killed someone, not us. You killed someone. Oh, who gives a crap? I got a gas mask. I don't care. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I was trying to say like what his takes were on what happened today, and all it is he hasn't stated any sort of like, you know, this is bad or this is good or he was justified, he wasn't justified. He hasn't said anything about it. And instead, he's just calling out people who are saying it's bad, but but he's kind of right in some of these scenarios where like they're saying like, you know, Russia doesn't even kill their protesters, and he's like, yes, they do. You're wrong. You're a fucking dumb communist. Like, you know, just wait. We're not getting anything from this. A lot of people I know, like, this is a issue with like MAGA and progressives, is where like if I like anytime I disagree with somebody about a thing, they like infer my position on that, and it's so fucking obnoxious. But that is they would look at him saying this and like infer like, oh, that means he thinks this was justified. He's arguing against people who are upset about it, so therefore he's on the other side of it. So yeah, he hasn't really taken a position here, and I have no idea how he feels about this. But yeah, when he's here saying, yeah, anybody who's there peacefully, I would be against that.
Physically harass and attack ICE agents, which is what we are
following
seeing
around and recording people is legal. This is well established.
Sure. Well, if they're not disrupting, then I've got no problem with people exercising their First Amendment rights in a way that's not disrupting federal immigration population.
You see how this is a bit hollow in the way that they're interpreting it.
Look, if people are peacefully protesting without attacking agents, then I've got no problem with people peacefully protesting. But
sure,
but the majority of Americans did vote overall.
Following agent ground is also.
I didn't necessarily say that. Again, Nicholas, I don't think that. I don't think that. I don't.
No,
think,
the warnings cross into interference. Absolutely, they do.
That warning is interference. And the second thing is, I also didn't say that Will Stancil should be arrested for blowing the rape whistle thing. Like, he can blow the rape whistle as much as he likes. It's fine. I'm not saying that he should be arrested for that. He's exercising his First Amendment rights. I do think that going around warning people is obviously interfering with the prerogative of immigration enforcement agents.
I am a bit concerned that Will Stancil blowing the rape whistle will be a bit of a crying wolf, because that's our main indicator for whatever Grok enters the singularity.
We got a Will Stancil Grok.
We love Will. Okay. He's a funny guy. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess
Will Stancil is the guy who was just screaming about people shooting at him and then saying that he has a gas mask. That was Will Stancil. I have no idea who he is, so I don't know.
Let's go to the. So you think that warning people that ICE or the police or whatever is in the area is enough to count as interference or unlawful obstruction?
Yeah, the purpose of that is obviously to help people who they're seeking like evade capture. So yeah, that's interference with law enforcement.
So when there's on my app, my phone app, my driving app, and there's a alert that there's a speed trap up ahead, is that illegal obstruction?
Yeah, I've actually always thought that was ridiculous. Every time I see that, I wonder how that could possibly be legal. It's obviously intended to help people circumvent laws. So yeah, I'm against that too.
I think the people that monitor that should be executed.
Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's like well-established law that you can tell people where the police are.
Yeah, but did you consider that right now we're in a time of great crisis?
Mm-hmm. I also like this is kind of point scoring. I don't care, but like if we believe that we're like in a state of exceptional, like under the Biden administration, exceptionally large number of people entered, and it was 30 million, right? And then it turns out this is like totally untrue and it's way lower. Then our assessment of what to do should also change, as the facts change.
Sure. So I mean, like, are the estimates that you think are most accurate also unprecedented in recent decades in terms of border crossings?
Like it's a 3 million net increase, as far as I can, at least from Pew.
Right. And how does that compare to previous years?
So that like puts us as about less as a portion of the population compared to 2005, back of the enveloping it, and like 1 million more in absolute numbers compared to 2005.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that seems like kind of a big deal to me. And to be fair, I probably also disagreed with the number of people we were bringing in 2005. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess my concern here is that like almost anyone can justify changing the rules or ignoring the rules because it's an emergency. And I've been hearing for the last 10 years from both sides at various degrees, it's an emergency. It's an emergency. I remember in 2020, right, when we did the lockdowns and things like that, we were like, okay, well, we should have these vaccine mandates because it's an emergency. And all the right wing stood up and says, wearing a mask is against the rights. We need to just fight federal power who are overstepping their bounds and coming into our places of worship, shutting down our churches, all these things. We need to resist all of this. These federal agents are overstepping their bounds. I don't see it but now we have an emergency you guys think is actually an emergency, and suddenly you're like, well, actually, no, the feds are based and you should comply or get shot. And I'm just struggling.
This is 100% true. Like, this is something that I've said a bunch of times, is that, like, our government has the right to use emergency powers. This is during COVID. They have the right to use emergency powers in emergencies. And so if there's an emergency, then like they have the ability to do things that are irregular for them. And the conservatives like lost their fucking shit over the fact that I said that. And they were like, no, they don't. No, you can't do that. That's fucking wrong, dude. Yeah, no. They can't do that. But then this happens and they're all saying emergency powers, which they're not even using emergency powers. They're not even doing things that are like they're just, it's not even, there's not, whatever emergency they claim is never there. And then on top of that, sometimes it's not even emergency powers or anything that are being used. They're just doing fucked up shit. That's it. Like they're just fucking people up and breaking the law and using like the Alien Enemies Act and like there's not even a fucking emergency. There's nothing to be concerned about.
With the kind of seeing you guys for 5 years ago and hearing your takes today and how they've just basically switched places. I guess.
I mean,
why
you
is
guys
that,
is a little.
Why is that?
You guys is a little strong. I don't think I've like had much of a
they don't
public position at all on the lockdown.
Yeah, dude.
Like
that wasn't
I feel like I'm not going to answer for like a vague amalgam of like all right wing people or what they think on average or something. But yeah,
settled on his adult political, so like not fair.
What do you say, Nicholas?
Okay. I've never fought the Harvester before. Apparently this is part of the thing where we have to get points by hitting a queen or some shit. I've never fought this before, and the last like 2 times, Mantis and I yesterday went to try to fight the queen twice and died both times. So I'm going to try one more time to fight one of these big bosses and see if I can actually get some points off of it this time, but not sure.
I didn't hear.
I said that you had not by that time settled on your adult political opinion, so it's a bit unfair to make you.
Well, both. I think the funny thing is that both Hunter and I 5 years ago were leftists.
And then the left moved so far left. I saw that. It was a really good picture that Elon Musk posts so much.
That's
the
true.
Left moved so far left.
It's true. Well, it's actually true. It actually.
I agree. It is. I agree. It's true. I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, it's crazy.
Destiny sent to left, but he was advocating that Charlie Kirk be shot. So
I remember advocating. I think I said those exact words. I think I did advocate for that. Yeah, CCP is actually trying to arrest you 30 times. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, 100%.
Well, it is actually. Were you again? You don't even have a point yet.
He advocated for Charlie Kirk to get shot? What? He advocated for it?
At some point, were you at some point like a math major / engineering socialist at some point in the past?
Yeah. That was basically my position. Was I was kind of a technocratic progressive, like social democrat type. Yeah.
Well, I guess to the question then, what changed your mind? Like, what made you leave the left, so to speak?
Well, it's pretty obvious. Even so-called moderate leftists like Destiny, who were supposed to be against Hassan Piker and all the communists and stuff like that, actually were joking about Charlie Kirk being assassinated, and they've embraced a whole range of extremely radical positions, like essentially
granting all the kids, banning everything, mandatory estrogen treatments for all adult males.
Very funny.
Yeah, hold on. I asked Hunter, so I do want to hear what Hunter has to say.
Yeah, so I actually don't think, based on the stated positions that I remember from just 5 years ago versus today, that the left has moved significantly far in that time. Now they've moved over decades for sure, but I'm perfectly happy to say that I'm the one that moved, and that was the primary cause of my own political reorientation. This is obviously just going to turn into like this, could be its own separate episode. It could be its own separate series of episodes. But you asked me what I changed my mind on.
Obviously, give me the elevator pitch version. Okay,
so
right.
there sure. So there are a few different issues, but the basic one was that I became convinced of a moderately strong version of hereditarianism, and when you actually unfold the consequences of that, it sort of vitiates the justifications for a lot of left-wing policies, not just policies related to race, but general socialist policies. The idea that like all people need is a hand up, that the current distribution of wealth and income is totally arbitrary, and thus like it's a good idea for us to actively mitigate it and push back against the sort of hierarchy that develops based on like a market system or something. So yeah.
Does it hurt the fact that this concept of race, doesn't it kind of suck that it seems like all of the white people that ascend to the top tend to be the lowest IQ individuals? So people
I don't think he mentioned race.
People like Drew.
I actually don't think that. Oh, sorry. It's good that it's great. Destiny just proved I'm white. That's beautiful. But Hunter actually hadn't even talked about race. Destiny.
Hold on. When you say hereditarianism, what do you mean then, if not race?
Oh, I mean that various personal characteristics that are relevant to, in particular, economic productivity and a broader
that
suite
you could put
of life
into
outcomes
racial groups, perhaps.
That are
maybe like IQ or race or things of that sort, possibly. Where the fuck is it? Oh wait, is that it?
Queen, down there.
Yep, that's a queen. What the fuck? Why did I get hurt? Shut the fuck up. I can't deal with you guys right now. Fuck.
It doesn't. No, it's not. It relates to some of those questions indirectly, but the basic idea is just that people's talents are to a greater degree inborn than the result of environmental advantages, and that applies within race and also across races.
It's funny that Destiny told me why. He didn't actually. He didn't have the right script. The right script is that I'm supposed to be brown. But yes, sorry, you go on. Nicholas.
I don't think Drew is white. I think he's too Turkish for that.
That's fine, Nicholas. I think that's
even worse than being white, to be honest.
This is the real debate. Is Drew white?
My hatred for Turkish people just grew tenfold today. Nice.
And you know how we're going to decide if Drew is white? Whoever gives me the largest super chat can decide, right? This is capitalism, baby. Okay, so whoever gives me
Nicholas,
the most money will decide if you're white or not. But I guess, like to Drew, and I'm really curious because you tried to bring up this earlier, and I don't.
Okay, so nobody is fighting the queen. So I guess I have to fight her myself. Fuck, is that a Rocketeer?
Rocketeer, there.
Fuck. Well. Y'all want to watch me commit suicide?
I don't think we touched on it, but I'm really curious. You said that there's this. That the state of civil unrest in Minnesota currently is enough that you would argue that we should, that Trump should invoke the Insurrection Act. Why? Explain.
I mean, it's a live question, but there's been the destruction of multiple federal vehicles. There's been break-ins of federal gun lockers, and literally federal guns have been stolen by some of these rioters. There were the sort of attacks on the churches. So I think there is certainly a state of civil unrest, and I know that Democrats had
one person. Has anyone fired shots at ICE in the city of Minneapolis?
I mean, you would be happy if it. Well, it's heading in that direction, and I think Nicholas would be fine with that.
Okay, so we should invoke the Insurrection Act which is if there is, a state of insurrection, because if trends continue, there might be an insurrection in the future.
I mean, for example, Trump sent in the National Guard into D.C., and I don't think there was any problem with it. A lot of Democrats said, "Oh, that was a sign of impending dictatorship."
It was a big waste of money.
No, it was fine. I was in D.C. last week. It was actually good. They actually kept
I have
things
so
really
many
safe.
friends in DC who are like, all crime is gone now. It was actually amazing.
So there was, as far as I can tell, a decrease.
I felt safer. I'll just.
Cost effective.
I'll tell you my own personal experience. I went to both DC and NYC, and I think I felt a lot safer in DC with the National Guard around. On the subway, there was actually there was a point on the subway where I was with my family member, and there was a crazy guy who was jumping around with a knife right in front of us 2 meters away, and it was an extremely disturbing situation. It was scary. There's human feces on the subway.
Wait, did the National Guard was there and you felt safe?
I have a blog.
No, I'm saying in DC. I'm saying in DC is a lot safer. The public environment is a lot safer because there's National Guard patrolling. In the subways in NYC, it's pretty scary. It gets dicey.
Oh, in NYC, right. Okay, I gotcha.
Okay, so.
By the way, this is the fakest I've ever heard in my life. But yeah, go ahead.
I have a blog post back in September.
What's the fakest? I
want to hear what Nicholas was talking.
I didn't hear a story about Vegas. What is he talking about?
Hear what Nicholas has to say, and then you respond to it.
I have a blog post from back in September that was basically just doing the very, very most rudimentary differences on crime before and after. And when you consider that the National Guard are not employed full time but have to leave their jobs at considerable disruption, it does not shake out as cost effective. So
I mean, that's going to depend a lot on how you weight the costs of various crimes, but I mean, I'd be happy to look at that at least. And if you think there would be a more cost effective, because obviously the local officials in DC weren't going to do anything about crime, but if you think there was a
So I guess I didn't hit her with any bullets or what? I don't know. It says damage to queens or matriarchs 0. What the fuck?
More cost effective way to federally enforce the law there, then yeah, I'd be happy to look at that.
Okay, I do have
my initial blog post, by the way, was only including the direct cost of paying the National Guard, their salary, and then after I'd be wait a second, there's considerable economic disruption from them leaving their job, and I don't have numbers for that, but it's probably rather large, and since it was borderline anyway, adding that in will probably
we have
the negative.
We have some super chats that have come in. I do got to make a little money today. Okay, I'm a capitalist. Okay, so I'm gonna. We can. Some of them are questions. We are on YouTube, sir, but fair enough. Not Twitch, because.
By the way, I can. By the way, I'm just gonna signal this. I've got to leave in about 30 minutes.
That's fine. We were going to end it at 8 anyway. We'll get through these really quick.
Okay.
Moto Milk for $5 says, "What the fuck is this? We need arc raiders." Okay. £5 for Riz. What the fuck says, "Was good a domestic terrorist? And are any of these protests reasonably describable as either domestic terrorism or insurrectionary?" And that's to Hunter and Stuart.
I mean, seizing federal guns and break into federal cars and then seizing guns out of the gun locker. That is literally the definition of insurrectionary behavior. When you're literally stealing the armory of the state, that is literally borderline. That's definition of insurrection. When you're literally stealing the weapons of the state.
Do you agree?
What does he think the definition of insurrection is? What the fuck is he talking about?
Agree with that, Hunter?
Yeah, I mean, that incident in particular was really extreme, and then furthermore,
What did Nicholas just say? I didn't even hear it.
He's made an exclamation now. He can't believe you guys just said that. But go ahead, Hunter.
When you're stealing the guns of, how, Nicholas? When you're stealing guns from federal agents, how is that not insurrectionary?
What the fuck do you think insurrection is?
Are we seriously going to declare the Insurrection Act anytime somebody steals a gun? Sorry, this is stupid.
There were organized groups
in Los Angeles, not somebody stole weapons out of a truck.
Not just somebody. It was an organized political group broke into a federal car and started stealing weapons. That is insurrectionary.
What was the organized group that broke into the car and?
I don't know if they've got a formal name, but they're anarchist type groups. These you can laugh all you want, but these anarchist type groups, they're obviously decentralized.
You're fucking retarded.
But
it's an organized group. Who? Well, I don't know. I just know they're an organized group.
It's funny to me.
I mean, what do you think they're going to file as a 501c3?
How the fuck how do you find even what? It's Tren de Aragua 501c.
Yes. How do you know who they are then? How do you know that it was an organized group? How do you know anything about this if you don't know who they are or anything about them? How the fuck are you going to make a claim as to their Oh, wait. Is it... Oh, it's already fucking dead. Oh, they already killed it. Fuck. I'm shooting at a fucking dead thing. Okay. Shit.
C3 in the United States is MS-13, a 501c3 are Crips and Bloods registered at their local, federal or state offices for tax purposes? What the fuck kind of retarded question is that? My God.
Destiny,
unserious.
groups. Destiny,
Drew, the Chinese are in your background. They're coming. I see them. The CCP, they're breaking through your walls, Drew. Oh, no.
Okay,
They're coming
okay, that was a $5 question. Save $5 question. You're giving a $50 answer.
Hang on. I'm responding. Destiny, these are anarchist groups. They're decentralized networks. Of course, they're not going to be as organized as the Bloods and the Crips.
Okay, $5 for bad company. To the MAGA dick sucks on the panel. Any evidence of these networks of kamikaze drivers?
I like that. This is a $5 question. You're giving a $50 answer. You're talking too much, bro. Stop fucking talking.
I mean, I listed earlier in the show like a description from Reuters about organized groups of people whose job is to disrupt ICE, but I think it's
whose job is to go and take pictures and video record ICE when they're conducting operations, which is a First Amendment right in the United States. Right? That is a First Amendment. That is a First Amendment. That's a First Amendment right in the United States, right?
There's a very obvious strategy.
No, you won't answer. Because Republicans don't care about your rights. They don't care about your rights. They don't. They don't care about the rights.
The idea is that the politicians at the top retain plausible deniability while facilitating this behavior whenever possible. And then
like when Donald Trump gave that speech at the Ellipse and all of his followers marched down to the Capitol to try to disrupt a governmental process there? Wouldn't that be an insurrection? How's that whataboutism? I'm describing definitionally what you get. That's not whataboutism.
It literally is. You're talking about a different thing.
Exactly.
You think whataboutism is when you talk about a different thing? Whataboutism is when you try to avoid the current. I'm not trying to avoid anything. You have no evidence of what you're talking about, so there's no way to avoid it.
I just gave you the evidence earlier.
The evidence is that they conduct themselves in such a way that it's never possible to point to any behavior to show that they're actually engaged in supporting these groups. So it's literally unfalsifiable, definitionally. How can I possibly prove your point wrong?
These are decentralized anarchist groups. These decentralized anarchist groups.
This is not a serious conversation.
Destiny, do you know what anarchism is? Do you know what anarchism is?
With the soundboard.
Are you aware? Destiny, are you aware that anarchist
Destiny, enough with the soundboard, please. Okay. $20.
Are you aware that anarchist ideology exists and that they have these decentralized groups?
Every time you talk to me, I hear it's just the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life. Everything
you have no
worse.
You have no argument. You have no
argument.
argument.
Answer my question.
You
Listen to what you're talking about. You're saying there are decentralized anarchist groups that are being supported with plausible deniability at the top from Democrats, so there's never going to be a direct link. I can never point to any group that I'm actually looking at. You sound like a fucking schizo. If I were to put you in front of...
Yes, you've literally set up a dichotomy to where it's impossible for us to... It's a unfalsifiable claim. Like, there's no way we can say you're right or wrong. If every time you make a claim, you can just say, oh, well, it's this aloof group that doesn't have any sort of hierarchy or anything. Like, okay, so then how do we know they exist? Like, how can we find out whether or not what you're telling us is true? We can't. That's all. We can't.
Of a psychiatrist, they would lock you up for 72 hours because you would be a threat to yourself and society. You sound schizophrenic. You're having delusionary hallucinations.
Oh, thank you. Okay, give us a super obvious. Hunter, just real quick, Hunter.
Short stack. The Russians' propaganda is like actually really smart. They have very sophisticated propaganda. White man is buying into literally the dumbest propaganda.
Give us the super obvious.
Why does Destiny keep crashing out like this?
Don't say crashing
out. Hold on. Hunter is trying to actually answer the question. Hunter, answer the question.
He's the one that's crashing out.
Well, and the other guy seems like he's just gone.
Yeah. So
you are.
Here would be something.
Destiny's just dreaming. He can't even talk.
Okay, Drew, Destiny.
Here,
let Hunter go right now, please.
Here would be something that would be a narrative violation for me, and that would cause me to rethink my perspective. Right? If leading Democrats in the state, if Tim Walz, if Jacob Frey came out and said, well, you have the right to protest, you absolutely do not have the right to interfere with federal law enforcement, and anyone who does so will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. If they issued any statement actually trying to get people to stop doing,
they did. They did this. They did tell people to follow the law, to protest peacefully. They did all of this, and they did say that they were going to prosecute people. They did all of this. Everything that he just said, they did it. So, I hope they bring this up. I hope they fucking bring this up.
these things, then
Excuse
that
me,
would
hold
cause
on,
me to
that's
question my
fine.
belief.
Didn't Tim Walz literally explicitly tell everybody that they needed to not be violent, and all of you fucking retards blew him up for it on X? So if I could find you the statement, you will admit right now that you would survive on a diet of Trump's cum given the opportunity to. Because Walz has absolutely fucking said that. How have you never heard this before? You're insane.
This is embarrassing. This is
I
embarrassing.
agree, it is embarrassing. I agree. I do agree.
No,
Sorry,
I
you're
mean,
embarrassing.
he's
You
not.
can't
He
even
said,
argue.
Destiny,
he
if
said
you want to
not
send me
be
that clip,
violent.
I can
said
play it.
not to interfere.
Yeah, you can't even argue, Destiny. You just literally said that the thing that he wants exists, and you can give it to him. And wow, dude, you can't even make an argument, bro. What the fuck?
Federal law enforcement.
It's not interference to follow people around.
It's not interference to take
we
pictures of
fundamentally
people.
disagree with the idea that warning
But it's not
the
interference
subject
to
of a
follow
criminal
people
or federal immigration enforcement operation, that enforcement officers are coming to get them. I consider that
Interference would be killing
interference.
them.
That's fine of you, but your personal perspective is not relevant here. That's not illegal to do.
I disagree. I think that is interference with a federal law
Hold
enforcement
on.
operation.
Your thoughts are the
No, come
law.
on.
You
Hey,
disagree?
hey. No, look. If the cops
No,
are
wait,
coming
this is
to
a
arrest,
simple, no, this is a simple question. Is it illegal to give people a warning that ICE are coming? That's illegal. That's an illegal
cops
thing?
were coming to arrest a.
Yeah, you can't stand there and record people while they're. Okay. Okay, I got here on time this time. Am I anywhere close? No, I'm not. Alright, let's see if we can get there. Ah, fuck, I forgot to bring stems. Fuck!
Where people can see. Let them remember what it felt like to stand side by side.
Okay. So yeah, so the literally everything that he said, they said all of this. I'm so glad he said that, and I really hope that they actually pull this up, because exactly what it is he's looking for exists. Like exactly that thing.
Murderer, and then you said, hey, the cops are coming, get out, you would absolutely be prosecuted for that. Yes. If you
I'm not asking about the cops coming for a murderer. I'm saying, is it illegal to give somebody a heads up that ICE is coming? That's an illegal thing?
If the intention of it is to enable a subject of a warrant to escape ICE custody, then yeah.
Has anybody ever been arrested for the charge of the crime?
What?
Has
Has anyone been
anybody been
arrested for
arrested
this?
for
If this is illegal, who's been arrested and convicted of doing this? This is his question.
I don't know off the top of my head. Like,
his claim is that no one has, I believe.
Okay, that seems unlikely.
Wouldn't it be great to actually know the answer to that?
Wait, what's the next question?
Yeah, okay, yeah, we got a lot of money on the table. $20 from Pondering Politics. Thank you. Just fine. Says, Glasses said, I'm assuming that's you, Hunter, in his intro, that if you don't like something, vote, but you lost the election. Does that apply to MAGA? Next time a Dem wins, will they commit to shutting the fuck up and letting Dems do whatever they want because MAGA lost?
I can tell you
That's correct. This is every time I complain about Trump, I have a bunch of MAGA coming in here saying, get over it, bro, you guys lost. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, all you do is complain about what Trump does. You just you guys lost. Like, okay, so you're saying that during the Biden administration, when all MAGA ever did was complain about Biden, you're saying that you just told them, get over it, you lost, like, stop complaining? I don't know what the fuck just happened, but those things just blew up. I don't know if somebody shot them. I don't know what the fuck just happened. What up, Brody? How the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, my bullets are magic. It just died as soon as I shot it. I didn't get any points on it again. Holy shit. Well, let's try to get out of here and do it again. Fuck.
Let's head home at the water treatment elevator.
what I won't be doing.
Kind of a stupid question because
I won't
Megan
be
never
fighting
loses,
cops.
except for when Democrats
Right?
win.
I won't be trying to interfere with federal law enforcement operations.
Like they did when they lost the last election?
I'm not like I'm not pro January.
Why do you
6th.
keep doing this, like the lowest IQ possible thing? When I point out an example, you go, well, I didn't do it. You understand that's like typical behavior of like a mentally retarded individual, right?
No, I'm saying that I'm only responsible for positions I actually hold.
I understand.
I do not. I'm not a January 6th supporter.
It's typical of somebody who has developmental disabilities, like severe cognitive impairment. I'm just curious if you can acknowledge that.
Non-point.
Okay, do you acknowledge that Republicans did do the thing, where when they lost the election, they tried to have a massive riot at the White House to change the results? Or at the Capitol.
Yeah, that happened.
Okay. Do you think when Josiah made that donation, do you think Josiah was asking about your personal opinion on what you personally would be doing? Or do you think he was speaking to the broader context of Republicans having a fucking right and to this day not accepting the outcome of the 2020 election? What do you think he was more likely talking about there?
I mean, I can't answer for anybody that's not me. And the fact that like Republicans have also behaved badly in the past.
Hold on, wait, was this debate about what are you personally going to do? Why are you talking about Trump or anybody in the administration? You're not the president of the United States. You're not the head of the Department of Homeland Security, the head of the FBI. Why are you here giving your opinion on anything at all?
Yeah,
it's just low IQ behavior. Why is everybody believes in this hereditary biological? Or maybe you do believe in it. You think you just got dealt a bad hand. I guess I don't know.
Okay.
I think with regard to the
this is actually
hold on. Let Nicholas answer. Let Nicholas answer, and then we'll give it to you, Drew. I promise. Nicholas.
I think with regard to the January 6th conspirators, we should have remembered the lessons of May 15th, and that is all that I'll say.
Okay, Drew, you had something to say. Go ahead.
I just think it's funny that Drew and Hunter presented to this debate, but Destiny wants to argue like he's literally debating Trump himself. We are moderate conservatives. We are not necessarally Gen 6. We're not arguing liar.
That's true. Like every time you talk about
hold on, just real quick. But you're
literally wiping your mouth clean every time you open your mouth to talk about the Trump administration. Sorry.
Okay, just real quick.
This is retarded.
Drew, though, you understand you are here to represent a position, correct?
Yeah, and we
represent a side.
Our position is sort of. My personal position is a moderate conservative or a moderate Trump position. It's not necessarily agreeing with everything that Trump has ever said or done.
It's a moderate conservative position or a moderate Trump position. Moderate conservative or moderate Trump. Okay. So he is there to defend Trump. It's a moderate Trump position. Oh shit.
Right, but you're trying to have the I'm not entirely sure. Being not an American, you might lack some of the context of the Insurrection Act. It literally hasn't been invoked since the actual Rodney King riots, right?
As Nicholas said at the start of his debate, he didn't necessarily come here to talk about the Insurrection Act. I just came here mainly to talk about immigration.
No. I find the Insurrection Act like as a topic uninteresting is that it's like so easily answered. Right, that you look at it, you consider the facts for 15 seconds, and you go, no, the Insurrection Act should not be invoked.
Well, I don't think Nicholas
you're making a fool of yourself.
Okay.
Nicholas is not necessarily a fair-minded observer here because he literally wrote an article about 6 months ago talking about killing Trump administration officials. So I don't know if Nicholas is going to be the most fair-minded observer when it comes to the question of insurrection and civil unrest in Minnesota.
Wait, is Nick really that based? I didn't know that. Sorry, just kidding. I disavow.
Yeah,
that's really funny.
I mean, like this is.
Destiny, eventually, Destiny's going to get a big.
I disavowed. Like Donald Trump said, he knows they'll be marching peacefully. I disavow that.
I do want to.
There are people who have questions, and I presume they would want to.
Yeah, I understand, but Destiny wanted me to show this clip, and so we're going to show this clip. I'm assuming you gave me the right timestamp, correct? Let's watch and find out. So if you want to click on watch screen, we can watch together. Everyone's good. Everyone on there? Hope so. Hold on. Why is this? Oh yeah. Hold on.
Oh my gosh, walls!
I had it muted.
We must protest loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. Indeed, as hard as we will fight in the courts and at the ballot box, we cannot and will not let violence prevail.
What the fuck? How does he
You're
see
angry?
me?
I'm angry. Angry is not a strong enough word, but we must remain peaceful. Second.
So does that count?
No, you can go back to what I said.
You're a calm sock.
I said don't interfere with federal law enforcement.
You would import Chinese injections to increase the amount of Trump's loads just so that he can ejaculate that much more into your asshole every time you talk about it. It is pathetic. You are pathetic.
Okay. 8-month membership.
I'm happy to let everybody just judge the way everyone's conducted themselves here.
Brew Crow for
fucking thing died the second I got there.
8-month membership, tier 2. Thank you for the 8-month tier 2 membership. Says Destiny just won the debate with a soundboard. $5 from Alishness. Maryland is proposing something called the Icebreaker Act, which could bar ICE agents from local law enforcement jobs in Maryland. W Maryland. Thank you for the $5.
Good. No, we should agree to like economically boycott them forever, so that like you continue to be excluded afterwards. Like no local government, no jobs, no police jobs, no nothing anywhere in the country. That's truly the hope, and let people know about that in advance when they consider joining ICE.
$10 from OG Gamers Hustle or something. The only actual paid agitators are right-wing.
OG Gamer Hustle. I have that's one of my. I think that's my Xbox name is OG Original Gamer or Gamester. I think is what it is. OG Original Gamester. I should have put Hustle at the end. OG Original Gamester Hustle.
Media figures and influencers. They make millions of dollars.
That's not a question.
Well, they paid me money. So
I'm sorry. Okay, fair enough.
it's okay. $10. You gotta respect the $10. It says literally destroying the country by outrage farming and lying at every turn. I will get to the questions. $2 from
all he's saying there is that it's completely illegitimate to hold right-wing perspectives. So he's just basically saying that it's illegitimate to have a politically different point of view to the left.
Wait, hold on.
In advance when they consider joining ICE.
$10 from OG Gamers Hustle or something. The only actual paid agitators are right-wing media figures and influencers. They make millions of dollars.
That's not a question.
Well, they paid me money. So
I'm sorry. Okay, fair.
it's okay. $10. You gotta respect the $10. It says literally destroying the country by outrage farming and lying at every turn. I will get to the questions. $2
All he's saying that.
Those are factual statements. They're making statements of fact. That turning around and being like, oh, all he's saying is that you're not allowed to hold conservative perspectives. If those conservative perspectives are fucking lies, then like whether or not all of the people who go to protests on the left are paid agitators is a fucking lie. That's just a lie. So yes, that's not like a it's not like a values thing. It's not like, I hold this value. And so that's what makes me conservative in this area. This is not a value statement. This is just a statement of fact that the people on the left are not paid protesters, or at least there's no evidence to say that they are. And he's like, whoa, so we're just not allowed to be conservatives. We're just not allowed to hold conservative positions. So fucking dumb, bro.
Is that it's completely illegitimate to hold right-wing perspectives. So he's just basically saying that it's illegitimate to have a politically different point of view to the left.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
What terrorist, from Odashara, what terrorist group was Renee good in? That's a question.
They already said it earlier. That horrible group that, like Ice Watch, I think, they take videos of. National Lawyers Guild? Holy shit. That's crazy.
Whoa.
I remember reading a report, I think it was 5 years ago. It was like,
I heard they're involved with ISIS. That's why it says ICE at the beginning of it. Is because they're ICE Watch, because they're involved with ISIS.
ISIS, I think National Lawyers Guild, and I think it was Al Qaeda in Iraq were like the top 3 terrorist groups that were threats to U.S. freedoms. I think, it's crazy.
Oh, don't forget about that really massive, huge organization called Wait, I totally forgot the name. Oh no. Wait, what's the name of the fucking terrorist group that the Trump administration has been harping on since they got back in? The Tren de Aragua. Yeah. That massive fucking group, dude. So huge, most dangerous fucking terrorist organization in America. Tren de Aragua.
Okay. I'm glad they got her. Thank God.
£10 from Riz. What the fuck? Says, if the church protest is somehow an attack, do the many historic examples we have of protests disrupting town halls, state legislators, school board sessions, etc., also count as attacks?
A church is not a fucking town hall. That's a pretty retarded statement. A church is a.
Wow. A church isn't a town hall, dude. You're a fucking idiot for saying that. That's a really dumb statement, dude. A church isn't a town hall. Got him. Got him, Drew. Dude, they just got fucked up, bro. A church isn't a town hall. Jeez.
place of worship. And if they want to start saying that place of worship are fair game for attacks, then that's a very horrible road that they want to go down. It's a very horrible road that they want to go down.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that for one thing, there is a difference. Like, if you're bringing your grievances to an actual like seat of policymaking, right? That's a much more direct and intended and appropriate use of protest than bringing it to some random church that has people in it that you disagree with. But I would also say that like if you disrupt meetings,
why were they protesting that church? You said a random church. Why were they protesting? Why were they protesting that church? Is it a random church? Why were they protesting that church? Wasn't it just one in particular?
The pastor has he's alleged to be an ICE agent of some kind.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't just a random church, right? You just lied when you said that, right? That was a fucking lie, right?
Even if the pastor was
anything important.
It's okay. Daddy Trump lies all the time. You can lie too. I just want to be clear.
Okay, it was a specific church. Yeah, it was a specific church. That doesn't make it any.
It's kind of the opposite of the word random, right? Specific is like the exact opposite of the word random. So you would think
that was clearly like the big thrust of my point.
Would it be justified? This is a good question. Would it be justified?
Well, it's because yes, you're purposely trying to like downplay the scenario and making it sound as though they're going after the church, and that's why they keep saying like it was an attack on the church, because they're not saying it was an attack on ICE. They weren't saying it was an attack. Like they keep saying it was an attack on the church. They're trying to make it sound like they're attacking religion, and they just weren't. Now I can say they were stupid. What they did was fucking dumb, but that wasn't the point. Wasn't to go after a fucking religious event.
If the pastor was allegedly actually an ICE agent.
Yes.
So I think protesting is fine. I think if they asked them to leave and then they didn't
in the middle of the sermon.
If they asked them to leave and then they didn't leave, then I think that they could arrest them. Sure, or the cops could come and arrest them. I didn't see that. I watched about an hour, I think, a video of this. I didn't see anybody asking anybody to leave or telling anybody to leave. Maybe they didn't. I just missed it. Or maybe you
heard of it. I thought you said you hadn't heard of it.
I was lying. I was emulating you cocksuckers whenever I asked you about any of the horribly corrupt shit that Trump does, and you seem to have never heard of a single fucking thing of it. That's what I was making fun of you.
When Al Qaeda attacked America and disrupted worship services by holding placards and protesting.
Okay, $5 from Mike Knowers. Nick and Destiny, have you ever had a discussion together? I think you would have. I think you have some mutuals like Ayala and others, and it would be interesting. Well, you guys can get together.
This is our first time.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Vanel.
I hope it was gentle for both of you. $5 from General Grievous.
Behavior today, okay.
$5 from General Grievous. Drew, ICE has been raiding churches during religious services to profile immigrants. Where's your righteous anger over disruption of religious liberty?
If that's true, I condemn it.
So just to let everyone know, in the 1st of January, maybe not first, 21st of January last year, 2025, Trump rescinded a policy from the Biden administration that was in place, putting schools, hospitals, and churches off limits for ICE agents to go into. So last year, Trump did rescind that policy. So it.
Well, like, do you really think that there should be like this kind of like this
safe
kind of
zone for criminals? Are you serious? They're going to run to the churches and schools now and hide. They're going to be places of criminality now.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying, do you really think it's a good policy to have this kind of standing sort of like off limits zone where apparently the immigration law in the United States no longer applies?
Well, it would probably be good if people didn't disrupt churches, right?
I don't think that churches should be disrupted, but I also think that you can't just have a carve out where automatically some parts of the United States just no longer have immigration law in effect.
What about a carve out where some parts of the United States is banned from protesting? That is okay, or is it just when it agrees with your politically partisan hack position?
I don't remember I ever said that.
Okay.
No, I mean, a second ago, you, Destiny, said that if they were asked to leave and they didn't leave, that they should be arrested. So, you know.
Yeah, you don't even know they were asked to leave. You literally don't know a single detail about any of the fucking things we've spoken about today. So you can't even have a position on it. The position you can have is twerking up and down on Donald Trump's dick. But besides that, yeah.
They were asked to leave. Okay.
Were they? Well, yeah. If you have a hold on again, if you have a clip of them being asked to leave, I will play it just like we did the Waltz clip. So show us.
I mean, the people like fled the church because they couldn't get away from these people. Like, yeah. Obviously.
Maybe they just left because they were annoyed.
Okay.
No, they had to have fled, Destiny. They fled and ran in fear. Obviously. Come on.
Okay, £5 from Riz to say, if the Insurrection Act should be invoked in Minnesota, should it have also been invoked during the actual insurrection on January 6th?
Yeah, that's fine. Again, like I've said, I'm perfectly happy with the idea that like that was illegal and those people should have been stopped from doing what they were doing. Yeah.
That's not what was asked.
Do you think those people should have been shot? Do you think should those people have been shot when they were attacking cops trying to break into the building? You agree
at least one of them was shot, so you know.
Unfortunately just one. Yeah, but
This is every fucking time, dude. Every fucking time. How does this keep happening? How does this keep happening? Every time somebody says, should this person be shot? The response is, should the people who were at January 6th, should they have been shot? Every fucking time one of the right-wingers respond with, well, one of them was shot. So, okay, but yes, should the rioters have been shot? Well, one of them was shot. Okay. So you're not going to answer the question? Like, what the fuck? I didn't ask you if any of them were shot. I asked you, should the rioters have been shot? Like,
I'm saying, do you think that they could have shot like a whole bunch of them when they were all trying to break through the lines?
Yeah, I mean, if it were necessary, then sure.
Well, I mean, you keep saying if. So this is an event that actually happened. It's a real event in world history. So do you think those cops had a justification to start shooting when the people were trying to break down the doors or break through?
I mean,
Like
I think the
100 more
Capitol should have
people.
been secured. Yeah, I don't think.
Do you think that
anyone should have been
do you think that
allowed
the officers had the right to shoot the people that were trying to break down the doors that were attacking the front
Well, they
lines? Do you
did.
think
They literally did.
Do you think the officers had do you think the officers
oh my goodness, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit. Every fucking time. This is a I think there's a question where you say, like, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? And lots of times they respond and say, I didn't have breakfast this morning. Okay. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? But I didn't. Okay. So you just can't answer a fucking question. Like, I didn't ask if you had breakfast this morning. That's not what I asked. I asked, how would you feel if you had breakfast this morning? But this is like, I feel like half the fucking debates that I have with people, where they don't know how to answer a question. They always hear an implication in the question and answer that instead.
officers had a right to shoot the people? Could they have shot the people that had been justified?
They did it. They did it. And the guy was
Anagon Jr., can you calm down for a second? The CCP's breaking down your background. Be careful. I see one of the books just fell. Do you think that the Capitol Police had a right to shoot the lines of protesters who were trying to break into the building?
Yes.
You would have supported it. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna prioritize the ones that are to Drew because he only has a few more minutes here. $10 from Luke Locomotive. Drew, you called the Minnesota church story the most notable instance of civil unrest. If they had yelled from the sidewalk, it'd be nothing. That's enough for you to let the Fed take up arms against its people? That's a question.
It's not against the people of Minnesota at large. It's against literal saboteurs and communist activists who are basically directing violence against immigration authorities. So I just reject the entire premise of the question.
Okay. $10.
So it's a little weird to say, like, if they'd done something else, it would have been fine. So therefore, it was fine. Like, that was a weird way to frame
Well, no,
that.
the question was just to be clear, the question was, do you think that the Minnesota church incident was enough to justify the Insurrection Act on its own? Basically, is the question.
I didn't say that, and I think there's multiple incidents that point to it. For example, breaking into federal cars and stealing guns from federal agents, etc.
Okay, $10 from the Soy Pill. Thank you for the $10 to say Drew won't mention they were protesting the official who worked with ICE, not religion. These are deeply unserious people, and Wick should be ashamed for humoring them.
No,
Here's
no,
$10.
that's retarded. That's retarded.
I feel no shame.
The kids in the church had done nothing, and they were still terrorized. So this is just they're making this retarded argument. Yeah, they were terrorized.
Also, I don't
Don
think
Lemon
either
said
of us
they clearly
claimed that it
looked
was
scared.
like an that it was like the point of the protest was like against Christianity or something. I don't think we made that claim. Yeah, I mean, it was an ICE-related protest because the pastor is alleged to be an ICE agent.
Still terrorizing innocent people. Don Lemon made it very clear that they looked scared. The kids looked scared. They terrorized.
I used the word traumatic.
Hold on, Nicholas is trying to ask me something. I can't hear what he's saying. Go ahead.
How many questions are there? I want the people to get their money's worth. You know,
There's a
I know
lot
you
of
have
questions.
to issue refunds.
I'm not going to. No refunds, again.
What if we all agreed to speak twice as fast and twice as concisely too?
Look, my rule on this, and this is a policy, I guess. It's not really a rule. If they give $5, give them a $5 answer. If they give $50, give them a $50 answer. Okay, that's all I'm saying. $5 from General Grievous to say, should individuals not have worn slaves to help evade capture if people were coming to enforce a fugitive slave act?
Illegal immigrants are slaves. Illegal immigrants are slaves. It's retarded.
Comparable.
Illegal immigrants are slaves every fucking time. A church is not a courtroom. A church is not a town hall. Holy shit, dude. These people don't know how to deal with analogies and hypotheticals. They don't know how to deal with them. They do not know how to answer these things. It's so fucking infuriating. What the fuck? Can somebody please teach them what an analogy is?
Well,
no, it's not comparable at all.
Yes.
You only think it's comparable because you think that America shouldn't have a border.
Okay, so
I got another video clip for you. This is apparently the mayor of Minneapolis after. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
And Nicholas is smirking because he does agree. He doesn't think that America should have a border.
I have said from the get-go.
Like I said, in my ideal world, we lose track of ICE in Manchuria.
Damn.
Okay.
I think the border in the United States is not enforced enough right now because according to Drew, he was just here a while ago, so somebody's fucking up.
Okay, let's watch this real quick. Click on the watch screen, gang, and we'll...
That's actually that's beautiful friend enemy distinction politics because he's got a problem with me because I've got conservative political opinions, but he's fine with Somali illegal immigrants.
Drew, he's fucking
Drew. Do not mistake my beliefs. You're mistaking my beliefs. I'm actually a huge supporter of hereditarianism, and I just think that we need to be more careful about the IQ level of the genetic stock that we have in this country. And I don't think people like you should be allowed in. You seem like
you would never say that. You would never say that to a Somali
immigrant. You could rape a white woman, a high-IQ white woman, and they would give birth to a retarded Drew child. I don't want these people in my country.
You know what's funny? You would never say that to an actual 60 IQ Somali illegal immigrant.
Okay.
Yeah, you got me there. I definitely never said any edgy things about black people or Somalis before. Absolutely true.
Okay, let's watch this real quick so we get back to my money.
I have said from the get-go.
By the way, I did tell you I've got a hard stop.
Yep, we're going to give you an outro here in 3 minutes. How's that? But let's watch this real quick.
Sounds good.
I have said from the get-go to people in Minneapolis, do not take the bait. We are better than that. I have encouraged peaceful protest, and I am inspired by the tens of thousands of people who have in fact peacefully protested and fairly documented with transparency what is taking place. That is allowed in any city in the country. And I have made it clear that to the extent people are going beyond that and those protests are not peaceful and the violence that the chief mentioned, it's got to stop and you got to go home.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing I said before. He did not say, not only did he not say don't interfere with federal law enforcement, he tacitly endorsed them by saying all these thousands of people that I've seen like doing something that I...
Holy shit. These people are fucking brain dead. Holy shit, these are the dumbest fucking people of all time. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's amazing how much implication there is in what it is that Democrats say. So Democrats say, I'm amazed at the tens of thousands of people who have been there peacefully protesting. And he hears, I'm amazed at the tens of thousands of people who went there and obstructed justice. But Donald Trump can say, let's march on the Capitol. We're going to fight like hell. We're going to stop all of these we have to stop all of these corrupt politicians from stealing this election from me. Lots of these Republicans like Mike Pence are refusing to do the right thing. And we need to go, we need to go and pressure them, and they don't hear anything except for let's march peacefully and patriotically. Or I know you're going to march peacefully and patriotically. That's all they hear. That's all they hear. Like all of the other things, there's no implication in any of that whatsoever. But here, where somebody's very clearly saying because there's not tens of thousands of people interfering. There's like tens of thousands of people who are peacefully protesting, and then maybe like 10 to 15 at most interfering, and they somehow just switch that in their fucking heads.
I approve of. So yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay, so then just curious, just check for consistency here. When Donald Trump tweeted out, you guys need to remain peaceful at the Capitol after they'd already broken in, that was Donald Trump encouraging and supporting the violence that was happening at the Capitol, right?
We both condemned January 6th.
I didn't ask that. That's not what I asked.
Oh my goodness. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? What is happening? What is happening? What? How do they not speak English? How do they not understand words? How is this possible?
Just check for consistency here. When Donald Trump tweeted out, you guys need to remain peaceful at the Capitol after they'd already broken in, that was Donald Trump encouraging and supporting the violence that was happening at the Capitol, right?
We both condemned January 6th.
I didn't ask that. That's not what I asked. Why do you generalize it? Drew, please, I understand that in your, accelerated learning classes or whatever they do for disability people down there, okay? This is just a normal conversation. I'm just asking for people that are fluent in English and can understand
Jesse, you've literally never read a book in your life.
Higher than grade 1 concept. Let me go back to the
tell us what book you
what I was
read.
asking.
Tell us what book you read.
Let him ask your question, then you're going to get an answer, then you're going to get to give your outro, and they'll let you go.
What was that? I'm just curious, yeah.
So you agree, that'd be great to know.
You agree then that Donald Trump was encouraging the violence that was happening at the Capitol, right?
Does Destiny know how to read? It would be a great question to know.
You can't even understand spoken word. Why would I assume you'd be able to read, Drew?
No, you can't read. You demonstrably cannot read. It's a well-known meme. It's a well-known meme where you actually just basically admit you've never been able to read books.
Drew, you get your outro now. I know you have to go. This has been
a shit show. I won't lie. But
Can I get an answer to that question? That was a super simple question.
Yeah.
Was Donald Trump encouraging violence on the day of when there were already violent rioters inside the Capitol, and he tweeted out, "I want you guys to remain peaceful while you protest," or whatever?
I'm happy to answer that after Drew goes, by the way.
Yeah.
If he has to go.
Yeah, I know.
And as I've said, I've always condemned January 6th, but
Oh my goodness! Oh, he's the dumbest fucking person ever. He really is. He is the dumbest fucking person I have ever seen in my entire fucking life. Holy shit. Holy shit, boys. We have found the dumbest person that has ever existed. We found them. This is it. This is it. This is the dumbest one. This is them. Take your pictures. Get them good, all right? Get your fucking pictures. This is it. The dumbest person of all time. There's no fucking way, bro. There's no fucking way. Like, please somebody, like, we need to find like a tweet somewhere or something saying that this is just a troll, dude. We need something somewhere to say that they're just trolling or some shit. This cannot be. This cannot be, dude.
Anyway, I'll just say I actually thought it was interesting. I thought it was interesting that we could actually have a discussion with Nicholas. The funny thing is that Nicholas is actually far more radical than Destiny, because Nicholas is open that he wants to completely abolish the border, and he's even said before that, you know, members of the Trump administration should be killed. So Nicholas is actually more radical than Destiny.
There are circumstances under which they should be killed.
Okay, well, Nicholas. The funny thing is, Nicholas is. That's the funny thing. Nicholas is actually far more radical than.
You said
Destiny,
the funny thing is.
Let him finish. He's got to go. Let him finish. He's got to go. Then you'll be free of him. I promise.
It is interesting.
Go ahead.
I just think it is interesting that despite the fact that Nicholas is more radical than Destiny, you can actually have a somewhat of a discussion with Nicholas, whereas Destiny was just throwing shit at the wall and just behaving like an ape and just screaming. He was constantly chimping out. He could not even have any. He couldn't have any intellectual discussion whatsoever, and. He started the entire show with a big board behind him that said, "Drew Pavel, you should hang yourself." So that just showed from the very start that he was not a good faith intellectual.
He already told them that was not his thing, right? That's like the board behind him pops up with donations.
And I just think Destiny is a
if I really think you should hang yourself, wouldn't it be good faith for me to say it? Wouldn't it be bad faith for me not to?
I think it is actually. I think it's actually a testament to the fact that Destiny is actually genuinely a very disgusting person, and his personal life is just literally filthy and perverted, and I think that is a reflection of his perverted mind.
Oh, the CCP is going to get you for that one.
Drew,
I'm forwarding it to my contacts right now.
I appreciate you coming on. I do, and we'll get you maybe on
Destiny,
a little smaller
Destiny,
panel.
please look after your son. Please, like, literally just call your son at some point.
Okay,
yeah, Drew, maybe you should stop bringing little kids and fucking minors onto your show to debate them. That's if you guys don't know, Drew literally he brought Destiny's son on. So Destiny's son started tweeting about the fact that, like, his dad and his mom have kind of always ignored him, and he's never gotten like enough attention. He's never gotten enough love. That like his that they were always just kind of not present in his life, and so when he was tweeting about all of this stuff, Drew decided to invite Destiny's son onto his show to talk about this stuff. Now, to be fair, his son was also saying a bunch of like very far-right neo-Nazi-esque types of things, and Drew also talked to him about that stuff, but
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Loot is ripe for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep, though my suppliers say that Ark is twice as vigilant after sunset.
oh my goodness, it's all the way over here. Why do they always put me so far away from everything? How much time is left? 18 minutes? No, I don't have time for this. I don't have time for it.
Keep kids out of this.
G
Drew,
Lang
thank
is
you for being
scamming me
here.
right now. They're coming after you. Be careful. You're going to have to do another fundraiser to scam people on Twitter. Good luck.
Okay, Destiny, I genuinely think you should talk to your own son, because you're actually a 35-year-old man, and your own son is basically being
Okay, I'm actually
Drew, don't you have to go?
Yeah.
That's even sadder. That's even sadder.
Please
You're
remember,
37
you
years
also
old.
wear a condom, because holy fuck, one of you is worse enough, okay?
Okay, Drew.
Thank you,
Nicholas. You're actually. I mean, Nicholas, you can actually have a discussion.
I'm just kidding. I know you're a virgin anyway. I'm just joking.
Okay, Destiny, you're literally a filthy pervert, and I genuinely hope you talk to your own son at some point in the next. At some point in the next couple of weeks, you need to talk to your own son because your son is extremely
last time. Because apparently he beat you in a debate, which is crazy because he's like 14. But I guess that's about where you're at developmentally.
He literally did, actually. Like, that's not even a joke. He literally did beat Drew in a fucking debate. He embarrassed Drew. A fucking 15-year-old neo-Nazi made Drew look like a fucking nutcase. Just a slobbering retard. It was wild watching it. Because I went in thinking, oh man, this kid is so fucking lost. Like, he's so dumb. Like, this is just not even right to, like, bring him on. Not only just because of his age, but, like, he's just kind of lost. Like, he's a little neo-Nazi kid. Like, what the fuck? Why would you bring him on to your platform like this just to get a fucking dunk on Destiny? This is weird. And then it turned out that Destiny's kid fucking wrecked him. Hold on. Hold the door, please. Hold the door, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Woo! I just spawned in the middle of the fucking match, not doing this shit. I'm going home.
Your son in that debate, your son actually endorsed like killing his own grandmother.
Okay,
he did not endorse killing his own grandmother. He did not. He said, as I said before, he said, I just talked about this like 2 days ago, that this is why Nathan wrecked him on this, is because he was saying to Nathan, are you in favor of deporting like all illegal immigrants? And he's like, yeah, of course. And he's like, what about your own mother? And he's like, yeah, he said, what about your own grandmother? And he's like, yeah, including my own grandmother. And he's like, what? If your grandmother was an illegal immigrant, you would want her deported? And he's like, yeah, of course. Like, I love my grandmother, and I would never want anything bad to happen to her, but I hold like principled positions. I'm not going to change them just based on like who I like or don't like. And so he's like, I'm just saying I'm going to hold that position no matter what. And Drew spent hours going off on this, just saying, wow, but you would really want your mother, why? Well, you're your own grandmother. Like, the whole fucking time. That was all it was just, like, appealing to an emotional deference. And that was it. That was all it was just trying to, like, get the emotional manipulation in there. And the whole time, like, I'm sitting there, even the chat kept saying, they're like, Drew, like, you shouldn't be like so biased to where you would like change policy positions based on your own family members. That's insane. Like, he probably shouldn't help them deport her. He probably shouldn't call the call ICE on her. But okay, they started me in the same exact fucking place. But
go to the testing annex.
It's not, at least I actually have time this time.
We're not going to bring in people's children. Hold on. I do have a rule. Don't bring people's kids into these things, okay, Drew? That's not okay.
Okay, I do think Destiny needs to talk to his own son, and I do think he needs to fix his perverted personal life. It's disgusting. He's a massive fuck. It's actually genuinely disgusting.
I get it. Okay, I'll talk to you later, Drew. Bye-bye.
Please, like, literally look after yourself, Destiny.
Okay.
Please, you actually need to get mental health.
I'll donate to your next fundraiser, okay?
Okay. Have fun, Destiny. You're a disgusting pervert.
All right, wait. So what was the answer to that question? Was Donald Trump supporting the violence?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not saying that calling for peace in and of itself is an endorsement for violence. I told you.
Oh, dude, everything in me kind of hoped that this guy, when he kept saying, like, if Drew's not going to answer, I'll answer once he's gone. Like, I would like to answer once Drew's gone. And then once Drew left, I was hoping Destiny was going to ask him the question again. And then I was hoping he was going to be like, yeah, I don't support January 6th. just say the same fucking thing. Everything in me was just dying, hoping he's gonna be like, yeah, I don't support January 6th.
What kind of statement I would need to see from them to change that that view of mine that they support this interference.
Okay, but
with
didn't
federal law
Donald Trump? He had the opportunity to tell people to like stop and go home and everything, and he didn't. So why isn't Donald Trump supporting
stand
violence?
down. He said stand down.
No, that wasn't until after Ashley Babbitt was killed. When there were people that had broken into the Capitol and people were begging Trump to tell him to go home, he just tweeted out, "Stay peaceful." So that's him if these messages that were stronger statements than Trump has ever made, by the way, in his entire life. You will acknowledge that these two statements that the mayor and the governor made, these are stronger statements to peacefully protest than what Donald Trump's ever made before, right?
No, I don't agree with that. They said like tens of thousands of people.
Why was that thing chasing me down from all the way over there? What the fuck was that?
What's one time he's made a better statement? Yeah, sure. Give me an example of one statement Trump's
always
ever
do
made.
this thing where it's like, oh, pull up from your encyclopedic
Oh,
memory
have an
of every time
example.
Trump said something.
He's always doing this thing where he wants an example of what I'm talking about. I just want to fucking live in memes. I know, dude. Eat shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
$30, or I'm sorry, yeah, $30 for Drew or Hunter.
$30.
What's your biggest criticism of Trump? The strongest disagreement you can think of?
I think the tariff policy is really chaotic. I think that a lot of his, like, some of the more economically populist positions he's taken, like the cap on credit card interest rates, the no tax on tip stuff, like that's obviously just like rank populism that has no plausible justification. So yeah.
Okay. $20 from Natiristoa. For Drew in Destiny, why didn't the Democratic Party respond like Trump to the Bundy farm?
So the Bundy
I don't know
by the way, you know what this is? Okay, so Clyde.
No, I'm aware of the farm. I just don't know what the question was.
Bundy? Oh, okay.
Yeah, if they want to clarify, they can, but that's what they asked. Okay. $20 from Breadbox. Wick, please set the bar for Destiny in relation to his behavior here. Many of us have either continued to increase the value of our liberal views with his perspective. His excessive insincerity has cost us libs an easy win here. Thank you for the $20.
I agree with that. I think, by the way, as a general rule, anyone who wants to comment on politics should spend 3 to 4 hours a day reading economic papers and becoming conversant in the list.
Economic papers? Like, you have to read economic papers? Why the fuck? Why just economic? Why is that? It's crazy because like this is what I've said a million times. Like everybody, there's a phrase, you know, anybody who has a hammer, to anybody who has a hammer, everything looks like a nail or something like that. There's a loud rumbling outside. Sounds like the matriarch is out there. But yeah, to anyone who has a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Like it's saying that like whatever your thing is, like your solution will be the solution. So like for a chiropractor, if you're depressed, it's because you need a back adjustment. You know, if you're doing bad in school, it's because like you have a lot of blockage in your neck that needs to be fixed. Like if you like, it doesn't matter what the fuck the problem is. To a chiropractor, everything is your bones and your joints. Like that's the solution to everything, right? To people who think like who like economic bullshit, or like, you know, they like talking or reading about the economy and all that, like to those people, anybody who wants to talk about anything, they can't talk about anything unless they understand like the economic aspects of it.
Literature, because otherwise, you know, you don't have anything to say, you know, about what optimal policy should be. But I think that the ideal way to figure out what we should do is figure out the bare minimum like principles of what we're trying to maximize, and then learn how you maximize those. And that requires a lot of, you know, actually learning about the world. So
that's actually an interesting topic, the sort of meta issue there that I'd be happy to talk to you about. like to what extent that sort of approach like will or will not, produce useful outcomes. But we can talk about that another time, maybe.
Okay. Well, let's give. I'm looking for the questions here. The Bongo Beat for $10 says, to the morons I don't care to learn the names of. When you cherry pick your words.
Well, that could be any of us.
I know, it could be any of us.
I was gonna say, there's nobody wondering who the fuck they're talking about right now. There's nobody who's sitting here, like, even right-wingers are probably not like, I wonder which one they're talking about. Like, I'm pretty sure as soon as everybody hears that, everybody's like, yeah. Yep, we know who that is. Oh, no, wait. No. This is... I think this is the sucky room. Fuck.
Abuse the language, the English language, to distort every single thing. Why do you expect any level of respect? And I guess that's to all of us. So.
I don't know that I expect anything.
Okay. 10
Somebody just died.
Canadian dollars, unfortunately, from Sithari for glasses. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit held that a man holding a sign up on a public road saying "cops ahead" is free speech in 2023. So it's not interference to blow whistles.
Okay, I disagree with that ruling.
Okay.
Yeah.
$10. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Unless there have been further rulings since then.
Highly doubtful. But I'm not a lawyer. Sorry. I kind of went under on this, and that I generally don't. I try and stay away from what is the state of the law. I want to think about what should the law be, because that's the.
Actually, I think it's better to talk about what the law is, except for when the law disagrees with you. Then I talk about what the law should be, unless that's too difficult to think up. So then I just say what I personally would prefer it to be, and I refuse to answer for any of the other political figures that I generally defend wholeheartedly.
Actually, I agree with Decker's position that it's much more productive for us to, since none of us are lawyers, to just talk about what policies we actually want. And that would have been the conversation I would have liked to have with Nick. But
True. I agree, because law is boring and lame.
Okay. Anybody else win?
Oh, again, we got a lot, so I'm making good money here. But
Okay,
$10 from Doom Spiral. How do we know that the violent ICE agents attacks aren't actually Antifa infiltrators? We should investigate all of ICE for being part of a domestic terrorist organization and traitors, just in case.
I still don't know why we never got the fucking autopsy for Charlie Kirk. Tim Pool tweeted out he was stable. He dies. I saw Kirk leading up to the shooting. The guy looked like he was a little bit zoinked out. I don't know what his blood levels were for any particular drug. I just think it's crazy we didn't see the results of that, but that's just me.
Okay. $10 from Dave Ovick. How does he want to get ICE agent economically barred? And this is to you, Nicholas. When even post-World War II, Germany couldn't get every mid and low-level Nazi party member barred. What strategy do you use that they didn't? Honest question.
Well, as long as you say honest question at the end.
Actually implementing it is hard, and it's quite possible that there's not the public will. How I see the ICE protests are as the point of them is to sway public opinion against ICE, right? Because I think eventually there's a very high chance that they are essentially used as a private army. At least they are the means through which Trump would have a private army. And so it's important that they shatter their own reputation and that the people are totally against them, and that they don't see ICE as human, that they are not restrained in fighting back. And so that's why I think following reporting on ICE and allowing them to behave thuggishly, but responding peacefully is so important. I see them as basically, our Basij, right? Our brown shirts. And eventually we might have to go to war with them. But anyway, I think that if there is sufficient public condemnation of it, then we are totally able to do it when it comes to barring them or other measures. And I think that local governments would totally be able, especially liberal qualities, would be totally able to just ban them from all employment.
Okay, $5 from Word to the Wise. I want to know from the people pro-clutching over the church attack. How do they feel about religious people attacking Planned Parenthood?
I'm completely against that. I'm actually pro-choice anyway, if that were relevant, which it really isn't. But yeah, I think sometimes the statutes against this have been stretched to the breaking point to, arrest people who are just silently praying outside abortion clinics or something. But to the extent that anyone engages in violence or even significantly harasses the people seeking the legal service, then yeah, I absolutely condemn that, and those people should be arrested.
Just curious, can you name a single event where somebody was arrested for silently praying outside of an abortion clinic? That was a rhetorical question. I know the answer is no. I know. It's all good. Based.
$5 from I Killed Earl. Poor Earl. When did Don't Tread on Me turn into Don't Trigger My Cognitive Dissonance? MAGA turned into government bootlickers in a skinny minute.
Okay, that's not really a question, but
look, if it has a question mark, I'm reading it. Okay, $50.
That's probably based.
$50 from Alishness. Thank you for $50. They didn't attack the church because they were Christian. They went to the church because the pastor was an ICE officer, allegedly. What a stupid fucking point to make. Don Lemon isn't even anti-Christian. Why make such a brain-dead point? Question mark.
Is he gay?
Don Lemon is gay, I believe, yes.
That's kind of anti-Christian, no?
But...
Oh, okay.
I'm going to head out,
yeah.
by the way.
Yeah. Do you want to tell people where they can find you, all that? We can kind of close the shop here.
So my best work is at nicholasdecker.substack.com. That's my name, .substack.com. Today, I have a comprehensive, if pocket-sized primer on markup estimation from both the demand and the supply side, and some recent exciting work on doing markup estimation from the demand side at scale. So the problem historically is that if you're estimating demand curves, right, you're going to need detailed, well, you need two things. You need detailed cost shifters and other forms of instrumental variation in order to trace out demand curves. And you also need a conduct assumption, which might not be portable from industry to industry. Conduct, by the way, is just the way in which firms compete. Do they set quantities and prices? Do they set prices to quantity? Are they colluding, et cetera, right? And so there has been, and so this means that prior demand side work estimating the markup has been industry by industry, and it takes a lot of work. Now there's been some recent papers like trying to do this at scale with different simplifying assumptions, but hopefully you can have multiple different simplifying assumptions and then compare to the supply side estimates, right? Which
I'm gonna have to start streaming on Kick so that I can chat. Yeah, I might just go back to adding Kick to my stream. That yeah, people can just type shit over there that's getting censored too much. It does seem to be a pretty constant issue.
Which is where you estimate a production function and the markup is equal to the elasticity of output with respect to some input divided by the elasticity of revenue paid to that input. But unfortunately, the assumptions there are just way too strong. They're not usable. So anyway, you can read all about that, or also, like why we should kill the Trump administration there, I suppose. I got to pander a bit. And you can also find my tweets at Captgouda, CAPTGOUDA24. That's all.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. So here's what's going to happen. I have people who want to call in, and that's fine, but I know you both may need to go, and I do have more super chats to read, so I want to give both of you a chance to have outros, final thoughts, final statements. Destiny, do you have anything to say?
I mean, like this whole administration, all the people surrounding it are just deeply unserious people. They have no factual engagement with what's actually happening in the real world. Sometimes they want to talk facts if they feel like the facts are on their side. Then they want to talk theory when they don't want to address the facts. And it's a collection of deeply unserious people. The only thing that's more upsetting than dealing with them now is going to be dealing with them in 3 or 4 years when they pretend that they never really supported this administration, when all of them saw that the Trump admin was, there were a whole bunch of red flags and they were never fully on board with it. You already see it kind of today when none of these people will actually admit how much they're throating Trump and his entire cabinet on Twitter. Because as soon as you get into a conversation where they have to defend the indefensible, they immediately wheel out this, well, I'm not always supporting Trump and I'm not fully MAGA, and it's a super unserious world. And it's kind of like it's memes and it's funny jokes and everything online, I guess, because it's just, we're at the end of the day, we're just debating who the fuck cares. But it's pretty sad to watch the country take this insane authoritarian slide against a group of people that used to scream about how important Second Amendment rights and states' rights are.
Okay, Hunter, Ash, do you have final thoughts with closing statements and things like that? And then if you guys want to stay, you can, but you can go if you like. But go ahead, Hunter.
Yeah, sure. So first, I just wanted to issue a mea culpa on a specific point. I took a few minutes to look up abortion clinic cases, and while there are some that would fit the description I provided in the UK, all the ones in the US that I found, I thought they were good arrests, and the charges were reasonable. So, fair there. Yeah, just in general, I would say that I think that this could have been a really interesting conversation, mostly between me and Decker, and it's a shame that didn't get to happen, but maybe we'll get to talk in the future. So, yeah.
Okay, well, I do appreciate you coming, and if you want a more, I guess, narrow, tailored guest list, let me know in the future, but I do appreciate that. We have some callers if you guys want to stay for a couple of those. Is that okay?
I actually have to go.
I understand.
Sorry.
Well, have a great day.
I'll hang out with you, Wick.
Okay, well, thank you.
Cheers.
I appreciate it. Bye-bye, Hunter.
We'll see you later.
See ya.
You're a scum as fuck, Hunter. Don't ever forget it.
Thanks,
Jesus
man.
Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I guess. Well, first of all, let's bring in a couple of these callers. And, okay, Dev. What do you guys? First of all, I guess for the audience here, Dev and
I'm getting bad lag. I'm not. I'm looking. Was it while I was in the game or just in general?
Stormwolf. What are your thoughts here? I have thoughts. Before I give my thoughts, I want to hear your thoughts. Okay.
I have thoughts, but
Dev,
I want to
go
hear your
first.
thoughts.
Hold on, my mic is not working completely correctly on my end. Give me a second.
Okay. Well, Stormwolf, you go first then, please.
Sure. I guess like my thing was like I came in mainly to disagree with the other panelists, but I guess it's fine. I feel like the issue is I think we saw is this like inability to live in reality is really concerning. Like when we watch that Jacob Frey video, the idea that you can look at that video and say that Jacob,
for the first time coming to this map ever, they are they put me actually somewhat close to where I'm going. First time ever.
Frey isn't telling people not to impede ICE officers is like insane. He explicitly says, hey, you record them, but if you want to be violent, nope, go home, right? If you can't do that, go home. It seems like an explicit call, and the idea that we can like somehow say that when like it's concerning to me that like we're talking about deploying the Insurrection Act when Donald Trump didn't want to deploy the Insurrection Act or an act, well maybe because he's causing the insurrection. The idea that we would ever look to him about the Insurrection Act is insane. There's nothing that's risen to the level of an insurrection. When Drew's saying, oh well, stealing federal guns is an insurrection, that's not what an insurrection is, and it's so obvious he has no understanding of the law or they don't care about it, and it's really concerning.
Okay, and just to be clear, I'm going to prioritize callers after these guys who disagree. So if you think that the Insurrection Act should be invoked, or if you disagree on what was said about ICE and things from Destiny, I will prioritize you. Just let me know. Dev, thoughts?
I'm here now. Hopefully, you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I mean, using the Insurrection Act is probably actually justified, I think. However, that's because it's a good insurrection. They should be insurrecting, because what's going on is bullshit. That's all.
Well, but they're not insurrecting yet. But if they were...
Yeah, it's not an insurrection, though. And you may be able to use the Insurrection Act without it actually being an actual insurrection. Fair enough. But the claim is that, like, the local... the local police and everybody aren't actually like helping at all, and that's just not true. And so the whole issue is that they're saying, well, like the Insurrection Act can only be used if the local police and authorities are not like handling things themselves, whether they choose not to or aren't capable of doing it. Like, it has to be that, yeah, they're just not handling it themselves. And in this case, it's not the case that they're not handling it themselves. Like, they are there to help. Just the majority of the time, ICE agents won't let them help. Or, yeah, ICE agents won't let them help and are shooing them away. Friendly, 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 friendly. So, oh, so friendly. Ah, fuck, you got here first. Alright, you got it, bro. Do I need a what? No, I actually do have it. The pink one? I appreciate it. I do have it. I mean, I'll take it if you don't want it. I do a YouTube channel where I give away blueprints, so I'd be happy to take a donation and, Huh? Alright, cool. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'll kill the Bastion with you. You just went left.
Where that would be based, but...
Well,
I don't think it's risen to the level of Insurrection Act yet.
Not even close.
I don't know if we want to do the meta stuff, but I guess I'll just ask you, Destiny, do you think that was a good showing? Right? Like,
wait, that's a bombardier.
Sure, yeah.
I disagree.
That was a shit show debate. That was
it was
incredible.
a shit show, but it didn't have to be, and it's kind of frustrating me. I'm annoyed. Okay, I'm
yeah,
a
but
little
it's
annoyed.
like it's one of those things. What did you do for work before like streaming? Can I ask that? Or
yeah,
you
you can ask that. I was in the military for a few years. I worked at taxes and titles for a bank for a little bit. I did just various odds and ends, but the military is the main one, and now I just.
What was your MOS, or were you in the Army, or what were you in?
I was in the Air Force. I was a crypto linguist for 3 years. I studied my target language was
Crypto linguist.
Yes.
Can you imagine you and me having a debate on crypto linguism or something, and I don't even know like anything about cryptography or hash? I don't know any about that. But we're gonna like argue like what is the optimal way to approach it? I guess in the Air Force. Would you even have that conversation with somebody?
I mean,
like
look,
my issue is that like it's like we're being asked like what do you think is like the most efficient way to integrate?
Yes, sir. If I'd known you were about to use that, I wouldn't have thrown so many fucking, what do you call it? So many grenades before that.
Integrate functions, and it's a person who's never done algebra before. Like that to me, that's just like even entertaining the conversation is a joke.
Yeah, but
like,
even
if these people can't agree on like, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but even even having something with a high level of expertise, we can also.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Only heavy. Like I'm not super in need of them. Just a little low.
So I would happily have a conversation with someone on like to what level do we think that the government should intrude upon people's privacy in order to gather information. I think that doesn't require a whole lot of expertise to have a moral debate about what should we do.
Where was it?
At the top of this building. Let's see if he didn't kill himself.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Right?
Yeah, but that's boring. I'm not here to have a moral debate about a bunch of things.
Nice, let's go. Where's he at? Oh shit, he did already kill himself. Sheesh, I wonder what fucking killed him.
When we have like actual factual things happening, it's a boring question to say like what should the moral thing. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say that it's boring. There could be a discussion for that, but I don't want that anywhere near tied to like what's actually happening in real life right now. Because if you're going to engage with like a real life thing or policy or set of actions happening right now, then you should know about them. And if you can't even acknowledge some basic shared reality about it, then you shouldn't be in that conversation. You're a deeply unserious person.
Like I think the issue is like
just real quick, if I can respond, if I can respond to that, and I'll let you go. I promise, right? But like, look, it's all about moderation in these things, and when I say that, like, I think if you had taken some of these instances where you did show them to be unserious, and I think you did, and you had just again done that a little less, but also engaged with their point, I think it would have been a much more
I'm not going to.
thing.
Why would I'm not going to argue calculus with somebody who's never done algebra? I'm just not even going to waste my time. There's not even a good fit. It's not even. I'm not even owning them. It's the equivalent to slapping around a kid in a coma. Like, what's the point? Why would I even pretend that they're capable of engaging in the conversation just because they might be able to utter a grammatically coherent sentence? Doesn't mean that they know anything about the topic. Like, if you don't know any of the underlying facts of anything that's happened for anything at all, you don't know what happened with the Renee Good shooting. You don't even know if the vehicle was trapped in a snowbank. You don't know any of the statements that the president of the United States, the head of the Department of Homeland Security, you don't know any of these things. Why the fuck would I ever have a conversation with you about an insurrection in Minnesota? You don't apparently know fucking anything about it. Not you personally, but the other two
No,
people.
I get
That's
you.
crazy
I
to me.
understand.
Well, here's
Go
the
ahead,
thing.
please.
Yes, it is true. You can have these conversations with people who are like less educated than you, but then these people should come in and say, "I don't know shit. I'm just clueless and want to like learn about it." The issue is they come in with these opinions, and when you ask them for examples, they'll be like, "Well, what example?" Like when you're asking like someone like, "What is an example of a group?" And like, "I don't know the names of many groups." They're not trying to. This isn't a serious conversation. You can't come in and make claims and then not have evidence to back it up. It would be one thing if they're coming in and saying, "This is what I've heard. I want to learn more about it," and have a conversation. But if you're coming into debate to stake out a position, the idea that you can just say, "Well, examples don't matter," and whatever. No, you're not trying to engage in good faith then, or you're either disingenuous or retarded at that point, and that's the issue.
Like imagine
You
if I
can't
was
have
trying to
debates without
argue
engaging on facts.
Imagine if I was trying to argue in favor of slavery, and I give you every single example in history where a slave benefited. They were part of like an upper class household, and they learned to read or whatever. And then every time you're like, well, what about when slaves were beat? I don't know about those examples. Okay, what about when slaves were killed? I don't know about those examples. Well, what about slaves? Well, I don't know any of the bad examples, but not all the good ones. How are we going to have a serious conversation about that? It's impossible. It's a joke to even pretend it, I think.
Well,
yeah. Well, actually, hold on. I have a question for you. Let me piggyback in, actually, because I want to turn this to you as well. The fact that you let these people on, when they clearly don't know what they're talking about, is bad enough. But the fact that they're also being bad faith about it, like when I press Drew and say, hey, like, you keep saying this is an attack on Christianity, you wouldn't say the same about Islam, and then you're not going to acknowledge why they were there, which was not to protest Christianity. Sorry, I'm out of breath.
Bro, it sounds like he's playing this.
Jim, this is ridiculous. These people clearly aren't here to have a discussion about the facts. At least the Hunter guy can say, hey, I looked up this thing, and I was totally wrong about it. Now, granted, you didn't know other shit, but like, that's a little more good faith. Why do you let these people on? Like, you can't let the money that comes from letting retards on, like, have a little fucking chicken fight, outweigh the fact that there could be an interesting discussion here that you're just completely throwing out the window by letting on morons like Drew on.
So I think it is.
I disagree. I don't think there's any conservative you could bring out to have a good conversation, and I support Wick, and I like that Wick let these people on. Okay, just to be clear.
No, you can let stupid people on. Like Grid, you let Grid on our debate, and that was a stupid conversation. But he's a moron. He's not that safe. Like there are different levels of this, and if you're going to let people come on who, one, are uneducated, but two, are willing to lie about it and just never let any point slide because they just keep moving the goalposts, like, this is so fucking frustrating to watch. This is so lame. It's not worth the super chats that you get. Please stop doing it.
So I think that there's a value in having people on to represent a position and then to showcase that they don't know what they're talking about. I think that there's a value.
They're not representing the position. Drew is not representing the position. Drew is taking the position that he wants to take because he's grifting, and then will lie and obfuscate and deviate from any facts so that he can show you, oh, actually, no, let's move away from that one point. At least Grid, who's a moron, will say, actually, no, I'm going to deep throw the point that I should have shot that lady in the car. That's a completely different discussion, but that's not what you're doing. You're letting on people who are just lying to be the other side. It's like playing devil's advocate in high school debate class, except they're doing it for money, and they're not told to do it. It's not the instruction. They're doing it because they want to make money and grift off.
But I think people can see that, they can observe that, and they can make their decisions based on that. And I think that is a value. I want to hold on, just let me finish. I want to know who does that, right? So I can know more about their moral character. And if we never give them the chance to do that, we won't maybe know.
Are you never letting Drew on again?
No, I'll have Drew on again because I think this bears repeating. Lessons have to be repeated.
Okay, how many times do we have to learn that he's a fucking waste of time to talk to?
I don't know the exact number for you, but I do think there's value in repetition and, again, allowing people to speak their piece. And if they lie and if they obfuscate and if they're bad faith, people can see that. People can make decisions on their own.
That was an eventful run. I went in there to use a key card, got there, somebody else was already there. He gave me a very valuable blueprint. Then he said, do you want to go kill, what did he say? He said a bastion. Turned out it was a bombardier. We killed the bombardier. Then somebody died. We went up there, found their body. Then came back down, pressed the button to leave, and the Leaper came, and we all fucking killed the Leaper. Like, that was a fucking based as fuck run with almost nothing done. Like, I was there for maybe 5 minutes and got so much done and so little at the same time. Like, that was fucking crazy.
I am not here to...
Yeah, and then we jacked each other off and came in each other's mouths, and it was just it was a pretty based fucking run. Dude.
Who is a liar and who is not? I obviously have my opinions, right?
If you invited me on for an economics debate against Nicholas Decker, who has a fucking like 3 degrees in it, and I started trying to argue about things I had no idea about and was lying about it, I would expect you to kick me off. And if you let me on, I'd lose respect. Just say, like, it's ridiculous.
You would expect me to kick you?
What did he say?
Me off if you let me on, I disrespect. Just say, like, it's ridiculous.
You would expect me to kick you off? No, why not let him take you to task? Why not let him, again, show everyone the gulf of knowledge between you two? By kicking you off, I am, again, preventing the audience from seeing the gulf of knowledge between these two.
Isn't it? So I don't, like, I wouldn't say, like, actually, I don't know. I don't know what I would say, but I was going to say, I wouldn't like the scenario where he... like lied to Rob Noor to get onto the show and like came in bad faith and all that shit. Like, wouldn't that be an example of like a time that you would have to kick somebody off because they were bad faith?
Two people.
You let him do it for 10 minutes and then you don't let him on ever again. It's ridiculous.
Okay, I just disagree with that. Go
I
ahead,
think
Dev.
the issue is, like,
Just real quick,
I think
Dev's gonna
the
try to
issue is,
get in. Dev ahead.
Yeah, I'll let Dev.
Oh, no. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'll talk after.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, I think that, like, Soypil's right that Drew's a grifter. I mean, I obviously agree. But I think to some extent, like, I don't know, I think it's, maybe it's just like I have a pretty, like, lenient view of how.
The problem with calling him a grifter is that you would have to believe that he's smart enough to understand these issues. And the issue with saying that he's smart enough to understand these issues would actually mean that, like, you think that before he moved over to the right, that when he was on the left, he understood these issues. And I don't know, okay, so I'm not gonna make a claim one way or the other, but all I've heard is that even when he was on the left, he was still a dumb fuck. Like, even when he was on the left, I've heard Destiny say this a bunch. Like, a bunch of people kept sending him videos of Drew, and the whole time he thought this guy was dumb as fuck and just never paid attention to him. Everybody kept saying, have this guy on, put him on debates, like, promote this guy, and he just kept ignoring him because he thought he was dumb as fuck. And so, yeah, now it's just all kind of like bearing out that, yeah, he's dumb as fuck. And everybody who acted like he was smart before, it was just because he was playing to your bias. And this is my point with a bunch of people like Anna Kasparian, where people act as though she knows what she's talking about just because she holds some of the same positions as them, to where they think like, oh, but you're just biased against her, you just don't like her. No, she's a dumb fuck. Like, she's fucking stupid. When it comes to people on the left, I would much rather promote them. I would much rather be on their side. I would much rather, like, find some common ground, find you know, some areas of agreement. But then there's people who are just too fucking stupid to even pretend with. Not only do people watch and watch Drew, people like him, but this guy watched and then called in, and he'll watch again. Wait, that's Soypill. I consider myself a Drew hater, and I will watch him for hours. I think Drew is disingenuous and will make stuff up and lie and just say things that suit his argument, but I don't think grifter is the right term. I don't know enough about him to know if he lies or anything. Like, I've never really watched him, so I can't really make a claim one way or the other, but I don't know that he lies. I actually think he's dumb. Like, I truly think he is, like, a really, really stupid person. And I want to be clear, like, I'm not saying this to insult him. It's probably insulting, but I'm not saying it to insult him. I think he's a really, really dumb person.
Platforming, I think it is useful to show these people are grifting. I don't think the issue comes from them grifting. I think the issue is when, like, we're being told, like, well, you guys got more serious treatment. We don't need to treat them like serious people then when we have conversations with them. That's all. I don't think it's about platforming or not.
Yeah, well, Destiny didn't treat them like serious people. And I think that that's true to an extent. It depends on who you're talking to and or what you're talking about. Like, when I'm talking to, like, some of these red pill people and they just don't understand an analogy, like me, like, treating them like babies and trying to explain how an analogy works and what an analogy is and how, like, how to analog one thing to another. Like, I understand people's frustration with that, but that's not like the same irresponsibility that we're talking about when it comes to like real political subjects where people have actual followings and they're yeah, it's just not the same thing. But yeah, I agree to an extent. Yeah, don't treat them like serious people. Or if you do treat them like a serious person, you need to get them in a fucking corner. Like, if you treat them seriously, you need to have them in a corner. I didn't is this Soy Pill? Yeah, he was the one who was saying all of that. So, it's not really I understand your point. I'm just saying it's a little moot, considering the circumstance.
I think it's just about how we treat them in the platforms. That's all.
Just Soy Pill, can you mute when you're not talking just because of the noise?
If someone
Sorry, I know I'm intimidating you, Wick. I'm sorry I'm intimidating you with my big weight. So
No, it's the noise. It's not. We can hear it on the camera. So, go ahead, Dev, please. You had something to say.
Yeah, no, it's you needing
Imagine
to
being
shut
at the gym and
fuck up.
overhearing this conversation.
Is that what you had to say? Great. Wonderful. Honest. This has been.
No.
Go ahead.
Well,
no, Dad. Everyone in this gym is an illegal immigrant, so they can't understand me. It's fine.
Okay, nice.
Space.
No, this was a shit show debate, but I do think that there's definitely value in talking to people like Drew and the pedophile guy. Whatever, I forget his name. I just know he's a pedophile, but there's value in talking to Drew and the other guy.
Oh, you call him a pedophile. Do you have evidence that he's a pedophile?
Oh yeah, sure. Hold on, I can send it to you.
Yeah.
Wait, who's the pedophile guy? Oh, I think, okay, never mind. I don't know who they're talking about, but considering the fact that there was a libertarian on just a second ago, I think it's fair to make an assumption on who they were talking about. I'm sorry, not sorry. I think we can all make a pretty easy assumption about who they were talking about. Glasses guy, so the libertarian. Okay. Lying and making stuff up about your position for money is grifting, but Tom is probably right. He's mostly desperately retarded. Yeah, I don't like, again, I don't know of times that he's actually lied or made shit up. So if that's the case, like, you can tell me, but I am unaware of this. I'm unaware of him overall. Like, I think the debate that we watched the other day with Pisco, I think that was the first time I've actually like watched like a real debate with him. I think he was on another debate panel a while ago on Wix, and I didn't know anything about him, and he barely talked from what I remember. He just sat there the whole time. So yeah.
Okay.
This is actually a big thing.
Okay.
But go on with your as you're sending me. Go on with your point.
What the fuck is happening, dude?
No, hold on. I'm getting the pedophile evidence.
I want to see the pedophile evidence. I do. Like, his...
How's Arc Raiders?
Is everybody a pedophile today? This is base. I like.
Somebody just said Arc Raiders, didn't they?
Like,
how's Arc Raiders?
Is everybody?
Oh yeah, they said how is Arc Raiders Destiny?
Everybody a pedophile today? This is base. I like it. Okay, that's good. We can all just pedo out together. Share links. Anybody check the link? I'm just kidding. Never mind.
Okay, I just DM'd it to you, Wick. Under his previous internet name, he said, "Fuck it. What do I have to lose? I'm deactivating anyway. I'm a pedophile." The only thing that makes the only thing that feels beautiful to me is destroying young lives, making them as ruined as me. There is no peace. It's like, oh, I guess he's just outright admitting.
Okay, that last part makes it sound like it could be sarcastic, but the problem is that we've talked about this a bunch, is that there's the majority of people who actually molest children aren't pedophiles in the medical sense. They are people who have a fetish for getting over on like innocent people or people who can't defend themselves well, or things like that. So that would make a little bit too much sense.
Okay.
This is the same guy, or we like? What's the evidence that these are the same people?
So if you were to hop onto like the Wayback Machine or like an archive site and plug
You don't like
his Twitter
Somalis, so
account
just come out and
into
say that. I might
into
say-
those sites, it comes up as saying formerly known as Psyche, and the Psyche Twitter account said, "I'm a pedophile." So
Jesus, that sounds like an ad hom to me, to be honest.
I did not know that. I guess
Sounds
Hunter,
like an
if you want to, if you want to dispute these allegations, by all means, you'd be allowed back on. I did not know this, but fair enough. Okay, yeah. What do you think of the debate as a whole, Dev? Do you think it's useful to have people like Drew on, or what?
it is, but mainly just to destroy them, like to destroy them completely and utterly. Like anybody who watched the Enrique Tarrio debate last time, that was a fucking joke. Like he couldn't any debate that, well, frankly, that I've been involved in, but in generally any debate with people who are pro MAGA who just lie about the facts constantly, it is always useful to make them look like retards. Always, 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 always.
Okay, so Dev is Team Wick, Soy Pills anti-Wick. This is where we're going. Minnie, what do you have to say?
I wanted to say,
obviously Destiny's position is that it's fine to talk to them, but like, yeah, you're not going to take them seriously because they're fucking idiots.
one thing, you should absolutely not give any ground on the idea that you can just like theorize about what law should be in a vacuum. That is not at all. Like the whole point of our legal system is that laws have to fit together with rights, and our precedent is important. And this idea that you can kind of just like fuck.
Well, they didn't say theorize. They said that sometimes they disagree with laws. So, like, you can disagree with a Supreme Court decision. Now, I will generally say, like, oh, I disagree with that, but I'm willing to, like, admit that this is bad or some shit like that, right? I can. There's times where I'll disagree with a Supreme Court decision, but yeah, like it's rare. I was trying to think of a Supreme Court decision that I disagree with, and I don't know if there is one. So I don't even know if that's true. I'm trying to think of one that I actually disagree with, and I don't even know if there is one.
Fuck around and like theorize about what you think would be the right law in a situation is stupid, and you shouldn't give them that ground. I could talk more about that, but I feel like no one hearing that probably would disagree with it in the way I said it. And Destiny, you need to read more about the fucking Biden's border policy.
Yeah, Destiny,
maybe you have
more.
and you just don't care anymore,
You've
and that's why
never
you're
read.
bringing it up. But like Cato's done write-ups on this.
Yeah, I know. I've seen the 3-part. Yeah, I know. But it's just not even worth. That's one of those claims. It's like so outlandish. Like people aren't even ready to engage with it. It's fucking ridiculous. But no, I am familiar with that.
What's going on here?
Just that basically that Biden basically handled the border better than Trump did, and you can't really blame Biden for the influence. But it's like this is like so outside of where.
Cato did this? Oh, Cato did this? Yes! 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 Fucking Cato with the dub. Yo, Scoobs. Appreciate the membership. Let's go. Scoobs 4 in the house. Let's get some W Scoobs. W Scoobs? You always gotta say it like a question. Based? W Scoobs? 07 Scoobs? Scoobs didn't die, bro. They just came to life. They just became a fool, officially.
Where the political conversation is now that it.
And fools too, okay? And fools too. They didn't go the cheap route, well, at least not the super cheap route, and do the $1.99 one like some people over here. They did the fucking $5 one. So big dubs in chat.
I feel like you take these stances though, where you like there are moments where you're like, no, I'm gonna take this like really stupid stance to like stress.
He does. Destiny really frustrates me where he gives a lot of lenience to people who talk about like how shitty the border is, but saluting is not only for the dead. Yes, it is. Like legally, you're only allowed to salute if somebody's dead. But so Destiny does give a lot of leeway to conservatives when they talk about Biden and the border and how shitty it was and the open borders and how like he does give them a lot of room there. And it is frustrating for me as somebody who's debated the border a lot, who knows a lot about Biden's border policies and how he handled it, and the people who were let in, the people who weren't let in. Like, I have spent a lot of time on this subject, and so I care about it a lot. But normally when he's doing it, it's in a topic where they're not debating immigration. And so it's kind of like, if for those of you who were here during my last debate with Pisco, one of the debates that I was arguing with him about his review of my debate with Rob Noor, and he was mad that I gave room to Rob Noor on whether or not the left went inside of the White House, and it didn't matter. It wasn't part of our debate. It was not like a sticking point at all. And so I didn't debate him on it, and I didn't even know much about it, but I wasn't gonna like push him on it either, or try to get him to like justify any of his claims or anything, because I just know nothing about it. So because it's not important to the topic. It just doesn't matter. And so I understand that a lot in his debates, where he just gives them room, where they're like, yeah, but you opened borders, nut jobs, allowed Biden to allow all these illegal immigrants in, and then blah, blah, blah. And then Destiny responds with like, well, how many illegal immigrants do you think came in? And it's, fuck, dude, like, what? Don't give them that. Don't give them like that this is, it was open borders and all, and that he did a horrible job with the border and everything. He did a pretty good job overall. I think even what's his name? Who's the Adam Mockler? He does this a lot as well. He does this a lot too, where he's like, yeah, I'm not going to defend like Biden's border policies, and I'm not going to, like, he let too many people in. There was a real problem there that needed to be addressed, and they didn't address it fast enough. Like that, I totally disagree with all of that. I disagree with all of that. I think Biden did as good of a job as he could have with the fucking border. And I've mentioned this a couple of times, but within the last 6 months, I've seen numerous analyses that came out saying that if you look at the trend of when shit went up. So one reason that we know that all of the immigrants flooded the border is because of COVID, right? COVID happened. Economies were dropping off a fucking cliff. Everybody was dealing with insane inflation. I said insane inflation. They were dealing with insane inflation, and they were like, their job market was dropping off a cliff. Like nobody had enough jobs, and so all of these people in all of these countries are totally fucked. The United States, while if you ask MAGA, they'll tell you Biden did a horrible job with the economy. He did a horrible job with inflation, that he made it worse, that he caused the inflation, blah, blah, blah. But in reality, we were the first country to recover from inflation. We had the fastest recovery of all countries of our size, and we had real wages outpaced inflation. Meaning, like, real wages means it's wages in comparison to inflation. Like, that's what it means. It means like the value of the dollar. So if you made like, $2 an hour in like 1950, well, what is that compared to 2000, where you're making $5 an hour? Or 2000 is real wages, meaning like, it's just it's actually taken into consideration inflation. And yes, the real wages were higher when Biden left office than they were when he came into office. Meaning that people's value of their dollar was more when Biden left than it was when Trump left. And they could freak out about all the shit, right? So anyways, we did such a good fucking job with the economy and keeping the job market healthy that everybody wanted to come here. Everybody wanted to come here. Everybody was flooding here. And that's one reason, okay? That's one reason that we know of that is like a big reason for why people came here. But another reason that I've seen over and over now is that there wasn't even a real immigration problem, and there weren't a lot of people coming over the border until the Republicans started saying that Joe Biden had an open border policy. At the point where this talking point starts, immigration had been pretty flat. It had been like dead. We still had like COVID rules in place where the border was just shut down, nobody in, nobody out. And then Republicans start pushing this line that we have open borders. And that is when immigrants start flooding in. That's when they start coming to the border in droves. And they kept pushing this fucking narrative that there's open borders, there's open borders, there's open borders. And so they're literally telling people that like, if you just come to the border, we'll let you in. They're telling everybody. The Republicans just nonstop telling everybody, if you just come to the border, we'll let you in. You get to come in. Is my audio still off? Telling people that, like, just come to the border, let you in. My video is a little bit in front of my audio now. Because you remember what audio? There was a couple of days where my video was way behind my audio. My audio was going way first, and then my video would come later. And I spent a while trying to lag my audio so that my audio took a while to actually get. I'm still too far to the right. What the fuck? Yeah, so that my audio, damn, now I'm too far to the left. Okay. Yeah, then my audio, then my voice was on with my video, but now it's kind of the opposite. And so I never knew why my video lagged behind. I never knew why it went back behind. Clap. Is that even coming through? I can't see. Yeah. It's actually perfect. It's actually perfect now. Okay. Sheesh. That's crazy, dude. That's actually perfect. But yeah, I never knew why it lagged behind, and so I didn't know if it fixed itself or something. But yeah, Freddie, you keep reminding me every time you type something that I need to fix the badge. I need to create a new one. I think I might do the black one next. I think I'm gonna do the black and white one next for this. You know, the
Yo, what's up, dude?
the one that I put on the rioting babies. This one. You can't really see it, but I got a black and white logo in the corner of this one. I might make that the next badge. Anyways, the point is that the Republicans were probably more responsible for how many immigrants came to the border than Democrats were. They were the ones who were literally inviting immigrants over here by telling them that we had open borders. And that created a border, whatever you want to call it, a border crisis that, like, while I'll admit there was somewhat of a border crisis, that existed, but it wasn't Biden's fault. It was Republicans' fault, if anybody's. And because I would say it's COVID's fault, but because COVID created because COVID created the environment to where people needed somewhere else to go, Republicans giving them a place that they could go to easily was the reason they came here and not just anywhere else. So yeah. You should let Freddie design it. Freddie, you ready to design the next logo?
stress test the fact that you don't know anything. You never do it with immigration. And there's like moments where you'll catch people on like, oh, you said da 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 da, and it's like when people say let in, like I feel like letting like those comments are like, but if that's like I get it. If
No,
you're,
I
like,
agree.
aware of
They're
all the
stupid, but like you can't even. I agree with you so much. Listen, try it in a debate. Like the idea that like Biden is even intentionally letting people in is just such a stupid fucking point. It's all stupid. I agree with that.
Yeah, the problem is that anybody who already believes that Biden was letting people in, if you try to take that path in a conversation, that will be the rest of the debate. That will be the rest of the debate, because if they currently in 2026 think that Biden was letting people in and that there were open borders, that person is like, they're impossible to have a conversation with about immigration, because they know nothing about immigration.
Though it is stupid. I don't know.
Like half these people are just anti-immigration as a whole. They don't care, and then they also don't care about the factual matter. They're also just going to
That too. But I mean, like the biggest own that does it will never ever make any sense ever is if it was such a huge fucking deal. Why did we block legislation to actually do something about getting rid of the people in this country that would have chewed through the immigration backlogs, the asylum seeker backlogs? But then we didn't do that, and that's never coming. Trump is never doing that. That legislation is never coming in the United States. But they don't give a fuck about any of it. Immigration is never as big a deal as they thought it was. It's all bullshit to them.
I get that, but I feel like I think people keep bringing up, it's like, why did it take so long? The reason it took so long is because up until Title 42 ended, like we had 100% or like 90 whatever percent like expulsion from the border, and the bipartisan border bill started like months. It was like either in the lead up to or the end of like Title 42 going away. So there was
which I think was in 22 or 23. It was
like 20, yeah, and then
Biden it was years
border
before.
bill was drafted in 23, voted on 24, early 24, late 23. Yeah, I just feel like there's just moments that are frustrating me because I feel like I understand like what you're the not getting into it, and like obviously you have to concede things that are fantastical. I just feel like there are moments where it's like by not responding at least at all, you're like conceding that you believe that to be true, and that's just me being autistic about those like small moments.
No, yeah, I understand.
I understand your point of view. Yeah. I just think like of all the things to be like I feel like the problem is that it's like I think that you sometimes like with this like the whole like why did we do that? Why did we shoot the border bill down? I feel like you're relying on intuition calls to like oh well wouldn't blah blah blah, but like that requires them to have all the same other understandings about everything else all at once, and like I think conservatives just kind of like even if the facts don't all line up, I think they just respect like info dumps. If you can just like speak to things, like that's the reason why they feel that like they're smart, because they just have been info dumped a lot about a lot of random shit, even if half the stuff they've been info dumped on is just like completely wrong. And if you're able to speak to immigration, like I have had conversations with people where I talk about immigration. I'm not going to say like the come to Jesus moment, but like just being able to speak to like the fact that Biden sent more people back to Mexico than the entirety of the return to Mexico policy because he had Title 42 to do it. Like,
yeah,
like
I mean, I think return to Mexico by the end, wasn't it like 40 to 50,000 people total or something that got?
Yeah, it was barely anything.
Yeah,
it was on its way out too. Like there wasn't even like we didn't even know if it was going to survive the courts.
The legal
just the fact,
yeah.
like, yeah, and just the fact that like, fucking, like if you look at the numbers, like Biden sent like at a factor of 10 more people back to Mexico when encountering them from the border. But I like it's yeah, you kind of just have to judge when it's worth it to go into it.
Maybe I'll memorize like a little gish gallop of like 5 or 10 of these little facts. Yeah, maybe.
I think it would be good. I think there are moments like there are conversations with like the stage things even. The only other thing I'll criticize, you need to focus.
Normally, the thing that I bring up first, because they say like open borders and shit like that, my little like rant that everybody here has heard 1,000 times is Joe Biden Joe Biden has the record for most deportations in a 4-year period. Barack Obama has the record for most deportations in an 8-year period. These are the people who have the highest rate of deportations. So if you want to say that these people had open borders, then Donald Trump and every other president has ultra open borders. They have the openest borders that have ever existed. If you want to say that the people who are setting records in deportations have open borders.
Just on the fucking Mike Pence tweet more. It was
they
like
have an excuse for every fucking I know, but they have an excuse for every fucking tweet and everything, and it's just like no matter like it's just so fucking like the fact that they could look at that Trump tweet and go, oh no, that was him calling for peace, and then you've got like the mayor of Minneapolis and the governor of Minnesota that are giving these impassioned pleas for peaceful, and they're like, well, I don't know, that doesn't seem peaceful.
No, but the idea, the state.
That's why when they brought it up, I brought up the Mike Pence tweet because that is, I do agree. I think it's annoying when people bring up like Trump's speech, and I've argued about Destiny doing this 1,000 times, but it's annoying when he brings up the speech instead of like everything leading up to that speech, because that's what caused the insurrection. The people who were going there that day, most of them planned on going to the fucking Capitol before Trump ever gave that speech. So it didn't, like, his speech didn't cause the insurrection. It definitely incited it. It was part of incitement. It was part of the whole thing. It was definitely a part of the process, but it was not the thing. The thing had happened well before that speech, and them focusing on like the fight like hell shit is annoying.
Peaceful tweet is not the same tweet as the Mike Pence tweet. The Mike Pence tweet was like
where they
45
say
minutes in.
Sure.
And like there was one time you mentioned that. It's like it happened. It was foreseeable, whether or not you want to say he caused it. But then once it happened, he waited 30 minutes and then publicly tweeted that didn't involve
that he failed us. Yeah.
But they like I feel like to start with like the immediate concession, like the hard line of he tried to take advantage of it, he stoked it, he tacitly admitted it. Like I agree with your conclusions on all the following things, that like, yeah, he's like morally culpable for it. He did like ultimately stay peaceful was not enough. Like blah blah blah. But like the like I think those require intuition on other things that you don't share with the person you're talking to. Whereas like, did he wait 30 minutes and then text Mike Pence didn't have the courage that needed to be done when he learned about the riots like 30 minutes earlier? Like there's no, maybe I get someone will be able to rationalize that, but that's like starting with,
that's true, but we saw it in
character first.
It's true, but we saw it in real time, like where they were just like, oh, but like, no, it wasn't that. Like they're always like, no, that isn't that bad. Or they always have some kind of excuse for it.
I've listened to every interaction, a fuck ton of conversations about this. This point is made. If it's ever made, it's made like an hour into the conversation under someone's breath, and the other person doesn't really hear it because they're like talking over it. And like the one time, it was like Destiny and Pisco at some point, they held on this idea that like by tweeting at Mike Pence and not calling them down at that one moment that he was tacitly like endorsing the violence, like the other person shut the fuck up after that point. They didn't say anything.
Literally every single thing. Like the issue is, like I agree, but like this kind of goes back to the whole issue with debating these people and why like we don't need to take it super seriously. Is that like they don't care. They'll hear it and they're like whatever, and they'll make any excuse for it.
Yeah, here's the problem though.
Well, maybe that's a stronger tweet to stand on than the other one or whatever. That could be the case.
Yeah, here's the problem I have though, Stormwolf, and I do got to cycle a couple of you guys out to there's people who want still in, but I guess my pushback against, well, we shouldn't even take these people seriously, they're not serious people, we shouldn't debate them seriously, is that we have people who do take them seriously watching, and whether they should or not is a different question. And I think that when we refuse to even engage, when it looks like we're just not engaging with what they're saying, it does hurt us optically, and it does hurt us in persuasive power.
Sure, we should engage. I mean, sure, we should engage, but we also don't need to like we don't like. I think Destiny did it really well. Where it's like, why are we talking about whether or not the insurrection should be applied when they can't even acknowledge whether or not the icing was like? You should push them on like being able to agree on facts, and if they can't agree on simple facts, then where's the conversation going, right? Why does this administration have any authority? They can just lie tacitly, not tacitly, blatantly lie.
I think that it's okay to point out these lies. It's okay to remind people that they're lying, but when you don't even at least, I don't know, it just felt like we didn't get to actually have the conversation at all, and that sucked.
We could have underlying facts, though. We could have, but
that's the point. This conversation is starting on a ground where it's impossible to have because like the underlying facts matter when we talk about why.
Yeah, if we're trying to have a conversation about whether or not the shooting of Renee Good was justified by the police officer, and then instead we like at the beginning of the fucking conversation, they're sitting there like, what? The police officer didn't shoot her. That was somebody else. Like, okay. That was an Antifa insurrectionist that shot her. So how do you have a conversation with that person about the actual topic? How do you do that?
We're like invoking the Insurrection Act, the underlying facts of that matters. And if they can't agree to those underlying facts, and they can't agree that Donald Trump lied about those underlying facts, how do we proceed forward? This is the issue. Facts matter. And if we're living in different realities, we can't proceed with conversations. That's why every conversation with Republicans now has to start with what is the truth.
Go ahead, Devin. I know Soypill has to go, so Soypill, say your piece.
I'll just ask the question to everybody here. For a guy like Drew, who is a thought leader, he's a well-known talking head, is he lying or is he ignorant? Which is it?
both.
I think he.
I would say it's a level of negligent recklessness. He's reckless. Like if he cared about this, then he would know the facts. And the fact that he doesn't care about it, it means that even if it's not intentional, it's basically the same as. It's up to the level of like gross negligence.
Because I feel like I don't remember, because I remember just seeing it like on my feed. But I remember I feel like Drew's tweets like massively changed when Trump won, and like then when he saw the momentum behind Charlie Kirk, it feels like every time something happens and he feels like the right wing is more profitable, he just goes there. I could be wrong though. I'm not trying to like say that explicitly. It's just what I remember off his tweets, but I could be wrong. I'll admit that. But like Destiny said, even if that's not the case, the blatant level of ignorance is like a problem.
So it's one of those things where like he could know, but he just doesn't. It's like, oh, if I looked into this, I'll be proven wrong, so I'm not going to look into it because I don't want to have to lie, basically.
It could be that, or it could be he just doesn't care. It might not even be like a conscious thing. He just doesn't care.
Okay.
I think it's just the piece of selective skepticism. Like you just like are convinced of
Midi, real quick. Soyfill has to say something.
I'm gonna head out. But like, I'm not saying you can never talk to these people. But obviously, like I would love to have like when you did Me versus the World, you had all these dipshits on. Great, cool. The problem is that you're holding a debate and you're presenting this as two people representing each side, which is not what's happening. Now, granted, for a lot of MAGA stuff, everyone is this much of a lying, grifting piece of shit. But for the most part, if you take someone who is completely grifting and lying and misrepresenting just to fill the position that you're saying is the legitimate other side of the conversation, you are enabling that. If you want to have Drew on for like the roast of Drew, look at ever he's such a fucking retard, great. But like if you're gonna have like an actual MAGA sycophant on and not someone like I don't mind you.
They do represent the side, though. They do represent that side.
No, he doesn't.
They do.
No, we just talked about this. Drew does not genuinely believe what he's saying. That's the point.
But he is a thought leader on the right for MAGA.
Dodge the fact he's that sure.
Yes.
Doesn't mean that
so
you're
again,
representing the
he
other
is
side
a
of the
representative of the side. And as you say, if you can show that the representatives of these people's side are lying grifters, isn't that a W for you, right?
Yeah, sure. Look, if you want to have him on, sure. At least can
yeah,
you
I will. I don't let people tell me who I
shit?
can and can't have on, frankly. But
I didn't say you couldn't have him.
I know.
on.
I'm just
I
saying.
said if you're gonna have him on, you should preface at the beginning.
I should preface. Okay, I do appreciate
Just title your video.
What did it? What did Wick say?
I will. I don't let people tell me who I
shit.
can and can't have on, frankly. But
I didn't say you couldn't have him.
I know.
on.
I'm just saying.
said if you're gonna have him on, you should preface at the beginning.
I should preface. Okay, I do appreciate
Just title your video. Left wingers versus line grifting pieces of shit.
Yeah, I was about to say, what is he supposed to do? Put like the title is like lefties debate lying grifting pieces of shit.
Maybe we have to have a debate on this, Soypill, on platforming debate. Me and Soypill, okay? Destiny will fucking moderate and we can yell at each other when you're not busy at your sweaty
Love
gym.
you. Give me my $10 back.
Okay, no. Bye. See you later, Soy. Okay, I'm gonna cycle a couple of you out.
Real quick, before I gotta go.
No, you can stay. We're not doing this fairly, okay?
No, I should drop it anyway, but I sent you a video. You should play it, okay?
What is it?
I'll see you later, man.
Okay, see you later, man. Okay, new people.
Play the video.
What do you got? You're live.
Hey, I noticed. I didn't expect to be dragged in, truly.
Look, do you have anything, or should we go to other people? Okay, beautiful. Let's have someone else. What do you got, Mr. B? I guess I can't see your.
Yeah, it's Babza. It's fine.
No, go ahead. What do you got?
No, I do. I'm sorry. I was just waiting. But me mute. I'm sorry.
I went to grab a cheese. No, because I went to.
Okay, Robert Paulson. I don't know what that was. What are we doing here, gang? Come on. Wonderful. We are. This has been a great call-in section of the stream. Love to see it.
Okay. But all these people aren't serious. I think that's kind of going to what. Jesus. What
Soypill was saying. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I think you are giving them kind of a sliding scale. Like, and I do understand that because there's not a lot of conservatives that are willing to debate, right? Like, I think that's understandable. But I think it's kind of like you guys are talking past each other. But they're definitely lying intentionally, and I think that you can see that with the selectivity of their ignorance. Their selectivity of their ignorance is what betrays the fact that they're lying.
Okay.
If someone just
That's why I brought up the thing about like drawing the Hunter Biden cock, because they know every single fucking thing about their chosen conspiracies, but they don't know about the largest, craziest fucking things happening on the conservative side. It's just
If you
unbelievable.
just approach some random person on the street and you ask them these questions, a lot of them are just gonna be like, "Oh, I don't know," and they might not know, but these people, they do know. They live and breathe this. So, but anyways, if I'm gonna criticize Destiny here because the other guy isn't here, Downboard got a little cringe after the second time, probably.
I thought it was best every time, actually. I think it actually got more funny every single time I used it.
Yeah, okay. Well,
it was funny the first time.
Yeah, I'll give you that, but it just was like too
I would
much.
say one big thing that I really wish these conservatives they push on the point about California having a net negative amount of people leaving the state of California. They look at that as a failure of the California state. Why is it that we do not look at this the same way when we're talking about the net immigration loss in the United States? Net immigration loss in the United States is seen as this huge win. That's a big thing. That
Yeah, they just real quick to kind of like short circuit you a little bit. Yes, they don't want immigrants and they want less immigrants. So for them, it is a win.
So not to get too nerdy, right? Like if we're playing any kind of game where you have like worker management, if you're just saying like, hey, we can give you like 50 more workers, and it,
yeah, but what they're
the same during the debate is like
the answer to that is we're not an economic zone. That what they would say is we're not an economic zone. We're a people. We're a bloodline. We're a culture, and they worry that immigrants will change the culture. And a lot of them, that's code for white replacement and shit like that, right? But that I mean, like this argument doesn't work because they don't care about that. They just don't.
It does work because despite that line of thinking, throughout the entire inception of the United States, we have had giant waves of immigration. And despite that, we have allowed people to come in. I mean, do you disagree with that? I mean, I know that you're
Look,
not
I'm
like...
pro-immigration. I am just giving you their arguments.
Well, no, I'm
right?
sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, no, you're fine. But I'm pro-immigration. I think they're wildly incorrect on their assumptions, wildly incorrect on what they should care about. But I'm telling you, having dealt with these people, this is their argument, and they do not care whether the GDP go up a point or two, right? They would argue that immigration hurts the culture. We are not an economic zone. We are a people. We are a bloodline, and it pollutes our bloodline, basically.
Right, and my answer to that would be the fact that since the inception of the United States, we have been a country of immigrants, and we have had giant waves of that.
Yeah, I don't know why this guy is debating him on this. Why the fuck is this guy debating Wick on this? Like it, I'm so confused. He keeps arguing with Wick as though like this is Wick's position.
And I think that kind of short circuits in the other direction. But aside from that, like I don't really have any other.
What do you got? Friendly Test and Rinyald. What do you got?
Hello. I am. Oh wait, do you want to go first, buddy?
No, go nuts, man.
Oh, we know Rinyald. He's one of the guys from like Scratch and I'm like Soy leftist or something like that. He's from there on TikTok. We've had a bunch of conversations with him.
Go crazy.
I am Team Wick. Okay, I want to ask, like, when we have debates like that, what are we angling for? Like, what's the point of doing those? Because like I don't think there's a world where like anybody watches that and comes out with like more information in regard to the Insurrection Act or with like a better view of anybody who's not, you know,
well, it's
pro
interesting
MAGA.
to bring that up. It's actually the reason I'm here. The fact that like all these guys kind of jump on. So Destiny at one point in time, and don't get me wrong, I'm not a huge fan of Destiny. But the fact that all those guys jumped on like all at once, and they kind of nitpick at each thing they like about Trump, like it's a weird sushi train, you know, taking what they like, gobbling it up, and then hating everything else, despite the fact that the entire sushi train has been infected with salmonella.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the fact that they keep doing this over and over and over again, representing what they enjoy, but trying to dissuade themselves from being connected to Trump in any regard is insane, because it's all been tainted. So it's very interesting to see these guys jump on, make these conversations over and over and over again, despite the fact that it's all poison.
I agree, and I agree that like I agree with the overview of like how corrosive MAGA mindsets are, but I feel like we're slowly working to the point where debate just isn't useful anymore, right? Because like we're not changing anybody's minds here. I don't think we're changing, like what it used to be is that you change the viewers' minds through debate, right? Like you kind of use, you know how like in video essays they do like the straw man voice for different talking points? You can kind of do that, but it's not a straw man voice because somebody else is saying it. But I didn't, like when I was watching that debate and I watched the whole thing, I didn't see like any straw man voice get addressed, right? It just kind of felt like all memeing, which if it's all memeing, then it's all memeing. But like, I just don't like, was that what the angle was the entire time? Or like, were we expecting to have a productive conversation there?
I'm not the moderator.
Fuck.
What do you guys?
I feel like the
Well, I think that question is to Destiny, right? Like, I was expecting a productive conversation, or at least maybe not productive, but at least we would talk about the issues at hand instead of you're lying, right?
My goal was to have a conversation, but we have to establish a shared reality. And then if we weren't going to establish a shared reality, then my goal was to just meme into fucking oblivion. Because this is what you would do with any single topic in the history of everything. We can bring up any concept of engineering or science or math or whatever you want. If somebody didn't have a basic fundamental groundwork of what they were talking about, you wouldn't entertain a higher level conversation. Nobody would waste their time on that. Nobody would do it. Is it true in gaming? People who try to talk strats or whatever in StarCraft or League, and they're like fucking Silver League players. Why the fuck were you talking serious? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're a little noob. No offense, but it would be the same thing with the concept. If you don't even know the basic facts of a thing, then why would you discuss the application of the Insurrection Act to it? This is stupid.
I partially agree, but I feel like that argument could probably be used.
Bro, because everybody was fighting the Queen, this place has been empty the entire time I've been here. And now a bunch of people just got here. Fuck. This is not good.
Used against debating MAGA, period, at this point, because like almost any Trump supporter that you're going to be able to talk to is either going to be so mind-numbingly retarded on everything that they're not going to have a solid position, or they're going to be lying because they have a position and they can't defend it, right? So like I don't even know why we debate with Republicans.
They're not full-fledged MAGA, man. They're not like they're individuals that just pick and choose. They just like the aspects that are actually going for them in every regard. It doesn't matter.
It's the same thing though. Like I don't even know why we would debate with these people if like the bar is we can't engage in ideas because the person that's delivering the ideas is bad faith. Like I agree that's the case, but then it kind of feels like debate as a concept is kind of dead at that point, right?
Until they kind of get the idea that their ideas are already tainted by the fact that they're supporting basically a regime that's doing absolute damage to the American system as
Bro, I don't... Oh, there it is. Holy shit. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. That is a fucking bobcat. Holy shit. Holy shit. What do I do? I don't know what to do with my hands. Fuck, dude. I don't want to have to fuck with this guy. I do not want to have to fuck with this guy.
Fuck. As a whole, it doesn't matter at this point, right?
Well, I think that the
Like,
fact
they're
that, hold on, just real quick, if I may, then I want to hear
then.
from the rest of you, right? If I may though, like I think that one of the, not the only driver, maybe not even the main driver, but a substantial driver of why things are going the way they are going politically for MAGA right now, and I think they're going to suffer. They're going to suffer a wild defeat in the midterms, right? Is because this keeps happening on not just WIC TV, right, but on actual CNN, on MSNBC, and all these kind of news organizations, these interviews with high-profile people. It's clear that, like, did you guys see Jake Tapper versus Kristi Noem? Did you guys see that debate that they had?
Yeah.
It was clear Kristi Noem had no idea what she was talking about. And I think it was helpful.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. No, sir. Do not fucking do that. Holy shit, do not do that. She knows what she's talking about. She knows what she's talking about. She's fucking in charge. She knows what she's talking about. Do not do that. Holy shit, do not do that. Like, we're not gonna treat her like she's fucking, whatever that kid's name was. What was the name of the guy that we were just watching a minute ago? I have no idea what happened or is happening. Yeah, Drew Pavlo. She is not Drew Pavlo, okay? We cannot sit here and act like the person who is in charge of fucking ICE is clueless as to what the fuck is going on. Fuck that shit. Fuck that. Fuck that. She is not clueless. She knows exactly what's going on. She's not just like just out of the fucking loop. It's not like she just didn't turn on the fucking news this week or, something like that. No, she is the head of the fucking DHS. She knows. She knows all of this shit. She knows all of it. Do not give her that fucking out and be like, oh, she's totally wrong, clueless. She has no idea what's going on here. No, fuck that, dude. Totally bullshit. Okay, well, I think I searched everything in here. Fuck, dude, I thought that guy left. He's still here? Shit. I locked myself in this room.
Let's head home at the prefab hatch.
So he can't come in here unless he can pry the lock off, but if he does, I'll be able to hear him. But I don't want to go out because I don't want to get fucking ratted by this guy. I don't know where the fuck to go to get out of here. I don't know. I don't know where the fucking exit is. Oh, there it is.
That Jake Trapper was able to just calmly go through and give her the facts and showcase the facts and kind of juxtapose his knowledge and mastery of the topic versus someone who was just there, didn't know what they were talking about. And I think that is helping us.
This is not an interview.
But if Jake Tapper, all he had done is just started memeing, I don't think it would have been as effective.
This is not an interview. We're not interviewing individuals from the Trump administration. We're literally discussing among
I disagree with that.
natural
If he could have
citizens of the
gotten,
United States.
if he could have made her cry on TV, that would have been, we would have won every election immediately.
I
They would have resigned from office. She needs to be crying on TV.
I think that's a kind of a mean position. Tess, do you have anything, or are you just here to hang out?
No. I had 3 things. First of all, I was a bit mad that you didn't read my super chat.
Which one is it? I'll read it right now.
No, I can say it myself. So
okay.
Let him be mad.
Stay
I
mad.
made fun about the fact that you could establish that the church protesters were actually just praying very loudly. So everyone just prayed on their own, and basically
hold on, you guys
out of the church.
Yeah, you guys do know that a lot of people are in you might I think it's a little silly, but a lot of people are justified.
Okay.
You don't like Somali, so just come out and say that. I might say that. No offense, your acting is really bad. If you were a better actor, you wouldn't be here doing this bar fight show. Rock, put me in a bikini. Stranger Things is not really a kid's show. Wait, I gotta push back. It's for babies. Your performance as a homosexual was entirely unconvincing. Welcome to Bar Fight, the show where I, Michael Knowles.
Michael Knowles is such a confusing character.
Go head to head.
I've always seen him and thought, wow, he's so strange because he has such a young baby face with a very non-baby like voice. Like he does not sound like a baby, but he has a very baby like face. And so his voice does not fit his face. And he looks way younger too. he's somebody who you look at and you're like, how old are you, bro? You look like you're like 25 sometimes and then 55 at other times.
Steamed libs on topics chosen by you. Our first guest, you may know as the Soy Pill online.
Yeah, like I know you identify as white, Michael, but you could pass as some sort of Southern American.
Well, how it doesn't matter what level they're at, Freddie. Like it doesn't like the fact that it was Christy Gnome doesn't make a big difference. The point that he's making is that just because she's a lying piece of shit doesn't mean that that what's his face should have just memed on her the entire time instead of giving her like a serious interview or a serious debate.
You think the Constitution only applies to citizens, yes or no?
Our second guest, master debater, recent graduate of Oberlin College. That would be Oliver Nyhouse. Now here is how it works. We will be debating 3 of the most controversial topics of our day. The bell rings, we duke it out for that round, and then our friends in the crowd can come up to the microphone and pick a fight with any of us. But do not wait, because there is a time limit for each round, and anyone who comes up to the mic can win special prizes and a seat at our VIP section, sponsored by Redneck Riviera Whiskey. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
I have the topics right here. It is round 1. Now, I'm going to read all the topics, all of them picked by my esteemed guests, and I'm going to try to make it unclear who picked which.
You know, you can get Grok to make him into like a bikini girl, right?
That's true. Grok, put me in a bikini. Editors, do not put me in a bikini. First topic, Netflix turned Will gay. Second topic, keep them in your mind, there's a bunch of them. Second topic.
Netflix turned Will gay? Who is Will? Oh wait, is he one of the guys? No. Oliver and Soy Pill? Who is Will?
Editors, do not put me in a bikini. First topic, Netflix turned Will gay. Second topic, keep them in your mind, there's a bunch of them. Second topic, vaccines are bad. Third topic, gay marriage is totally fake. Oh, a lot of homophobes in the audience, okay? Fourth topic, the Somalis are more corrupt than Donald Trump. Yeah.
Stranger Things? Oh. Okay, I'm sorry, but if you watched season 1 when he was just a little kid, you knew that motherfucker was gay. Come on. Your gaydar does not work. Wait. Will isn't the main character, right? Will is the kid with the bowl cut. The really skinny, flamboyant, or not flamboyant, but I guess feminine one. The kind of prissy.
Ooh, all right. Not a lot of Somalis in the audience. Fifth topic, Trump's economy is awesome. And sixth topic, Trump is right. White people were treated very...
Or wait. They made it clear he was gay early in the seasons. Wait, now I'm wondering. Wait, didn't he have a thing with the redhead girl? Or am I crazy? You know the girl who had like the badass older brother? I feel like somebody had a thing with her. Wasn't it Will? Or was it somebody else? Sadie Sink. So yeah, so this kid, right? This is who we're talking about, right? He plays Will. Yeah, Will Byers. Okay. This girl. Based on recent information, Will and Sadie most likely refers to Will Robertson, adopted brother. Whoops. It was with the black kid. Oh, okay. Well, then the show's definitely gone woke. Yeah, it's definitely woke then. Okay, so it says it premieres Netflix 2025 with Sync highlighting the emotional, close-knit nature of the final seasons. Meanwhile, Will Byers, Noah Schnapp's character arc, confirmed his romantic feelings for Mike Wheeler. Who is Mike Wheeler? Oh, the main character. Okay. Okay. Bro, what is that face? Do you see this? What the fuck is that face? She's had a lot of work done, hasn't she? I remember watching the first couple seasons of Stranger Things and thinking this girl is probably going to get a lot of plastic surgery done when she's older. I kept thinking that the trauma of, like, I'm sure it's hard for a young girl in Hollywood to play a character that everybody pretends is a boy. I am sure that is traumatic for a fucking girl. That if all they do is just shave their head, everybody thinks they're a fucking boy. That's gotta be fucking traumatic, dude. That's gotta be rough. That's gotta be rough, dude. I can totally. I remember like thinking this. I might even talked about it with some of my friends, but I remember thinking this chick's gonna get a lot of fucking work done. Like, this is gonna be fucking horrific for her. Where, like, they don't even, there's never even like ambiguity or anything. There's never even like people who are like, that's obviously a girl. Like, they just, it was rough. Are we not talking about the guy who got his shit shot smooth off? I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait, are you talking about this guy? He got his shit shot smooth off? What does that even mean? What got shot off?
Very unfairly after the Civil Rights Act.
I'm surprised people are here from the Civil Rights Movement. That's you guys were there for that. That's a little concerning.
I guess it's the Somalis, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
His shit got shit smooth off.
Topic? Whose topic is it?
I believe that's mine. Although
Okay,
it's not
phrase it however
exactly.
you want.
Yeah, that's not quite how I phrased it, but that's totally fine. My prompt was that Donald Trump is more corrupt than a Somali daycare center. So that's
what's your
something I was going to bring up there. My argument basically is, we need to focus on the fact that if we're talking about fraud specifically or corruption, you can't really claim to care about whether or not there's a daycare center that has kids or not. I think Nick Shirley did a pretty terrible job trying to.
Yeah, you cannot pretend to care about random Somalians engaging in fraud when you voted for a president who is the most fraudulent president of all time, and you are perfectly okay with all of that. You don't seem to give a fuck about any of it, and this is I just saw a short about this. Who was, maybe it was Destiny's? I think it was Destiny's YouTube short.
How do tariffs create jobs? Can you explain that to me?
Well, they've brought in about $100 billion in revenue. So
That's just a tax on the un-American manufacturers. Yeah, I understand that.
It's not a tax. There is no a tariff is not a tax.
Tariff is an import tax, right?
It's not a tax on the American, right? An American.
Oh, it's not a tax. It's an import tax. Well, it's not a tax on the American. Okay, but it gets passed down to American consumers. So, like, distinction without a difference.
American doesn't pay a tariff. You're
Who pays a tariff?
You're saying that it trickles down to the American.
No, I'm not saying it trickles down. I'm saying literally, it's an import tax. That's a tariff. What's there a tariff and an import tax?
Hold on. You're saying that the American citizen gets.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know where it is. It was. I'm pretty sure it was him debating that guy, and I just saw it earlier today. But it's like the guy's talking about the fact that we need to pass laws and legislation to stop Congress from being so corrupt. And Destiny's like, okay, what about Trump being corrupt? And he's like, I don't think anybody should be corrupt. And it's like, okay, but we need to like have legislation that stops the president from being corrupt too. And he's like, well, like what? It's like the fact that he has tons of business deals with overseas countries, that he's using his power as president to benefit his own companies, that he has the Trump coin, that he's literally and the guy's like, oh, I mean, like, who cares about the Trump coin? Like, it's not that big of a deal. And he's like, is it corrupt? He's like, yeah, I mean, it's obviously corrupt, but it's not a big deal. Like, but okay, why isn't it a big deal? He's like, because people in Congress are using their positions to get like better stocks in trades and making money off that. And it's like, okay, Trump literally gave an incentive to people to buy his Trump coin by offering them a dinner with the president. They literally said dinner with the president, and then you get to go and hang out with the president if you buy enough Trump coin. Like, how the fight there is, it's not the same. It's not the same. Okay, buddy. So with Nancy Pelosi, we can just make up this fake, corruption that we're just gonna assume and just make, just say it exists and that she's doing all this insider trading with absolutely no evidence. But with Trump, we've got proof, hard proof of the corruption right there in front of us. No questions asked, no like wondering about it. We know it's happening. And this one's, oh, that's not even a big deal. Let's just keep whining and crying about the shit that we're not even sure is happening.
Yeah, uncover that fraud, considering he walked in there with a camera and was like, show me the kids. And they were like, no, we're not going to let you into a daycare center with a camera and your film crew. And
2 hours before they opened.
And then he cried fraud. So I think that that's a bit ridiculous here. And I think it's also very important to, focus on where the fraud is here. So let's focus on some of this Somali fraud. So let's talk about Trevor Milton, who defrauded his investors, costing tens of millions of dollars. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Oh, he's not Somali. And Donald Trump pardoned him last year. We can talk about Paul Walchek, who stole over $7 million from his employees' paychecks. He was sentenced to 18 months in prison. He was also pardoned last year by Donald Trump. He's also not Somali. We can talk about Michelle Fiore, who stole over $70,000 meant for a memorial to fallen police officers and spent it on herself, including her own cosmetic surgery. You guessed it, Donald Trump pardoned her last year. We can talk about Lawrence Duran, who ran the largest Medicare-related fraud scheme in history. Yeah, there's a few more.
There's a long list.
It's a long list here. He led the largest one there. Yeah. We could talk about Philip Estaformis, who orchestrated the biggest criminal Medicare scheme in history, over $1 billion in fraudulent claims. We could talk about David Gentile, who defrauded over 10,000 investors of over $1.6 billion. Donald Trump pardoned him just last month. Okay, so if we want to talk about fraud, if we want to talk about corruption, you can't talk about them unless you talk about the fraudster in chief, which is Donald Trump. So I think it seems to me that conservatives and people on the right don't actually care about fraud. They only care about fraud and corruption when it's committed by an immigrant, a person of color, or someone who's part of the LGBTQ community. Because it's not really that fraud is what you're against. You don't like Somalis. So just come out and say that. Just come out and say that.
Okay.
Don't pick up this whole scheme about that.
I might say that.
Yeah, there we go. And that would be a little bit more honest there.
So your argument is Trump is more corrupt than the Somalis.
Correct.
Because he used the pardon power for these people.
Well, not just the pardon power. We can talk about many other things.
Let's take that.
Sure, we can talk about yes, absolutely.
So surely you would agree there's nothing corrupt about a president using the pardon power, which he has the absolute right to do.
I didn't say he's corrupt because he used the pardon power.
Well, you said he's corrupt. Here's all my evidence. He used the pardon power.
Well, no, not that he used the pardon power. That he pardoned people who did corruption. If you pardon people who do corruption, then you're pro-corruption.
Okay, do you think Bill Clinton pardoned over 450 people, including 140 people on his last day in office, including many financial fraudsters, billionaire tax evaders, his drug addict brother, which has a resonance later on for Joe Biden?
You would say Bill Clinton's corrupt.
Not a fan. Do not like Bill Clinton
Joe
here.
Biden pardons, gives a blanket pardon to his two brothers who engaged in a lot of.
Yeah, not a good idea. I don't think Joe Biden should have done that. Yeah, absolutely. I do think Trump is unique in the way that he does this, and also we could talk about crypto and Trump literally starting World Liberty Financial and investing and getting hundreds of millions of dollars from that exact meme coin that he came out. And then if we want to also talk about pardons, and he pardoned Chang Jiangpeng, who then committed that fraud and was also invested in World Liberty Financial. So there's so many elements to this.
You mentioned the crypto. Trump has some meme coins and other crypto holdings.
Correct.
Is your claim that Trump's crypto business dealings are fraudulent or criminal?
Well, I think yes, in that they obviously violate the emoluments clause of the Constitution. We can talk about the fact that Jimmy Carter, when he was president, was required to sell his peanut farm before he became president, yet Donald Trump is able to hold on to or loosely pass off all of his business dealings to a very immediate family, and that's somehow not corrupt.
Two questions. So you mentioned that the crypto thing might be illegal.
Yeah.
Name the law he's broken and prosecute or shut up. We were just talking about whether or not we should pass laws to stop the corruption. And you're saying name the law or shut up. So we can't advocate to ever pass laws for things because the law doesn't exist, right? That's your position. You can't ever say we should pass a law to do X, Y, or Z because the law doesn't exist. You can't do it. It's got to already exist in order for you to advocate for it, right? That's your position.
I'd be curious to see if you could cite a law for that. But on the emoluments point, the courts have ruled 3 times on Trump potentially violating the emoluments clause. What has the court said?
The court on the emoluments clause?
Yeah.
You can let me know. Which court specifically, Michael?
Well, twice the Supreme Court and once the appeals court.
Tell me about it. I'm sure, Michael, that they said it was totally legit and fine, the same way they said that Trump can break the law and have no consequences for it whatsoever on any official act.
There have been 3 emoluments cases. The Supreme Court dismissed 2 of them in an unsigned order, so it could have been unanimous. And then they couldn't rule on the 3rd one because an appeals court already dismissed that. So every time the libs have tried to get Trump on emoluments, it's been completely thrown out. You can't cite a law that broke with crypto.
Do you think then that the president should be able to have business dealings while in office that directly conflict with his roles as president in terms of whether it comes to upcharging the Secret Service for staying at his own properties and resorts on the taxpayer?
Literally charged millions and millions of dollars for to the Secret Service to use a place that he chose and he owned, and then said that they all had to have specific rooms that were expensive and then charge the government for it. And initially he said he was going to pay for it. So that's why they that's why they allowed that's why they did the thing that he said. And then afterwards he turned around and charged the government millions of dollars for it.
Payers dime.
The accounting issue with that was already resolved. There was no admission of guilt, and there was no criminal proceeding whatsoever.
Hold on, just because there wasn't criminal proceedings against something, do you mean that nothing wrong happened?
No, I'm saying it's not corrupt, which is your claim.
Hold on, do you think someone has to be convicted of corruption?
That's you're claiming. So okay, so then what like, you know, whatever you guys think Joe Biden did with like open borders and shit like that, like if there wasn't a court that said that he had open borders, then it wasn't open borders. If you think that like what Hunter Biden did was illegal, well, he never got convicted, so he's you can't say he did it.
Corruption in order to be
corrupt. I think corruption has a meaning, and corruption revolves deceit or fraud. And in particular, when we're talking about political office, we are talking about crimes. We have a way to adjudicate whether or not a president's committed a crime. Trump has not been found guilty on any of these fronts. Now, before we end, I think it is worth pointing out, we've talked a lot about Trump, and there's no evidence he's engaged in any corruption. However, we haven't talked about the Somalis, who have committed, by the most conservative estimate, $1 billion in fraud, potentially up to $9 billion in fraud, merely on
Wait, are you citing the number of Nick Shirley in the back of a car just adding up numbers and not understanding anything?
I'm happy
from the illiterate journalist? Is that what we're talking about? No, I think hold on. You hold on. What I'm challenging you is you completely have moved on from the crypto point by trying to talk about the emoluments clause. And you've completely,
he brought up the emoluments clause.
Yes, but you've completely brushed over the fact that Trump has started a coin that is completely worthless, had all of his supporters buy into this, and then rug pull them for hundreds of millions.
Obviously, he claims that he's enriched himself through it, so it obviously has value. And you can't cite a law that he broke.
It's worth nothing. I didn't say.
But you're trying to get off the Somalis.
No, I'm trying to get off the emoluments clause so you can talk about the crypto coin and how much it is insane that he said, "Hey, give me millions of dollars for this worthless coin."
What law did he break?
I didn't say anything. anything about illegality. I'm saying this is corrupt
well,
and this is
Somalis
fraudulent.
broke a lot
Is
of
it not
laws.
fraudulent that Donald Trump stole millions of dollars from his supporters?
It's not fraudulent at all. There was no fraud. There was no deceit whatsoever.
Was it
and
corrupt?
it's still
Was it
valuable.
for corrupt to use his office and his position of power to steal millions of dollars?
He wasn't
from
in
supporters?
office when he started the coin.
He used his popularity from being in office.
His popularity from being in office?
Yes.
Do we really want to go
Okay,
down that road
so
with
just to be
Barack
clear,
Obama and Joe Biden?
your defense, your defense is
hundreds of millions of dollars.
Well, it was 2 days before the inauguration, so it's okay that he stole all the
He
money,
wasn't
right?
in office.
Yeah.
And the
Oh,
point-
okay. That's just to be clear about it. Your defense is he wasn't in office. It's fine to steal money
Yeah,
from his
private
supporters.
citizens, especially one of the most successful
Okay, so
businessmen of our
Michael's
lifetimes, can
conceit
make
here
money.
is that his supporters are stupid and it's fine because Trump
Never
was
made that
president
point
at
at
the
all.
time. Yeah,
On your
okay.
point, though, before the bell rings, because you were cutting me off on Somalis because you don't want to hear it, the Feed Our Future scam was the largest fraud of COVID, of the pandemic, $250 million in that alone, $100 million of fraud when it comes to daycare, $14 million of fraud already.
He's talking about these, you know that there's like a Republican, what's his name? Wait, no, I'm going to Control Tower, not Launch Tower.
If anyone can hear me, an electromagnetic storm is currently raging over topside. Beware the lightning strikes if you're outdoors. Let's go to the control
Fuck,
tower.
I hate going to that building. Everybody in there wants to fucking... They always want to kill. They're all bloodthirsty killers. But yeah, there's literally a Republican congressman who stole hundreds of millions of dollars during COVID using like COVID, what do you call it? COVID subsidies throughout the whole thing. Like, they don't give a fuck about any of that shit. They don't give a fuck about fraud. They don't care about any of this at all. Not in the least.
He admitted to by a Somali.
Wait, they weren't in office,
when it comes
were
to
they?
autism.
These
they're-
Somalis weren't in office?
No, they're in our country.
No, they
shouldn't
weren't in
be, and we're
office.
going to kick them out.
Yeah, if they weren't in office yet, then who cares? Doesn't matter.
Okay. Questions from the audience?
Hey, everybody. I really want to know. Yeah, sure, we don't like Trump. That's what you're saying. But is there something wrong with simply more deeply investigating the Somali fraud, but also just fraud in general in the Minnesota area? Because
There's nothing wrong with investigating fraud, but you look at the way that the Trump and his administration has, the whole Doge scandal and how they found nothing, they convicted no one and wasted a ton of money. I don't trust the current administration to look into fraud when
What's
they
the Doge
themselves...
scandal?
The scandal of that they are not able to find any fraud and they spend millions and millions of dollars and it's complete waste. That's
It's
the
not
scandal.
that, first of all, Doge was not tasked with finding fraud.
That was
part of it.
exactly
Doge
what
was
they were
tasked
marketing
with-
fraud and abuse.
Doge was tasked with
Yes, it was. Yes, they literally said that their job was to find waste, fraud, and abuse. That's what they said. They didn't just say they found it. They said that that was their goal, was to find waste, fraud, and abuse. They were not supposed to just like cut things that they didn't like or that hurt their fifis. That was not what they were assigned.
Waste, fraud, and abuse.
Waste, fraud, and
I'm sorry,
abuse,
was
yes.
that not when Elon Musk came up
I'm
with
sorry,
he was going to find the government?
So you're saying that they didn't say waste, fraud, and abuse 100 million times?
That was literally their
Doge
motto
stands
of
for
what
the
they had.
Department of Government
He pivoted away. That's not actually
and North Korea is a democratic republic, so I guess it's fine, right?
Sure, that's what they're named.
It's in the name.
The presents are from
The task
Santa.
of it was to
It says it
streamline
under the tree.
spending and to reduce spending,
And to
even
find
that which was
fraud.
not fraud.
And to find waste, fraud, and
Yeah,
abuse.
some of it was fraud, yeah.
Well,
Which fraud?
Could you
What
name a
stuff did
case?
they find? Because they didn't actually find fraud. What they found at somewhere like USAID was they found things they were spending money on that they ideologically disagreed with.
Yeah,
people
like
spending money.
transgender
People,
ballet-
people, people, yeah, I'm
ballerinas
sure
in
you're
the
gonna, yeah, of course.
So-
they were literally
so-
putting on transgender ballet.
That's a
yes,
real
Michael.
example.
Yeah,
Wondering, guys.
100%.
So what if we just go like this? We say, okay, hear each other. Let's move forward and try to focus. Let's actually try to find the right fraud. Let's try to figure it out together as a unit. Because
it's a meaningless platitude. I agree with you. Fraud is bad. I don't trust the administration to find fraud.
Well,
They're
yeah,
horrible.
that's
at
fair
it.
enough.
You don't think the Somalis committed any fraud?
Did not
I didn't
say
say
that.
that.
Oh, this is
It's
a really
very
possible.
possible.
Hold on,
No,
hold on.
it's
Back.
not
Wait a
latitude.
minute.
No,
That's
that's not
not
a specific example.
Yeah,
and if you look at the what's the Quality
you
Hearing
don't think
Center or
the
whatever, this is
Somalis
someone who'd been
committed
investigated
fraud?
for malpractice and sorts of stuff before this, and I'm all for investigating that and making sure these kids are safe. Absolutely.
Oh, good.
And that was a really interesting pivot there, Michael, where you said this. You don't think the Somalis have done any fraud? None of us have ever made that claim.
Well, he just said it was all abstract
no,
and
hold on, no,
ideological,
hold on,
not practical.
no.
I said that about Doge. Doge
No,
didn't find any of
No,
the
you said in
smaller
response to his question just now. It's all
because
on
we're
tape.
talking about fraud as a general concept, and Doge
Right, and I'm talking
relates
about
to
a
fraud,
particular
even if you
example.
don't think it relates to fraud. But I think it's really interesting how you pivoted to the conversation of you don't think the Somalis have committed any fraud? No, I don't know. I think we should have an open, fair investigation that doesn't involve a 20-year-old YouTuber named Nick Shirley who doesn't know the word benevolence to be able to come in here and tell us that somehow Somalis are committing fraud because they didn't let him into a daycare center where they camera.
investigation's
That's the
being
wrong
conducted by
one.
the federal government.
Correct, and I am in support of a federal investigation. However, I think there should be an investigation, and I do think, however, that should also involve the state of Minnesota. And we do see, however,
State of Minnesota perpetrated the fraud. Why
no,
don't we let them?
there were people who did that. So do you not think that there can be investigators who investigate what goes wrong in the government who aren't the people who committed the fraud?
Oliver,
Michael?
the investigation is into Tim Walz for participating in the fraud.
Sure,
How would you
there
allow
are
Tim
multiple
Walz to
types
conduct
of investigations that occur. You can investigate if you want Tim Walz for orchestrating that. There can also be people who investigate in the state to determine whether state fraud was done. It's not. So he's trying to make it ridiculous to claim that if I claim that there should be any Minnesota involvement in it, I'm claiming Tim Walz should investigate himself. Because that's what Michael likes to do. He likes to reduce this down. He likes to reduce this down.
What I'm hearing is that a white suburban dad did the fraud and not a Somali.
Yeah, well, he participated in it, but there were about 80,000.
What the fuck? Somebody shot that or something? What the fuck just happened? Shit. Fuck, I did not come prepared for this. I thought there was gonna be a door. Shit.
Thousand non-white suburban dads who sent money to Al-Shabaab.
But Michael, I'm going to go with you. They weren't in office, so I don't think it's that bad. It's fine.
You don't think
they weren't in office?
They weren't in office.
No, you can commit crimes when you're not in office.
Oh, like
can?
You can. I don't know where you're getting this idea from.
Like stealing a bunch of money in a crypto scam?
There's no. Again, I don't. You keep going back to Trump having crypto dealings.
Well, you said he wasn't in office. That was your defense. Well, he wasn't president yet, so it's fine. Well, these guys weren't president either. So
we're talking about corruption in office, but then you're saying that he committed some crime, but you can't name the crime.
So
you can't
first of all, I didn't say it was a crime. I said it was corruption, as in you're using your position of power to market something as valuable to your, your little head.
Here's a question: Has President Trump profited on the Trump coin?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then it has value.
Oh, okay, for him specifically.
So,
Okay.
so wait, he admitted he's
stole a
profited
bunch of money from his friends,
and he's profited. He's profited on business dealings while in office.
We'll get back to
He's profited on business dealings while in office.
I guess I would just say a similar thing of like, I feel like the problem is, Trump which I agree with a lot of what you say about Trump, but, Trump does something corrupt. And so Democrats say he's the problem and then vice versa. And so why you're saying let's have an open investigation into, the Minnesota thing, but then you're poo-pooing Nick Shirley, you're poo-pooing,
because he's not a federal investigator.
Sure, but is that not telling that it took him to reveal it because federal investigators didn't?
He didn't take him to reveal it at all. As Michael's talked about with Feeding Our Future, yeah, that was a fraud scandal that happened. And
yes, it didn't take him to reveal it. This is the most frustrating part about the whole Nick Shirley thing, is that he didn't reveal anything. He didn't reveal anything. He just went and talked about something that everybody knew about, that had already been to court, that had already been dealt with for years, and then acted like he went and did some investigative journalism and uncovered something himself, which he didn't. He didn't even show evidence of the thing that he's claiming happened. He just... Wait, what the fuck is this? They're in... Holy shit.
that was investigated, and that was found. So it didn't take Nick Shirley to do this. Nick Shirley just came along with his camera and claimed that somehow this is indicative of
There's
some
$100
larger
million
fraud scheme.
in daycare fraud, too. So it's less than Feed Our Future, but it's pretty significant.
Which is being investigated right now.
Yeah.
So how are you claiming that these things have already happened when the investigations have not come through?
Do you think that it's good for journalists to pursue facts?
I think it's crazy to call Nick Shirley a journalist.
I don't know. I think
it
he's a
is
better
right now.
journalist than the New York Times.
Oh, I'm sure you do, Michael. There we go.
Before Nick Shirley made it, and now Tim Walz is stepping down from re-election. Has that not had an effect?
I mean, we can talk about many things that led to Tim Walz not seeking re-election. I mean, I'll agree with you once. I think being on the failing vice presidential ticket isn't exactly a ringing endorsement of you continuing to run the state. So I'm not, in terms of political realities here, I might agree with that. I also think the fact that Tim Walz's family was being just being insanely harassed there in terms of.
That was a pretty good one, dude. That was not bad. Being on a failing presidential ticket is not a good. It's not a good endorsement. So Trump lost an election, so.
of literally people going to his house and screaming the word retard at his son. Okay, I'm sure you think that's funny, but I actually do think it's pretty, vile, a vile thing to do.
Do you think
that
President Trump's family has been harassed at all over the last 10 years?
Yeah, and I don't support people going after his children or something like that, or going after making up these stories that his granddaughter is gay. I think that's a bad thing to do. It is.
Michael, it's completely unfair because Trump lives in like a penthouse and you can't scream retard from the ground floor.
New York is very.
We need to make Tim Walz in a skyscraper, put his family up, and then it'll be even ground. Then I'm okay with it.
Tim Walz has taken enough taxpayer money. I'm not sure that we need to put him up in a penthouse. Do we have another question?
Hi guys. This isn't a question. This is just a comment. I think it's a little disingenuous, Oliver, that you read that list of all the Americans that were supposedly committing fraud.
Yeah, sorry about the facts.
Yeah, we have to deal with their nonsense and whatever means that we deal with it. But these Somalis that are coming over and they're committing the fraud, they are not Americans. They come from a different country and they bring their garbage with them.
Yep.
We don't have duty to deal with their nonsense.
Hold on. What do you mean we don't have to deal with their nonsense because
they're from a different country?
They're not citizens. Do you think people who?
What does that mean? Like, so if you're from our country, you get to commit fraud? What the fuck? I totally expected them to say that, but it's just when they actually do, it's so fucking. It's still just too hard to actually deal with. Oh shit. Oh nice, I didn't know this was here. Well, there's nothing really in it, but would have been cool if there was, right?
We're not even talking about illegal immigrants versus legal immigrants. Do you think someone who's a legal immigrant who's here?
They're not necessarily.
A majority of the Somali population is legal immigrants that came over from the Somali Civil War, which, by the way, we exacerbated. So no, these are not.
We exacerbated. Give me a break.
We dropped a big fucking helicopter in there and then killed a bunch of them.
Yeah, they need to stop committing terrorism. They need to stop destabilizing their
There's a civil war. There are two factions. This is not. Oh, all the Somalis are just shooting at stuff. It's a bunch of turmoil that we exacerbated. A bunch of immigrants came fleeing the violence. The people that weren't shooting at us. Now they are integrated into our society, and now you're saying, oh well, they're not Americans. They're literally American.
Is it your contention that the Somali Civil War, which we aided in, we provided aid, is your and lost personnel because of it? Is your contention that Somalia didn't experience mass violence before 1991?
No.
It's a functioning country.
No, my contention is
that's a different
something
claim,
that we exacerbated and allowed people to come in to flee that violence.
No, we allowed them in.
Part of which was because of us. Are integrated into our society. They are.
You can finish your sentence if you want.
They're American citizens. They're not immigrants. They're not
literally not citizens.
A majority of them are citizens.
Right. Okay, so we have to decide who won that round. The Somalis lost that round. There's no doubt about that. Was it the soy pill?
Blue or red?
Wow,
blue or red? Hold your paddles.
Was it Oliver? Oh yeah, blue and red. That's right.
Blue or red?
Was it the lids? Put up the blue.
Hold it up. What color one? Blue or red?
There's one.
Michael, are we in Nashville?
Will Michael stacked bar vote in favor of it?
I don't
Wow.
stack it.
There we go.
It was like 50-50 last time.
Oh,
I think it was.
sure.
I've seen what makes them cheer.
There's a more important decision to make. Who was the best questioner of that round who gets to go to the VIP table?
Ooh.
Not gonna lie, they were both
The second guy seemed very good faith. He's like, I acknowledge what you're saying.
And he's too nice.
He was, no, but that's what we need right now.
We should get him a little drunker so he's more angry.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
you
Get it. Second guy, you're going to the VIP table.
Oh, second guy.
There we go.
Beautiful Molly and Mayflower cigars. Redneck Riviera. Okay. Now, you're going to enjoy your delicious Redneck Riviera whiskey. And you know what I'm going to enjoy? Z-Biotics. That's what I'm going to enjoy. Folks.
So, Origin, who is in the chat a lot, apparently, and he's been on the show a bunch of times, apparently he participated in this conversation at some point, and so that's part of what we're waiting for right now, is for him to come on.
Right now, if you go to zbiotics.com/barfight, you will find out that after a night with drinks, people don't always bounce back the next day like they should. Me, I'm an old man now, 35 years old. All right, I'm no spring chicken. I have to make a choice. I can either have a great night or a a great next day. That is, until I found Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol. Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic Drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking, and the science behind it is fascinating. Unlike the fake science and statistics these people are peddling, this is real stuff. Here is how it works. When you drink alcohol, the alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. Now, it's a buildup of this byproduct, not dehydration, that is to blame for rough days after drinking, which I had no idea about until I looked into it. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down, so you are actually addressing the root cause. Just remember, to make pre-alcohol your first drink of the night, drink responsibly.
Bro, you are so fucking lucky. I just disarmed all of the fucking bombs that were sitting here. You are lucky as fuck. Alright, well, there's still a little bit left. Not much. This is one of the worst fucking keys I've ever gotten, dude. This sucks.
Oh, man, I'm sorry.
Have you ever used the key for this room?
Once or twice, but it's been hit or miss, man.
Like, the best thing I got was maybe like a deadline that I just put in my safe pocket. Like, that was about it. The rest of it was fucking garbage. If there's not a gun box in here, there's not a gun bag or anything, it's fucking horrible. All right, man. Well.
All right, man. Well, thanks for not killing me.
Yep. Have a good one.
And you will feel your best tomorrow. Trust me, when you've got nights like this, but have the early morning podcast the next day, and still need to be present with the family after work, at least in principle, then feeling sharp makes all the difference. You gotta get, I'm gonna open it up right now and have some, because I actually forgot to have some before my Redneck Riviera. Right now, go to Barfight, go to zbiotics.com/barfight, and get my...
Pretty sick outfit. I gotta get me one of those. Ah! What up, what up?
my keys out so I can open this
I hope you can get that open. That might be an Andrew Wilson olive jar situation right here.
I know.
If you don't get that open.
Better get 15% off your guarantee. It's a LAR fight.
Andrew Wilson situation.
All right, ready? Oh, don't bring me another. I haven't had my Z-Biotics yet.
I've barely drank mine.
What are you doing? Hold on. All right.
Do you do it all at once, or?
I guess. Are we on? All right, ready? Here we go. Do a little Z-Biotic shooter. Delicious.
Wow. And how?
Now, folks, you got to pick the topic. We've already gone through them. Which one? I think it was.
We haven't.
Was the vaccine? No, was it the
Netflix?
You do a Netflix? Who says Netflix? Okay.
Wow, that's a really good.
You know whose topic that was? Can you take
this
a
guy
guess?
right here?
All right. Netflix turned Will gay. I think this point is beyond dispute because Netflix made this show and one of the characters is Will and they made him gay. Now, they might have made the actor gay. We don't know. He worked for the company for a long time. But what is also, I think, beyond dispute is they very likely made other people gay. And the reason for this is that LGBT identity is not merely a matter of hereditary, born this way, immutable characteristics. It's also a social phenomenon. Gallup showed that between 2012 and 2021, LGBT identity doubled in the United States. It's actually gone up even more since then. 30% of Gen Z now identifies as LGBT, which means there's either something in the water, or there are a lot of people in the closet for all of history, or
wait till you find out how many left-handed
going
people there
on
are now.
Wow, wouldn't that be crazy if it turned out that throughout the majority of American history, when everybody really hated gay and trans people and all those that said that they didn't exist and all that, wouldn't it be wild to find out that there were a bunch of people who were that thing and they fucking lied about it? That would be the end for LGBTQ, for everybody to find out that they're actually a bunch of fucking liars, dude. That would be the end of them. We find out they're all a bunch of fucking liars, bro.
in our popular culture. Now, what's really strange about this is that we know that LGBT identity is not merely determined by genetics. We know this because of some twin studies, which measure all sorts of diverse outcomes for twins, including same-sex attraction, found that there's only a 20 to 37%.
I don't remember any of this in Stranger Things. What are you
I
going
know.
on? You learned a lot from that show, Michael.
Four. No
This
one
was season
watched
4.
it.
That's pretty well, I actually looked this up. I was surprised you picked this.
Hold on, let me finish my argument.
Well, you
So,
just want to rant
only
about gay
20
people. Let's
to-
talk about Will,
Hold on,
the best
hold on.
specific
We'll get
gay
to
guy.
Will.
I think all
Only
Will
it shows
should be
that
made gay,
twin
actually,
studies show that LGBT identity, same-sex attraction, is only 20 to 37% correlated with heredity, which means that there are other cultural factors here. And there's one really funny study on this that came out of the Center for the Study of Partisanship and Ideology, and it found that in the last, well, really between 2008 and 2018 or so, LGBT identity rose at twice the rate as actual LGBT behavior. And among young
How do you
liberals,
define that?
they
Wait.
were meaning.
What is LGBT behavior? Like having sex with people the same sex as you? Or
Well, identifying versus behavior.
Meaning they don't do gay stuff.
It's like
they say they're gay,
people,
but they don't do
gay stuff.
Yeah, and among young liberals, I'm not saying you guys, but among young liberals.
Wait, LGBT behavior. Yeah, so he is just dumbing down being LGBT to being gay. What the fuck?
They were 3 to 4 times as likely to say that they were gay, even if they just did straight stuff, which means that there's a social contagion here. You saw this especially with rapid onset gender dysphoria, 1,500% increase in adolescent girls saying that they had gender dysphoria over a 10-year period. So there's a social factor. Netflix made Will gay. They might have made the actor gay, and they probably made other people gay too. Take it away.
All right, so
I agree there is a social factor. I don't think that everybody who's gay is born gay. The science, as he said, backs that up, but that doesn't mean that like the people are like somebody can make them gay or anything like that. That's not what that means.
No, if you look this up, this is really interesting because it's like slam dunk, like you can't even prove. Like
Super
Netflix got the script that was given to them, and if you read the script before they even touched it, Will was gay in the script.
Yes, so this is I literally have a debate about this. Not about this specific person, but similar to what he just said. I only want to show you a little bit of it because it's fucking hilarious. I'm gonna get copyrighted for showing this, but it's fucking hilarious. So I gotta pull it up. Here it is.
So you're saying that J.K. Rowling went out of her way just to be mean to trans people?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm calling bullshit. She didn't do that. She didn't do that. She was fucking sucking everybody's dick. She made Dumbledore gay, even though he wasn't gay originally. She was on the fucking pride flag fucking
How do you know he wasn't gay
bandwagon
originally?
because I've read the books.
And what?
Dumbledore didn't fuck dicks.
Did he fuck pussy?
Listen, man, would you agree with me if I said to you that J.K. Rowling's books were all white people? It was all a bunch of British white people.
No, I think there's few people where they do mention race. So I think they had an Asian guy who was named like Chen Chao or something like that.
They got a bunch of Asians in there. Who cares?
Well, you do.
Say what?
You do. You said that she doesn't like ever mention race or talk about race so that we can assume everybody's white. Right here in the Harry Potter series, Cho Chang is a character, not Chen Chao. They do mention race a number of times in there.
No, I know they do. I wasn't saying they never mention it.
You literally said that they never mention it and that we can assume that everybody was white. You did literally say those things.
I probably did say that. Fucking, I concede. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
You were trying to make it sound like she was like going along with like wokeness and shit and allowing people to like corrupt Harry Potter and make people gay, give them different races, and that she was so woke that she allowed everybody to do this.
She did that. This is a thing that everybody knows about.
They didn't mention he was gay because it's just not like part of the book, but it's probably part of his character. Whenever people go and write a book, one of the things they do is they'll list their fucking characters and they'll give them character traits. They'll give them backstories. They'll give them friends and family and all of this different information. Hold on. No, hold on. And keep these things in mind as they're writing their books and their characters, but they don't ever have to actually tell people about it.
Do you think J.K. Rowling actually wrote Dumbledore as a gay guy?
Yeah, I highly, highly doubt she would have taken one of her most beloved characters that she spent years like putting tons and tons of her blood, sweat, and tears into, and then would have just drastically changed his entire being. Like that. Yes, so this is a thing that like people need to like understand is that when people write books, when they write characters, when they write TV shows, when they write movies, like the character that they're writing to them is a very real person. This is a very real person, and lots of times they have like an actual emotional attachment to them. Like this has been studied. They have this like emotional attachment as though this is a very real person. And they and so for them to just like the way the conservatives make it out to be, which Michael is supposedly a writer and an actor and he understands this stuff, he gets it. How the fuck can you get it if you've written shit and you don't know that like people wouldn't just drastically change a fucking character like to their core in that sort of way. They would not change something so essential about their characters in a way to where they're just a different person. They know who their characters are. They know their characters well before they do this shit.
You believe that Dumbledore was gay the whole time?
Yeah.
So hold on, let me stop you there. Now, I heard everything you said. You're telling me that J.K. Rowling actually meant for Dumbledore to be gay from the beginning, but never wrote it in?
Like the fourth time.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, the same as the last 2 times you asked me this.
How the fuck do you know that?
You're denying what the authority on that is saying.
How do you know he was gay the whole time?
Because the authority on his sexuality said so.
Even though when she wrote the book, there was no mention of any type of homosexuality or anything.
There was no mention of him being straight either.
Did Dumbledore? Well, no, I agree. He might have been gay. So fucking Dumbledore puts from the rough. Big deal. I don't even fucking care.
Okay.
So you're saying that
This is so what? Like, it's your whole fucking thing, dude. It's your whole thing. It's your whole thing. I'm saying, what's her face is against the LGBTQ, and you're saying no, she just randomly made Dumbledore gay to appease the fucking woke crowd. But then you admit she didn't do that. So now we can admit that, yeah, she just seems to be going after trans people unnecessarily.
One in season before script was like slam dunk, like you can't even prove. Like Netflix got the script that was given to them, and if you read the script before they even touched it, Will was gay in the script.
In season 1?
Before it was sold to Netflix, the script he was gay. In season 1, he's gay. That's why
he's not gay in season 1.
He's absolutely gay in
How
season
is he
1.
gay in season
Let me. I can cite. Look, so his mom says he's not like the other kids. You know, his dad calls him queer, and what can I say? I can't say the F.
He does, as I said, it's not a surprise to find out that Will is gay. Like, if for anybody who actually watched the fucking show, it is not a surprise to find out that Will is gay. If you are surprised, again, your gaydar is just broken. You just have a broken gaydar. That's all. You need to call. I don't know. I was gonna say an electrician, but maybe a beautician to get it fixed.
Swear it on
you can say it if you want. This is a right-wing audience.
But, you know, we're on
They're gonna beep out all the swears in.
Yeah,
maybe not
like
the
his dad
N-word.
called him fag. His dad called him queer.
We'll say that to you.
The other kid, one of the police officers says he was probably killed by some other queer. He's been bullied for being gay since the first episode of the show. He's been gay the whole time. Now, I will grant you this: the scene in season 5 where he comes out was very fucking corny. Like, that was the worst come out scene I've ever seen, and I am a pro-gay person.
Yeah.
That was awful. You know, just like, it was like the Lord of the Rings scene where they're like, in my axe, and I also support you for being gay. And I was like, all right, this is a little much. But he's been gay the whole time. He's been gay before Netflix even touched it. So as someone who knows that Netflix can make a lot.
Oh, Netflix touched it? That's what made him gay. That's what made him gay. That's, we all know that being sexually assaulted as a kid makes you gay, and if Netflix touched it, bro, and that's that.
A lot of people gay. This was one of the few times where they just kept him gay. If anything, they were too subtle because you didn't even notice.
So my gaydar was a little off, and I don't know.
Yes.
From New York and LA, and I went to a gay university.
I was going to say, Michael, I really appreciate you giving us the opportunity to talk about gay representation in media. The star from House of Shades here, Michael Knowles.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen him there, I actually decided to look it up and.
You see, Michael Knowles is making the show gay now. He's always having this shove gayness in our faces. He's always talking about trans people and LGBTQ. He's always just shoving it in our faces and trying to make all of us LGBTQ. That's what this is. Talking, because talking about it is what makes people that thing. So, or make it, showing it to people is what makes people that thing, obviously. So that is what he's doing. Is he is making all of us LGBTQ by continuously talking about this stuff.
Watch it. I unfortunately decided to. It's on YouTube. I watched it on the plane. That was a mistake. When you came on in a blue thong, that really threw the kid off next to me there. So I just want to say, Michael, you think a lot about people being gay in shows, and
this is kind of my point. I was an actor as a young man, and you play a baseball player, no one thinks you're an athlete. You play a soldier, no one thinks you're GI Joe. You play one half gay guy, and they call you a Fanuc for the rest of your life. But I want you to know that was a Yale thesis film, and that's the most heterosexual thing ever produced by Yale University.
Yeah. Okay. But Michael, the problem was, no offense, your acting was really bad. If you were a better actor, you wouldn't be here doing the Spar Fight show. And the one convincing thing in that whole film was how much you were coming on to that guy. That was the only thing I thought. I was like, wow, that looks like, and I'm in the Bay Area, that looks like a gay guy being interested in another guy.
I have expert witness on this. I heard from a friend of mine, Milo Yiannopoulos, who was gay, and now he's not really gay anymore.
He's still gay.
No, but Milo, no, he's not. He doesn't do it. He got a whole counter about it. But Milo wrote to me, he said...
He doesn't do it. He doesn't do it, guys. He just doesn't even do it. So he's not gay.
Michael, I want you to know, as someone who has experience with this, your performance as a homosexual was entirely unconvincing. So, as someone, look, I tap dance, I play ukulele, I like Cole Porter.
I was going to say,
I'm telling you, I'm trying to put myself in the position of sympathizing with the LGBTs, and what I'm saying is a lot of it is kind of fake.
So I think a pretty big problem with this too, and Michael likes to cite this idea of like, oh my God, like LGBTQ identity has exploded over the past.
Are you doing the gay accent right now when you're imitating Michael?
I could,
that just came out accidentally with him, I think.
Maybe you might have to show me some conversion therapy methods that got you where you are. But I think if we're talking about
listen to this homophobia from this liberal.
No, I'm saying,
you scratch the lips beneath the surface. This guy's using the word fag. This guy's making homophobic jokes. I kind of like it, actually.
Yeah, that works. But I think it's really interesting. And if you want to claim that there's like some social contagion element to what's going on, I wouldn't even necessarily entirely disagree with you there. I do think that, for example, like, if a couple people, I think it's
very reasonable of you to say. I'm very surprised.
However, you can't only attribute it to social contagion because societal acceptance can also be a huge part of this. For example, this is a really interesting thing I like to bring up when people bring up the statistics of how many people now identify as gay. Do you know how many people identified as being left-handed in the 1950s? Very few. It was not that many at all. And after teachers stopped beating students for being left-handed, they actually started being okay being left-handed and living that identity. So I think claiming that somehow, oh, now there's more gay people, therefore...
That's actually a really good point. That's a great fucking argument. I am so stealing that. I am so stealing that fucking argument. That is such a good fucking argument. Holy shit.
It's only due to the fact that it's become way more, fashionable or trendy to do so. Just overlooks the fact that we live in a society that now gay marriage is legal. Well, actually, Michael doesn't believe it exists. It does.
It's legal, but it doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah, it's legal and it doesn't exist. Definitely.
But hold on. But you admit. So you would say there is a social contagion aspect.
Dude, I went to Oberlin.
30% of people are gay.
30% of people are gay of Gen Z?
30% of Zoomers. You don't think it's 30% are gay?
If we're talking about gay...
He didn't say... See, he's doing it again. He said earlier they identify as LGBT, and now he's just saying gay. Not 30% identify as gay. It's like, I think it's like 5% maybe, 3 to 5%, something like that. Like of the overall population, it might be more Gen Z, but again, it is going to be the case that like more people start to identify as these things, the more socially acceptable it becomes. But yeah, I'm so fucking confused.
Do we mean like people who are only same-sex attracted, or are we talking about bisexuals too?
The whole rainbow.
Whole rainbow? I think it'd be possible if 30% of people would also be bisexual. I'm not saying just gay. I'm not saying just gay.
Wait, I need to know like how the stat was calculated. Like, are there reformed gays like you, or is it just people that are still gay?
I am not a homosexual, thank you very much.
That's what a reformed homo... That's what Milo
Yiannopoulos you're not part of the 30%?
No, he said he was a homosexual.
He said he's not. There we go.
It's amazing. These guys are just up here gay bashing me. I got a wife and 3 kids, thank you very much. We turn to the audience.
Good cover.
Michael, I guess the question I have for you is, was this seriously a real topic you wanted to address? Because...
Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. The second I heard that fucking question, I knew who this was. This is, okay, so this is Origin. He's from my community. He's been on the show a bunch of times. His whole thing is always complaining about what you're talking about. That's his whole fucking thing. That's it. Like, that's all he does. He's just always complaining about whatever it is that you're talking about. That's all he does. That is it. That's it. Nothing else. He only complains about what you're talking about. Now, like, what? Who cares? Why does anybody even care? Like, this is so stupid. Like, why would you even talk about this? What is such a waste of time? Like, that's all he does. That's it, dude. That is fucking it. And for him to start off with that, I knew that was him, dude. I knew that was fucking him, bro. Michael Knowles was in a gay movie TV show. Was he? He seems gay. Like, he already seems like it. Like, I don't mean I think he's gay, but I mean, I'm saying that if he said he was gay, I would totally believe him. Totally in a second. Like, there would be no processing there. I'd be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Cares? People are gay. Real topic you wanted to address? I guess the question I have for you is, was this seriously a real topic you wanted to address? Because who cares? People are gay. And Will being a gay character on a show, like, we've had gay characters in movies and TV shows for years, decades.
Since at least you were in college.
Yeah, at least you were in college. So I'm just curious why not bring up something of substance that's not.
Why did they clap for that? Oh, because he was in a gay TV show.
Just about television.
Well, I'll remind you, you all voted for this topic. This is what the libs always do. I have to say, they push something, they change the social norms, be it with regard to transgenderism or homosexuality or feminism or anything else. They change the social norms. They run massive campaigns for it, and then the minute you
and then they gaslight you afterwards and act like, why are you so? Why are you acting like this is so different? Why are you acting like this is weird? We've always done this. Yeah, that's the liberals.
Look at that and you say, hey, that's kind of weird. Why are you doing that? They say, why do you care so much? And I say, well, you obviously care. You're the one who changed the norms.
He's always in character. Bro, it's fucking insane that this is what he said. He gets a chance to go and talk to Michael Knowles and ask him a fucking question. And there's a mainstream topic that is always being talked about, which is like, gay people, gay marriage, like LGBTQ. It's right there. It's a very like prominent thing that you can go in there and really push him on and press him on this. And instead you say, who cares, bro? Why are you even talking about this? Like, this isn't even a good topic.
And I think in this case, look, obviously there have been sort of foppish or effeminate characters in theater going back to like Euripides. But, this is a little bit different. When it's a kid's show, you're representing kids in these sexualized ways, in deviant and aberrant ways. I mean, we're all making gay jokes and stuff up here, but this is kind of weird, and same-sex identity or same-sex attraction and transgender identity especially is associated with a whole host of terrible psychological and social outcomes. And so it just doesn't seem like a great thing.
Wait, you're saying in a society where people talk about gay people in the way that you are right now, that there ends up being psychological issues from that? What? That one I'm not so sure about. That one I'm gonna have to take a minute to kind of contemplate. I don't know about that one.
Will was, portrayed sexually in season 5.
Yeah, I think referring to his sexual desires as a kid. You're the one who said in season 1. I think that's a little weird.
If I say I'm into women, this is sexual. Just inherently.
If I say I'm straight, is that inherently sexual?
I think if you're talking about a 5-year-old's sexual desires or a 10-year-old's or a 12-year-old's, I think it's weird and creepy.
Yeah, Will is like 17 in the show. I don't know.
By the way, Michael,
in season 1, he wasn't saying I'm gay.
I just have to bring.
Yeah, if he's 17. Okay, yeah, that's not all that abnormal. Wasn't there literally a show on like HBO about high schoolers just always having sex with each other and shit, and they literally show them nude? Am I crazy? I thought somebody kept telling me that there was like a show on Euphoria. Is that it? Wasn't there a show about high schoolers where they're literally always showing them having sex and shit? Am I crazy?
bring up,
Who said
Michael.
he's
You
gay?
said kid
Yeah,
shows.
you can be gay when you're a kid.
Stranger Things
is not
really
also not a
kid
kid's
show.
show. That's a
It's
good point.
horror and adult theme.
Wait, I got to push back. It's for babies. It's written horribly. Like,
I've not been watching, but I just wanted to say that fruity drinks are cool. Origin is on the screen right now, Freddie. And guess what he had to say. They allow you to come up to the mic, make an argument, say whatever you want to say, give a statement about the thing. What do you think he said? Because it's exactly what he always says everywhere. It's the exact thing. It is the most caricaturish thing that he could ever fucking say. What do you think it was? This is boring, guys. Why don't you talk about something more important? 100%, dude. 100%. That's what he fucking said. That's what he said. He gets a chance to talk to Michael Knowles about one of the most like mainstream common topics of all fucking time, and that's what he says, dude. What the fuck? That's what he says. Holy shit. This is even, you know what the funny part about this is that they literally have everybody in the audience vote on what topic they want to hear. And that's the one that the audience voted on, and then he still goes up there and does the fucking thing. Every fucking time, dude. Every time, bro. Holy shit.
Okay. It's a terrible show.
And
But
it was,
not- and it's
it was
not
inspired
terrible because he's gay, by the way.
And it was inspired by Stephen King's works, and I don't think kids are reading Stephen King, or they should be, or at least.
You don't think?
Have you read it?
And he somehow got claps for it. No. That's not what they were clapping for. They were clapping for the joke where somebody said, at least since you were in high school, or since you were in college, because he played a gay guy in college.
You don't think kids like Stranger Things? And you
Well,
don't
I'm
think
sure
even
they
if it's
do,
only
but it's
adults
not
looking at like a
catered to
kid
them.
calling himself gay, I think that's even creepier. And my only point is it's obviously a social contagion. You saw most especially with the transgender ideology, which is why a 1,500% increase in adolescent girls saying they have gender dysphoria in like 10 years is absurd. There's obviously something going on. And maybe we can just acknowledge that fact and try to do something about it to discourage it rather than encourage it.
And do you agree that it's possible, at least, that there could be some acceptance aspect to it? There's a certain demographic of people who are gay, and you can acknowledge them as being gay, and there might be some people who are like, oh wow, oh my god, I'm going to a camp with all girls, and now one of them has she/they pronouns. Now everyone has she/they pronouns. Like, yeah, like I understand that can happen. Now, how detrimental it really is once everyone goes home and figures
Can
it
you
out.
also argue that it became less acceptable to be straight?
No,
Yeah,
no.
definitely.
What?
No, it did actually. Well, that's
I'm
why,
sorry.
based on that study that I just cited of straight guys, and especially liberal ones who are in the Rainbow Coalition, trying to pretend that they're LGBT. I think that's proof of that.
Because a lot of them, they'll say they're queer and not gay.
entirety of human history, okay? That's not new.
Right, but it's weird that they're lying that they're gay in order to get with. That's like a change. And anyway, I think that's why it's worth noting sex is very important to human nature. And when you massively upheave all of sexual identity, that's a notable phenomenon.
Okay, I do have a question about this topic, sort of. But first, I want to say or point out that it does make all the difference in the world with regard to the previous topic.
Oh, he's going back to immigration.
Yeah, we're going to go back to immigration.
You were the one screaming at the table over there, weren't you?
I was,
Okay.
and I ran out of time on the last one, so I got told to come up to the mic
We can go
this
back.
time. Yeah, we're going to go back.
Go for
it. The point is that it does make all the difference in the world. The fact that it doesn't matter if they are here legally, they are not citizens.
No, they are citizens.
No, they are not.
They are literally. No, you can look up the majority of these people. You can look it up. You can
Calm down. Legal immigrant with temporary protected status or refugee, any of those things is not a citizen.
I'm aware of that.
Citizens.
Yeah, we're talking about citizens. They aren't the people who own these businesses and shit aren't refugees or anything like that. They're citizens. What the fuck is he talking about?
Then the Constitution applies.
Wait, no. I have to address this. I have to address this. No, fine.
Okay, that's not even true either. That's neither one of those things are true. They're not citizens, and until they're citizens, the Constitution doesn't apply. That's neither one of those statements are fucking true, dude.
The constitutional protections.
Do you think the Constitution? Do you think the Constitution only applies to citizens? Yes or no?
Yes.
No.
Yes,
Well, I'm sorry. We have a lot of people. We have a lot of people who don't know the Constitution very well in this country.
There are 2
Some of it
centuries
does.
of case law
Some of it
to
doesn't.
support
Yeah,
that.
yeah, but no.
There's 2 centuries of case law to support that? No, there isn't. No, there isn't. Why? Okay, then why is Trump trying to get rid of birthright citizenship? If that's the case, because the whole reason he's trying to get rid of it is because he thinks that there's like a bunch of, well, no, actually, okay, sorry, there's 2 separate things. There was another thing with the birthright citizenship thing that had to go to the Supreme Court. But anyways, the point is that the case law does say that they are citizens. Or sorry, the Constitution applies to people as long as they're within the jurisdiction thereof. That is the terminology is within the jurisdiction thereof. And so as long as they're in the jurisdiction, the Constitution now applies.
It doesn't.
2 centuries of case
Excuse
law
me,
to
sir. What is
support
the
that.
Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution?
No,
tell me what
I'm
it is.
sorry.
Tell me what it is. You guys know all about the. I'll give it to anyone.
No.
Anyone out here? What's the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution?
Thou shalt not kill, right? Is that no? I'm
sorry. You
confusing.
get confused with the.
Sorry.
You get confused with the commandments. What's the Fifth Amendment?
Ask him.
No,
Does he know?
You know what's the Fifth Amendment?
Are you're asking me?
Yeah, because you're a citizen, so maybe you should know this stuff about it. If it's
Which, by the way, all the Somali legal
not predicated on
absolutely know it,
memorizing
and you
the
fucking
well,
don't,
if you have to become a naturalized citizen, you
But
actually
he's
have to
not
learn a lot
naturalized.
more.
He's a
I'm
native
asking
born
about that.
American
Yeah, so he actually probably knows less about this country than someone who gets naturalized.
And he's
here.
entitled
But I have a
to
question
more of
for
the
you.
rights of an American citizen.
The point that I'm bringing up here when we talk about the Fifth Amendment is the Fifth Amendment states that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. It does not clarify citizens. There are specific rights that are reserved to citizens. Due process is not one of them.
You're right. That's why those Somalis are being prosecuted right now.
Yeah, and it is very important that everyone has due process, because if not everyone has due process, then none of us have due process. Because someone can say that you're not a citizen, and if you don't have recourse to fight that in the courts, you're.
So hold on. You're right that it's these Somalis have due process.
Thank you.
But the point that if we don't give due process to random Somalis, none of the American citizens we could. Why not?
Hold on.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. But I would say that in order for somebody to in order to even know if somebody is a citizen or not, there is process that is due. You would still have government processes that they have to go through in order to adjudicate that, in order to verify, in order to make these claims. And so even then, there is still a legal process that you would have to go through for that to be ruled one way or the other.
Why couldn't we just say we'll give it to the citizens and not...
How do you know whether they're a random Somali or they are someone who has either legal protected status or a citizen?
Their identity.
Oh, cool. And how do you verify their identity?
You check their ID card.
Check their ID.
Immigration status.
You check their ID and their immigration status. Who does that?
The government.
The government. So you're trusting the government to have unchecked power and to police itself.
We trust the government to enact our due process.
Hold on.
That's like a trial process.
And that's due process. And having the government and having the courts oversee that.
Right.
What if ICE comes up
and
to
you trust the government to conduct trials?
I
think you're undermining your own...
Well, we don't just trust them. This is why we kind of demand them to be public and have public information and public hearings and things like that, is because we don't just trust them.
Trust the government to conduct trials more than I trust the government to not conduct trials. Okay, if we're going to have trial or not have trial...
I don't know if I follow that.
But you don't follow it?
Yeah, I was lost for a second there, but I get it now. He's saying that if there's no due process, then... if there's due process, then at least there's a trial being conducted. If there's no due process, then there is no trial. So he trusts the government if there's a trial where the people are actually being heard. Whereas if there's not a trial and there's nobody's ever being heard, then no, he doesn't trust them to just do whatever the fuck they want.
In charge, I'm not subject to the Constitution of France.
I don't know enough about the
France.
You
were in
a
jurisdiction
couple
thereof.
things. Couple things. No,
It's
wait.
about the people in America.
Wait,
the Constitution of America is about American
It applies to people who are in America. But first off, I don't know enough about the French Constitution. Know that's the case. But look how many American flags I have on me. I think America's better.
The lady golf protests too much, I think.
One of the things that makes America better than other countries is the fact that we extend the rights of our constitutions to all individuals who reside within this country, regardless of protected status. Because that's actually what determines whether you are a citizen or have protected status. If you don't have due process, you do not have recourse to fight a government that tells you that you are somehow now not a citizen.
Just as a point of fact, due process did not make me or anyone in this room a citizen.
Wait, I didn't say that.
Born that way.
I didn't say that.
I thought
I
that's
said
what you said.
it determines whether you're a citizen, and there's no
Right,
way for. Yes, it does.
No.
Because if someone picks you up, if ICE picks you up off the street and says you are not a citizen, we are going to deport you, and you don't automatically have a right to contest that in court. What are they going to do?
Yeah, like I know you identify as white, Michael, but you could pass as some sort of Southern American.
The Sicilians are a racially liminal people.
And the only way to make sure that you are a citizen is due process, which we're all entitled to,
Do I look
citizen
Somali?
or not. No.
No,
What?
I don't.
No,
I've
you
been
don't.
practicing my geeky ga kahan solo, but I don't have the Somali language either. Yes.
Anyway, I'd trade that guy for like 5 Somalians.
Can I bring it back to Netflix for 1 second?
Can you do what for 1 second?
Back to Netflix for 1 second?
Yeah, okay.
Bring it back.
So I know that it's a pretty big push that Netflix is making Will gay is a win for the left, but it's odd that
Who said it's a win for the left?
Who the hell is saying, oh, good, finally, we have the Will coming
Queer
out scene? Everyone
representation.
hated that.
Queer representation.
He's been
and all
gay
that.
since season 1. That's when they celebrated.
What I
Season
was
5, they're
going
like,
to
wow, this
what I was
sucks.
going to point out was that the fact that the main gay character in the show is the one that has a demon inside of it.
Yeah, he was traumatized by a demon for his whole life.
Yeah,
I know,
well, to be fair, he was gay
Fair
before
point.
the demon, and the demon didn't make him ungay, so it didn't really have an effect one way or the other.
You're right. Is this is like the Straussian reading of Netflix? That it's like a super based trad homophobic read of how you become gay. Wow, crazy.
So wait, when
You're
you said
insightful.
said Netflix turned Will gay, is that like an acknowledgement of how people become gay, and that's a good thing, or you're not a fan of it?
No, well, he made me
they're
rethink it.
making
I
the
thought it was
argument-
bad, but now he's making me think it might be good. That's really thoughtful. It's tough because all right, before we pick the best commenter and questioner, first we have to figure out who won the round. Was it the libs? Raise your blue cards. Oh man, my kind of night. Okay, all right, we got.
There we go.
Was
Got some sane
it?
people here. There we go.
Was it the red cards? All right, there we go.
Whoa. I gotta start having these of my own so I can be self-congratulated on this. This is great.
Yeah.
Can I stack a room with people who support me and they tell me how much they love me? This is almost like a Trump rally,
pretty
guys.
good,
This is
yeah.
incredible.
I was just about to say this is like a Trump golf tournament.
And raise your card if I'm really handsome. It took a minute. I was uncomfortable about that. Okay, so that's great. I won.
Might make you gay there.
Now, who was the best commenter?
Yeah, I was about to say he's trying to get a bunch of men to say he's handsome. What a surprise!
Kind of torn.
The Screamer. I want to hear more about
What
the
about
terrible
the last
ideas
guy,
that he
though?
has.
I thought this
I wanna
was
hear
it.
more
The
about this.
Screamer.
Oh yeah, there we go. All right.
Was it the guy with the esoteric reading of Netflix being homophobic?
That went over their heads. I don't think they picked
The
up on
last
that one,
guy.
Michael.
No, okay. Was it the first guy? The thought.
See,
Whoa!
that went over their heads. I don't think any of them know what esoteric means.
But that first question was too calm and thoughtful. I can't imagine. So it was the first guy? All right. Okay, it was the first guy.
Is the Screamer even still
Man, that
here?
was a total fake out for the Screamer.
I don't. Is he still here?
Yeah, I kind of. All right, I wanted
He's
to
just
scream.
being.
That's
well,
fine.
He's being abnormally
Screamer
quiet.
at my vote.
So
That's fine. Okay,
I just use
so
echolocation to find where he is.
Enjoy your Redneck Riviera bourbon, please, as well as a Mayflower cigar. It is now time for round.
Oh, so he said that his question got voted the best question, but it didn't. They just the guy who won best question wasn't there anymore, so they just brought him up instead, since there were only 2 people who asked questions.
Round 3. All right, we're coming. This is the end. This is the last one. There's a lot of stakes here. Vaccines are bad.
There's a lot of stakes.
Where's that
here.
one guy? He must have died.
No, yeah, he's gone. Yeah.
He must have
All right,
died
we got
from not
one.
being vaccinated. I don't know.
Gay marriage is fake. Okay.
They should have said fake and gay. They should have said gay marriage is fake and gay. And they fucked it up.
I guess we alluded to that one earlier. Trump's economic policies are awesome.
They're all feeling it. They don't want to cheer for it.
All right.
Now,
White people were treated unfairly after the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah, white people.
Got a little more that
Go
time.
white people, yeah.
What do we think? This is a very gay show. Are we going to do? It's the gay marriage one.
Well, Michael talks a lot about
Gay marriage.
being
All
gay,
right.
So.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
You're
so
right in your
whose
element.
topic was that?
Which one? Well,
you
okay,
read it
all the topics.
You read it your way. You read it your way. I was trying to
Mine
hide.
was if God hated gay people, he wouldn't keep making them. Gay marriage exists whether you like it or not, and if you don't like it, you can leave.
Okay. So very interesting. Those are two topics.
They are two
so
topics.
Which one do you want to focus on?
We can focus more on the second one. The first one we didn't talk about.
Okay, so the topic is
the topic is that gay marriage does in fact exist, no matter how much Michael wants to pretend that it doesn't. And yeah, that if you don't like it, then I don't know, be in one of those countries that doesn't support gay marriage that you guys also seemingly don't
You mean
like.
all of them?
Iran.
Okay,
I don't know.
yeah.
Fine. No,
All of
Iran.
them
You
forever,
guys fans of Iran, fans of the Middle East. I don't know. There's not much gay marriage going on in those countries.
So what's the argument?
What my argument here is basically that Michael likes to do this thing where he makes a very.
It's about me or it's about gay marriage?
Well, am I responding to Michael Knowles and the arguments that Michael Knowles has made, or
I don't know.
abstractly?
Are you?
I'm going to do that actually. So when we're talking specifically about the arguments that Michael makes, what he likes to do is he likes to define what marriage is very specifically to involve a marriage that is, or a relationship that is ordered towards procreation and sex. I think that is a very myopic view of marriage that doesn't encapsulate many marriages that people exist in and have happy relationships with. So what Michael's probably going to do is he'll be like, well, if it's not sex, what is it? And I'm like, well, it's a partnership, and he'll like pretend,
Why am I even here? I don't even need to be here.
Yeah, you don't need to be here. I'm going to debate for you. It's going to be great. You can just listen. So basically, my argument that I'm making here is that gay marriage exists. Michael can argue in some esoteric sense that it doesn't, because even though people have been legally recognized as being married, they in fact did. We can get into, if you want, your bullshit studies about how like it's bad for children when.
Didn't Michael just say esoteric a minute ago when he said that nobody understands what that means? Am I crazy, or did that not just happen?
Literally only 2 out of the 238 children who were studied in that actually had 2 long-term homosexual parents.
Who were studying what?
We're studying the 2012 Regenerist study that you bring up from the new family structure study.
What about the 1996 study out of Australia, the 2013 study out of Canada?
I'm talking about the one that you bring up most frequently. We can talk about the other ones.
I bring up a dozen of them.
You bring up this one specifically. So I'm more talking about the marriage is a complex thing, and it can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And the fact that gay people want to get married isn't a threat to your straight marriage. If it is, your marriage isn't that strong in the first place.
Okay, I'm willing to interject in this debate you're having with me through you.
Yeah.
It's true that kids don't do well with same-sex parents,
no, it's not.
but that's actually secondary to your point, which is gay marriage exists.
It does.
And I guess my argument is gay marriage doesn't really exist in the way that a square circle doesn't really exist. A lawmaker could come out and say, I pass the square circle law, and a judge could come out and say, we defend protections for square circles. But nevertheless, square circles would not exist. And so it seems to me it is intrinsic to the nature of marriage that it's a union between a man and a woman ordered toward the procreation and education of children. My evidence for this is that is what distinguishes marriage from other kinds of relationships, friends, siblings, roommates, all the rest, coworkers. But furthermore, some of my evidence is that that is how marriage, the word matrimony comes from the Latin word mater, which means mother, so it's facially absurd for 2 men to be in a matrimony. There's no lady there. But then my historical evidence would be that throughout all of human history, every single place in the entire world, marriage has always meant the union of a man and a woman for these purposes. And that only began to change in 2001 in the Netherlands, and then 14 years later in the United States. And I think they probably just got it wrong. It seems to me that if marriage does not mean what we have always understood everywhere across religions, across cultures, if we don't understand what it means, then marriage just loses its meaning. It is no different from a dating relationship or a business partnership or any other kind of relationship. So you don't end up expanding marriage, you abolish marriage altogether.
I want to respond to that in multiple ways. One, so you're focused a lot on this idea that it's ordered towards the procreation of children. And this idea, I'm sure, if we're talking specifically, let's say that a couple decides that they never want to have children. Let's say they even both get a hysterectomy, or not both get a hysterectomy.
Well, that would be a little weird.
If they become infertile, if they both become infertile or have those procedures done and they get married, would you support that marriage even existing? Because it can't be procreative. It literally can't ever. and it's still between a man and a woman, but it removes that aspect. Are you just against that type of marriage?
I suppose, I mean, if a couple merely suffers infertility, that obviously would not contradict the definition of marriage as being ordered toward procreation and the education of children. But if a couple goes in, they say, we're going to get married, but we never want to have children. We both want to get hysterectomies or whatever. And so we don't want that. I would say at a very, very deep level, that is contrary to the nature of marriage.
So
but because
can they get married?
Are
you making an ontological?
I'm happy to.
He is making an ontological argument.
Yeah, I am touching on ontology because it's about what it really is.
You should explain it.
Of course, Origin again is going to ask if he's making an ontological argument. This is just too. This is too in character, bro.
Yeah, okay.
But how do you do that though? Like, how are you going to make an ontological argument about marriage if how we define marriage naturally in all these societies is how we come to a union with people and they make an agreement?
Well, that's not how
do you go beyond that?
Well, with ontology, I guess. I was speaking about natures. So the question, you're using a very fancy word, ontological, meaning pertaining to the nature of being or what it really is. And I suppose the disagreement here is many people who support so-called same-sex marriage think that words can mean whatever we say they mean, kind of like Humpty Dumpty and Alice in Wonderland.
Work, Michael. They evolve over time. You're like, words can mean whatever you want them to mean. They kind of
They can't mean whatever you say they mean.
Well, sure, they can evolve.
Well, no, not whatever you say, whatever we say. So, like, as a society, if we say a word means something, or as, like, you know, speaking humans, if we say a word means something, that's what makes it mean that thing. It doesn't have meaning until we say it means that thing. So, that's just literally what language is like, us just moving our mouths to communicate something, and what it is that we're communicating is based on how we've decided to define those words. So it's all pretty basic in the fact that that is like exactly what that is. That is, the words are only what we say they are. Not only is it that we can say what words mean, but we have to say what they mean in order for them to have meaning. It's not even like up for dispute. It's like saying you can't shoot somebody with a gun. It's like, well, no, actually, it's kind of the only way you can shoot somebody. Not really. Thank God those people are shooting that thing, because I don't want to have to deal with it.
Evolve.
Is the
distinction for marriage just if you intend to have kids? So like, no? What is that?
So to answer your earlier question, which is a very good question, if a couple goes in and they say, we don't want children, or we don't think we want children, or whatever, as a matter of the civil law, which has to be a little bit broader than the purest form of ontology, say, I would say, yeah, that's fine, because the union of a man and a woman in itself is ordered toward the procreation, because they can bump uglies, and that's, birds do it, bees do it. So I would err on the side of grace there. When we're talking about things of different natures, when we're talking about not just, a liberal man and woman who want to go to brunch more often, but like two fellas or two ladies or three guys and a billy goat, that is fundamentally different, and I think that stretches the definition of marriage beyond any coherence.
What about like the president having 3 different marriages and cheating on his wife? Is that like a more valid marriage than 2 guys who have never cheated on each other and have 2 adopted wonderful children?
Yeah, well, I'm certainly opposed to divorce. I think divorce is bad. I think it's bad that we liberalize.
You're against, like, I'm going to make it very clear. You're against no-fault divorce, right? You're not against all forms of divorce?
Well, I actually don't really believe in divorce because I'm a Catholic. But why does it matter? I guess we have to.
If that's true, then why do Republicans keep getting divorced?
Say it again.
Why do every Republican keep getting divorced? Like Steven Crowder, like Donald Trump. Like, why do they keep doing it?
Very sad. I mean, look, the divorce rates have risen in recent decades because of the law, largely. So it's too bad.
It's hard to take your marriage position seriously when your entire party says, "Oh, that's not valid marriage." When I see tons of happy gay couples, you guys can't seem to hold down a wife. I mean, I'll give you like 5-10 years. I don't know.
What are you talking about?
For now, you're only 35. I mean,
yeah, it's true. I'm Catholic. The only way she gets rid of me is if she puts the pillow over my head at night. Okay, it's time to get to the audience question.
All right, here's a fun one. So I actually just got married 3-ish weeks ago.
Hey, all right.
Wait. Wait, Michael, he didn't say if it was gay or not.
He didn't say it was
I know.
gay
I've
or
got to
not.
clarify
Yeah.
for our friends.
Are you
Did
sure?
you get married to a lady or
a beautiful lady?
Now we're
blonde.
talking. All right.
A real one.
I'm gonna have to see the chromosome chart on that one.
I'm not a fan.
So
This
here's the
doesn't
fun
sound
one.
woke.
Here's the fun one. Ready? My identical twin brother is as gay as the day is long.
Wow. See, that's what I was just talking about.
So we actually got in a debate the other day after we got married because I met my wife in March. I saw her and went, wife. We dated long distance from Nashville to LA. I got her to move here.
Let's go.
And we got married real quick. And so we did start debating. And I straight up said, the difference between straight marriage and gay marriage is straight marriage is like actually a marriage versus gay marriage is more of a legal definition because there was a lot of gay couples who just wanted the benefits that the government was giving them.
Yeah.
But the difference is like Christians and religious folk believe that marriage is a thing ordained by their God, whoever's God they follow.
The real one, in my case.
Well, yeah, exactly.
If you want to define it that way.
Yeah, it's like,
If you want to have like your special, like, well, mine's the real one, and that makes you feel better, like that's fine. Just don't ask us to pretend like the gay people aren't married. Like,
no. The reason I say God exists is because it's true and knowable by human reason.
You have a source for that?
Say it again.
You have a source.
And knowable by human reason. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh what the? Oh fucking fuck. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. No. Holy shit. That was so close to being bad. Holy shit, that was so fucking close to being bad. Holy shit.
I do actually. Aquinas' 5 ways.
Aquinas. We're talking about Aquinas?
Nature, which cries out.
No. Did you guys
anyway,
know,
sorry, we
you guys know
interrupted you.
Aquinas thought that rape was not as bad as masturbation? You know that's true. That because if you didn't know this, actually, I'm going to finish this point because he's a Catholic. He got some crazy things he has to defend if he's going to be a Catholic here. If we're talking specifically about Aquinas, he said that rape in circumstances is not as bad as masturbation because rape actually can be a procreative act if it's between a man and a woman. Masturbation is always a mortal sin. So I'm just curious, Michael.
Why did he say that?
Because it's not ordered towards reproduction.
No, because it's contrary to nature.
It's contrary to nature, and rape isn't contrary to nature. So when you base it off natural law, you end up defending things as rape being worse than masturbation.
I would say little learn is a dangerous thing. Drink deep or taste not the Pierian spring. Plato said Plato said that seduction was worse than rape. For these same kinds of reasons, because do you
agree with that?
But the difference is we don't worship Plato.
I don't
but you're a
that.
Catholic.
Do you agree with that?
Oh, he makes a very good point.
So you agree that seduction is worse than rape?
Well, the way
it's a yes or no question.
He doesn't want to let me finish.
It's kind of a yes or no question.
It's a really simple thing. Is marriage from between a man and a woman the same thing as man and man?
What do you mean same? I mean, no,
exactly.
It's a man and a woman and a man and a man.
So it's different. Therefore, they should be separate.
You just said it's not the same because it's
hold on.
different.
They can be separate in whatever religious sense.
It's like therefore they should be separate. Technically they are. Because one's called gay marriage and one's called not gay marriage. So. Where the fuck is that thing? Oh. I'm trying to find it so I can shoot it, but I can't see it. Oh, well done. You good? Every time I came up here, it was fucking me up, and I tried shooting it from below and couldn't get it.
Oh shit, I almost pushed you off.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Fuck is that? And it was someone took it and fucking left with it.
Took
I've
what?
been watching people do that. The codes for the gate.
Oh. Oh yeah, I've seen a bunch of YouTube videos where they tell people to go grab them and start collecting them, so that next time they can just come straight in and do it without having to run around and look for shit.
Nah, don't do that. Run down to the fucking building down there, because everybody's trying to put them in and go do it.
Yeah, I don't ever use. I don't ever do the game.
Lobbies there is in the game.
Are you using an Xbox controller with a headset plugged into it?
No, is my fucked up though?
Yeah, mine is too. Mine keeps cutting in and out, and I don't know why.
Yeah,
but yours kind of sounds like mine.
I'm on PC though. But I don't know
Yeah,
why
I'm
it
on
keeps
PC
doing
as
that.
well. Yep, I'm on PC as well. It was fine until the update, and ever since the update, now I'm fucked.
Yeah, what headset do you have?
It's a I don't remember what they're called. Turtle Beach headset plugged into a Xbox controller. Yeah, but I have a professional mic as well, and it's a Shure mic that's plugged into my computer as well, and that doesn't work either. I'm on a stream right now, but yeah, they that cuts in and out just the same. So it doesn't they all work fine for literally everything else, just not this.
Is this better?
Nope.
Yeah, I even have queue open for Corsair, and it doesn't change a fucking thing. It pisses me off.
Yep, I've tried everything, and there's nothing I can do about it. All right, man. Have a good one.
I'm looking for the question, man.
You want. No one's claiming.
No, but he's
that you
asking,
have to
are they
believe.
the same? So
But, like,
it is
are
a
they
very
the
good
same?
question.
Of course they're not the same. The same way I'm not
there
the
you go,
same
then
as
it's not-
him, and I'm not the same as you,
No,
and
the-
neither
the-
two marriages the same.
Okay, let me explain, because you're bringing up Thomas Aquinas, and we're talking about Plato. Let me go back to Aristotle's law of non-contradiction. If we say that man plus woman equals X, and then you say that
sex, actually, it's sex.
It equals sex. It also equals sex. If we're saying that means one thing, right? And then we say that man plus man does not equal X, because they're not the same thing.
Yeah, I've taken logic before. I understand where you're going with this.
Then
the
what am I
point,
saying?
the point,
You're
the point
saying
that
that
I would
it's
get
not
on it.
marriage.
Yeah,
but
the thing that is this plus this is straight. That's
You
the
just
difference.
accepted the premise.
No,
You just said it's not
hold
the
on.
same.
I reject the premise that marriage is inherently between a man and a woman. Therefore, what I would reject is man plus woman in a procreative union.
So then what's marriage?
Towards that marriage? Here's the thing that Michael's going to do here is he's going to, because
Just
I
ask a
can't.
simple
Hold
question.
on. Let me make it very clear. I'm gonna give you. I think a marriage is a partnership between two people that is focused on living together in communion, in harmony, and believing in that. And what Michael's going to do is what makes that different than two guys or two brothers living with each other.
So you're saying that if I don't live with my wife, that she's not really even my wife? That's bigotry. And that's fucked up. That's fucked
each other.
up.
And the problem here, and the problem, good question. The problem, here's the problem that he does, is that marriage and a lot of things are a little bit hard to define, and there's a lot of, like... It's
not that hard
it actually is, Michael. It's the same way if I say, what is love, Michael? Define love to me.
Love is the willing of the good of the other for his own sake.
Okay, so if I...
Thomas Aquinas, by the way.
Okay, so yeah, so then if I do... So then I inherently do that if I will to the good of someone else? I will for the good for others for their own sake all the time, even if I don't like them at all. You think it's love?
Yeah.
I really want other people to do well, even if I really hate them.
Yeah,
even if they're
that's
terrible
charitable
people.
and loving.
Look,
I gave a quarter to a homeless guy. I don't love him.
I don't.
Like,
Yeah, he doesn't seem. Also, he doesn't seem to have an issue with like a man loving another man or anything like that. He only has an issue with a man with calling it marriage between a man and another man. That's what he has an issue with.
It was just kind of like, hey man, get out of my face.
It's a good act, but not with the right intent.
Well,
by your definition, it's love.
I willed it to him for his own sake. Here you go. I want you to do well. Here you go. I'm giving you a.
Yeah, that's
Would you
loving.
say you love him? So
You're a
I
very
love
loving
him.
person.
And is that?
I can tell.
But there's a different type of love than marriage, and it might be a more gradient spectrum. The point I'm trying to make here.
Love within marriage is also willing the good of the other.
The point I'm trying to make here, Michael, is that there's a lot of ambiguity surrounding a lot of these topics. And what Michael likes to do
There's
is he
not.
likes
I
to,
just
hold
answered
on,
it very
he likes to
succinctly.
throw the lifeline to
not
you.
ambiguous at all.
Marriage is this, rah. And I'm like, well, maybe it's a little more complicated than that. Your audience goes, no, it's not.
Though. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not.
and I think that's the exact point that I'm trying to make here is that there is fuzziness around the edges, and people who want to reject the nuances and people who exist in society differently than you, it doesn't mean that they're wrong. They might just live a different lifestyle than you. And if you can't get over that, maybe you should go live in a country where gay marriage doesn't exist. Pick your favorite Middle Eastern country that
You mean
claim
all
to hate.
of them before
Sure,
2001?
fine, go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So why don't you leave them?
All of them ever?
Sure.
Okay.
So then you can go to one of those countries.
I love Oliver. And
you do?
And yes, and I
Hold
will
on, careful,
your
Michael.
good.
If you
I
love him
will
so
your
much,
good
why don't
for
you
your own
marry
sake.
him? You love
so I'm
me.
going to stop you
Yo,
from
I'm so
embarrassing
worried. Why
yourself
don't
in
you
this
marry him?
explanation.
Oh, I'm sure.
Do we have any more questions? No.
That's
okay,
it.
we got a poll. Who won that round? Was it my liberal friends raise the blue flag? Okay, we got a few. Okay.
All right, now if you were scammed by Trump coin, raise the red
yeah,
flag.
here we go.
Yeah.
No one was. That's why no flag would go up. If you think that I won that round, raise the red flag.
A lot,
all right, there we go.
lot of people who got
Marriage
scammed.
is coming
Wow,
back, baby.
A lot of people.
You actually see it in public opinion polls, actually. Supportive gay marriage is going down. But that's
like
a
a
topic for
tourist
another
Sure it does,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, now we got to pick the VIP. I think it's an obvious
There
answer,
you go.
right?
Yeah. Were there any other
That
questions?
man a lot of bourbon.
There's only one question.
The guy with the gay brother.
Hey, you just got married. Is your wife pregnant yet?
Unfortunately, no, because
Not
we
yet.
want to spend some time before we have kids.
Oh, forget about that. Get her up here and give her some of that beautiful Redneck Riviera bourbon, and let's get things moving. That's great. Okay, in my opinion, nobody wins a bar fight. They're only losers. So the question now, forget about red and blue. We're going individual people.
Wait. This is called bar fight. What the fuck?
Who lost tonight and who is going to have to buy the round? Is it the soy pill? Oh, no. I can sense what's about to happen.
They don't like me. Here we go. Bring it on.
Is it the man who debated with multiple personalities at the same time, Oliver?
Yeah. Here we go.
And is
There's a badge of honor.
one of his personalities me? No, okay, all right, one couple. All right, Oliver, you did it, buddy. Thank you very much. Wonderful to see everybody. We'll see you all on the next bar fight.
Wait, what? They just voted for that guy to win. And then he was supposed to come up and have a conversation with them, and then they didn't do it. The fuck? What just happened?
Yo.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Bro, I have a question.
Yeah, hit it. What the fuck, dude?
Sorry, my camera first. Camera first.
Yeah. What the heck is up, dude? That was really weird when you just stared at me when you said you had a question. Do you remember that? That just happened. It was kind of...
Like, I'm sorry. Like, I thought it was, like, funny. Like,
It's okay. No, it was kind of funny. Let's just stare at me. Let's just stare at each other. You ready?
Oh, you're gay.
yeah. That.
Hard as fuck, dude. Hard as fuck, bro. Sheesh. Love that fucking shit. Love that fucking shite. Sheesh. As I played this like the other day. I played it like 3 or 4 times during stream. I think I sent it to Mantis the other day, and she just didn't respond at all. And so then the next day, I just played it on stream a bunch of times. And today, she sent this to me and goes, "Yo, play this on stream real quick. This is awesome." Like, you gotta be fucking kidding. You gotta be fucking kidding, man. Tom, the hardest song is No Cock Like Horse Cock by Pepper Cody. Speaking of, dude, I was, nah, you know what? Never mind. I don't care. Shut up. Oh, does he have some new videos?
Whoa. Wait, what are you gonna show us? What are you gonna show us? Show us. 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 What are you gonna show us?
Yeah, we just chillin' in the dark room with my friend on Omegle in the bathroom. What the hell are we doing right here? Gonna record me, I fear. They're gonna record me on their phones, yes they are.
She's not so good. Not.
Wow, what's a really cool
Not that
setup?
shit.
What up?
Do you have sound effects? Do you have the skeleton? Skeleton.
No, spooky skeletons, spooky skeletons.
That was really good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Based as fuck.
Back again?
Alright, I've been getting really friendly lobbies all day today, so I'm gonna go try to fuck with the matriarch again, see if I can get some points off that. The last couple of times, Mantis and I and my friends, we all got killed. So, I'm gonna go one more again and try to fucking get some points, because there's a whole thing just about trying to kill the matriarch right now. And, I need to get it. Make some stim. Speed is disgusting. Yep, he's got some good ones.
Why is it echo?
I wanna know why it echoes.
That is
Why it echoes. Cause it's me, I made it echo, my friend. I'm sorry for doing that. Yeah.
Whoa, that was sick. Hold on, I fuck with that. That was so cool.
Sorry about that.
You have talent. You need to start something. You need to do something. What the fuck?
I'll try.
I have faith in you, my friend.
Thank you. That's what I need.
You got
doing
this.
it.
Yes. You got this. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I love you.
I love you.
Okay. Oh.
Why is it echo?
Golly, makes my mistake. Oh.
Did you just make a no-no? Yo.
She just let him off.
Did you just make a no-no? You can't flip me off. You can't flip me off. Not cool, little lady. Not cool, little lady. Please don't flip me off again, or I'll cry. I'll cry. I'll think about you, and I want to die. Don't flip me off. Don't.
His freestyle is always like, it's always horrible, but that's kind of what I like about him. Is he's just he's a very like kind of goofy and odd guy that, yeah, the like a part of like what is like cool about it is he's very odd, and but apparently he is a pretty popular dude. Like he's not just some nobody. He was in like a big creator clash sort of like game thing a while ago with like Kai Cenat and like all of the biggest streamers, and he has like over 1 million subscribers. He's mainly known on TikTok, so he is he's pretty big. All right, here we go. Trying to kill the matriarch one more time.
Hey, pull that away! Don't you dare do that, lady!
Yeah.
Ever heard of Rise Hendrix? No? Oh, this guy? Yeah, he does like the parodies and shit. I've seen some of his stuff, yeah. Funny. The problem is that with that guy, like with what's his with this guy, like, okay, with the first dude, because he kind of like sucks at freestyle, it's kind of like endearing, right? Like it makes him a bit more likable because he sucks at it. Like that's kind of part of his charm, is him sucking at. Oh shit. Am I right by the fucking matriarch? Yeah, because he sucks at like freestyle and shit, but he does it anyways, it's kind of endearing. But a black guy who doesn't have like great lyrics, yeah, not endearing anymore. Like he's expected to have good lyrics. He's expected to be a bit better, and so it is kind of depressing, or it's a bit more it's a bit sadder for him. Okay, I have never fought. I fought the matriarch here one time, and I died like immediately. So What up, what up? Fuck, that Leaper is right here. Oh shit. What's up, man? Fuck, it's coming over here.
Good?
Yeah. Okay, she's coming here. Matriarch's coming. She's coming. Oh shit. Oh shit, another fucking Leaper? Are you kidding me? There's another Leaper over here. Thank you. Hey there. Hey you. Oh shit. Oh shit. Shield's still up. Let's go. Let's fucking go, boy. Well done.
Enough stuff on this thing.
Damn, this shit was cleared out with the fucking quickness. Holy shit.
Yeah, I got one.
You ready to go?
Yeah. Just searching for a few more things.
Yeah, I got one too. Ah, fuck, the Leapers were cleaned up too? Shit. Fucking killed 2 Leapers.
Hey, man.
Yo.
Hey, you need some leaper things?
It's all good. I was just looking for one. It's not a big deal. Oh, appreciate it.
I found one. I need the alloy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll trade you a Magnetron for the Leaper.
What?
A magnetic accelerator. It's used to craft Tempest, Equalizer, Volcano, Aphelion, and the Jupiter.
Sure. They gave me 3, so I'll just, I can just drop one. You can keep the other ones. It's,
I can't
it's
even
fine.
carry it, man.
Oh, okay.
Tried to get in and go do it again. If there's time, I doubt it, but you never know.
There you go.
Thank you.
There was one over here that we killed as well. So I was coming to see if it was still here too, but I guess not. Wait, is this matriarch stuff? How the fuck did this get over here?
It scatters all over, man. It's not just right there in the pile. It blows up and goes all over the place.
Oh, well then what the fuck? I'm gonna look around then. What the hell? Me and my girlfriend showed up here the other day to fight it. And I had never been here or fought it here before. And we were the only ones. It was just the two of us. We got killed with the quickness. Yeah, we did not come that prepared to be the only ones fighting it. We came just to get points for the fucking...
Find anything right here, man, that's for sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to look around. Have you ever seen the movie Lord of War?
No.
No? There's a movie called Lord of War, and in the movie, they have to crash land. Yeah. They crash land in, like, Africa somewhere. And when they do, the plane gets, like, torn apart within minutes. Like, a bunch of people just come and take the entire plane apart. That's what this reminds me of.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be any more out here, man.
Well, there's some mechanical components in this, and I definitely need those, so. Oh wait, were you the guy who was waiting on me to go to the hatch?
No, I wasn't, but if you have a hatch, it's right here, isn't it?
Yeah, I do have one. I'm just gonna look around just a little bit more just to make sure. Because there was like bombardiers and shit around here, rocketeers, and... So I'm just gonna look around.
This way, though, man. This is where I was.
Well, there's one right here.
Really? Oh, I didn't know they were behind me. Somebody did a good job of fucking keeping me protected.
Yeah, I ran up through here.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Sorry, I kept trying to shoot it with my fucking huckster and it just kept moving. I call it the huckster around here. Nobody knows what the fuck a huckster is. It's not the name of the gun. I always call it that. Nobody, every time everybody's like, what the fuck is a huckster? Like, oh yeah, that's right. I'm the only one who calls it that. Oh, this is pretty nice. Okay. Sorry, just running around real quick. I'll be right back there. Just give me like 2 seconds. All right, I'm ready to go. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, that's right. Wait, where am I going? Where the fuck was that, Oh, I'm about to go out the hatch if you wanted to go. Oh, he went ahead.
Head home at the Baron's hatch.
Oh my goodness, I'm so wrong. Oh shit, I'm so wrong. I left my fucking hatch key. I must have put it inside of something, dude. Alright, well, somebody already took it then. Oh, there's a Rocketeer over here.
Shit, you're right there. Damn, dog.
Yeah. It looks like they just took the cells and left.
Yeah, that's what they do, man. Vultures, dude.
Oh, fuck. I'm dropping all the metal parts. Well, fuck it. Yeah, I don't have the hatch key. I fucking left it. I think I left it inside of something.
Oh, you're good, man. I'll forgive you.
This wasn't so bad. The last couple, yeah, people, people killed me and Mantis in 2 of the ones that we did, and then they... Fuck, where did he go? I don't want to fucking press this button by myself, dude. People are always waiting around at the end of these games to kill people as they come back. Now, if they come back in a group, then they leave them alone. But because they don't want to fight like 6 people at once. But if they come back by themselves... There's another fucking Rocketeer, dude. Holy shit. What up, what up? Give me just 1 second. I will be right there. Okay, I'm coming. Oh, shit! Thank you, sir. But yeah, the, like, girlfriend, Mantis. Mantis is not a boy. Oh, I guess you haven't been around in a while, maybe. Maybe you didn't know that. I don't know. Well, that one was fairly successful, but yeah, the main thing I needed to do was get points. And I don't know if I did that. I didn't even check. Nope, didn't get the fucking points. Fuck. Is it over? Is there more? Yep, it's over. Fuck. Oh, it's at this one now. Hell yes. Wait, is the thing over? No, it's not over. We got 16 hours. Oh shit. Okay. Fuck. Blue Gate is the one where I always get killed. That's the one where I always fucking get killed. So it's a little bit more sketch. It feels like going there, but we'll see. Shit. Alright. Alright, so I'm just gonna make some grenades again. And then we'll go. What the fuck? Did I not just make a bunch more? Oh, the server failed. Okay. Okay, now it's working. Oh, my stash is full. Stash. No, it's wait. My your stash is full. Celery's. My stash is not full. What the fuck are you talking about? Game has lost his damn mind. There's 64. Oh, I do have 14 items here. Okay. Fuck. Alright. Bro, my stash isn't full. This is like glitching out or something. My stash is not full. Alright, well, let's try this again. Why is it doing this, dude? This is so weird.
Maintenance is short-staffed. If your lights flicker, we are not coming.
It's so funny. Dude. Maintenance is short-staffed. If your lights flicker, we are not coming. What is happening, dude? This is broken.
Back again? Good. Better.
Alright, I think I got everything. I feel like I'm forgetting something really important, but I don't know what it is. So. I'm wearing a sweater under my covers. Bro, it is fucking cold. It is cold as shit right now. You ain't lying. Like, is it the whole fucking country right now? Like, is the whole country in this fucking weather storm? Yes? Oh, sheesh Louise. East Coast? I thought Texas is in it as well, I thought. Where the fuck is the matriarch? I'm gonna assume it's over here. I have no idea. Yep, looks like it's over there. Yep, there it goes. Alright, well this ought to be fun. So yeah, this is the map where lots of times we call them rats, but people like will just come up behind you and kill you and take all of your shit. Because people bring like their big guns out for this. Like to go and kill the queen, or to kill a harvester or anything like that. People really bring out the fucking big guns because you have to. And so then other people will come up behind you and just start trying to kill you. You know, while you're fighting. I'm not a rat. I'm not a rat. I'm here to fight the matriarch. I'm not a rat. Sorry about that, mate. Bye-bye. Ah, fuck, now fucking Rocketeer. I think I've got... Oh no, I didn't bring my defibs, bro. Fuck.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Defibs! Anybody got defibs? Anybody got defibs?
Get over here and check that damn cord so fast it didn't make no sense.
Fuck, it won't let me search anything. It's... Holy shit, well I didn't get anything out of this. Fuck. Alright, well I just need to extract as fast as possible then. Holy shit. Well, fuck. That was a total waste of fucking time. Alright.
Yo, his arms is smelly, butt cheeks always sweaty. He'll fart if you tickle his belly. Loud and deadly, he's gangster. Brings his own food when he comes to the telly. He eats peanut butter sandwiches without the jelly. With no drink, the dry mouth he won't.
Fuck, I fucked up a guy on accident. I really fucked him up. And now because of that, I've been in the nice lobbies all day, which is why I'm willing to go and try to fight the queen right now, is because normally when you fight the queen again, people try to steal all your shit. So now I'm like, okay, well, I've been in nice lobbies all day, so I'm gonna go try to fight the queen again. And then I get here and accidentally fuck that guy up. And now it's probably gonna put me in the fucking main lobbies again. And in the next, I didn't get anything out of that. I needed to, like, I got absolutely nothing from that fucking matriarch. So now, I want to go back and do it again so that I can actually try to get something out of this. And I feel like it's because I hurt that guy, it's gonna put me in the mean lobbies again. I've got a feeling they're gonna. I need to make sure I bring some defibs this time though, so that if I hurt somebody, I can pick them back up.
Can I help you?
Alright. It's got 33 minutes left, so if we don't do it this time, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it back to try again. This is going to be rough, but here we go. One more time. Sheesh.
Wants to shout, he's straining on the toilet, but the poop won't come out. He won't allow, it's staying in, get out me now. Couple extra pushes and it's all over, plow. Then he felt the water splash and boop.
Then boop.
She let you hit? Nope. Got smelly armpits? Yep. Eat ketchup on your grits? Nope. Need Vaseline on your lips? Yep. You getting this money? Nope. Your clothes look bummy? Yep. You sleep on your tummy? Nope. Do your nose get runny? Yep. Do you know your dad? Nope. Nope. Yep. She
let you hit? Nope. Alright, how much time? Okay, we're in at the beginning of this one too. We're on the opposite side of the map again, so we gotta run all the way there. Okay, that's what you do. That's what you do. Alright. So we're always on the opposite side of the map from where we're trying to go. It's like a necessity in this game to make sure not everybody, but that hey buddy. Bye. That I am on the other side of the map. So it's not a thing that happens to everyone, but it's even more frustrating on this when you're on the opposite side of the map, because one, like the whole point right now for the trials, I don't even care if I get shit out of this as much as I care if I get points. I need to get points, hit points on the matriarch. That's the whole thing right now. I'm spending a lot of fucking money and a lot of time just trying to get hit points.
Don't shoot.
You're good. Damn, bro, people dying already. Sheesh.
Hey, don't shoot.
So yeah, the whole point is that you just have to get hit points on her. Like, when she dies, you're able to loot like a lot of like really high value shit, but I'm not as concerned with that right now. Like that's a good like thing I would like to do, but that's not the reason for doing this right now. The reason for doing this is to get the fucking hit points. Ah, fuck. Yo, yo. Yo, what's up? Be careful of the roly-polies. They're coming around. Oh, I didn't. I forgot to refill all of my fucking grenades. Right now she has a shield up. So I gotta... Fuck. I gotta wait for her shield to go down. Ah, fuck. So I'm going inside of the shield to shoot her. Run, run, fucking bitch, run. Bro, that fucking shield stayed up forever. Holy shit. Personal best. Let's go. I got the fucking points. Not as many as I need. I need more. Yo, there's a leaper right here. Fucking leaper! 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 Yo, people are shooting us. People are shooting us. Yo, people are shooting.
Okay.
Fuck, everything's gone already. Motherfucker. Fucking gone every time, dude. Holy shit. Oh, okay. That's not bad. Does this have anything? No, it does not. Well, shit.
What, man? Jupiter? Yeah.
Alright, well, if we get out fast enough, we might be able to do it one more time.
Thanks.
I think I did set my personal best that time. Or I know I did. I set my personal best on that one, so.
I'm starting to think something is really wrong with you. What you talking about? What makes you think that Barney and gangster rap is a good mix? Barney was one of my favorite shows growing up.
Still 2
Let
stars.
me cook. Bruh. Real gangster.
Let him cook. Okay, 20 minutes.
Slugs for you for trying to slug me. You can get the pump or the M16. I'ma run up and spray at you and your crew. Take that for snitching to the boys in blue. I'm starting to think something is really wrong with you. What you talking about? What makes you think?
Starting to think something's wrong with you, huh? Interesting. That guy? You sure? You're just now starting to think? I don't know, man.
Place to take a dump, so behind a tree is where I go. I know the people notice, but I keep my focus and keep pushing. I be letting it flow. A girl walked over, I was getting so nervous, but then she told me that she wanted to see. She told me she marked every tree in the neighborhood and said, boy, you just like me. And now I'm singing like letting it flow. A girl walked over, I was getting so nervous, but then she told me that she wanted to see. She told me she marked every tree in the neighborhood and said, boy, you just like me. And now I'm singing like Michael Jackson is gonna be turning in his grave. Nah, Mike Jack was gangster. Bruh. Real gangster. I'ma hit him with the chopper. I'ma take his baby mama. Point Glocks out the window. We gon' run down if it's drama. We don't hit him on the first try. We gon' spin the block, hit the target. If a op try to test me, I'ma finish off what he started. Hit him with the AK. Hit him with the AK, cause you know I stay ready. Hit him with the AK. Hit him with the AK, cause you know I stay ready. Hit him with the AK.
Shouldn't he say, cause you know I stay red, eh? Like, wouldn't that Wouldn't that make more sense? I don't know. We don't. I know. We're not trying to make sense here. I don't know what I was thinking. Alright, let's see. Alright, I'm gonna take a chance. I'm gonna try to use the fucking hook. I'm gonna try to be Captain Hook. Okay, defibs. Oh, I gotta bring one more thing. Oh, I can't make them.
Hey there.
Hey there. Oh, there it is. Oh, why did I do that? Why didn't I just buy the fucking thing? That was weird. Wait, how much time is left? 15 minutes. Alright, fuck. Oh, I didn't even check. How much did I get on the last one? 2 stars. Okay. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen the videos, but there's videos of like a bunch of people where they use the snap hook and they grab the fucking matriarch and they go up on top of it. They zip line on top of the matriarch and then they plant 2 bombs on top of it and then jump off. And yeah, I want to try that. So we're gonna see if we can get that done in this one.
Man, this beat go hard. Bruh.
Whoops. Opposite end of the map? No, not too far this time. Okay, this one's not too bad. Although this is where all of the... This is where all of the rats come. So, a bunch of people will stay right around this area. And then as you run through, that's when they start shooting at you to take your big guns. So... Those are gun keys. Shit. Oh shit, I almost died just now. Oh shit. Rocketeer or what? Here, crawl over here. I got a defib. fuck is it? GG's. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I didn't get anything again. It's all gone. Fuck, there's another one. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, boy! Suck that! I got some good shit out of this now. That ended up working out at the end, dude. Me killing this thing at the end ended up working out. I might have even gotten a fucking clip out of that. That was pretty sick. That was pretty sick. All right. Yeah, that worked out. Sounds like there's another one over there. Might. Well, I don't really have room for anything else, so. I was gonna say I might try to go get the other one too, but I don't have room. Tom passed out on riding. Riding? What? Bro, that's the first time I've ever done that. That's pretty fucking sick.
Very good.
You in?
Yeah, alright.
Oh, you're in, okay. GG's, buddy.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Okay, I can't see what you're saying with the fucking... I don't know what you're saying, Dave. You're fucking these bots in this game. Pretty good. Yeah, the last couple have been fucking based. You didn't ride the matriarch. Yeah, no, I didn't. The reason I didn't is because the idea was that I was gonna wait for its defense system to go up and then get on top of it then and do it. But every time I went to do it, there were bastions and bombardiers inside of the shield on my side, and then there were people inside the shield on the other side. And so if I run in there and jump on top of it, those people are still gonna be bombing it and grenading it and shit like that. And so yeah, I couldn't do it with the scenario that I was given. But I did ride a fucking bastion, which I've never done before. And I rode a what's it called? A Hornet. So that was pretty cool. And then I got 3 bastion cells and 2 bombardier cells. I didn't get any matriarch cores, so that kind of sucked, but it is what it is. Damn, I'm lucky I didn't. Fuck, I didn't bring extra bandages. I'm lucky I didn't do that. Holy shit, I thought I brought extra bandages and I did not. Oh shit, that would have been bad. That would have been really fucking bad if I had tried that, because I did not have the bandages for it. Dude, the spot that I was at though, on top, that was fucking sick, because it kept shooting bombs right at me, and so as long as I was running left and right, those bombs were just flying right past my fucking body over and over and over. Yeah, I ended up getting a matriarch reactor, 4 bastion cells, 3 bombardier cells, and 2 leaper pulse units. And I got Nil Toro. There was a gun bag sitting there. That that was weird. That there was just a gun bag just sitting there when I first ran up. And there were tons of people already there, and none of them saw the fucking gun bag just sitting there. Okay, cool. Based. I'll take that shit. That's my favorite fucking gun in the game, so I would not. Are you drunk, Bucky? Wait, where the fuck did I get... Oh, I accidentally just clicked it in there. Okay, I was about to say, where the fuck did I get an arpeggio from? I didn't know I had an arpeggio. Arpeggio, more like it. Mantis and Van Dread both kept trying to argue with me, saying that arpeggio was really good. And I kept thinking, they've never used a good gun before. Like, I feel like they've never actually, like, wielded a gun that's actually powerful before. If they think the arpeggio is even half decent, like, it's one of the weakest guns in the game. I thought it was cool the first time I saw it. I thought it was really cool, and I was, like, really excited that I got it. And that, but it's a green gun, and it is horrible at shooting arc. I'm pretty much just as bad at shooting humans too, but YouTube's blocking my messages probably for spam. It's that everybody's today and yesterday have said that like half their messages just aren't going through because of it's not spam or anything like that. It's just censorship. Like they're just censoring everybody's fucking messages for like bad words and naughty language and shit like that. All right. I don't know if there's anything left to do. I definitely... I felt like I got a lot more fucking damage on the Matriarch that time, but I didn't, and the reason is because we spent a lot of fucking time fighting the Bombardier, the Rocketeer, the Bastion. Like, we were getting attacked by all of the other shit around, so I did make it a little bit harder to beat me. Oh no, Mantis got knocked out. Fuck, Mantis got knocked out. Fuck. There's not long enough left. Like, by the time she wakes up and has to go to work, she's gonna be at work all day, and when she gets off, this will be over. Yeah, there's less than 16 hours left. Oh, you're saying you wouldn't have done it? Yeah. Like it's not the Matriarch that I'm afraid of. It's the other players. That's what I'm afraid of. It's always the other players that I'm scared of, because once I jump on there, I'm assuming they're all going to keep shooting me and shooting the Matriarch. Either they're going to shoot me or they're going to shoot the Matriarch. But like, in order to get the amount of points that I need to actually beat this thing, I like that's something that I just kind of have to do is just jump on top of the motherfucker and plant those really big bombs so that it dies fairly quickly. But all right. Well, I really need money right now, but I really need some of this shit as well. I'm just gonna recycle a couple of them, and then I'm gonna sell the rest. Cause yeah, I only have $3,000 right now. So, well, I don't need to buy anything right now. I don't think. Yeah, I think I'm okay right now. I'll just do a couple runs before I get off. I keep like getting defibs just to make sure I help people up if they get downed, because I hate it when I get downed and there's like 10 people around me and all of them just stand there looking at me, because you know, like, they're all just waiting for me to die so they can take my fucking shit, dude. Fuck these bitches. And so yeah, I always bring defibs to make sure that, like, if somebody gets down, I'm not just gonna stand there and wait for them to die. I will pick them up and let them keep going. But then as soon as I start like getting shit out of the matriarch and everything else, defibs are like, I run out of room so fast and I gotta get rid of the defibs. Almost every fucking time I'm like, get rid of these fucking defibs. What is your question? What is your question? Yeah, the El Toro is a fucking beast of a gun, dude. This gun is amazing. Not great at shooting arc either. That's why I carry the anvil. The anvil is there specifically for arc. It hurts players too, though. It really hurts players too, though. It definitely fucks them up. I think it was yesterday. I believe it was yesterday. Let me check. I think yesterday I was running oh no, it wasn't yesterday. That's right. I was testing out this shit yesterday. Yeah, I think it was the day before. I got caught by a rat, and I believe I had my anvil out. And normally when I go into like dangerous places where I'm afraid someone's gonna shoot me, I normally pull out my El Toro. I would much rather get into a fight with the El Toro, but the anvil is still like really good for fighting. And I've definitely killed a number of people with the El Toro, or with the anvil as well. Yeah, I guess it wasn't this one. Oh damn, I died in that one. Oh yeah, this is the fucking. We went to go find a rat in this one. We saw people dying, and we went to go find him to kill him. Me and this other guy. Look at this. This is fucking insane, dude. This guy right here, he runs up next to me. He's like a player flare, and I was like, "You want to go get him?" He's like, "Yeah, sure, let's go." And so we start running down there together. I can't find him. I start getting shot at, and then here he comes. And then this guy just starts fucking shooting me. So the other guy, I can't find him. Like, where the fuck did the other guy go? And that's the fucking guy who was supposed to come help me, just standing next to him. Just standing next to him looking at me. What the fuck? Like, damn, dude. I thought we were going to fucking kill the rat, not to stand there and be friends with him. What the fuck? I don't think it's this one either. Well, shit. I wanted to find it, but if it's not in this next one, then I'm just gonna move on. But yeah, there was a dude who just like popped out like he was waiting for somebody to come down. Well, shit. Okay. Maybe it wasn't even on this day. Yeah, I don't know. Huh. Weird. Yeah, I could have sworn it was. I could have sworn it was on this day, but maybe not. But anyways, yeah, some dude as I'm jumping out or coming down, just starts shooting at me. And I fucked him up, like fucked him up good with the anvil, and then before I could even like punch him out or anything, he just went ahead and gave up. And if I remember correctly, he had like a couple of good things on him too that I thought, why would you even like risk losing this? Like, that's fucking stupid, dude. Hmm. Yeah, it wasn't these. No, it wasn't these. It's this one. Nope. Okay, I guess it wasn't that one either. All right, I give up. But yeah, there's been a bunch where like I think over the last like 2 weeks, I want to say half of the rats who have come at me have I've killed them. I believe it's been half of the rats who have tried to kill me. I've killed them. So it's yeah, it's worked out pretty good. Yeah, I really wanted to find it because I wanted to clip it. I've got like a good like following on Tom Bottery mostly, and most of the things that get the most views on that are things where I'm helping people or saving people or people are saving me or something like that. That's the shit that like seems to get the most views, whereas the other ones where it's like about me killing people or anything like that, like those get views, they just don't get as much like interaction or comments or anything like that. They don't it seems like the people who watch me on Tom Bottery or watch my shorts, like they want heroic shit. They want to see people helping each other out.
Yo.
Hey, listen.
I play you something, yes I do. Play you something, you know it's true. Play you something, oh my friend. Play you something, will never end. Hope you guys are having a good night. Chilling with your best friend, that's tight. Hope you guys are having a good night, yeah, yeah, oh.
Thank you, dude. You are.
Okay, where the fuck is this thing?
What's up, guys? Smith here. Quick guide for today in Arc Raiders on where to find the security checkpoint door on the new Stella Montis map. This is just off the lobby. There's a couple of lobbies. It's kind of an upper tier and a lower tier. We're right on the lowest tier, as you can see here. So this is the main floor of the map. If you go down a floor, you can see it's right at the bottom here. It's just past the two main security gates in the middle. I can't show you the other side because those bloody shotgun things are everywhere and they're brutal. You can also gain access from the second floor. I'll just run up here and show you through a couple of doors. These are all breach doors, so it may take you
Bro, every time I go into Stella Montis, these doors are
a few
open.
seconds to get in. But there you go, nice and quick, nice and easy. Get what you need to get back to the game. We helped you out today. Do like, subscribe, we do appreciate it. And I'll see you in the next one.
What the fuck?
What's up, guys? Smith here. Quick guide for today in Arc Raiders on where to find the security checkpoint door on the new Stella Montis map. This is just off the lobby. There's a couple of lobbies. It's kind of an upper tier and a lower tier. We're right on the lowest tier, as you can see here. This is the main floor of the map. If you go down a floor, you can see it's right at the bottom here. It's just past the two main security gates in the middle. I can't show you the other side because those bloody shotgun things are everywhere and they're brutal. You can also gain access from the second floor. I'll just run up here and show you through a couple of doors. These are all breach
shotgun things? I think he's talking about the shredders.
doors, so it may take you a few seconds to get in. But there you go, nice and quick, nice and easy. Get what you need to get back to the game. We helped you out today. Do like, subscribe, we do appreciate it. And that's it.
That's a fucking sucky door if other people can get in without even using the key. I have a bunch of those keys, and this is it. Stella Montis security checkpoint key. Okay, well fuck that then. I don't want to use that one. Dam testing annex key. I don't really know where that is. Blue Gate Communications Tower. Blue Gate Communications Tower. Yeah, why don't we do the Blue Gate communication tower again? I did that one earlier, and then I was getting ready to do it a second time, and when I went the second time, somebody had already opened the door. I wanted to do it on like a night raid or something like that. How long is it until the night raid? Oh, an hour and a half. Yeah, I don't want to wait that long. Yeah, the only thing with anything good right now is Buried City, and I use my keys on Buried City with the quickness. Buried City is like one of the friendliest maps, and so every time I do Buried City, I don't ever have to worry about getting killed there, so I use my keys there very fast. Yeah, if you guys weren't here earlier, I'm starting to do like a... I want to do a Arc Raiders like trivia thing on the game. And so I tried it a couple times yesterday to test it out, but I even had like my music plugged into my mic so that it would play music through my computer into like their side of things. And so I could go up and like ask them questions and play like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music as I'm doing this. And so I'll go up to them and say like, you know, I have 3 different blueprints in my butthole. One is a blue blueprint, one is a pink blueprint, and one is a yellow blueprint, okay? Yellow is the hardest, pink is middle, blue is the easiest. Whichever one you pick, I will ask you questions that are that level of hardness. So I have blue questions, pink questions, and yellow questions. The blue ones are the easiest, the yellow ones are the hardest. So which blueprint do you want? The first couple people picked pink. They both picked pink. And then I say, okay, but in order to play, you have to... I joined to Tom saying he has a blueprint in his pooper. I have 3 blueprints in my butthole. And so I say, in order to play, you have to give me a gun. Any gun, whatever gun you want, just give me a gun. And so they give me a gun, and then I ask them questions. Normally I take them to like a room that I've already cleared out. I've already made sure that like there's no arc in there or any like fireballs or anything that's gonna come in and kill us or anything like that. I've even started buying like yellow or red and blue glow lights to like color up the walls and shit while we're doing this. But my mic is cutting in and out on the game. I talked to a guy earlier who sounded just like me, where it's cutting in and out the whole time. And I asked him what was going on, and he's like, I'm on PC, so I assume that's it. I was like, yeah, I'm on PC as well. So it doesn't matter if it's this mic, it doesn't matter if it's this mic. Either mic, it fucks up. Is that normal to have 3 blueprints in your pooper? No, normally you want to keep like any sort of valuable stuff that you find while you're there and shove that into your asshole. But the game, because I'm asking people trivia questions. So like this right here is called a safe pocket, okay? When you go up, so like we live underground. We all live underground together, and that's where you keep your stash. But when you go above ground, you take your loadout. And your loadout is just like whatever you put in, that's what you go up with. And you leave behind everything else. And so I can only use whatever's in my loadout. And so once I get up there, you have what's called a safe pocket. And the safe pocket means that if somebody kills you, they can take all of your shit. Except for whatever's in your safe pocket. So I'll use a different augment that has 3 safe pockets on it. And I put the blueprints in my safe pockets. If you walk up to somebody on this game and say, hey, I have 3 of the best blueprints in the game, they're just going to kill you. They're just going to kill you, and they're just going to take it from you, right? So your safe pocket is something that you want to put it in your safe pocket so that if you say this and they try to kill you to take it, they're not going to get it. But obviously, like, if you're being like incapacitated in a way to where people can take everything out of your pockets and everything, take your gun off you, take all of your